bashes.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' struggles continued yesterday as they lost 10-1 to the Pirates and dropped the 3-game series and now have lost 7 out of their last 8 games. And here's Zach Gallen on the current mood in the clubhouse.
Pretty displeased, I think. I think just from a clubhouse standpoint, I think we know that we have a lot more talent. We're a better baseball team than we're really playing right now. It's kind of very uncharacteristic of us, really, the last couple weeks. I mean, I get it.
The D-backs are off today, but they'll be home Friday for a series with the Washington Nationals. The Oklahoma City Thunder are heading back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. They beat the T-Wolves in Game 5, 124-94 last night, and now wait the winner of the Pacers and Knicks, who will be in action in the Garden for Game 5, where the Pacers, with a win, will advance to the NBA Finals, and the Knicks are looking to force a Game 6. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Morata,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin, and Sammy Sobolka. I believe it means little onion.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, everybody. Here's a fun fact about Jared Carlin I did not know until this morning, although I actually think I did know it. When he blows his nose, you are louder than a snow goose.
Yes, that is correct. I have I have like a big nose, but I have like a deviated septum.
Okay.
So the combination makes for very foghorn-like sounds.
Oh, it is. It really is transcendent almost. It's almost as impressive as my monkey call.
There is a lot of people that have that when you hear them blow their nose. It's like,
right. A snow goose. It's known as the loudest kind of goose. That's what he is. Little onion and snow goose.
If there's ever a foggy morning and you need to find your way to the station, follow.
I love it. Little onion and snow goose.
Little onion and snow goose.
This fall on Fox. That's weird. Your septum is deviated. Mine is deviant.
Oh, yeah, wow.
So there's a problem with it.
Yeah, there's a problem with it. Get that septum under control.
Put too much stuff in it back in the 80s.
I like this. Maybe we could start out every morning right out of the gate with a fun fact about one member of the crew. I mean, there's nothing fun about me, so I'm exempt. So it's up to you three.
Here's the other weird thing that happened. So yesterday, Vinny and I were talking about Mock My World, and he had a really good idea that was preempted by another media entity in town.
The problem with text message sometimes is you can't tell tone.
Yeah.
So you didn't pick up on my sarcasm.
Oh, okay.
But
okay, so I had a Mock My World idea that came to me last night from a conversation I was having. I thought, what would be great that Jarrett would love? Best breads.
I would love that. I would love it.
And they were talking about it on ESPN this morning as I was driving in. I said, what are the odds of that?
You had that thought before?
Last night. I put it in my computer. I had a conversation with somebody. We were talking about bread types. I'm like, this is right up. This is a perfect Mock My World.
This is 2 days in a row now. This is Billy Idol, and then this is best breads.
Yeah.
There's something going on in your brain
Something
that's
going
like
on in my brain. Yeah.
prescient.
Uh-huh.
I would love that, though. Any food one I would love.
Yeah,
Any
we
food
know.
one gets great response. You guys don't want to ever do it, but people love to talk about
Let's
food.
make
That
a
think
sandwich.
About yes, yes. We can redo
Pick
all.
a bread, a meat.
A cheese
And a condiment.
Yeah.
See, every 2 years, as we change the fourth member of our show, we could redo old Mock My World ideas.
That's funny. All right, start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Rock bottom. It's only May 29th, but that's what it feels like for the Arizona Diamondbacks after they got pummeled by the woeful Pittsburgh Pirates 10-1 Wednesday afternoon at Chase Field. Predictably, the D-backs could not deal with Pittsburgh starter Paul Skeens, who allowed just 4 hits over 6 2/3 shutout innings. And the Pirates' bats stayed hot. They lit up Zach Gallen for 6 runs on 6 hits in 5 innings. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa went 3 for 4, doing his best Ralph Kiner-Falefa impression with 2 doubles and 3 runs batted in for the Pirates. They win just their second road series of the year. D-backs 2 games under 500 for the first time this season, undoubtedly looking in the mirror as they head to a day off before they host the Washington Nationals starting tomorrow night in downtown Phoenix. There is a ton to read into from yesterday's game and the pregame comments and the postgame comments from the Diamondbacks. That was an embarrassing performance.
Yes, it was. It's been an embarrassing stretch of baseball, and you really wonder where this thing is going.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are through to the NBA Finals after a 124-94 shellacking of the Minnesota Timberwolves in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. T-Wolves scored the first basket of the game, led 3-0. That was immediately followed by an 11-0 Oklahoma City run. Thunder led by 17 at the end of the first, 33 at the half, and by as many as 37 in the third quarter. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, named the MVP of the series, led the way, 34 points. Chet Holmgren had 22 for the Thunder. They're back in the finals for the first time since 2012, and they will host Game 1 next Thursday at Paycom Center. That was a dreadful NBA playoff series.
Horrible. And we've had a sort of a rash of blowouts now throughout the postseason. Did the Timberwolves just quit?
It looked like they did.
They had to have quit because that game was, it was ridiculous. It was 26-9 in the first quarter.
They scored 9 points in the first quarter.
Yeah.
With that offensive talent. Oklahoma City's really good, but I think that was part of their recipe was they broke Minnesota. It's hard to believe that Minnesota won one game by 42 points in the series.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Tonight, the New York Knicks trying to stay alive against the Indiana Pacers. Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals at Madison Square Garden. Knicks center Karl Anthony Towns listed as questionable for tonight due to left knee contusion. With a win, the Pacers would advance to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2000. That's when they went on to lose in 6 games to the Los Angeles Lakers. Tonight's game gets underway at 5 o'clock on TNT. Cardinals opened up their first week of OTAs to begin Phase 3 of their offseason workouts out at the Dignity Health Training Facility in Tempe. These are voluntary workouts, and not everyone was volunteering to be there. Edge rushers Josh Sweat and B.J. Ojolari not in attendance. Neither were defensive lineman Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, or Bilal Nichols, or offensive lineman Yelda Froholt and Calvin Beecham. None of them was seen on social media with a pink substance and a lot of bikini-clad women around. The Cardinals will practice today and tomorrow. They'll have another 3 days of OTAs next Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then 3 days of mandatory minicamp. That's when it gets serious, from June 10th to the 12th. College basketball note, the Grand Canyon forward, Tyon Grant Foster, has announced he'll play the final season of his collegiate career at Gonzaga. Grant Foster was the...
This dude is going to have 3 different senior nights.
It's true.
It's ridiculous.
4 schools, 5 schools. Kansas, DePaul, GCU, now Gonzaga. He was the WAC player of the year. That's whack. In 2024, but struggled a bit in his second season at GCU. His scoring average dropped 5.3 points per game. Florida Panthers back in the Stanley Cup final after they rallied for a 5-3 win over the Carolina Hurricanes. In Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final in Raleigh, Canes jumped out to a 2-0 lead after the first. Florida stormed back with 3 goals of their own in the second. Carolina tied things in the third on Seth Jarvis's goal, but Carter Verhaeghe broke that tie less than 4 minutes later. Sam Bennett added some frosting with an empty netter in the final minute. Third straight Stanley Cup final appearance for the Panthers. They will await the winner of the Dallas-Edmonton series, which could end tonight. Stars on the brink of elimination in Game 5 on their home ice against the Oilers, who have won 3 straight by a combined 11 goals. Face-off tonight, 5 o'clock on ESPN. Dallas had to score 5 goals in the third period of Game 1 to win that game, and they've been largely non-competitive since then.
Mm-hmm.
At the French Open, top seed on the men's side, Yannick Sinner of Italy on the court for his second-round match against 38-year-old Frenchman Richard Gasquet. That dude's still playing tennis, Bick. Do you remember his claim to fame?
Remind me.
He got popped, tested positive for cocaine.
That's right.
15 years ago.
That's right.
And his excuse was, I was at a club and I kissed a girl. And you know what? It worked.
It worked.
Who among us?
Tennis players get away with the most ridiculous lies.
Yeah.
And you say he's still playing tennis. The people from their home country in their home tournament tend to linger a lot longer. Remember Tim Henman and Andy Murray with the
But I haven't
Wimbledon.
I haven't seen Richard Gasquet's name on a scoreboard in a long time. Third-seeded Alexander Zverev split the first 2 sets of his second-round match against Jesper de Jong. Novak Djokovic in action later this morning against Corentin Moutet of France. On the women's side, third-seeded American Jessica Pegula already through to the third round after his 6-3, 7-6 win over fellow Yank Ann Lee. Second-seeded Coco Gauff just underway in her second-round match against Teresa Valentova. And 7th-seed Madison Keys will face Great Britain's Katie Boulter later on this morning. There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, May 29th. Coming up next, day 1 of Cardinals practice. Put the voluntary in voluntary OTAs. We'll give you our biggest takeaways from who was there and who wasn't there next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Building wealth is difficult to do, if not impossible, when you're starting from scratch, but the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. And if you're in the market to buy a home, if you're looking to refinance, your first phone call should be to Life Changer Loan, because they can save you a ton of money. This is an innovative program that allows you to pay off your mortgage in years, not decades. That happens because you're paying all principal first. And when you pay off that mortgage in years, now you get decades to build that personal wealth. That's how you get ahead, because everybody else you know will probably be chained to that 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, otherwise known as a debt sentence. In fact, 5 years is the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, quite obviously. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. If it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math, but you've got to be a good fit. Give them a call, find out if you're a good fit, because if you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
At Chain Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Murata talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Good. Yeah, obviously voluntary, so some guys are in and out, but like where it's at right now. And I will say this, Craig, our guys do I always ask them, because it is voluntary, I ask them just communicate with me. Our guys have done an excellent job communicating with me, so that's good to see.
Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, out at OTAs day 1. We got 2 weeks of OTAs, then the mandatory minicamp coming up the week of June 10th through the 12th. But a lot of people focused on who wasn't there at the voluntary OTAs. And look, this is not something I log or keep a historical record of, Bick, but it seems like this is a large number of guys not to be there for day 1. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. But I think this is also what I want this to be. I want this to be sort of the innocence of this and the candor and the authenticity of this organization. That's the word I'm looking for. I want this to be authentic in regards that if this communication between the Cardinals and the head coach and the players, and if the vibe is so good between them that they're honest with each other and they're always up front, not playing games over the word voluntary or optional.
Yeah.
I think that would be really cool. If this team has kind of made it clear, look, it's voluntary and we're not going to hold it against you if you don't show up. That's what I would like to believe.
Yeah, because I was reading a piece from Pro Football Talk where Mike Florio said, like, organizations can't even have fun with the word voluntary. They can't suggest that, hey, voluntary wink, wink, because of, CBA restrictions and all of that stuff. So it is truly voluntary. You would like 100% attendance. I was a little bit interested in, B.J. Ojolari's on the list of guys that wasn't present.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense. Coming back from a massive knee injury. We get that. But there was 3 guys that were on the team last year and 3 guys that are newcomers. And there's no reason to believe there should be concern about the 3 newcomers. Josh Sweat, Calais Campbell, and who was the other one? Dalvin Tomlinson were the 3 newcomers that weren't in attendance yesterday. I mean, it is what it is. You pour over the facts, you pour over the attendance sheet on day 1. Jonathan Gannon, I thought his answer was really good. Like, okay, it's voluntary, but just stay in contact with me. So, these guys aren't doing something stupid like other NFL players were doing.
Right. Exactly. Stephon Diggs, looking at you, fool. Yeah, listen, so I'm excited about that. And I know that this might be just a wild theory, but if this team does have elite camaraderie / chemistry / belief, then I'm real curious to see what that means on a football field. We know it means a lot on a basketball court. So yeah, I'm so far so good with that.
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon also talked about, this is year 3 for him and his staff, largely together. Again, not completely the same staff that it's been for the last 3 years, but also a work in progress on tweaking the OTA schedule.
Yeah, I just felt good with the 9. I kind of look at the global view of that and the 9 practices. I feel like we can get done what we need to get done, You guys will see some different things today that you haven't seen in 2 years, and no one's going to report on it, right? But, we tweak some things, you know what I mean? And hopefully for development and health, you know what I mean? So that's kind of the teeter-totter that I live in, health and development. But I feel really good about the plan in place. And we'll take it day by day, though. We'll have to make adjustments. We'll see how the day goes and go from there.
Yeah, Gannon also was asked about Calais Campbell, a guy, again, who wasn't there on day one. We're all familiar with Calais Campbell and how he works. Jonathan Gannon says this is going to be a big coup for this team this year, having number 93 back in red and white.
Yeah, he's played a lot of ball, so you see that with how he talks. You know what I mean? He's got a really interesting viewpoint of 18 years playing, but it's been awesome. He's going to be great for our entire team, the defense, and the D-line room.
Yeah, that's one of the acquisitions from the offseason that I think, it's getting attention, but I still think there's more of the attention is put on the fact that Calais Campbell, wow, he's back in Arizona and he's really old. He's still really effective on the defensive line, which is the amazing part.
Well, he's just monstrously big, and he's rock solid.
He's durable.
He's durable, and he's a great dude, and teammates love him. So, yeah, I think the mentorship of young guys, I'm really excited about this. I was reading a piece about how the Cardinals might change up the look of their defense and go, and I don't want to get too football-centric here, but they might want to go back to sort of a 4-3 attack up front, because you're looking at a combination of Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Darius Robinson, Walter Nolan working in the middle, Zaven Collins on one side, Josh Sweat over here.
That sounds pretty good.
Sounds pretty good. It sounds like it could be some sort of a real shift in defensive philosophy, but it sounds like something that might, on paper, look very, very appealing. You throw Baron Browning in there as well.
Yeah.
So you've got a lot of weapons now up front on that defense.
Yeah, and that is not something you would be able to say in the first 2 years of the Jonathan Gannon regime. I think there was a lot of guys who were effort guys, and I think a lot of guys over the first 2 years that really surprised me. And Roy Lopez, who's no longer with this team, he went to Detroit in free agency, but that to me is promising when you can marry that effort level and buy-in the rotation on the defensive line, and now they've got the talent to back it up. It could be. I think it's the strength of the roster right now.
I think. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. What a difference a year makes.
Considering where it was at the end of last season. So, and as somebody who really likes Nick Rollis and thinks he really, really has a great future in this league, now he went from having sub-weapons to an abundance of them.
Here was Jonathan Gannon on what you brought up, too, maybe changing the defense a little bit based on new personnel.
A lot different if that's what it calls for to win the game. You know what I mean? So it could look the same, or it could look a lot different. So we're a long way away from kind of drilling down into what we want to do. We just want to see the players go out and execute what we're asking them to do, with good technique. I challenge them today. Every play, they better know what they're looking at before the ball snapped. You know what I mean? Just a small little focus thing that goes into, psych performance. Let's make sure we're looking at the right thing, a very detailed, descript thing. I'm not looking at Tyler. I'm looking at his bird dog right in the middle of his chest, you know what I mean? But that's what it should look like, you know what I mean? So it's a great shirt, by the way. So we'll see. But we're a long way away from developing how we're going to play and what we're doing with who we have out there. But always have the players in mind when it comes to that.
Is that our own T. Drake getting a mid soundbite call out? I wasn't there, so
bird dog.
Tyler Drake's going to join us in the 8 o'clock hour, so we can ask him. But versatility now. The one thing that still does concern me from a roster standpoint on the defensive side of the ball is that inside linebacker position. There's some new blood there. Kaiser White, we spent a lot of time over 2 seasons talking about his impact on this team. And I know it wasn't always pretty in pass coverage with Kaiser White, but he set a tone for this team. And I think if there's a question at this point in late May about the Cardinals defense is, okay, How do you replace that? Everything that he brought, the production, plus the attitude, the leadership, and the tone setting that he brought. That's a question that I have right now.
Well, yeah, that's a guy that I thought brought a lot to the table, but I think that they've recovered nicely from this. I think they've got requisite talent and experience and a nice blend of youth. I think their secondary is interesting. Not having Kaiser White, I'm not tripping about it as much as I was a couple months ago because I really like Kaiser White. And as we have talked about many, many times, Kaiser White is the dude who started the culture here.
Yeah.
That Jonathan Gannon implemented with that out-of-bounds nasty hit on the first series of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And people are like, wow, I guess the Cardinals have come to play football.
That was the definition of a good 15-yard penalty.
Certainly. Yes, it was.
I don't know if Sam Howell would agree with that.
No. But Kaiser White was one of those guys who lived exactly what Jonathan Gannon speaks about when he talks about defensive players, the violence, all that stuff.
Coming up next, just when it seems like the D-backs have hit rock bottom, they take out another shovel and keep on digging. The latest on that in D-backs Daily next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really?
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes.
There's none of this.
Let's take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. Till we get this thing right. Let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and the big focus in America today is on personal health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond the pills, the steroids, and surgery, and this is why they are looking to QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of a medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. They also helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus about 5 years ago. This stuff works. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment. Now it's mainstream. QC Kinetics is now the nation's leader, and their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. You know what else raves about QC Kinetics? Emmett Smith raves about how QC Kinetics has helped him manage his joint pain. Get a free consultation. See what they can do for you. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day. So no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Are you feeling run down, tired, and low on energy? Are you experiencing brain fog and body aches, but just don't know why? Restore Wellness has an amazing treatment that will give you the essential vitamins, minerals, and electrolytes your body needs to heal, and it's covered by insurance. At Restore Wellness, we're using a painless IV therapy to help your body quickly absorb the nutrients it needs. We personalize each treatment to boost your immunity, increase your energy, and decrease your symptoms. Call 480-660-3737 today. The first 25 callers will receive an in-depth consultation absolutely free. We can recharge your immune system, help you rehydrate, and get you feeling better fast. The treatments are covered by all insurance companies, including Medicare. Be one of the first 25 people to call 480-660-3737 today and receive an in-depth consultation absolutely free.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' struggles continued yesterday as they lost 10-1 to the Pirates and dropped the 3-game series, and now they've lost 7 out of their last 8 games. And here's Zach Gallen on the current mood in the clubhouse.
Pretty displeased, I think. I think just from a clubhouse standpoint, I think we know that we have a lot more talent. We're a better baseball team than we're really playing right now. It's kind of very uncharacteristic of us, really, the last couple weeks. I get it.
The D-backs are off today, but will be home Friday and start a 3-game series with the Washington Nationals. The Oklahoma City Thunder are heading back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. They beat the T-Wolves in Game 5 last night, 124-94, and will wait the winner of Pacers-Knicks, who will be in action tonight in the Garden in Game 5, where with a win, the Pacers will advance to the Finals, and the Knicks will be looking to force a Game 6. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote, send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs trying to bounce back from their latest inexplicable meltdown in Tuesday night's 9-6 loss to the Pirates, a game that they led 6-0. Zach Gallen on the mound for the matinee finale against Pittsburgh phenom Paul Skeens after a scoreless first inning. It would be the Pirates getting on the board first. Gallen walked Alexander Canario leading off, then Spencer Horwitz followed with a single that sent Canario to third. That brought up the red-hot, at least in this series anyway, Henry Davis.
And the first one here swung on and line drive into left field, a base hit. Coming home to score is Canario. It's a second hit of the inning. And it's 1-0 Pittsburgh.
Henry Davis, more like Henry Aaron. Am I right? Davis,
one of the great busts at #1 picks, and now is looking like
too early to call him a bust, but he had a home run and a double on first pitch deliveries on Tuesday night, and then Gallen just hangs a curveball right over the plate. He's going to swing at the first pitch. He deposited that into left field for a 1-0 lead. In the bottom of the third, Corbin Carroll had a 2-out ground-out double, and Skeens then hit Geraldo Perdomo with a pitch, but Skeens recovered. He struck out Lourdes Gurriel Jr. to end the inning. Still a 1-0 game into the fifth inning. That's when the wheels would start to fall off for Gallen. He walked Brian Hayes leading off. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa followed with a single, as did Jared Triolo to load the bases. That brought up O'Neal Cruz and a little betrayal from the D-backs defense.
Swung on, grounded right side, glove by Lawler, goes to second, throws it away. It goes into left field. 2 runs are going to score. Cruz goes to second. It's the second error of the day for Lawler. And now the Pirates have a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, Gallen would recover, though. He got Andrew McCutchen, Brian Reynolds, and Canario in order to end the inning. But Gallen needed 36 pitches to get through that frame. D-backs would go in order in the fifth. Pirates would tack on in the sixth. Gallen again walked the leadoff hitter. This time it was Horwitz. Davis followed with a single, runners on the corners, and nobody out for Brian Hayes.
Well, you really need to do some pitching to save it. Not going to happen here. Line drive, base hit, center field. That is down. Coming home is Horwitz, and it's now 4-0 Pittsburgh.
That would end Gallen's day. Juan Murillo came on in relief. He'd be greeted quickly and rudely by Kiner-Falefa.
Fastball grounded inside the first baseline. Are you kidding me? Fair ball. Down it goes. Rounding third is Davis. To second goes Kiner Falefa. Hayes going to get the wave around. Throw to Pavin is cut off and held. It's a 2-run double.
6-0 Pittsburgh. Triolo would reach on an infield single that ricocheted off of Murillo's leg. Murillo would strike out Cruz, but then McCutchen pushed across another run with an RBI groundout. And then the wrecking ball, Brian Reynolds, came to the plate.
Murillo's 3-1 pitch. Swung on, ripped into right field, a base hit. Carroll took a step in, now slides. It gets past him, goes all the way to the wall. Reynolds powering past second on his way to third. And Lawler's throw is too late. It's going to be an RBI triple, and the lead now up to 8.
Yeah, you get the idea. 8-0. It would balloon to 10-0 in the 8th on Cruz's 2-run shot off of Scott McGuff. We got to get one D-backs highlight in there, right? Here you go. Tim Tawa leading off the bottom of the 9th against Ryan Borucki.
Here's the 1-0.
See if Tawa can get a good pitch.
Well, he did, and he crushed it. Over the left field wall for a solo home run. And the D-backs not going to be shut out here tonight. It's now 10-1.
Woohoo! Not shut out! Yes!
Hang a star on that one. That was a disgusting afternoon of baseball.
Yeah.
I did not expect the Diamondbacks to beat Paul Skeens in Pittsburgh, and the game kind of unfolded exactly the way you expected it to. We talked about it. You got to just get to the bullpen in a position where you can make some noise, get him off the mound. He was dominant, but they weren't in a position to do anything because Gallen couldn't keep him in the game. Their defense sucked again.
Yeah, and listen, this team found a way to beat Paul Skeens on the road last year. And so it can be done if you've got the right approach and you have the right kind of day. Yesterday wasn't the right kind of day. This baseball team clearly lost 2 games the previous night when they gave up a 6-0 lead. If not for that Tim Tawa home run, the Pittsburgh Pirates would have closed that series by scoring 19 unanswered runs on the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
That is embarrassing.
Yeah, the first game was 5-0 Diamondbacks. They were up 6-0. It was a series of runs. It was a make or miss series.
It's a make or miss league.
It's a make or miss league. Yeah. So listen, all sorts of red flags are coming off of this baseball team right now. You could see just the fielding yesterday. Corbin Carroll missing a cutoff guy. Jordan Lawler
letting a ball squirt past him in the outfield.
Past him again, leaving his feet, which Dave McKay hates. And man, oh man.
Well, the Jordan Lawler 2 errors were costly. He still doesn't have a base hit. Came close to one late in the when he hooked one foul and finally hit the ball hard. But
and
what are they doing with this kid?
He's got that deer in the headlights look in his eyes after those errors. I feel really bad for him. I've seen this story before. You probably don't remember this name, but there was a pitcher the White Sox had when I covered him. His name was Scott Ruffcorn, and he was a AAA legend. And when he came up to the bigs,
it was rough corn,
he just soiled the bed every single time. He could never get his footing. He could never feel comfortable. He could never bring his talent to the fore, and it destroyed him. And this is an issue with young kids now. This is 2 times up here. Jordan Lawler has not looked able.
No, and 2 seasons apart, by the way.
And 2 seasons, exactly.
This was Torey Lovello pregame, kind of echoing what he said Tuesday night. Pre-game, he said this.
Maybe a little loss of focus, in and out focus, and just more or less taking care of what they can take care of, and playing good baseball, and doing things right will be contagious. That's what everybody feels. It's where the space is that we're living in. But to do your job, individually, do your job. That's what it's coming down to.
There was a lot of talk on the broadcast yesterday about closed-door meetings, meeting with players. Then the game happened. And then Torey Lovello came out post-game and said this.
I think they're responsible, they're accountable, and they all know internally what they're supposed to do to help this get better. And they're going to take it upon themselves to do their job the best way possible. I think the clubhouse is in a good spot. I think they're really, really frustrated and wanting good things to happen immediately. But it's not going to get better until we make it get better. And that starts with me, the coaches, all the way to the players. So working through frustration is difficult at times. You got to slow the game down, know your process is, follow your routine, go out there and execute. that sometimes requires you to pull back. There's some mental toughness to get through those times, but sometimes you got to pull back and be smart to work your way through it. But I think the clubhouse is in a very good spot. There's good leadership in there, and I think we're going to be together through it. We're going to fight together through it because that's all we know how to do. And when we come out the other side, we're going to understand why this happened, and we're going to be better for it.
Look, Torey Lovello is a very patient manager. A lot of people think he is patient to a fault.
Yep.
For him to be as patient as he's been to this point with the 5 or 6 gut punch losses, including Tuesday night, for him to take the tone that he took. And again, we've talked about this in the last week or so. The tone behind closed doors is different with his players.
Right.
To me, if I'm increasing the tone, I'm increasing the urgency, where he's talking about I'm getting impatient with what we're putting out there, and that's what they put out there immediately after having those discussions.
Yeah.
That was a damning performance by the Diamondbacks.
I agree with you. I started hearing the same thing in the pregame show about the series of meetings and people shuffling in to Torey's office. So, and my first thought was, I don't know if you hold all these meetings before you face a pitcher like Paul Skeens, because chances aren't good you're beating him even on your best day.
Yeah.
Even if you're 100% right, you're probably not beating him. It's that old line about always call a team meeting right before your ace takes the mound. Bob Brenly used to talk about that in the context of Randy Johnson.
Well, I would say before you have a really terrible ball club as the opponent, but that was certainly the case. But a bad ball club with a great pitcher on the mound.
And Zach Gallen was so good early. And then he ran into that inning again.
The Pirates
36-pitch
were doing
inning.
him every favor they could. They were. Everybody was swinging at the first pitch, like they had to be somewhere. And he still ran into the 36-pitch inning.
Yeah. And so that was really deflating to me, and just how eerily silent that stadium sounded as that game went on.
Yeah, there was nothing to cheer about. Literally nothing.
Nothing. And it's not, but it wasn't even like anger in the air. People were just astounded at what they were watching. So I don't know where this thing is going, man, but this is. But
I sure know where it's been. Look, this is gut check time right now. You want to turn it around, you have every opportunity to turn it around. But that, to me, I'm not saying anybody quit. I'm telling you what my eyeballs told me. That didn't look like a team that was very concerned about losing another game yesterday.
Yeah.
Or having their managers back.
No, there's no doubt about that. And that to me is the most bothersome thing. That there's not this response that, okay, listen, our fan base is all over our manager. Our manager doesn't deserve this. We need to get our act together here.
Coming up next, what did we learn about SGA and the Thunder and Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves following a non-competitive Western Conference Finals? That is straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When Erod went on the injured list, okay, his ERA is a 7.05. Ryan Nelson's was well above 5 when he switched. But we can all look and say, man, okay, but when he starts, it's just so clear how much better he is as a starter. And to that point, he's dropped his ERA all the way down to 3.79 now over just those 2 starts. The more starts Ryan Nelson gets, if he delivers like this, if he gets another start, which it sounds like he will, and then they kind of do the let's go with 6 starters here because we don't have a day off. That way you get to see Erod's first start back from the injury. If he keeps pitching like this, you can't take him out of the rotation.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're a golfer in the Valley, you know it is hard to stay on top of your game. Greens fees are terribly high half the year. The weather is formidable and terribly hot the other half of the year. You don't get your practice in. This is where my friends at Turf Monsters can come to your rescue. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams, from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. But if you're a golfer, they can build customized state-of-the-art state-of-the-art putting greens that will blow your mind. In fact, they're responsible for creating the putting course at Dobson Ranch. Maybe you've seen that. Maybe you've played it. Again, their putting greens, you can go check out pictures of them on their website. They are absolutely fantastic, and nothing could be better than working and practicing on your short game on a state-of-the-art putting green in your backyard. Go check out the pictures on their website, turfmonstersaz.com. While you're there, you can schedule your free estimate or just give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner, so he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like, what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmasstollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn, Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, they're special. I think like the biggest thing is like they make the NBA like not feel like a job. And it can at times with all the travel and all the hard days, the ups and downs. Now, I know I sound spoiled being in the NBA and complaining about hard days, but these guys really make it feel like I'm a kid playing AAU basketball and 15 years old again. Like, they make it seem like it's just fun. And I think that's what makes us really good. Like, we have so much fun being out there together. And I'm sure we all know, like, when you're having fun with things, you give it your all and you excel at it because you enjoy it. Now, whether that's your job or not, but whatever you have fun with, you excel at, and that's why we've excelled for sure.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of the Oklahoma City Thunder, they are through to the Western Conference Finals, and there was a time this postseason, I know I felt it, I think you felt it, Bick, that like, okay, 68-win team, number one seed, Everybody's picking them to get through to the finals. I wasn't all that impressed early on in the playoffs.
Yeah, same here. But this series, like you said earlier, though, watching Oklahoma City dominate and just run through Minnesota, it's frightening. But then you also ask yourself, wow, how did Minnesota notch that 42-point victory, whatever it was? It was just that rage reflexive game where your pride is so hurt, and the other team is just, okay, we're gonna take one punch from it, and then this series just kind of recalibrates and goes back to what it was.
In context, it almost makes it feel more like a fluke that they didn't win like a hard fought, tough, close game. That they got that just blowout where the game was like over.
Yeah,
and maybe that's what it was, just a fluke.
The last 3 games of this series were very odd because you had the 42-point victory by Minnesota in Game 3. Then Game 4 was the only close game in the series. OKC wins by 2. And last night was the definition of non-competitive. You want to talk about a team that looked like it was going through the motions in the Western Conference Finals?
There's a lot
in an elimination game.
There's a lot that came off that team and Anthony Edwards that it really makes you wonder. Even after last night's game, he was asked, how bad does it hurt? And he's like, it doesn't hurt. Why would it hurt? Why would it hurt? I've got all these years ahead of me.
Yep.
It's exciting. I don't know why people would think it would hurt. I mean, it's exciting for me. I'm 23. I get to do it a whole bunch of times. I'm hurt more so for myself, for Mike. I came up short for Mike. Like I said, we tried last year. We couldn't get it. We tried again this year. We're going to try again next year. But hurting is a terrible word to use. I'm good.
I mean,
to me, he's been different this series. I don't know what it is.
And you give credit to the defensive strategies of Oklahoma City, but the numbers were very ordinary. 23 points per game, 7.4 rebounds. He shot 47%, but nobody in the NBA made more three-pointers this year than Anthony Edwards. That might surprise some people. He shot the ball horribly from three-point range. 28%, made only 11 three-pointers in the series.
Well,
that quote doesn't bug me as much as the other one, but you're right. There's no guarantee. Just because you're 23, they pointed this out on the broadcast last night. The last Oklahoma City team to make the finals, 2012, we're talking about 13 years ago. And that was supposed to be the launching point for that franchise. Oh, they're going to be there every year. They got Durant, they got Westbrook, they got Harden. They never got back. Never got back. There's no guarantees, especially in the Western Conference. So
no, and this is twice in this series that he has said things that if you were a Timberwolves fan, you're not. That's not what you want to hear. What you want to hear is your star player is dying inside over what just happened. Because that will mean he'll be motivated to make it never happen again. But that's also the thing with this team. This team in Game 5 in Dallas last year got boat raced. They lost, I think, by 36 to the Mavericks in Game 5. Just quit.
Yeah.
We can't beat them. We're done here. And they did it again last night. That's really unbecoming.
And we saw with the Suns, a great team that had back-to-back good years, lose in an embarrassing way in an elimination game, and that was sort of the come-to-Jesus moment where they said, you know what, something needs to change.
Yes.
I don't know if that's how Minnesota feels now after back-to-back years like this, but I don't know.
I would think that they would be very interested in Kevin Durant at this point in time. They clearly did not have another offensive option. And Anthony Edwards, this should really stall or put to bed this idea that he's the next face of the league. 3 of the 5 games in that series, he was held below 20 points. That doesn't happen to a superstar. It just doesn't.
Well, also, if you look at Oklahoma City, again, it's same thing applies. Nothing is guaranteed, but the way this team is built, their roster doesn't feature anybody over 31 years of age. That's Alex Caruso. They've got 2 guys on the full roster above 30. Kenrich Williams is the other one. They are built for domination if they choose to be. Now, again,
and they still have a bunch of assets.
Nothing is guaranteed. The competition gets tougher every single year. Once you get to the top of the mountain, it's hard to stay there. And all of those things are true. But the future, I don't know. Can you think of an NBA franchise that has had a brighter future than what the Oklahoma City Thunder have right now?
No. And to think that this has all happened out of what they had before. People have looked at of what they had before, which was Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Kevin Durant.
Uh-huh.
And people wonder, how did that team not win an NBA championship? Well, you've got two players out of that three that tend to shrivel up in the postseason.
But that wasn't necessarily the knock on them
at the time. Okay.
They had, all three of those guys won MVPs.
Yeah.
Now, my opinion on that, we were talking about this pre-show. I thought Oklahoma City gave up on James Harden a little bit too early. Turned out to be shrewd, but I think they would have won a championship with that threesome together.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, Kevin Durant, making the decision when they were about as close to a championship as you could get.
Yeah.
Making the Golden State decision, obviously, put things on hold for a bit. But this was we've talked about how the NBA playoffs has been fantastic, and you want to talk about two ends of the spectrum. The Eastern Conference Finals, Knicks and Pacers has been tremendous every night basketball theater.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the worst series we've seen in recent years.
I agree.
23.4 point average margin of victory, and that's with a 2-point game in there. 3 of these games were decided by 26 or more points.
It was really, really bad. And so in Minnesota, I've already read one of their lead columnists, Jim Suhan. He said their performance in Game 5 pretty much assures big changes are coming to Minnesota. Shams Charania predicts that Jaylen Brown and many Celtics will be traded this offseason. They're saying this coming offseason could be the craziest offseason in the history of the NBA.
That's all.
It's just bad.
Second apron stuff.
True, but it's bad for the Suns because you figure each Jaylen Brown, Giannis, these are all guys that are more appealing than Kevin Durant.
I know, but again, I think there's gonna be a team that looks at Kevin Durant and goes, I think the Suns will find a market for him.
Well, to your point, and where this all started was okay, and we've been having this exercise nearly daily on the shows. What team fits that mold? What team needs an assassin type scorer? Man, Minnesota certainly could use the defensive pressure that Oklahoma City put on them. Even shut down good scorers. And Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle had a miserable series. Kevin Durant is one of those players that seems like he's exempt from that type of he's going to get his.
Yeah. And pencil him in for 27 points a game.
They certainly could have used that.
Yes. So I think the Timberwolves are definitely going to be interested. I think the Spurs are definitely going to be interested. But it is going to be a wild market. And when there's a lot of anticipated movement, there's an order to it. It slows everything down.
Yep.
Because the big dogs have to go first, so the Giannis piece has to go, and then if you hear Jaylen Brown's on the market, he's going to go. Yeah, so there you go.
Imagine Boston tearing it down. That Tatum injury could not have come at a worse time for them.
How about it?
Coming up next, Torey Lovello has been consistent with his messaging, but is his messaging no longer consistently getting through to his players? We'll get into that and more next as we talk D-backs baseball here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or anti-phospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick, Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basinonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gamble, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Tyler Childers on the road, live in concert in Phoenix. Performing at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, June 8th. Tyler Childers. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit tylerchildersmusic.com.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' struggles continued yesterday as they lost 10-1 to the Pirates and dropped the 3-game series and now have lost 7 out of their last 8 games. And here's Zach Gallen on the current vibe in the clubhouse.
Pretty displeased, I think. I think just from a clubhouse standpoint, I think we know that we have a lot more talent. We're a better baseball team than we're really playing right now.
The D-backs are off today, but they'll be home Friday for a 3-game series with the Washington Nationals. The Oklahoma City Thunder are heading back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. They beat the T-Wolves 124-94 in Game 5 last night and will wait the winner of Pacers-Knicks, who will be in action tonight in the Garden in a Game 5 where the Pacers, with the win, will advance to the Finals, but the Knicks will be looking to force a Game 6. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do the Arizona Diamondbacks go from here? Is it too late for them to be saved? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
We don't have to be perfect in every phase of what we're doing, but this isn't acceptable. This level of performance and execution is not acceptable, and it places a burden on the team. It becomes the manager's responsibility, the bench coach's responsibility to ensure that the environment continues to stay positive, and I do think that's what's happening. But invariably, when players start to feel like they have the opportunity to win a game, you don't win that game, that people are looking around being like, hey, what's going on? Why are we not winning that game? We need to fix that. This is like I said, this is my responsibility in so many ways, and we are very much focused on fixing this issue, and I do believe it's something that will be fixed.
That is Mike Hazen, general manager of the Diamondbacks, on with Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson sitting in yesterday on Arizona Sports. That was minutes before first pitch yesterday. And the Diamondbacks came out with their worst performance of the year.
Yeah.
This was a different kind of a discouraging loss.
It's kind of helpless.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, to go back to back in a game that you had won or you should have had won, and you lose in crushing fashion, and then to follow it up with just a flat performance in every way might be the most discouraging point of the season.
To me, what needed to happen yesterday, and the Diamondbacks were in a really bad place because, as we discussed yesterday, losing to the Pirates 9-6 after leading that game 6-0, that was sucker punch number 5 in a season full of them. And then you're facing Paul Skeens the next day. It is it would have taken heroic acts to atone themselves by beating Paul Skeens yesterday. But they've done it before. They did it on the road last year. And the one thing they couldn't do is do what they did yesterday. Give up another offensive explosion to a team that is really bad offensively.
Worst in the National League.
Worst in the National League. And so they let that game get out of hand again, and it was another game that felt like this whole season is an Avalanche going in the wrong direction. Well, Avalanches only go in one direction. We're at the bottom of the Avalanche.
That's how weird it would be if it went in the wrong direction. The top of the mountain. Oh, right, I'm all good.
Oh, my God, get off the top of the mountain. It's coming. Jump.
That is fantastic.
And when you say anything, any team is the worst in the National League, the National League is a league that has the Colorado Rockies in it. So that's how bad they were.
Yeah. I mean, 19 runs in 2 games to the Pirates, that's like 100.
Yeah, it really, really is. And so when that and the way that team was, if you didn't know any better, you would have thought the Pirates were the Diamondbacks and the Diamondbacks were the Pirates. The worst team one of the worst teams in the National League. If you didn't know any better, that's what that game felt like. And it was the defensive lapses, the 2 errors from Jordan Lawler, the shoddy play in the outfield. I was careful there, don't worry.
Another sub-mediocre Zach Gallen performance.
That as well. That is what I think the Diamondbacks, had they lost that game 2-1, 1-0, whatever, I think, okay. But that one felt like a baseball team just losing its grip.
Totally agree. Here was Torey Lovello on Zach Gallen. What did you call it? Sub what, Jared?
Sub-mediocre.
Sub-mediocre performance.
I thought Zach was pretty efficient early. We didn't play elite defense behind him. I know that happens, but everything blew up for us in the 6th inning. And I've seen Zach better. I'm not going to lie. I think he was towing that line the best that he could to keep us in the game, and it just blew up on us in the 6th inning with those 5 runs. So it starts and stops with pitching. When we pitch well, when we have our pitchers who pitch at a very solid, high level, when they do their job, the game seems to flow. When it blew up there in the 6th inning against somebody like Paul Skeens, you're going to have a tough day ahead of you, and that's really how it ended up for us.
Yeah, the Pirates' bats made things easy on Skeens, and a lot of stuff comes easy to him on the mound. But the inexplicable part to me is the lack of lack of pitching resistance that the Diamondbacks offered in the last. It wasn't even the last 2 games. It was the last 11 innings of this series. It to use that Avalanche word, that's what it was.
Yeah. No, listen, and so are they going to get out of this? Because as we discussed yesterday, you know how baseball teams roll that are having seasons like the Diamondbacks do. Big payroll, big expectations, way underperforming. The removing of the manager is very customary and very normal in situations like this. There's a big faction of fans who are calling for it. There's a big faction of people who like Torey Lovello who think a change is needed. Just try something different. bring in a new voice. It's not the most respectful of things to a guy who's been here 9 years and been through a lot of stuff, but at the same time, you have to look at this from Ken Kendrick's perspective. And that, how patient is he going to be? There was nothing in Torey Lovello's voice that made me feel in the last couple of days that he thinks he's in trouble. And I know I've covered managers who's been fired, and you can tell. You can tell when they have the fear of God inside of them. There's nothing about Torey Lovello that sounds that way to me, and there's nothing about Mike Hazen yesterday that sounded like anything was imminent. But again, there's a lot of money invested in this team. Is this team going to be sellers at the trade deadline?
That's the biggest difference, is the financial commitment. It'd be one thing to see this level of play and disappointment if your payroll's around $100 million. When it's north of $200 million, the expectations and the pressure grows on everybody. Mike Hazen, another question from the Wolf and Luke interview yesterday here on Arizona Sports, if he feels like some of the criticism of Torey is warranted at this point.
When the execution doesn't happen, then it's the easiest place to go is it was his decision that screwed it up. That is not what happens. The players bear responsibility to execute in those situations. And to me, the fact that it's not just the relievers, that it's also our defense. It's that we scored 6 runs in the first 4 innings last night and didn't score again against their middle of their bullpen. Those are all contributing factors to how that game ultimately finished. And when you have to zoom out a little bit and not just fixate on yesterday's game, what are the things we're doing well and what are the things we're not doing well? There's a large pocket of this team that is playing at a level that I am very appreciative of. It goes to the starting pitching. It goes to the 1 through 9 of the lineup. It goes to guys having really good seasons. It goes to the makeup of the club that's inside the walls and how hard they work. There is areas of our team that are not performing to the level that we need them to, and we need to fix that.
Yeah, and specifically too, and I don't think this is a major factor, but it is a factor, and it has been the last 2 days. Ketel Marte has been out of the lineup because he's been under the weather. Jordan Lawler's got back-to-back starts for the first time. And look, I am rooting for him, and you know my thoughts on this.
Yep.
When a prospect who is as touted as Jordan Lawler gets an opportunity at the big league level, it can energize a fan base. It can energize a team. It can energize a city. The opposite has been true. I'm not pinning this all on Jordan Lawler, but this is becoming obvious to me that this is no longer a learn-on-the-job kind of scenario for Jordan Lawler. He just looks overmatched in every way.
Yeah, well, that's why I was hoping for that ball to stay fair last night. If he could have just gotten that home run yesterday, because if you send him back down again, it might crush him. But you can't play him.
But if you play him and he continues to come up short, when you're 0 for 18 or whatever it is at this point with I mean, how many errors does he have? Like 3 or 4 errors and 0 hits?
He's 0 for 19 with 9 strikeouts, too.
Ugh. It would seem to me...
It would crush him, and it's bad for the team. It's hurting the team when they play him.
I know, but for his development, if you send him back down now, like say if you sent him back today, and this stint up here produced Stugotz, no hits at all, I don't know what's going to happen. You'd have to be super strong between the ears.
Yeah. He knows. He knows he's...
Yeah, but it's
struggling. It's not like he thinks he's...
There's not the luxury of having team success and winning games like, okay, I'm finding my way. I'm getting my feet wet here, but the guys are picking me up. Nobody's picking him up. They're at the lowest point of the season right now.
I know.
And when you combine all of those things together, it's got to mess with the guy's head and confidence.
Can I say how bad that loss for me was personally? Because I'm going to the game with my dad, sister, and nephew on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, the Nats are in town.
They are in town. I'm going to the game.
Would somebody buy him a meatball sandwich?
A $36 sandwich?
We wish 36.
It's more?
It's $39.99.
$39.99. Derek Hall is going to be on with us at 7:45. You got to stay tuned for that interview. Today was the day I was going to beg him to send me some free giant sandwiches on Sunday.
I hope Derek says no. Puts his foot down. How much treatment do you need, Derek?
Right. That's funny.
This being Thursday, a day off, if there was ever the time for a day off for a baseball team, holy moly.
They seem to have had a few of them this year. No, seriously. Listen, you're absolutely right. It's getting late. As I wrote today on ArizonaSports.com, everybody go read it. Early has become ugly.
Yeah, but it's not too late.
It's not too late.
There's a lot of baseball to be played.
Oh, yeah. Over 100 games.
Yeah. Coming up next, is this truly a make or break year for Kyler Murray as quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals? Some people believe so. We'll tell you more on it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Feel some football with Arizona Sports. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kilblifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535. Or online at cbrothers.com.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilblifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Murata talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Yeah, and when you say out of the pocket, to me, there's two different versions of out of the pocket. There's designed out of the pocket plays that are coming up in rhythm and on time and designed, and then there's off schedule. And the off schedule is certainly high variance, and high risk, high reward. And when you hit them, you have really good numbers out of the pocket. And when you don't, that's bad plays, turnovers. Those are the things you try to eliminate. So there's kind of two windows to that we tried to emphasize in terms of one is true decision making within the system, and one is almost like fast break basketball. Like, are you playing point guard the right way? Is the ball going where it should? And I think those are game changing plays. And he's one of the few people in this league that can do it physically at a high level and create some of those. So we want to make sure we're taking advantage of that.
Drew Petzing, offensive coordinator of the Arizona Cardinals, talking on day one of OTAs yesterday. And the charge on Kyler Murray going into his 7th year as a starting quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals on working more out, what he needs to work on outside of the pocket. Look, we have identified this. I think it's the 3rd straight year we've identified it as a make or break season for Kyler Murray. But here we are. And I mean it this time. Make or break season. There needs to be an elevation for Kyler Murray individually, because we are all of the belief if the individual elevation happens, the team elevation happens, and that's the goal for this team to break through to the playoffs. I found it interesting, though, Bick, yesterday on SI.com. Connor Orr wrote a big piece on 100 bold predictions. Since the first game is 100 days away, I think that's, was that the mark, the benchmark? I think it's 100 days away. He made 100 bold predictions for the 2025 season. Number 8 on the list is bold prediction. Kyler Murray will play his final snaps for the Arizona Cardinals. He writes, Murray's dead cap number almost halves after this season. The former number 1 pick is not a bad quarterback, but the Cardinals will likely conclude that the club has maximized Murray in Arizona and that it's best to recoup some kind of draft asset before pivoting. Murray had a 6-game stretch at the tail end of last season in which he failed to top 100 in quarterback rating, and he's played just one fully healthy season since 2020. While a lot of this is not Murray's fault and is often the reality of playing for a team bad enough to qualify for the number 1 pick, Arizona will prepare for the larger scale changes after finishing in the NFC West basement. So there's a lot tied into that, including a last place finish. I don't agree with the part where Connor Orr says a lot of it's not Murray's fault because he's playing for an organization that was bad enough to qualify for the number 1 pick. Let's be honest. That was 2019.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. Yeah.
And a lot has changed.
Yeah. No, I think make or break, it's a very black and white kind of term, and there could be nuances to how he plays this year that would make the Cardinals continue with him if they don't make the playoffs. But I would say that Kyler Murray must prove that he can be consistently excellent. And not excellent for 6 weeks and then dip and then fade and then maybe have a good game again at the end. He needs to have this thing on the pie chart, just the graph just going straight up.
And is there even more subtle things within each thing, like winning a game late for the team, taking over a 4th quarter and willing your team to a victory, or showing up extra big when you're playing against a really good opponent? Like these things that we haven't seen as much the last couple of years.
Well, I think what you said, succeeding late has 2 meanings here. Late in games, we've seen some of that over Kyler Murray's career, but late in seasons. And that, to me, was the most pertinent point that Connor Orr made in that prediction was those last 6 weeks, it was right there for the taking. It wasn't all on Kyler Murray, but he played far from his best football in that stretch.
And it was the mental errors that it wasn't just the physical decisions and where he went with the football. It was the stuff. It was just not reacting well, getting sped up in big moments. And to me, he played a role, a significant role. That has to change. The glitching has to stop, or the Cardinals need to find a different man to play the position. How about this? Connor Orr, the prediction right below Kyler Murray, in ultimately baseless but still fantastical and widely spread allegations of sign stealing will arise against North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick.
So what you're saying is I think these with a grain of salt.
Well, yeah. Listen,
not necessarily. There's history there.
Yeah, yes, I would quibble with that ultimately baseless part. I'm sure Bill Belichick will be looking for every advantage.
On that front, I mean, in the last 25 years, I've given almost zero thought to North Carolina football. It's going to be fascinating to watch this year because I think it has the makings of an absolute debacle. And to equate Bill Belichick with a debacle is not something that we're used to. If you're not Ron Wolfley and played for the debacle in Cleveland under Bill Belichick. But, I mean, there are former Patriots calling out Bill Belichick for his hypocrisy where everything was about not creating distractions. Yeah. It's all about football. And now the head coach is the biggest distraction in the nation.
And as Jarrett so aptly said, he's just like, just let me have this. I know it's gross. I know it's not good for the football team. I know it's not good for anything, but come on.
I had no fun my entire damn career. I'm an old man. I'm rich. Come on.
Look at her. Come on.
Come on. You know I'm weird. I like to walk around without my shirt on. Let me have this. Can you people just go away? Reason number 15, or bold prediction number 15. See if this vibes with Jarrett Carlin. Some bro in your fantasy football league who went to Arizona in the 1990s and still views the Wildcats as a premier athletic program will insist he got the steal of the draft after haughtily selecting Ted McMillan in the 11th round of your draft.
Oh, he's going before the 11th round.
With
a quote, that.
This is a steal, bro. Honestly, just give me the trophy now.
What a shot at Arizona alums, right?
Jared, you didn't graduate in the 90s, though, did you?
No.
I'm not that old.
So you can add...
Despite the gray in my beard.
You can add on to that sentence, just look up his highlight film. It's to T-Mac's point.
Right.
I mean, highlight film from 2023, we assume.
That was implied.
The Cardinals are on this list a couple more times. The Cardinals, Dolphins, and Commanders will fail to surpass their Vegas projected win totals.
Ooh.
I love good Vegas.
Marvin Harrison Jr. and James Conner will combine for more than 20 touchdowns. That was one of his predictions. The Bird Gauntlet.
I don't think that touchdown prediction is all that bold.
I don't think that's
honestly.
really.
I agree
because when you got to fill 100 of them, you
got to come up with something.
Yeah.
They can't all be winners.
I don't think people, first of all, know how good still somehow that James Conner is. And one thing that Marvin Harrison Jr. did do last year is score touchdowns.
Okay, here might be my favorite one. Samuel, like this. Reason number 19. The Super Bowl halftime show will feature a veritable slop of new country artists. Now, let me read this to you. This is where it gets funny. In a halftime show more appealing to white people than laying the ball up on a fast break, the NFL will unleash a cavalcade of the absolute worst musical artists society can conjure. Luke Combs, Jason Aldean, Morgan Wallen, something called Jelly Roll, having this wretched noise reverberate just miles from the historic city of San Francisco, the ghost of frontman Jerry Garcia. You get it, whatever.
There's a lot to chew on there.
Yeah.
The white man laying it up as opposed to dunking, something I did quite often.
You dunked?
No, just laying it up.
Okay, I got you. Yeah.
And hey, Luke Combs, Morgan Wallen, Jason Aldean, sign me up. I'll be fine with that.
I like that prediction.
If the Super Bowl was in Nashville or something like that, but in Santa Clara, they got to do something rock. I don't know.
Well, he's saying that because there were a lot of people who clapped back on the Kendrick Lamar.
Were there? I didn't hear any of that.
Well, also a few years ago, the last time it was in California, in L.A.
Kendrick Lamar just played State Farm Stadium.
Yeah.
The crowd figure was insane, but what was even more insane was the amount of young kids. I mean, really young kids who were there singing with every one of his songs. I saw a bunch of footage from it. I was astounded.
Surprised you didn't go.
It's the middle of the week, man. Can't do that. Doing morning radio.
I was jealous of Todd Walsh because I miss Simple Minds. He missed Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, I know.
Who's the hip one on this show, huh? Mm-hmm. That guy. The guy with two working hips.
Right, that's right.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Thursday morning in the Rush Hour reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
NASCAR on Prime lights up Music City.
Here we go, Nashville. See what you got here.
Who's got what it takes to tackle the concrete at Nashville Super Speedway and walk away with NASCAR's coolest trophy?
Let's freaking go!
Stream the NASCAR Cup Series at Nashville Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, where music meets motorsports.
Chasing you up, chasing you up.
Only on Prime.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is underway. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? Memorial Month savings are here. Upgrade your ride now with exclusive discounts across our entire vehicle lineup. Save $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $13,000 off a Hummer EV. There's a deal for everyone and big-time Memorial Month savings.
Kick off summer strong with a new ride from Liberty GMC. Visit Chris in Peoria or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' struggles continued yesterday in a 10-1 loss to the Pirates. They dropped the three-game series and now have lost 7 out of their last 8 games. And here is Zach Gallen on the current mood in the clubhouse.
Pretty displeased, I think. I think just from a clubhouse standpoint, I think we know that we have a lot more talent. We're a better baseball team than we're really playing right now. It's kind of very uncharacteristic of us, really, the last couple weeks. I mean, I get it.
The D-backs are off today, but they'll begin a 3-game series tomorrow with the Washington Nationals. The Oklahoma City Thunder are headed back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012, and they beat the T-Wolves in Game 5, 124-94 last night, and now wait the winners of the Pacers and the Knicks, who will be in action in the Garden tonight in Game 5, where with a win, the Pacers will head to the NBA Finals, but the Knicks will be looking to force a Game 6. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Good news! The Memorial Day sale has been extended at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through June 3rd. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Good morning and welcome to the Rush Hour Reboot. It is 7:33 and we're here to talk about the D-backs, the Cardinals, and the Suns and whatever else we might get into. But we start with the Diamondbacks. They've lost 7 out of their last 8. They are 11-15 in the month of May. So we're going to bring out our good friend, the panic button. And we are either going to be leaving it alone, lightly tapping it, or smashing it. And we start with Corbin Carroll. He's hitting just .220 in May. Are we leaving the panic button alone with him, tapping it, or smashing it?
I'm leaving it alone right now.
Yeah, me
because
too.
of a couple of at-bats over the last 2 days. A home run 2 games ago, had the double yesterday. Good signs because he hit both of those balls really well.
Yeah.
So I'm leaving it alone for now.
I really, again, there's going to be up and downs for every good player in Major League Baseball. I'm leaving that alone.
All right, next, Zach Gallen. What is the panic meter on him right now?
My finger is getting closer to the panic button.
That's a good way of putting it.
Because yesterday was such, it was a Jekyll and Hyde performance. To have his all-time lowest pitch count through 4 innings, and again, a lot of it was Pittsburgh's impatience at the plate, but then to immediately follow it up with a 36-pitch inning where it got away from him again. The walks, the leadoff walks, continue to be a problem. So he does not look like the pitcher he looked like 2 years ago.
Yeah, listen, and he got lucky because he had to work hard to strand runners on second and third in that inning, and it could have been a lot worse, and then it got away from him again right after that. He has to be better than that. I worry about Zach Gallen for a couple different things. He's a super smart guy, and I hope the idea that, I'm blowing my push for a contract isn't getting between his ears.
Maybe.
And also the fact that Major League Baseball is in the process of shrinking the strike zone at a time when Zach Gallen has begun to nibble a little bit too much. And going into that start, that was basically what people were saying. He's got to get back to being on the plate with this stuff.
Yeah.
Our last one, and I know it's still a little early for this, but it's never too early. Our playoff hopes. Are we leaving the panic button alone, tapping it, or smashing it right now?
Probably tapping it for me. I want to believe this team is going to turn it around, but this bullpen is a mess, and the vibe of this team is really bad right now.
I'm leaving it alone for now. If you ask me this question on Monday morning, Sammy, I might have a different answer. I want to see how this team responds against another beatable team in Washington coming to town, but I want to see how they respond. This is the low point of the season. This is the low point of the last 3 seasons, really, for this organization. So I think this is a very telling weekend, even though it's only 3 games of 162. But response means a lot in certain circumstances, and I think this is one of those cases where it does.
Yeah, I had a last one, and it was the vibes, but I think we're just smashing panic on the vibes currently right now.
Yeah.
The Cardinals' OTAs have begun. An offensive coordinator among many, Drew Petzing, spoke to the media yesterday, and he mentioned the tweaks in the offense to come, and he had this to say.
I think it's kind of to the earlier point. I'm going to tweak and change things every year, based on, hey, we were good at this, we weren't as good at that. Some teams are doing this on defense around the league, and we need to take advantage of it. We looked at some things that other teams did on offense around the league that we really liked that maybe fit our personnel. So I think that's a yearly process.
So we still have a couple months before the actual NFL season, but what tweaks or changes would you want to see from the offense this season?
I mean, I think, to me, I don't want to go away from Trey McBride being a primary target because I think he's a devastating weapon for this offense. But a tweak to spread the ball around a little bit more among wide receivers.
Yeah, I would like.
And I think it sounds counterintuitive. The more you spread it around, the more that might free things up for Marvin Harrison Jr.
I would like to get the deep ball back in the conversation here for a couple different reasons, my own entertainment being one of them. But seriously, I mean, when Bruce Arians and Carson Palmer got together, that football team was a blast
I
to watch.
don't disagree with you. You know how I feel about dink and dunk offenses.
Yeah. But when you look at that wide receiver room, I don't know if that's what they're thinking.
You don't know who takes the top off in that wide receiver.
Right.
Last night, the NBA said, see you later, T-Wolves, and hello to Minnesota and Kevin Durant rumors. And we could wake up tomorrow with another option in the Durant sweepstake. But nonetheless, the T-Wolves situation, are they looking themselves in the mirror this morning and saying to themselves, seriously, can Durant be the answer?
Yes, I think that they will. I think that the Timberwolves' performance throughout that series, and particularly in Game 5, was bad enough to if I were running that team, I would go, we can't run this back. We need to add something here. I think what's coming out of Anthony Edwards' mouth is probably proof of that. He sounds dissatisfied, and he's kind of, I think he's kind of shrouding it in this idea of, I'm okay, I'm good. Yeah, this doesn't bother me.
They exited at the same point, Game 5 of the conference finals, as they did a year ago. That series against Dallas was much more competitive. Outside of Game 5, they lost that game by 21 on their home floor. Okay. But they're also playing a much better team. And to me, the level of dominance that Oklahoma City is showing, especially if they continue this through the finals, that's going to shape the thinking of a lot of Western Conference teams.
No doubt about it.
Are you willing to get into the ring with Oklahoma City, or are you rebuilding? Minnesota, to their credit, they didn't run it back after last year. They changed the makeup of that team drastically and had good results. They were one of the better teams in the second half of the season, but they're also facing some real stringent questions financially, and that's part of the reason why they made that deal last summer. So I think they got to at least be thinking about it. The day after getting eliminated, I don't think their strategy is plotted out by any means.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys have been rebooted on this cloudy Thursday morning. I know you guys can't maybe see it, but it's...
Yeah, I just realized it was cloudy.
It's nice.
So focused on this show.
We're laser focused. We're like the Oklahoma City Thunder, baby.
Wow, there we go.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thanks, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, time for our weekly visit with the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Derek Hall. That's next. Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare, side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Visit any of the 17 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. 4 Bourbon and Bones locations. Enjoy a special menu item or Michelob Ultra, and $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mr. Speaker, the President. I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President.
He's the president and CEO of your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Hail to the chief.
Derek Hall.
The President.
On Now with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, D-backs lose yesterday. They dropped the series to Pittsburgh. They've dropped 7 out of 8, 2 games under 500 for the first time. A much-needed day off today before the Nationals come to town. And Derek Hall, president and CEO of the ball club, joins us right now for his weekly visit on the Arizona Sports Line. Derek, good morning to you, sir.
Derek. Good morning, guys. Vince, what a way to greet me. And by the way, you guys have been talking about what a low point it is in the season. I would say so even yesterday before the game when Dick is referring to our bullpen, and he meant to say the word pitch and came up with a similarly sounding word that was a urinary definition. That's a low point for sure.
It was kind of a high point on the show that will show up in the Friday montage. Right.
I'm never going to hear the end of that one, Derek.
Well, we're definitely going to hear it again tomorrow. We know that.
Definitely.
Yes. Look, we're all talking about frustration. The frustrating part for me was, after the Tuesday night loss to Pittsburgh, putting out that effort yesterday, and look, it's tough sledding against Paul Skeens, but it was a largely non-competitive game. The response was disappointing. Is that the most disappointing part of all of this for you right now, Derek?
Yeah, I still think, Vince, the confusion too, right? We're all trying to figure this out. I mean, we're all in it together. It's been a really, really, really bad 2-week stretch. I mean, awful. And you can really go back to the whole season. We really haven't had a winning streak all year. What did we win, 5 in a row? Other than that, really nothing. We've had a couple of losing streaks. To go on the road and play the way we did and lose those one-run games, 5 one-run games by 6 runs, and then come home and play a team that, look, they're, not to take anything away from any team. They're all Major League Baseball teams, but you expect to win games at home or at least a series. And for the last 2 games to lose by a total of 12 runs is unacceptable. We keep hearing that word, but it truly is. But I can say, in my conversations, everyone's working on it. We're not just sitting back saying, oh, this is a talented team. The page is going to turn. The tides are going to turn. We're not doing that. I mean, these guys are trying to figure it out. We all want answers. They're looking at everything. They're looking at now, looking at the way we're setting up with pitchers, the pitch calling, the defensive positioning, our offensive approach. But we've been off on all of it, other than, our starting pitching, which has been really good. And I know we can point to Zach yesterday and say, whoop, another bump in the road. But even, he was sailing along, and it looked like it was going to be another quality start. Even the number is not reflective. The numbers aren't on how he pitched, and a couple of inherited runners weren't stranded. But, we expect more out of him like we do all our starters. But no doubt it has to change. It has to turn. And the worst thing that I have ever heard in my career is it's early. I hate that. Mm-hmm. And, I can't stand hearing that. And how many times did I say to you guys right before the start of the season, let's get out of the gates, let's get out of the chutes in a hurry. And again, we didn't, and that's on us now.
Ken Kendrick has put a lot of money, to his credit, has put a lot of money in this baseball team the past couple of years. I'm curious maybe if you can help me understand how he's feeling and whether or not Torey Lovullo's job is safe. And I preface that by saying I think I've been on record consistently as to how much I admire the leadership regime, including you and Mike Hazen and Torey in Arizona. But you also know in seasons like this, in times like this, you wonder if a change for a sake of change is a good thing. Your thoughts on all that?
Sure. Bick, I'd say first off on Ken, he has, he stretched it. We have as much as we can. This is our highest payroll, but we're proud of that. We feel like our fans deserve it. We feel like the team deserves it. We feel like we are in that window, and unfortunately we're underperforming, but that's just it. I talk to Ken every day. Believe it or not, his head is high. He still believes in this team. He believes in the product. He thinks we're gonna turn this around. I think we're all very hopeful. Now we all know realistically maybe it doesn't, right? And then what? How do you pivot from there? But as far as Torey, I think there's probably every year this time or over the next couple of months, 10 to 15 teams in their markets that are going through the same thing and the same dialogue and same rhetoric. It's normal. I think when a team is underperforming or struggling or not playing up to their capabilities, you're going to look to leadership. You're going to look to the manager. And Torey's been through this before. It seems like every other year he goes through it. I remember in 23, we were having these conversations, the three of us. That was a season where we were 19 games over 500, and before we blinked, we were 5 games below. And I remember a stretch from July 1st to I think the first week of August, we ended up going 7-24. That was in 2023, and we were all every week saying, "Boy, what is wrong with this team? They've lost it. They can't hold it together." So we're going to go through stretches like that, and that was a year that we ended up going to the playoffs and ultimately went to the World Series. So anything can happen. Are we going to go to the playoffs and World Series? Well, of course we hope so. You never know, and it certainly doesn't look like it at this point, but you can. That's my point. And things turn around quickly. But I'll tell you what, the players do care a lot about Torey. And the comment, that Vince, you made, and you and Bick, and it's a good one. It looked like they just weren't playing for their manager or their coaches or the owner or me or the organization or Mike. Sure, but I take it, in a different angle and say, maybe they're trying too hard. That's the other conversation we've had over and over. We had it last year at some point. We had it in 23 at some point. It was at times they grip. They try too hard to change things. Everybody puts the onus on their own back. They try and do it all themselves and hit a 5-run homer, and that's when it even gets worse. And I think a game like yesterday, they put so much pressure. You're right. You don't want to have so many meetings the day before you're going to face teams. That's not smart. But nonetheless, you have to because of the position we were in. And I think those guys went out there and just tried a little too hard. It's time to take a step back, take a deep breath. I don't love off days during the week, but, if it's an off day right now, then maybe it's a good time, to come back in here tomorrow, clear head, play like we're capable of, and have fun again.
Derek Hall, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. There's been so much made in this stretch, and really all season long, as you know, Derek, and we've talked to you about it. The bullpen has been a struggle for this baseball team. And the reality of it is maybe your most reliable reliever is 6 weeks away from returning from injury. The trade deadline is 2 months away. There's not a lot of avenues to improve, but how much is that talked about in terms of turning this thing around to get a more solid bullpen? How high is that on the list of priorities right now for this ball club?
Yeah, Vinny, it's priority number one. I mean, we all know it's been defensively, too. That's been an issue. At times, our offense, we're going to score runs. We know that. We have a good offensive team. We do lull and fall asleep at times for some reason. We got to figure that out as well. But overall, the big issue has been the bullpen. And it's glaring, and we know we have to change things. And I have Mike coming to me every day saying, look, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix this. It's not easy to do, but it might be the easiest thing when you have changes to make on your team to do, because, you often catch lightning in a bottle, or a guy just needs a change of scenery. You can go pick guys up, off the waiver wire. You can get guys that were released. You can make trades at a much smaller level. So there's things that we're going to do. There's also some arms that are performing right now at AAA. Unfortunately, we've had some injuries down there that most wouldn't even know that we were hoping to come up here and contribute. But we're going to make changes. I mean, we're not just going to sit by and let everything, play the way it has. I mean, we have to make changes. We talked about him at great length yesterday. What changes do we make? Just because a guy has been here for 3 years and has been effective, does that mean he can't be optioned out? No. Those are days of the past, and we have to perform better in those late innings. We have to figure out a way to get outs from the seventh inning on. And what has happened the last couple of games can happen, though it does happen to other teams. You finish our game, you watch, and you see the Padres have trouble yesterday. The Dodgers gave up 5 runs in the 8th inning and lost the game. It's going to happen to teams, but it's happened too frequently to us. And you guys refer to those 5 or 6 devastating losses, and they are. We should be 6 or 7 games over 500 right now. The reality is we're 2 below, and the one consistent is the inconsistent of the bullpen, and it's got to be fixed.
True.
The psychology of those 5 games that we could rattle off and have rattled off, what does that feel like? Does that lend to a team feeling snake bit? Does it enhance that pressure? Does it make them grip even more? And how do you get rid of that?
Yeah, I think it does, especially the freshness of it, right? What happened last year in Milwaukee was near the end of the season, and that's where it really hurts. That's where you really can get snake bit. So we were snake bitten like any other time, but I think, it happens for 2 or 3 weeks like we felt. And then hopefully you do turn the page because it's early enough. It's in May. It's not in August, September, so we've got to get back to playing the way we can. Let those be in the past, in the rear view, and just play baseball the right way and have clean games. We have not had clean games. And that's because I think we've put too much pressure on ourselves. And then you start to, we got to catch up. Maybe it's not so early. Aren't we supposed to be better? And you got to be careful not to finger point or place the blame anywhere. Just be a group, be a team, stay together, and just know how good you are or should be. And good things are going to come. We know that.
Derek
Hall. I also told you guys, I'm sorry, Vince, looking at the schedule and looking at how difficult it was, we talked about that. And then I said, hey, it's going to soften up soon. It's going to let up a little bit, but we better win those games. Yeah. And then on a Saturday night against a team in the division that we probably should have won, we blew that game. And then you face the Pirates and you lose 2 games. Now you got Washington coming in. Remember, we went to Washington, we lost that series. Mm-hmm. So we have got to play good baseball against the teams that we should be playing well against, but we seem to play to the level of competition. We step up and play the Dodgers really well. We play the New York teams very well. Yep. We step back and we play teams that we should beat. We've got to play to our level consistently.
Last one for me, Derek. I asked you about Jordan Lawler last week, and Bick and I talking about it, and I'm sure you heard the discussion, but it's been a rough go at the big league level for him. He's a very important figure for the future of this franchise. And when that is coinciding with a rough patch for the baseball team, where winning games becomes a priority, how much has the thinking changed on the future or the trajectory of Jordan Lawler in the now in the last week?
Yep, I don't think the future has changed at all. It's whether, it was the right time to bring him up, right? You have to ask that. You have to look in the mirror, and he is a very talented player. He's our number 1 prospect. He's got a great future. And again, I think he has learned a lot. He's gained a lot from being here. Is it the best thing for him at this point? We said before, if he comes up, he's got to stay here. And we're trying to find, the places for him to play and times for him to play. And with the sickness that Marte is experiencing, I mean, again, we somewhat chuckled last week. He finally gets a start and he goes against Yamamoto. Now he gets a start and he goes against Skeens. That's not easy, right? Yeah. And he's made some really beautiful plays out there. But then again, he's botched some easy ones. And I think, again, it's just maybe Jordan tried to do too much too. We all wanted that ball to stay fair yesterday. We're all cheering for the kid. He's going to be a great player. We know that. But we've got to put him in the best position so that he can succeed. I think he's strong enough. And Vic, to your point earlier, if we have to send him down at some point, is he going to be able to handle it? Absolutely. I mean, he's not worried about that. He's going to go down there, be the leader of that team if he goes back, and he's going to continue to produce and then come up here at some point, and it's going to click. We're not worried about that. But if he's going to be here, we've got to find more playing time for him, and fans have to understand that. It's just difficult when you're relying on 1 through 9 to contribute and to produce, and he's like everybody else, gripping a little bit for sure.
Derek, thanks so much for the time and the insight. As always, we appreciate it. Best of luck against the Nationals this weekend.
I appreciate that. And as far as the meatball sub, at this point, I do plan on providing one for Jared. If his pop shows up in a Washington shirt, we'll put it on layaway or grab his credit card again.
Whoa, wait a minute.
I like this policy.
I love it. Just give it to me and I won't let him eat it.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
We'll talk to you next week. Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line.
That's Jarrett in a nutshell. He wants a $39.99 sandwich for free while his pops is wearing the opponent's jersey.
Yeah. Or if he insists on wearing the jersey, you get nothing, Dad, and you'll like it.
Yeah, I can eat a 2-foot sub by myself. Don't challenge me, Dad.
Coming up next, Bickley's got the blast on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks President and CEO Derek Hall. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and it's always a great time to shop at Chapman BMW, but now is a especially great time because the Memorial Day savings event will go on until the end of the month. The time to get your new BMW is right now. You can get payments from $499 a month on the 2025 BMW i4. Great, beautiful car. That's a great price. You can get financing rates as low as 2.99%. Remember, Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business for 58 years. They do everything a bit different in all the best ways. You'll notice the difference the moment you walk into either of their locations. And speaking of those two locations, that means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you are looking for. And at Chapman BMW, you also have a friend in the business. Get your hookup by taking a test drive, find what you like, then ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Shane ensures that every listener of Arizona Sports will get the very best deal in Arizona. Make sure you ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvise here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers from America. For America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' struggles continued yesterday in a 10-1 loss to the Pirates, and they dropped the 3-game series and now have lost 7 out of their last 8 games. The Snakes are off today, but they'll start a 3-game series with the Washington Nationals at home tomorrow. The Oklahoma City Thunder are headed back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. They beat the T-Wolves 124-94 in Game 5 last night, and now they wait the winner of Pacers-Knicks, whose Game 5 will be tonight in the Garden. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf at the Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Oklahoma City is in the NBA Finals, and their demolition of the Timberwolves should send shockwaves throughout the Western Conference. Let's hope Matt Ishbia is paying attention, because there are many lessons to be learned. The Thunder and the Pacers might become the first championship match between teams that will not spend a penny on luxury taxes. So throwing big money at expensive players is clearly not the answer. There's also a minority of people who believe not trading Kevin Durant is the best route. Eddie Johnson suggested as much yesterday, and Brian Windhorst now leaves a 2% chance open that the Suns will run it back. That would be insanity. The Big Three in Phoenix prove they are miles behind the Timberwolves, who in turn prove they are miles away from the Thunder. There are hints of delusion in Phoenix, and assuming a first-year head coach could both lead and mold themselves to the desires of Book and KD is utter madness, but it's very, very clear to me they very badly want to blame the previous 2 head coaches for most of their problems. The smartest play is to emulate OKC, acquire assets, build from the ground up, take phone calls on Devin Booker just in case someone blows you away with a suitcase full of assets. Cut your losses, quit throwing good money after bad, find the humility necessary to admit you do not know as much about winning an NBA title as you once thought, and remember, the best way to get out of a hole is to stop digging. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Ooh, a lot to chew on from the blast today.
Ooh, spicy.
Where do I start? Do I start with the...
Wherever you want to start.
The nugget about the 2% chance from Brian Windhorst speculating that the Suns could run it back. Insanity is, I think, an apt term, but it's insanity if that's the path the Suns choose. If we get to July 1st and they're like, nope, we're good. We're going to run it back. We got our coach in place. Brian Gregory's got a good relationship with Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal. One more go. That, to me, is insanity.
Yeah, that is insanity.
If the result is that after they go down those roads of, hey, anybody interested in KD, and there's not really anything out there. And he's still an impactful enough player. I think there's going to be a market. My feelings on the Kevin Durant market have shifted about 87,000 times since the season ended. You know my feelings on the Bradley Beal circumstance, where it was reported very early on after the season, and Gambo was adamant about it and left himself zero wiggle room on what he said on the air. There is a 0% chance that Beal will be back. It didn't resonate with me at the time. It doesn't resonate with me now because they are not in complete control of the situation.
They're not.
Bradley Beal is the John Doe in the last scene from Seven. John Doe has the upper hand. Bradley Beal has the upper hand in all of this.
That's right.
So, again, if they arrive at that when they go down these avenues for possible change and they just find resistance at every turn, that's one thing. If they start the offseason by saying, we're running this thing back, we feel like we're a championship contender in the West, that's insanity to me.
What worries me is the why getting a first-year head coach was an explicit priority. I've said this before. There's a distinction between being blown away by a guy that you gave an interview to that never has done the job and you go, it doesn't matter, that guy's got everything. To make it a priority almost makes me believe they want to find a young guy. Okay, let me rephrase this. Their approach could make it seem like one of the options they're considering is let's pick a head coach that Devin Booker and Kevin Durant really like, because that was the issue before. We picked their coach for them last time. Let's let them pick a young guy they really like, and it'll be a collaboration between them. That, to me...
But do you think there wasn't any input given on the last two head coaching hires?
There had to have been.
There's so much in terms of power of players and
I know
appeasing your star players that I don't know what the process was. I know what the results were, but I would assume that there was some level of conversation about, hey, KD, what do you think of Mike Budenholzer? What do you think, Book? You went against him in the NBA Finals in 21. Pretty good coach, right? I have to assume that happened.
Right.
I think it would be derelict otherwise.
No, I think you're right, but I think they could really take it. I'm guessing that in both of those coaching situations, year one was KD's first year, and they probably went, oh, yeah, Frank Vogel, he's won a title. Okay, cool. They probably, talked to some guys in L.A. or whatever. Who knows? But I think maybe really going all in with let's get a young guy and then we can have him mold himself and his coaching style around you guys. And that will ensure your happiness and that will ensure our connectivity. Okay, so again, I think one thing you really have to do, though, is, in my opinion, is you got to focus on the team that you have to beat and plan out accordingly, right? You said you had a great line earlier today. You have got to, in the Western Conference, you have got to decide whether you can get in the ring with Oklahoma City or whether you need this time to build for the day you can get in the ring with them.
Yeah.
Do you need a great team next year or 3 years from now?
That's it. And you've been saying that for a while. And this is exactly what Matt Ishbia doesn't want to do, and that's why when I mentioned hints of delusion, and I understand why Matt Ishbia feels this way. He played college basketball for a legendary head coach, and that is framed the way he thinks about everything, and he's become ultra successful at a very young age. Mm-hmm. I don't blame him for thinking he could come in and conquer the NBA. I hope, though, these last couple of years have taught him some things about winning in professional sports that many billionaires who don't have the back. It's like you and me. Say you and me won the lottery and then said, you know what I want to do? I want to be a pilot. I'm going to go jump in that plane, and because I'm really successful, I'm going to get this thing to cruising altitude in no time. You're assuming your expertise in this area is going to translate to this area.
Yeah, then you find yourself landing in a cornfield in Glendale.
Wait a minute, they have corn in it?
Right? And so I hope he's had the realization. Now, I gave Matt Ishbia a long leash on this because he played college basketball. But you and I have played hundreds of thousands of hours of pickup basketball. So has Sammy. It doesn't mean we're equipped to run a basketball team. Well,
I mean, it's a little different level, but
it's a different level. But
to your point too, I mean, it all boils down to the Suns feel like they can stay relevant while tweaking, not rebuilding.
All right.
How strong is that? Is that possible to do in today's NBA? I think it is.
Okay.
when you've got a lot of assets at your disposal, I think you can do that. The challenge is, if that is what the path is, we're not going to bottom out. We're going to stay afloat, and we're going to compete for a play-in spot for the next 3 years, and then watch out.
Okay.
With all of the restrictions against this team, I think that is nearly impossible to accomplish.
Yeah.
So your point on the Booker phone calls, it's not going to happen. And I know everybody gets triggered when you even bring it up.
I know.
But there's a responsibility. If you're trying to win championships, sometimes a lot of times you got to hit rock bottom before you can start building up.
That's it. That's really it. And so I just hope that some humility has come out of the last 2 seasons, and then you watch Oklahoma City and you see how they got to where they got. It was very methodical how they got to where they got.
It was. It hasn't been overnight.
No.
That's certainly the case.
No.
Coming up next.
Let me leave you with this.
Such a happy show today. Coming up next, the manager, GM, and team president all say the D-backs' current play is unacceptable. So what happens now? It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45.
Little injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Tyler Childers on the road, live in concert in Phoenix, performing at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater June 8th. Tyler Childers. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit TylerChildersMusic.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What's next for the Arizona Diamondbacks after their series finale against Paul Skeens and the Pirates? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Everyone's working on it. We're not just sitting back saying, oh, this is a talented team. The page is going to turn. The tides are going to turn. We're not doing that. I mean, these guys are trying to figure it out. We all want answers. They're looking at everything. They're looking at now, looking at the way we're setting up with pitchers, the pitch calling, the defensive positioning, our offensive approach. But we've been off on all of it, other than, our starting pitching, which has been really good. And I know we can point to Zach yesterday and say, whoop, another bump in the road. But even, he was sailing along, and it looked like it was going to be another quality start. Even the number is not reflective. The numbers aren't on how he pitched, and a couple of inherited runners weren't stranded. But, we expect more out of him like we do all our starters.
That was Derek Hall, President and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks, doing everything we can to fix this. And this is the lowest point in 3 seasons for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And Derek did go down a little history. The year that they made the World Series, there was a horrific stretch of baseball that somehow they were able to correct from. And that's what everybody's hoping for. But again, when the timing to me, Bick, of what we saw yesterday was the flattest, most lifeless performance of the year by this baseball team. And it was the day after a night game in which you had your heart ripped out of your chest and handed to you by your own failures.
Yeah,
make no mistake about it.
No doubt.
Not exactly the response anybody was looking for. So I think, they were on red alert following Tuesday night's game. And then after yesterday, I can only imagine, Sammy pulled out the panic button in the Rush Hour reboot. I can only imagine with a panic button how it's getting worked, behind closed doors.
Well, it sounds to me like they're being very aggressive, and it sounds to me, in reading between the lines, that there are going to be moves. There's going to be shakeups in the bullpen. I think you heard Derek Hall say that they've got some arms. Unfortunately, they've had some injury issues. So I think the patience is pretty much expired with the crew they've got down there, and they're going to change some faces there. It sounds like Jordan Lawler is going to go back to the minor leagues because you just what you saw yesterday, you can't put him back on the field, right? You can't do both at the same time now. Winning is such a premium. And they are in such a spot now where they need to really lock in. It's, you know what I mean? There's no margin for error right now. And I also think I heard that Torey Lovullo is safe for now.
It certainly sounded like that. And we know the nature of fans, especially when it comes to Torey Lovullo. When anything goes wrong, a good portion of the fans, they want him gone. Anybody's better than what's happening right now. But you have to also acknowledge the history. He's in his 9th year.
Yeah.
And there's been patience supplied in the past, circumstances completely different. You have to acknowledge that as well. Some of the records that he posted, managers don't survive that.
No.
They showed patience, but
he's also been on the hot seat before.
Yes, the circumstance is way different right now.
Yeah.
Because Derek Hall said it. It's not early anymore. You can't fall back on that. And it might have been a mistake for Torey Lovullo to kind of take that attitude early in the season. I don't want these guys going 0 to 60 right out of the gates. And did that attitude permeate throughout this team? Because it certainly looks like it has.
Listen, we talked about this in the break. As a big Torey Lovullo fan, I was uncomfortable with 2 things. The slow rolling into spring training and the way the team looked early in the season. It looked like they were treating the regular season as spring training, so I thought preparation, that was not a good plan. And then B, the handling of the opening day starter. To have to lean on 30 outside voices, whatever it was, to make a decision is not leadership. And that bothered me, right? Because at some point in time, you need to express your leadership in terms that everybody understands. And that bothered me. But Torey Lovullo knows how to manage. He knows what he's doing. The only case I would make is change for the sake of change. I'm not blaming Torey Lovullo for the bullpen. I'm not blaming him for the way he's handled pitching staffs. I'm not blaming him for players getting rests, because that's not his deal. And as I said yesterday, these are elements you have to understand before you get into this realm of asking for the manager's job. So, but the change for the sake of change thing is very customary in baseball, especially with pricey teams with high expectations.
We've seen 3, it's only May 29th, we've seen 3 managers fired already.
How about it?
Including one for a team that actually had expectations in the Baltimore Orioles.
The Baltimore Orioles. And everyone in Baltimore saying the same thing, from Jim Palmer down to Boog Powell to whoever. They're all blaming the players for costing that guy his job, but that's what happens. You bring in a new voice hoping that you can get the group to lock in.
Yeah. Another telling part of the Derek Hall interview was he did not mince his words when he said the bullpen has absolutely killed us. It has to get fixed.
Yep.
And really the only avenue to do that is try to find new blood. Maybe that's a minor leaguer. All due respect to Joe Mantiply, I don't think him getting elevated to the major league level is going to click this bullpen into place. You said it sounds like, and Derek Hall made this very known as well. We'll send some guys down if we have to. Could Kevin Ginkel, could he be sent down? It's a desperate time because, again, at the minimum, you're 6 weeks away from getting a piece back in the bullpen that could potentially click things into place. If this continued for 6 weeks, it wouldn't matter. A.J. Puck coming back in mid-July at the earliest won't matter that much if this level of play continues.
Yeah, and they've got the Eduardo Rodriguez situation to handle. They got a lot of stuff going on.
Look, what do you do with Zach Gallen? Is his place in the rotation safe?
Wow. That's a good question.
I mean, you would think he's got a little bit more goodwill a lot more goodwill built up than, say, an Eduardo Rodriguez does, just based on his history with the franchise. But if they're that desperate to turn this thing around, I don't think anything's off the table.
Think of it this way. If they were starting a playoff series right now, would Zach Gallen start any of the games?
Well, it would be impossible because they wouldn't be in position.
Okay, you know what I was.
Has Major League Baseball expanded the fields?
Yeah. No, but the answer is no. It'd be Corbin Burns, Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, and Brandon Pfaadt.
That's good. That's good with me.
You're right, but then you have to consider the contract status of Zach Gallen too.
So maybe they're looking to trade.
Is he on this team in September if this continues?
That's a great question.
That would probably depend on Eduardo Rodriguez if he comes back and pitches all right.
It would depend more on what the record looks like.
And the record,
yeah. Man.
Yeah. Why is this happening? This was supposed to be the reprieve after the Sun season.
Yeah, and Jared, especially somebody like you, I can understand because you don't know how anything works.
Okay.
So why is this happening? All right, so
Mr. DIY over there.
Yeah, no, I'm right. No, I told you I'm right with you on that. That was a very relatable thing you said. I'm in Camp Carlin on that one. I got this.
As the Bob Vila of this group, let me explain.
Yeah, right. I got this tweet from Matt McCarthy, and I love this. Why don't I follow pro sports in Phoenix? Winning percentage the last 10 years. Suns, 485. Cardinals, 439. Diamondbacks, 486. Coyotes, 420. Mercury, 497. And then he concludes by saying, doing sports radio in Phoenix must be like selling real estate on the moon.
It's a great growth potential opportunity.
Yeah. 10-year average, and all of our teams are underwater.
Oh, and one of them's gone.
And one of them's gone.
Coming up next, we're going to open up the phone lines. We're going to gauge your frustration and concern level with the Arizona Diamondbacks 2025 edition. Open phone time, 602-260-9870 is the phone number. Your calls and thoughts on the D-backs next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Cardinals organize team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really?
Really, really. So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes.
There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know all about game changers, and that is exactly what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing in their world for people with dental issues, for people who are looking for a new smile and a better life. So if you have missing or loose teeth, if you are wearing dentures that don't really fit that well anymore, if you're struggling to eat because of these inconveniences, or if you're ashamed to take pictures because you hate your smile, New Life Dental Implant Center can be a great solution for you. They're changing the game because they offer a amazing quality, great convenience, and the best price you're going to find. In fact, you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants at New Life Dental Implant Center. They use more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile is digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal underneath, for lasting strength and comfort, and best of all, costs 40% less than competitors with easy financing options available. For more information, call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Hit a home run with bold flavors at Dog House downtown Phoenix. Serving gourmet dogs, sausages, chicken, burgers, and more 24/7. Hosting a watch party, Dog House Catering delivers with breakfast burritos, sliders, wings, tenders, and their legendary build-your-own dog bar. Load the bases with flavor and bring the heat to your lineup. Order now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com and let them deliver the ballpark feast straight to your door.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' struggles continued yesterday in a 10-1 loss to the Pirates. They dropped the game and the series and now have lost 7 out of their last 8 games. And here is Zach Gallen on the current mood in the clubhouse.
Pretty displeased, I think. I think just from a clubhouse standpoint, I think we know that we have a lot more talent. We're a better baseball team than we're really playing right now.
The D-backs are off today, but they'll begin a 3-game series on Friday with the Washington Nationals. The Oklahoma City Thunder are heading back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. They beat the T-Wolves in Game 5, 124-94, and they're waiting the winner of Pacers and Knicks, who will be in action tonight in the Garden in Game 5, where the Pacers, with a win, will advance to the finals, but the Knicks will be looking to force a Game 6. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do the Arizona Diamondbacks go from here? Is it too late for them to be saved? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
And we continue on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. D-backs with a D off for the daybacks. Oh, it's been that kind of week. Right?
Really, it's been a week, Vinny.
Oh, what a week I'm having. Day off today before the Washington Nationals come to town. Unacceptable is the word du jour for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it's been shared by everybody. I want to get your thoughts on the state of the baseball team right now. 602-260-9870 is the phone number. Let us start in Tempe and talk to George here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. What's going on, George?
Hey, this really is unacceptable, and it's really frustrating. And as somebody who played, I played a ton of baseball. That was a 5 or 6 year stretch where I played 140, 150 games a year. And it's baseball. It's not football. It's not basketball. This whole day off nonsense drives me crazy. And I know that isn't driven by Torrey. And I love Torrey, I really do. And as a Boston Red Sox fan as well, because I'm from that area, I love Torrey. I love Mike Hazen, and I love the fact that they're trying to build things up. But this is just an abject failure on so many fronts. The starting pitchers have got to be so frustrated. And if you're waiting for Erod to come back and be the savior, forget it. I've seen that movie in Boston, and he is who he is. This is the Erod you have, and this is the Erod you're going to get forever. So you got decisions to make there. But situational hitting is abysmal. Nobody knows how to bunt anymore. Analytics is taken over to the point where people won't bunt. They won't hit and run. Throw a few bunts down the third baseline and put people back in their regular position so you have open gaps. It's not that hard a game. Just go out and forget about all this other nonsense and put a 10-game winning streak together and everything will be fine.
You hit the ball. You throw the ball. You catch the ball. Thank you, George.
Thank you, George.
On the buntings, does that solve anything? No, but it's interesting because the bunting struggles have come up pretty consistently, but only in sack bunt situations. Does it seem like that to you? When Geraldo Perdomo is bunting for a base hit, it's breathtaking. He normally puts it right where it has to be,
right?
But he's really struggled in getting bunts down.
I've noticed that.
Yeah,
it's a good observation.
602-260-9870, the phone number. David's in Phoenix. He's up next here on Arizona Sports. Good morning, David.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Sure. I just kind of feel like a parent right now. I'm not frustrated. I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed with the bullpen, just disappointed with the leadership on the team. Like, where are these guys at? Why aren't they stepping up and taking blame for what's happening? Real quick, Jared also told me to bring the energy. I can't bring the energy if the team is sucking it out of me. Also, I wanted to say, too, I'm really disappointed also with the situational hitting, like the other caller just said, but more so with the hitting with runners in scoring position. That's just we can't get a 2-out hit if money was on the line. Also with Corbin, I'm a little disappointed with him because he's not spraying the ball like he typically does or creating that chaos. It seems more like it's not necessarily boom or bust, but it's like either home run or not at this point with him, or at this moment, I should say. So that's a little frustrating instead of him getting on base, stealing bases. Like to see more of that. Yeah. Thanks for taking my call.
Good points,
Thank
David.
you, man.
Appreciate it. The runners in scoring position, that's been talked about a ton. You've talked about it a ton, especially recently. They're near the bottom of baseball in that particular statistic, and that's a huge one. When you look at the teams that are at the top of that statistic, the last time I checked, the Dodgers were hitting like 320 as a team with runners in scoring position. That'll make up for a lot of your ills when you're able to push those runs across at second and third base.
It's also nothing that the manager can do in those situations if you have some of your best players up and they're just not getting the hits.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not like football where you're calling the wrong play at the wrong time or something like that.
But a lot of the critics will go back to who's in the lineup on a certain day, who's not in the lineup. Let's go out to Gilbert, talk to Rich on Arizona Sports. Hello, Rich.
Hi, I think Torrey's a really nice guy, but I'm completely baffled by a lot of his decisions, starting with Jerry batting ninth. This guy is like 11 for 11 in stolen bases, works the pitchers deep in the counts, has a high batting average, walks a lot, has a lot of RBIs, but he's buried in the ninth position most of the time unless Cattell's injured. And I mean, I just don't understand that. This translates to about one less at bat every game. He's a catalyst for the team. He's going to be an all-star. Also, I think it's a no-brainer that Ryan Nelson needs to be a starter and not Eduardo. I think that Ryan Thompson and Kevin Ginkel should be demoted down to AAA. Jordan, I'm really excited about his future, but he was not pinch hit for a couple of days ago when they were down to the final 5 outs. He can't hit the ball out of the infield. They have a couple of Minya pitched great against the Dodgers a couple of weeks ago, sent back down to AAA. They had another pitcher from AAA on the roster for 6 days, De La Monte or something like that. Torrey never used him, so I'm completely baffled by these decisions.
Good call, man. Appreciate your passion.
It was a good call because a lot of people will say, I disagree with Torrey Lovello and his decisions, and they have nothing to back it up.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of examples right there. Let's go to the Lawler decision on Tuesday. When things got sideways, Tim Tao was on the bench, and I think that was another case of, man, we need to pump Jordan Lawler full of some confidence, and if he comes through in this situation, it could really pay off for us. I didn't understand that decision. On the Perdomo thing at the bottom of the order,
you leave some at bats on the table, but at the same time, there's a real reason for it. It turns the lineup over. You get a guy who is so great at drawing walks or stretching a pitcher out, and then you get done with all that. Now you got to face Carroll and Marte back to back.
Yeah, I mean, would I like to see maybe Perdomo hit leadoff when Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll are both in the lineup? Maybe. Push everybody a spot down, see what happens. But I don't have much of it because there are a lot of baseball thinking now is it's good to have that catalyst at the bottom of the order. Let's go out to Marcus in Phoenix. He's up next here on Arizona Sports. What's up, Marcus?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Just like everybody, I think we're all disappointed. Typical Arizona team, right? We go out and spend boatload of money on starting pitcher and the bottom falls out. I know the previous caller mentioned Christian Mena. We get one dynamite game from him and he's never to be heard from again. I know we can all look at the bullpen and to reference your guys' call earlier to fall back on we're not doing good because they're trying too hard. I feel like it's just such a lazy excuse instead of really attacking what the actual issues are. You're putting guys in the bullpen that have a over 10 run ERA, expecting them to. They've showed you who they are. I love Kevin Ginkel, but he just doesn't have it right now. Ryan Thompson doesn't have it right now. Joe Mantiply obviously didn't have it, but Scott McGuff, why we continue to ask these guys to show us who they are when they already have is baffling to me. So I don't know. Thank you for your time. I'll take your call.
I appreciate that, man.
Well, part of the problem is you just named 4 guys in a bullpen that only has like 7 guys.
Well, that's
you have to
kind of an issue.
Have somebody pitch.
Yeah, but to the earlier caller's point, Christian Montes de Oca came up for 6 days, didn't get on the mound. Was he ready? Was he filling a roster spot? I mean, that's pretty rare to see a guy up with the big club, especially at that position for that long and not get any time.
Right. So the question becomes, Christian Mena, he must be, and I apologize for this, I don't follow minor league baseball. He must be one of the guys down there that's hurt because he was sensational when he made that appearance for the Diamondbacks.
And he's the guy that built the bridge to make it possible to have another devastating loss.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
How it turned out that night. Yeah, he was really good. I don't know his status. I can look that up. But I will say this to Marcus's point. I think there is a big difference between trying too hard and thinking too much.
Ooh.
And I don't know if it's a trying too hard issue, and I hate to disagree with the decision makers of the Diamondbacks. This looks like a team that's thinking too much right now.
Luckily for you guys, I don't do either.
Coming up next, we will get the lowdown from Cardinals OTAs. Tyler Drake, who covers the team for us at Arizona Sports, will join us. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Ken Kendrick must wonder if it's time to move on from Torey Lovello, writes Dan Bickley. D-backs hit a new point of frustration with blowout loss to Pirates, and the biggest Cardinals storylines as OTAs get underway. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona. So I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know, is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calvy's here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
This May, All Pro Shade Concepts is proud to celebrate 20 years of providing shade solutions. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, reduce dust and wind, and can lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Day 2 of Cardinals OTAs, week 1 on the slate for today out at the Dignity Health Training Facility in Tempe. Our very own Tyler Drake was out there for day 1. You'll be out there for day 2. And now he's in studio with us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
What's going on, guys?
T. Drake.
Before we get anywhere, though, I got to ask a question that I heard driving in.
Yeah.
What did you say about the Diamondbacks bullpen?
Instead of saying pitching performance, I inadvertently said pissing performance.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It was
there we
purely
go.
an accident, though.
Okay. Well, being that I woke up this morning and had a dream that I accidentally dropped a word you shouldn't say on air, I was very surprised to hear that already had kind of happened.
What word was it in
Oh,
your
yeah.
Right.
But yeah, great to be with you guys. Day one of OTAs, a lot of guys out there. A couple of vets weren't. Kelvin Beachum, Josh Sweat, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, but mostly with those guys, I'm just thinking rest, get ready for mandatory work. But yeah, good day to get out there on the field and nice, I think 90 degrees out.
Starting with that point on the attendance, and Bick and I were talking about it, and look, we don't document this stuff. You probably do in your position to cover the Cardinals on a daily basis. Seemed like a high number, even though it's voluntary. 6 veterans not there on day one. Was that kind of the feel out there on day one?
I think just with the amount of guys they still have in there, I think a lot of getting the younger guys some more reps in this very preliminary stage of, on-field workouts is a good thing. Obviously, yeah, you'd like to see those vets out there, but when you're talking about a guy like Calais, you're talking about a guy like Kelvin Beachum, I think with those, you say, okay, let's just have you ready when you're ready. We need you when we need you, and we'll go from there. So not too concerned there. There was one guy, though, working off to the side, Walter Nolan III. So that'll be something to watch moving into next week when we get back out there. So, that one definitely perked up the ears a little bit.
Interesting. All right, so this team in the offseason had a number of charity events where a lot of guys showed up supporting each other. Is there a noticeable spike in team chemistry? Is that something worth vibing on if you're a Cardinal fan?
I think so. I think just because you see, first of all, Kyler Murray going out there and doing his thing, getting out in the community, I think that was a good step. Needs to continue to do so. But you see kind of the camaraderie there. Then you get the Mac Wilson event, and that looked really, really fun, just with the basketball and kind of community event there. I mean, that's what you want to see out of these teams, is you don't want to see, hey, I'm going to go do something over here by myself. I'm going to do this. Like, having all of these guys come together and something they don't have to do. This isn't a team function. This is just something, hey, off season, let's go support our guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you want. That together teams, like Torey Lovello said, can be dangerous teams.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that starting out. That's the baseline. It should only be going up from there. A critical year 3 for this regime.
Tyler Drake, who covers the Cardinals for us in studio here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Darius Robinson, key player going into year 2. Obviously, year 1 did not go the way he wanted it to, didn't go the way the team wanted it to. And one thing I love about Darius Robinson going into year 2 is what the Cardinals did from an acquisition standpoint. I think takes a lot of pressure off him and lets him be more comfortable. And I know he spoke to the media yesterday, but what stood out to you about what Darius Robinson said, his attitude going into year 2?
Let me tell you, out of all the guys we talked to yesterday, Darius really stood out the most, just from being open enough to talk about, hey, this offseason I went back to Michigan. I got some closure with, everything that happened with his mom. Obviously, fighting back from injury. He was in the building every day, it sounds like, with Marvin Harrison. They both look noticeably bulkier and noticeably different, a good different. And just the big thing is that he's excited. I mean, despite all of these veteran additions, who knows, maybe they could take some reps from him. I don't see that really happening because of his trajectory, but he's on this path of, I'm ready to do something crazy. I'm ready to really bounce back and show. I'm eager to get after it. It was just after fighting through all that he fought through last year, it was a different Darius yesterday, and it was just very refreshing to see from a guy who really went through it. I mean, highest to highs, lowest to lows, that's what he said, and he really did. So now it's all about being consistent, staying on the field, and really focusing on football. So I think the sky's the limit for him, especially when you've got these mentors in Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, even a guy like Josh Sweat who can maybe help him out too. So really, really excited to see kind of the trajectory that we might see from Darius now being healthy.
Do you believe this is a make or break year for Kyler? And if so, what does he have to do to get over the top and finish the season strongly?
I think if it's coming down to it, we've seen the defense get absolutely revamped. The offense, not so much. I think that's a sign of, hey, we've got the tools, go do it. And if it doesn't happen, you've got to look at that. You have to, because the acquisitions weren't there this offseason. Could they have gone and added another wide receiver? I think so. But when you look at it, Kyler's got to take this team to the next level. Second half of the season, collapses cannot happen. That's the big one right there. If he gets through 8 games and he's looking great, I think we're all sitting there waiting for those last 9. What are we really going to see out of this quarterback? So that's the big thing. And also, I think just a little bit more in the run game, just a little bit more, and working more on the off schedule. And that's something that Drew Petzing talked about yesterday that they want to improve on. That's something that Kyler talked with me on Cardinals Corner last month ahead of his celebrity game about how they want more sexy plays. So being the Josh Allens and the Lamar Jacksons, like Kyler says, hey, I can do that too. So improving on those and getting those high risk, high reward type moments could really turn this offense onto another tier.
Earlier in the offseason, we talked about it a little bit on the show. There was 2 different film studies that came out, and Marvin Harrison Jr. was the subject of these film studies. And one of them was a breakdown, and the name of the guy who did it escaped me, and Ben Solak did one for ESPN. But the findings were different. Neither one of them kind of pinned the blame on Marvin Harrison Jr.'s rookie season on Marvin Harrison Jr. There was a lot of blame on Kyler, a lot of blame on Drew Petzing and how he was used. How do you see that whole situation? Look, it was productive. Yeah. You're not going to sneeze at 8 touchdowns as a rookie. Could it have been better? Yes. How do you break it down, and how do you think the Cardinals are looking at it?
Yeah, exactly. And I like that you threw that in there. 8 touchdowns, you cannot be mad at that. For a rookie to do that, that is impressive. I think the big thing is consistency, and I think with that, you've got to go straight into communication with Kyler. And that's, again, something that Kyler mentioned with me on the podcast of, hey, I really didn't know where his head was at until midway through the season when he started talking to me more about, hey, this, and this. So I think just getting that offseason together, a full NFL offseason on top of getting bigger and faster. I mean, Jonathan Gannon said, look at his hamstrings. Just getting to that point and having it's such a small thing of communication, but I really think that could do wonders of just knowing and having a better feel and chemistry of, hey, I know he's going to be there now, instead of, he's a rookie, maybe he's there, I'll throw it up, maybe I should hold it, go look elsewhere. So I really do think it's simple, but communication is key for these 2 guys moving forward.
All right, I don't want to get too in the weeds with the X's and O's, but when you look at all the pieces on defense, I read somewhere that the Cardinals might switch to a 4-3 base defense, given all the rotational pieces on the interior of the defensive line, given Zaven Collins on one side, Josh Sweat on the other, maybe Barrett Browning kind of paroling right behind him. Your thoughts on the weapons that Nick Rollis has and what we might be seeing here defensively?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. When we talk base for the Cardinals, I really don't know if he can say base because Rollis is so creative and just throwing out these different formations left and right. So really, I'm looking at best guys are going to be out there. I mean, it might be where Mac Wilson's the only inside linebacker at a time, and most of the time there, because he might be able to take that green dot and move forward. And he can add some more guys to that front to really put more pressure on the quarterback. So I think Nick Rollis has really got, he's got so many tools in the shed that I am very, very interested to see kind of the changes that we're going to see moving forward, moving into the training camp. But yeah, I wouldn't put it past to see some kind of changes because Nick Rollis has got that ability as a young guy to really mastermind where he wants guys. I mean, Budda Baker had one of his best years as a pro because of what Nick Rollis did.
Yeah.
So you've got to look at that and just the best guys are going to play, and I think Nick Rollis does a great job of putting them in the right situations.
Yep. It's nice to have depth on the defensive side.
Great. It's great.
Got to be a new feeling for Nick Rollis.
Yeah, how about it?
Tyler, great stuff. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Tyler Drake covers the Cardinals for us. You can find him on social media, ArizonaSports.com, the Cards Corner podcast. He's everywhere. And he joined us in studio here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour with some social studies. Sammy Saboka will take us through on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Last year, J.J. Redick, I just had a feeling J.J. Redick was going to be a really good coach. Like, he understood how to be a good coach in today's modern NBA. And I do think that is the advantage of going with guys like this, as opposed to somebody who won a championship even like 4 years ago.
Right.
Is that in order to be on this list, you have to kind of understand how modern coaching works in today's NBA. I do think there is an advantage to these guys, given that they're assistants and not head coaches who might be stuck in one way of doing things.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. There's a perception in the electronic industry that the prices have to be lowest at the big box stores. And that happens because when you walk into a big box store, you're probably going to see a television right there when you walk in, and it's probably going to be a really low price. What you don't know is that television is hot garbage. You'd take it home, you'd put it on the wall, and you'd go, oh, this isn't good. This is one of many reasons you shop at Waltz TV and Appliance. They're going to give you expertise. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They're family run and owned by the Henley Stanley Brothers, great people. The experience, great selection, great prices, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. Now, if you think getting all that expertise and all that experience and all that installation options that you're going to get from Waltz, that you're going to pay a premium, that's not the case. Their prices are as competitive, and to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz. They will beat it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, so you get what you want when you want it from a very knowledgeable staff, and you will enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovig's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basernians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' struggles continued yesterday as they lost 10-1 to the Pittsburgh Pirates and dropped the 3-game series, and now have lost 7 out of their last 8 games. And here is Zach Gallen on the current mood in the clubhouse.
Pretty displeased, I think. I think just from a clubhouse standpoint, I think we know that we have a lot more talent. We're a better baseball team than we're really playing right now. It's just kind of very uncharacteristic of us, really, the last couple weeks. I mean, I get it.
The D-backs have an off day today, but will be home on Friday and start a 3-game series with the Washington Nationals. The Oklahoma City Thunder are heading back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. They beat the T-Wolves in Game 5, 124-94 last night, and now are waiting the winner of the Pacers and Knicks, who will be in action tonight in the Garden in Game 5, where the Pacers, with a win, will advance to the Finals, but the Knicks will be looking to force a Game 6. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
I don't know how you feel, Bick. I feel like this show has flown by. I can't believe it's 9 o'clock already. I can't believe it's time for social studies.
Huh.
Where has the time gone?
It has had some good flow today. I think, granted, we've had a lot to talk about between...
Unlike Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday was... The content there was tough.
We even had an extra day leading into that day.
I know. Bick and I were talking about how weird it was coming out of a long holiday weekend where there was such little to talk about. But here we are.
Don't worry, we're
reaping the rewards late in the week.
We've got lots to talk about today, including the Arizona Diamondbacks. But our first question in social studies, and be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata, is D-backs fans. Fill in the blank. Watching the D-backs this season is like watching blank.
Ooh, for me, I brought this up on the air before. It's like watching the last couple seasons of Entourage, where I watched out of obligation and didn't really enjoy it.
Where you kind of hate-watched it?
Yeah. If the D-backs signed Turtle to pitch out of their bullpen, I'm done.
The Diamondbacks signed Jeremy Piven. I'm done.
Well done, Vince.
Thank you, bud. Thank you. So I'll cite. I liked it. I think that's a good answer. What do other listeners have to say?
Yeah,
Sammy?
Steven Ruiz said it's like watching the final season of Game of Thrones, which personally, hey, I was a fan of. Love it or hate it, you had to respect it. Eddie V says it's like watching a Netflix movie that keeps locking up because it has to buffer just when you think things get started again and are interesting, everything locks up. That's an interesting analogy. And then Heyman says it's like watching ice crack on a frozen lake. Goran H says it's like watching the Phoenix Suns. There's a lot of Suns comments down there. And then Nicole says it's like watching Groundhog's Day. You think it's going to change, and then nope, it doesn't.
Don't forget your booties because it's cold outside. Can I read Seebach's response?
Good one. I was just gonna say.
This is right up your alley, Sammy, and Bix. It's like watching a live golf event or whatever they call it. A lot of good players, but they just go through the motions and it's unwatchable.
Oh, I like that too.
I've been to a live golf event. I had a great time.
Wow.
I'll just say that.
Stop saying nice things about bad organizations, Sammy.
It was a pristinely ran event, nonetheless. All right.
Blood money Sammy, they call him.
What? Where was this live event?
This was in Tucson, a year and a half ago.
Okay.
And when
you remember who won that incredibly crucial tournament?
I believe it was actually Brooks Koepka won. He was playing some good golf, but
hasn't won since.
No.
Sultan Sammy Saboka, they call him.
I'm not saying I'm an advocate for the tour. I'm just saying they put on a great event. Our next question is Cardinals related. What new player are you most excited for this season and why? If not listed, who? Our options are Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, Josh Sweat, or Calais Campbell, or if you want an other.
I'm excited to see all four of them for different reasons, but of the four, it's got to be Josh Sweat, doesn't it?
I'm going to go Walter Nolan.
Really?
I think you can make a real strong case for Josh Sweat, right? Super Bowl hero, but I'm also friends with Eagles fans who have watched every snap of his career in Philadelphia, and they say he's there sometimes and disappears sometimes.
Yeah, they're just bitter he's gone.
Yeah, well, listen. No, I'm acknowledging that could also definitely be a factor. Walter Nolan and the way people have talked about him, if he hits, that he's going to be just a game wrecker. So that's the kid I want to see.
Okay. I hope so. The voters Oh, it just switched up on us. 36.6% say Will Johnson. 36.1% say Josh Sweat. So those two. And then Walter Nolan at 16% and Calais Campbell at 11. Work on Joe Math says, Will Johnson, I want to see what he does with that chip on his shoulder. More interceptions is just what this team needs. And with a quality defensive front, they're primed to get a few tip passes popping up in the air. Will Johnson, a lot in the responses, but K2 says all of the above, which I think is fair. And then Nicole says Josh Sweat, he's explosive, and I'm ready to watch some positive chaos on the field.
All right.
So, honestly, I'm excited to watch all three. Calais being back actually really excites me. And our last question, we talked about a little bit of Mock My World topics this morning, and we mentioned bread. So, Jarrett asked the question, what is the best bread and why? What is the most overrated and worst bread and why?
I'm real curious to hear Jarrett's opinion on this, because I'm sure he's going to rave about 15 different kinds of bread.
Well, first of all,
right,
you have a take on bread? This is interesting. I never would have guessed it, Jarrett.
First of all, what's with all these Gentiles tweeting us that rye bread is overrated and
rye
bad?
Bread is terrible.
So many.
No, marble rye is one of my favorites.
So many people are tweeting us that rye bread is the worst bread. I can't even believe
Don't make it a religious thing, Jared.
Okay. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of sourdough overrated, and I don't get that.
I agree with that. I'm not a big sour. I'm not the biggest bread guy. But go ahead, Jared. The bread floor is yours.
Do you like bread, Jarrett?
I love bread. I do. I would say like a baguette.
A girthy baguette.
That has like a
it doesn't try to
crispy
kill you.
crispy crunchy outside and a soft inside.
Okay.
I love like a French bread or Italian bread baguette. That's my favorite. Something that you could dip in sauce or get But I do. If I were having like a breakfast or something and they give you toast on the side, I always go for rye toast. I do like sourdough bread. I don't mind it. I like pumpernickel.
Well, bagels are fantastic.
I love bagels.
Well, bagels. If you're counting that, yes.
That counts.
You want to know what the devil's bread is?
Fresh bagel.
Ciabatta bread.
Oh, ciabatta, yeah, I'm not
awful.
I always confuse ciabatta with
I
focaccia.
got 6 hours to just chew on bread.
No, a good focaccia. A good focaccia is fantastic.
I always confuse the two.
What about garlic bread?
Garlic bread's
Garlic
so
bread.
good.
If you're
man, I think that's the winner. Garlic bread. Eddie V says monkey bread, and monkey bread is really good. It's like a
you like cinnamon and
gooey.
Yeah.
Kind of like a cinnamon roll, but in like pieces.
Really good for the blood sugar levels.
Yeah, I will say Daryl Lee makes a good point. The best bread is the green stuff that goes in my bank account.
Oh,
that's some good bread. Let's see. Nothing beats hot sourdough out of the oven. And then we got some. This is an interesting take. He said cornbread is just bland, like dry cake. What do you think about cornbread?
Yeah, listen, I kind of that resonates with me. I think if you find a place with good cornbread, it can be terrific.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bad cornbread out there.
They brought this up, and this was stemming off of your vision of bread last night.
Yeah.
And then it was followed up.
The darndest thing, I literally wrote down, kinds of bread. That will be our Mock My World topic.
ESPN's
and they're
morning
talking
show
about it on the ESPN morning
did
show.
An in-depth thing. And I agree with what kind of their take was. Cornbread's in a different category to me. It's more, since it's sweet.
It's more like not bread.
It's almost like dessert.
Yeah, right.
But people from the South eat it with like barbecue and stuff like that.
Yeah, true.
If it's a big point.
Grits.
If it's a good cornbread, it's fantastic. But you can easily mess up corn.
I like corn.
You find good grits.
See, I like corn, but I don't like corn things like that, like cornmeal flavored. Like I don't like cornbread really. I don't like corn tortillas really, and I don't like grits really.
Anyone else hungry?
Steven Ruiz again. Best cornbread. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Overrated pumpernickel. You didn't read this one, did you, Sammy?
No.
It actually means devil's fart, and it's an accurate description of the flavor.
We got a lot of bread topics today on social studies.
You learn
something
on bread.
Learn something new. There you go.
What is it you don't like about rye bread?
It just
seeds?
doesn't do it.
You don't have to have the seeds.
You don't have to have the seeds.
Don't go there. Everybody's tastes are different. It's okay for
That's
them
true.
to not like
That's
it.
true.
You have to like what I like.
I think maybe it's just the color too. Like I don't know.
Robert also said the brown bread at Cheesecake Factory slaps.
I like the white bread.
But most of the time I eat bread, it's just like $2 white bread. That's my bread relationship.
Yeah.
A very, very telling and deep edition.
Oh, it was fantastic.
Of social studies today at Bickley_Murata on Twitter /X at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook. You can watch us on YouTube. We're growing by the day. Coming up next, more from the Cardinals OTAs, and Caleb Williams has a certain part of his game called into question by his new head coach. We'll get into that and more. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Brooke! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Feel some football with Arizona Sports. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kilblifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, so I learned Parker & Sons is great in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning, got a live person on the other end, and they were at my house by 8 a.m. the same day fixing my issue. Tremendously impressive for me. Parker & Sons is also great at preventative measures, and right now, as the summer is approaching, that means getting your air conditioning system tuned up before it is too late. An AC tune-up from Parker & Sons will do a lot of great things. It'll prolong the life of your system. It'll help you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month. It'll prevent costly repairs. And most of all, it'll give you that peace of mind, because the last thing you know, and you know this if you've ever experienced this, you don't want to wake up in the middle of the summer and find out your air conditioning is not working. That is truly hell. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you can trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Remember, all their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They're the company you can trust in your personal space. You call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Visit any of the 17 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. 4 Bourbon and Bones locations enjoy a special menu item or Michelob Ultra, and $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer.
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say 2 birds with 1 stone. We say 2 damages with 1 deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in 1 storm, you only pay 1 deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our 1 deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Yeah, I love it. I was telling him, because we was on the other side of SEC, so I never played against Walt. But I know he's going to be a great player, great teammate. Like the last week, he brought everybody an Epsom salt, like the Dr. Teal's bag. So it just shows you he's a high-character young man, and he's a really good teammate. So I'm excited to make some plays with him.
Darius Robinson going into his second year as an Arizona Cardinal, speaking to the media at day one of the OTAs at the Dignity Health Cardinals training facility yesterday. Workouts today and tomorrow, and then another week, 3-day week of OTAs the following week, and then we get into the mandatory minicamp in June. And then it's break for training camp in July, which those dates have not been announced yet. But so Darius Robinson sharing your enthusiasm for watching Walter Nolan play. And we had Tyler Drake on last hour, and Tyler said, hey, Walter Nolan the third, working out on the side, not signed yet as a first-round pick, but they're participating to some degree. And I mentioned this story off the air to Tyler, and I mentioned it to you off the air as well. There's a new phenomenon or a new condition, I guess, in the NFL because the Houston Texans and Cleveland Browns have both signed their second-round picks to fully guaranteed deals. So that's why there's this rash of unsigned second-round picks, is the league is kind of pivoting. Like, hey, I get the feeling the reaction is, why are you doing this? Mm-hmm. Why are you making this difficult for every other team? And that's why you see like 30 second-round picks unsigned, including Will Johnson, the Cardinals' second-round pick.
Okay.
Leave it to the Browns, right?
Yeah. Again, this is the team that gave Deshaun Watson the fully guaranteed contract.
And you know the reaction when they did that?
And drove everyone insane.
Was, what are you doing? And I guess karma bit them because it hasn't worked out, that fully guaranteed.
No, it has not.
I also got a kick out of it. ESPN Cleveland had a graphic that they put out on social media yesterday. Mm-hmm. They had somebody tracking every statistic for every quarterback in Cleveland during their workouts yesterday at OTAs. And Shedeur Sanders had the most touchdown passes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the reports so far out of Shedeur Sanders, and it's only minicamp, but apparently he looks pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Number one selling jersey of all rookies so far.
Yeah. How about Caleb Williams having to meet with the Chicago media and discuss comments from his father in a Seth Wickersham book?
Yeah, he addressed it yesterday. This is a bit lengthy, but this was Caleb Williams. And the story was the book came out, and Caleb Williams had reservations about playing for the Bears because of the coaching staff, which is no longer there.
All that went down, all that was said. Yeah, I had a good visit at the other place, Minnesota, with Ken O'Connell, good staff and all of that. Obviously, I went on that visit first, came here, and then after I came here, I went back home, talked to my dad, and all of the things that were supposed to be these big things that everybody's been talking about recently. One never happened in the sense of they were all thoughts. They were all ideas. And I think if you're in the situation, I think if your son or daughter, anybody is in a situation to be in that position, I think you think about all of the options and you look at it, the history and the facts and all these different things. Those are thoughts that go throughout your head in those situations. So, all of those were thoughts. And then after I came on my visit here, it was a deliberate answer and deliberate and determined answer that I had is that I wanted to come here. And I wanted to come here and, be the guy and be a part and be a reason on why, Chicago Bears turn this thing around.
All right. He's in a tough spot.
Very tough spot. Having to convince Chicago fans, hey, I really didn't want to be in Minnesota. But again, I'll say this. The kid didn't exercise a power play, even though his dad talked about it in this book, said Chicago is the place where quarterbacks go to die. Mm-hmm. there's nothing really inaccurate about that.
And we said
you don't want to
when
hear
that story broke, we had that discussion.
Yeah.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong. Now, is it actionable? Well, yes, you can go and try and do what Eli Manning did, and you can try and do a number of things, but none of them are good options because it all gets down to a young kid trying to pick where he wants to play, acting like he's accomplished something before he gets to the NFL. You create nothing but ill will.
Yeah. The other thing that he's dealing with right now is Ben Johnson, the new head coach, who came over from Detroit as the offensive coordinator. He's the new head coach. He was the hot hire. So the Bears have that going for him. But now Caleb Williams dealing with this book quote, and Ben Johnson coming out yesterday and saying he wants Caleb Williams to improve body language. And he said, quote, body language is a huge thing, demeanor. We don't want to be a palms up team where we're questioning everything. No, no, no. To me, that's a little bit of a sign of weakness. We don't want to exhibit that from anybody on the team. End quote. Mixed feelings on this.
Wow.
We've had, how many times have we had the body language discussion concerning a starting quarterback over the last 6+ years? A lot.
A lot.
Does it need to be addressed? Yes. Should it be addressed publicly going into a very pivotal year 2 and the first year for a new head coach? That's where I'm torn on it. I'm not sure this should have been for public consumption. You want to talk to Caleb Williams behind closed doors about that? You know what? Maybe we don't need the palms up gesture when you get up after getting hit, questioning the blocking of your offensive line. Let's work on that, but I'm not putting that out. This kid has, and I've never been a Caleb Williams fan. He always came off as entitled to me. Tremendously talented football player.
Right.
But on the flip side of that, he is dealing with so much going into year 2.
There's no doubt about that. And I tend to agree with you. And Ben Johnson is a first-time head coach. You're putting stuff out there that is an indictment of the kid's character.
Yeah, because now everybody's going to be looking for it.
That's right. That's exactly right. So I think what you're saying is accurate. But Caleb Williams, he has definitely got a target on his back.
This is not as damning as putting a homework clause into a quarterback's new contract.
Right.
But it's a cousin of it.
It's close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one other NFL story we have to touch on is Stephon Diggs was not at day 1 of OTAs for the New England Patriots because he was on a boat. He was on a boat with a lot of women and a curious pink powder substance.
He's got a little bag of something that he breaks out and he gives to one of the girls, and there's a lot of people who are claiming it's something called pink cocaine.
I thought it was Himalayan pink salt, the healthier option
right.
to sodium.
Yeah, right, exactly. Right. So when the food is served on the yacht, he just breaks it out.
Okay.
It's not a good look. I'll tell you that.
Making a joke about it, yes, but when OTAs are going on again, they're voluntary, whatever you want to do. My question on it is, Stephon Diggs is what, early 30s? He's lived more than half his life with the preponderance of social media, camera phones, everything going viral. I'm not here to judge what you do in your off time. But if you're doing something that looks real shady, maybe don't do it on camera.
Yeah, that might be a good advice.
Maybe don't put it out there for your new employer that just spent over $60 million to bring you in.
Yeah. And so to his credit, Mike Vrabel has addressed it. He didn't run away from the story. He basically said, yeah, we've had conversations. It's going to remain private, but we stress making good decisions on and off and away from the field. Yeah. So that's something that Mike Vrabel did not need.
No, it's not something you want to deal with going into your first OTA. And in a big spot for him. I mean, going back to an organization that had a failure last year at the head coaching position, still trying to find the successor to Bill Belichick, and a team that he played for, you don't want that crap.
No way.
Not a good first step for Stephon Diggs. Coming up next, it is Thursday. We've got a new edition of Mock My World. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Cam.
Rambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Memorial Month is here. What kind of freedom-inspired savings can customers expect at Liberty GMC this month?
What's up, Dave? Now's the time to kick off summer and prepare for the perfect summer road trip. With only $29.99 down, you can lease the 2025 GMC Train for only $359 a month for 36 months. Whether you're hitting the road or cruising the city, the Train is built for it.
So kick off summer at Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Serving in the military requires great sacrifices, not just for one's country, but also for one's family. Not surprisingly, divorce for soldiers is especially difficult, and it raises a number of challenges that are peculiar to military divorce, things such as deployments, relocation, retirement benefits. These issues can be complicated, and the lawyer you choose needs to be equipped to handle them. So if you're a soldier facing such challenges, go to CordellCordell.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' struggles continued yesterday in a 10-1 loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates. They dropped the game and the 3-game series and now have lost 7 out of their last 8 games. The D-backs have an off day today, but they'll begin a 3-game series tomorrow at home with the Washington Nationals. The Oklahoma City Thunder are headed back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. They beat the T-Wolves in Game 5, 124-94 last night, and now we're awaiting the winner between the Pacers and the Knicks, who will be in the Garden for Game 5 tonight. And with the Pacers win, they will advance to the finals, but the Knicks will be looking to force a Game 6 back in Indianapolis. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Good news, the Memorial Day sale has been extended at Brooklyn Betting. Get 25% off in-store and online through June 3rd. Find a showroom today or go to brooklynbetting.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Sanderson Ford poll question is quite simple. It's a yes or no, and it is, should Torey Lovello be on the hot seat? Not how hot is it, but should he be on it?
I'm going to say yes. And we get accused all the time of carrying water for Torey Lovello. But people aren't listening to the messaging when we talk
people
about this
don't listen
subject.
well.
No.
It's a skill, and a lot of people don't have it, Vinny.
Because the answer is yes because of the results. Because this team, there's no other way to frame it right now. This is a massively underachieving baseball team. And you can't fire all the players. And we've seen time and time again in Major League Baseball when there's a team with expectations and a high payroll and they don't produce, the seat gets hot for the manager. I'm not saying it's blazing hot right now, but it's probably being talked about.
Yeah, because this is a thing in baseball. At some point in time, for managers and coaches who have been in a place for a long time, has the voice gone stale? Are players tuning out the message?
Yep.
And there's a lot of peripheral evidence that the answer is yes. Now, out of respect to Torey, I think you give him the rest of the month at least. But
well, there's only one. I mean, you mean till June.
Yeah. Not May.
You got until Friday to turn this thing around, Torey.
One game.
Yeah, right.
The results say 62% yes and 38% say no. The seat's hot, but we'll see if anything becomes of it.
Gotcha. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it. You just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World. Thursday is here. It is back. Last week's results. We had a memorable round of Mock My World. Memorable celebrations and taunts in sports. And correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the Little Onion's first?
Little Onion wins.
No. Oh, you
I think it's
won
my
Mock
second one.
Okay,
Maybe.
You won in convincing
He finishes in first or fourth. It feels
it's
like
first or last every time.
Well, if you're not first, you're last.
Exactly.
I've heard that from a very, very smart race car driver.
If you're not the lead dog, the view doesn't change.
Sammy's team on memorable celebrations and taunts in sports. He had the Reggie Miller choke gesture, Usain Bolt's lightning pose, the Tiger Woods fist pump, and the bat flip. 32.7% of the vote. Jarrett finished second, 27.6%. Dan Bickley, 22.1%. And despite having the Dikembe Mutombo finger wag and the high five, I finished a distant fourth at 17.7% of the vote. Having a little fun with this week's category. We know that Mock My World is often imitated and never duplicated.
Right. That's well said.
But we're taking a little bit of license this week.
It's okay.
People might follow what we're talking about. Numbers. Significant numbers in the sports world.
Yes.
Could be a statistic. Could be
a jersey number.
Jersey number, uniform number, anything like that.
Anything like
draft
that.
Is it just sports related? I thought we were just doing best numbers, but I'm with you.
Were you in the pre-show meeting?
Yeah.
Well, you can.
Was there?
I don't know. I don't know if there's one. No, I don't think so.
No, I thought we had settled on sports numbers.
Okay.
So in reverse order, so par for the course for this segment. In reverse order of last week's results, I will pick first. Bick second, Jarrett third. Sammy, the defending champion, will go fourth. 4-round snake style draft. I got the first pick.
You do.
This is a good week to have it. I don't think there's any number that holds more cachet in the sports world than the number 23.
Bulls.
The Bulls.
The Bulls.
LeBron.
Stop it. Just the fact
that's
that he
part of it.
took his number. All right, that's a good
The two
pick.
greatest players in NBA history, however you want to rank them, have the same number.
Why do you think LeBron wore that number?
Of course. Well, you can't change how old you are. He was born after Jordan.
You could pave your own path with a new number.
Yeah, you could. All right, with my first pick, How could they make foam fingers without the number 1?
That's a good one. I hate. That's an old Bickley take.
That is.
Didn't that show up on a promo or an open or something?
It did. Yes.
I hate number 1 as a uniform number, though.
It's quite a statement.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with a number associated with one. Other players have had it, but specifically associated with one player. 99.
Wayne Gretzky.
Manny Ramirez. During his steroid year, I was talking about.
Taiwan Walker.
Uh-huh.
Dre Jameson.
Wow. You got 2 numbers.
My first pick, it is going to be the number 42, Jackie Robinson.
That's a great pick.
The only day, I think, in the MLB where everybody wears the same number. And then my second pick, I'm going to go with 100. Wilt Chamberlain's infamous 100-point game.
Football field, 100 yards long.
100 yards long. I'll take 100 there.
All right.
This was going to be my number 1 pick, and I'm going to make it work now.
Okay.
It is the legal age in which you can play blackjack, and it is the number you're trying to get when you play blackjack.
Oh, I like it.
21.
I like that.
That's a great pick.
Yeah. Leave it to the gambler to say that.
And it's when you can go to a game and enjoy an adult beverage.
That is true. All right, Bick, you're up. Adding to the number 1.
Okay, then I will take. Give me the number 300.
Oh God!
Perfect game in bowling and the batting average. You stashed that away.
That is a really good one, though. The double meaning.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Man, I thought I was going to be clear sailing. Here's where my team comes off the rails. With my next pick, I'm going with the always round number of 158.3.
That's excellent.
Are you really?
That's a great
quarterback
pick.
rating?
That's a great. I like that pick a lot.
Perfect quarterback rating. And then I'm going to go with, in terms of sports that are judged, a perfect 10.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a good one, yep.
Do I need explanations on this graphic too, or it's just the numbers?
I think the exercise is to put the numbers because the strength of it, if it speaks to people, that will.
Yeah, and in the caption, it's sports numbers, and then people will understand why the numbers are taken.
Right.
Dan?
Give me number 7. The lucky number 7.
That's a good one. And Mickey Mantle's number.
Mm-hmm.
And a great name for a child, according to George Costanza.
Mickey Mantle?
I'm not aware of that Costanza bit. What was the meaning?
He wanted to name his. If he ever had a daughter, he wanted to name her 7.
I just watched that episode of
Because?
Seinfeld, yeah. He just thought it would sound
Oh,
cool.
okay.
All right.
My
pick. Indianapolis, Daytona, and the amount of home runs that used to get you automatically in the Hall of Fame. 500.
All right. Good pick.
All right.
Sammy, you got 2 picks.
Yeah, and I really only have 1 left on my board, so the last one will be interesting. I'm going to take...
He's taking a flyer with the 4th round pick.
I'm going to take number 3 here, Babe Ruth's number, my playing number back in the day.
Oh, that's significant to everybody.
Significant to myself. I love the number 3.
Did you do that because you jacked up 3-point shots with impunity?
It maybe, and everyone wanted like number 0, number 1, and I was like, I loved number 3, and you could celebrate with it really easy. And then my last number, I'll take 13. Steve Nash, one of my favorite athletes of all time. That was my first jersey as well. So.
That's going to resonate in Arizona because Kurt Warner wore that number, and it's a superstitious thing, and yeah.
So I'll take 13.
See, a lot of it I'll share my thoughts on that after the draft is over.
Okay.
Mickey Mantle was number 7. Why are you making me feel like I'm crazy with the way you reacted to that?
Because you said a name for a daughter, and I said Mickey Mantle.
It was a joke.
The name for the daughter.
How did you not get that joke?
I thought you didn't understand what I was saying. Like most times I talk.
I explained the reference of 7 and the girl's
right.
name.
No, but I thought.
I'm in his head. I'm in his head, baby.
Clearly in his head.
As most records in baseball now don't mean a lot, and people can't fire them off the top of their head like they used to. One is stays. 56.
Now
this
where I
thing's
thought
still
you were
going. I thought I wrapped it up.
You had the fourth pick.
You're right.
Now we have to go back the other way.
Vic, you got one more selection.
Give me the number 714. 714.
You lost me.
It used to be the home run record.
See, that's exactly what I was thinking, but I'm going to go Price is Right on you here.
Are you?
715. Because that's the number that broke the record.
Oh,
of the
okay.
long-standing record.
Okay.
We'll see which has more.
That's like going 61, 60, 61, or 62.
714 is how many home runs
Hank Aaron
hit.
No,
Oh, no.
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth.
Oh, yeah. Babe
756.
That was the original home run record. Oh, look, it's my fourth pick. I'm struggling. I was going to look.
Brutal.
Yeah, I'll tell you with my other options, but I don't think they would have resonated either, so whatever.
See, I was going to go with just uniform numbers that I like.
Yeah.
13 is a very significant number here. And you know how I am with uniforms and numbers and crap like that.
Right.
To me, it's got to look good on a jersey. I hate the way the number 13 looks on a jersey.
Oh.
Looks like a B.
No, I don't.
Kind of.
Like number 34 to me is the perfect uniform. 32 is right up there too.
Oh.
They look great on uniforms.
I love a 00.
I'm not there. Significant numbers in sports. I went with 23, 158.3, 10, and 715. Bix got number 1, 300, 7, and 714. Team Carlin, 99, 21, 556, and Sammy Sabalka went with 42, the number 100, the number 3, and the number 13. People are going to see this and go,
what the heck is this?
Are you on
Were they
dope?
dropping LSD before Mock My World? I was going to consider 59 because that's a good score in golf. You broke 60.
Yes,
and the number 0, it means you've shut somebody's
Zero
backside out.
0 was
Probably should have taken 0.
Yeah.
Or you've gone a month without a hit. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner. Mock My World. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Final thoughts next here on Arizona Sports.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You need to trust them to not really look at resumes. It's more about what they get out of them in those meetings and what they gravitate towards. And I think that's ultimately going to tell us not only how successful this head coach is going to be, but if the Suns nail this head coaching hire, I think we can be more confident about their front office in the future, but it also goes the other way too.
It would be nice to have somebody who can stabilize things and quickly rebuild and develop, but even the Suns aren't going to know that until they pick a guy and see what he can do, because no matter who they hire going this way, there is more upside, but there's also more risk too.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports fans, more than anybody, they know results matter, scoreboard matters, wins and losses matter, and that is why if I am ever hurt in an accident, I am calling the attorneys at Sweet James. That is the team I would want on my side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance companies offered him $60,000. Now, that may seem like a lot of money, but it wasn't to the Sweet James accident attorneys. With Sweet James protecting our listener, they were awarded $745,000 instead. That is a life-changing kind of outcome. Now, Sweet James cannot guarantee outcomes. No law firm can, but in your time of need, you need a bulldog attorney, you need experience, and the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. And remember, the consultation is free, and you will pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, online at sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basinonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Tyler Childers on the road, live in concert in Phoenix. Performing at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, June 8th. Tyler Childers. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit TylerChildersMusic.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Wow. You went into my lane here.
I did. People told me stay in my lane. I said, no. I'm going into Bickley's lane. From their debut album, Facelift, Alice in Chains.
Great album.
The song Confusion. Track 10. Not one of their better known songs from the album, is it?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like pretty much everything on that album.
Well, I wanted to play a Confusion song yesterday, but we granted the song of the day to Todd Walsh.
Yeah.
Who gave us a nice shout out for that very reason.
Oh, yeah, he did. That's right. Yeah.
Thanks, Todd. And did you hear when he made the reference, like, hey, a lot of people were listening because they all wished me happy birthday on the concourse.
That's right.
Because of what Torey Lovello said. The level of confusion has gone up, as Jarrett pointed out yesterday. It was 20% confused a while back, now 30% confused. And that's not a good trend. You want to get that number in the opposite direction.
How about it?
So this is Confusion, Alice in Chains, today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
So we got a special happening on the show, like after the show today. We were notified weeks ago that we were going to have a prize winner / listener join us in studio to watch part of the show, and then we're going to have breakfast with him and the winner and a guest after the show. So weeks ago, we get this email. It says, the winner is Stephen Hunter.
I'm like, oh, cool. Listener named Steven. We'll meet him. It'll be fun.
I had the thought. It was like, Stephen Hunter, former Phoenix Sun. Is that who it is?
I didn't even have that thought.
Turns out it is. Stephen Hunter was a top 3 prize winner for the State 48 Foundation, BET, on Arizona Charity Poker and Casino Night. And now in the control room with Jarrett. Steven, what's up, man?
Isn't that unbelievable?
This is awesome.
I love Stephen Hunter when he's at the Sun.
We should be entering contests to
be
meet
at
him.
lunch with Stephen Hunter.
He's a former NBA player.
Right.
Where did we go wrong in this whole process? That is very, very cool. Looking forward to having some breakfast with Stephen Hunter coming up. We had the Mike Hazen quotes yesterday from the Wolf and Luke show. We talked to Derek Hall today. One thing we can all agree on, the unanimous feeling of frustration with the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think there's going to be some significant changes coming.
I do too.
And I don't think there's going to be a panic move in terms of a trade or a release. But they got to figure out. To hear Derek Hall go on about the bullpen and how it's killing us, they need to find answers. Mm-hmm. And you know what? Tap into some of the youth. Some of the guys who haven't been maybe subjected to this disappointing, underachieving season yet. Maybe try to catch lightning in a bottle.
Did you find any reconnaissance on Christian Mena?
I did a little bit.
What do we know?
Apparently he got shelled the other night.
Oh, did he?
He did. And I mentioned this before, he's only been starting games. But then I don't know why he was brought up as a reliever, but
he pitched multiple innings when he
right, exactly. He was kind of used as a longer reliever.
Yeah, 3 2/3 innings that night when he did pitch.
Here are some arms down in Reno. You might know Yilber Diaz. He's down there. He's been up here. Kyle Backus and Kyle
Ament.
Yep. Those are relievers for them. They seem to be having pretty good seasons. Taylor Rashi, Jake Rice, and Dre Jameson is on the 15-day IL, but I'd expect him to maybe be back up with the ball club eventually. Those are all some names. And Bryce Jarvis, you remember Bryce Jarvis, right?
Sure.
He's been starting games as well for them, but I could see him maybe being brought up as an arm that has some MLB experience from last year. And then this 21-year-old kid, Yu Min Lee, lefty. He has some pretty electric stuff. He's only also been starting games, but he's only, again, 21 years old.
I think we have his theme song when he comes out of the bullpen, if he does get to the majors. More Yu Min than Yu Min.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's been one of the top prospects in the organization for a while, but we'll see what happens there. Day off today, maybe an exhale, if you will. There's no wiggle room this weekend against Washington.
I may be speaking out of school here, but I thought I read something about Yilber Diaz optioning out of his minor league contract. I may be way wrong about that.
That was
someone else?
Vargas.
Okay. All right. Okay. Scratch that from the record. Either way, the Diamondbacks, I'm glad to hear that there's urgency about what they're doing. They're not taking the tack that we just need more time.
Yeah. That was the tact a month ago. And we've seen there hasn't been much increased urgency. No. Will the finals be set tomorrow? Given the Knicks, I think the Knicks win tonight.
I think the Knicks are going to win tonight as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a Game 6 in this series. That is going to do it for us. Thanks to Derek Hall for joining us. Thanks to Tyler Drake. Thanks to you for hanging out. We are back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6 a.m. Wolf and Luke up next. Is Kellen Olsen filling in again?
Yes, and they're from at Cardinals.
Yeah, they're all over the valley, those two. Kellen Olsen filling in for Wolf today.
Means I don't have to see Luke, though. That's good.
We'll catch you tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel
to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content.
From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hi, it's Vince Murata here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders
for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZP plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving. Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner.
Fish for dinner.
No, stop.
This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota. But it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs' struggles continued yesterday in a 10-1 loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates. They dropped the game and the 3-game series and now have lost 7 out of their last 8 games. And here's Zach Gallen on the current mood in the clubhouse.
Pretty displeased, I think. I think just from a clubhouse standpoint, I think we know that we have a lot more talent. We're a better baseball team than we're really playing right now. It's kind of very uncharacteristic of us, really. The last couple weeks. I get it.
The D-backs are off today, but they'll start a 3-game series with the Washington Nationals tomorrow. The Oklahoma City Thunder are heading back to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. They beat the T-Wolves in Game 3 last night, 124-94, and now wait the winner of the Pacers-Knicks series, which is in action tonight in the Garden, Game 5, where if the Pacers win, they will advance to the NBA Finals, but the Knicks will be looking to force a Game 6. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Rookies and vets together on the field to rehearse play, get familiar with team terminology, and bond as teammates.
It's a blessing, bro. It is. Let's get to play football, bro.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing. Arizona Sports presents Wolf and Luke, live from Cardinals organized team activities.
Yeah, we are live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Welcome into the show on this Thursday morning. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf. What's going on, Paulie?
You know, Luke, I'm not taking that attitude from you over there. Just not doing it over here, okay? The whole passive-aggressive good guy image and the whole routine. I'm not standing for it right now. And by the way, did the announcer guy just say the Cardinals are out on the field rehearsing? I'm not sure football teams rehearse.
Well,
we'll ask maybe one of the players later. I never use the verb rehearse.
I think it depends what player's in here if we ask that question.
In football. Maybe if we got a stage play going on, we'll rehearse. But, this show is people are going to be begging for a rehearsal by the time we're done with 4 hours. But I'm not sure football teams rehearse.
Well, I tell you, you are in here on a great day. There's all this great news to talk about with the baseball team. Oh, wait.
Oh, there is.
Wolf jumps out of town right when the Diamondbacks hit the low point of the season.
Thanks,
He's laughing
Wolf.
at all of us.
Appreciate it. By the way, Wolf himself was really disappointed in you, Luke, just to pick up where we last left off. I was filling in for you last month, and he was genuinely disappointed that you failed to come home from Coachella and not bring him a Benson Boone concert T-shirt. And he was really bummed out. Wolf's really into Benson Boone and all the flips and all that stuff and the stage antics and, the mustache and all that. And, you came home empty-handed from Coachella. How dare you?
If he were here right now, he'd be like, what's a Benson Boone? Because the year I went when Bad Bunny was there, have you ever heard him talk about Bad Bunny? He refers to him as Bad Bunny. As if there's a good bunny, too, that's running around. We can't find that one or something.
That's right. Adrian Wilson said about Mac Wilson Sr., right, about his music video, it slaps.
Yeah.
I guess I misheard him, and I said, yeah, it slapped. But no, it slaps. I said it slapped, or however, I jacked it up.
Well,
as
you learn some of these words, filter them over to us to put into Maloney's playbook for Wolf, because we'd like to try to educate him on some of
the only Benson Wolf knows is Trey Benson.
Yeah.
Let's get that straight.
Trey Benson, perfect. It's the only one you need to know, to be honest. Let's start with the D-backs. We are going to talk to some Cardinals players throughout the show because we are out here. Steve Zinsmeister is going to join us to talk D-backs in a little bit. We're going to talk to Andrew Schlecht, who covers the Oklahoma City Thunder for The Athletic, and by the way, they're in the NBA Finals, but they also have an assistant coach who might be the Suns' next coach. All right, Paulie, let's just start with the game yesterday. A 10-1 loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates. I haven't got to talk to you a whole lot about the Diamondbacks, at least not this season. So I'm just going to let you run with where you are with this team right now.
Well, look, first off, this series, this opponent, you let Pittsburgh come into your building and park their pirate ship in your pool. They plundered, they pillaged, they planted their Jolly Roger right on the pool deck.
I somehow feel worse now.
Hashtag hoist the colors. It's just, where's the fight in this team? Look, the last couple of years, even the World Series year, they didn't play great ball all the time, but they never gave up. They never gave in. They always fought. It's just they seem demoralized. They seem despondent. There's a disbelief, maybe. Players know players. What do they know about this team and what it's capable of or not capable of? It just seems like they went out there, especially yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, geez, life is hard. And, our defense is jacking it up. And I'm a starting pitcher and I have to get extra outs. Or the offense, we scored 6 runs in Game 2 on Tuesday. That should be enough. I'm going to take the rest of the night off. And, Paul Skeens is throwing 102. And, it just seems like they're out there. And they're making it tougher than it has to be. There's just a lot of bad ball.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Even when we did the show yesterday, it was like, okay, Tuesday night was bad. Tuesday night was probably the worst loss of the season. They've had some bad, unusual losses this season. But to your point, for the most part, they have fought back. We did talk about it on the show yesterday. It was very briefly, but we were just like, the one additional concerning part was after they blew the lead on Tuesday night, it just kind of felt like they were done in that game. And they probably were anyway, but it just, the body language, everything, like their last 2 innings of at-bats, there was just kind of nothing. You hope they haven't hit a breaking point. Now, that was 2 innings, and you might have been shocked in the moment if you're the D-backs, whatever. But then to see yesterday's game play out after our show yesterday, I get it. It's Paul Skeens. You might not win that game. Paulie, they didn't even look like they were there.
Torey Lavello used the word hangover.
Yeah.
And how can you argue with that? And that goes back to the bullpen. And we've talked about this for 20 years because there have been different iterations of different D-backs teams, and there have been struggles in the bullpen. I mean, ask Bernsey. I mean, years ago, Bernsey had the audacity to go with reliever roulette on the air. I mean, how irresponsible was that? Okay, you could easily bring that back right now because what is the main axiom with that is that in baseball, guess what? A loss is more than a loss when it should have been a win.
Yeah.
And when you're blowing games late, when Mike Hazen mentioned it to you yesterday, did he not? We are struggling in innings 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah.
And it's almost like it's destroying this team from the inside out. They are rotting from the inside out. There's a disbelief. Yeah, honestly, I tend to think of Cardinals teams were at Cards HQ, in between Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer, in between Carson Palmer and Kyler Murray. No QB, no chance.
Yeah.
And as soon as you get down 10-0 in a football game, that's how it becomes 31-3. Because all of a sudden the players on that bench, like, man, we got no chance. We got no quarterback. We're not coming back. It's almost like the D-backs are sitting in the dugout, and they've lost before the game even begins because they don't believe in the bullpen.
Yeah, and that was, I think, a fear a lot of people had watching this bullpen blow the game against the Dodgers or, not come through against the Rockies. You hit 4 home runs from Gino in a game against the Cubs earlier this season. You lose the game. You've scored 11 runs or more and lost 3 times this season. It only happened one other time in franchise history before the last month and a half. You wonder when that stuff becomes, like you said, more than one game. And yesterday, to me, was concerning because it looked like it became more than one game. It's understandable on some level, like because you're human, but there's 106 games left. You have too much talent to miss the playoffs. So I get it because we're all frustrated with the bullpen too, and we're all watching these games. And hey, it's 6-0 in the 8th. Do you feel safe? No, I don't anymore. I'm sure the players on some level, the hitters, are going through that as well. There's 106 games left. There's plenty of time to turn this around. You need to do it because they're clearly at a crossroads right now.
And the honest truth is there's a lot more blame to go around than just the bullpen.
True.
Zach Gallen walked the leadoff hitter 3 times.
Yeah.
All 3 times that guy scored.
Yep.
Jordan Lawler, 2 more errors. This season started, and they were the E-backs. They were leading the league in errors. Then they shored that up, and they started winning games. Now you're back to bad ball.
Yeah.
Bad base running. Outfielders missing cutoff men. It's stuff that would get you benched in high school, Luke.
Yeah.
You are seen on a regular, routine basis, day in and day out, and there's no excuse for that. You can't blame that on the bullpen. Again, it's almost like they're feeling sorry for themselves. Oh, our bullpen stinks. We got no chance this year. I'm just going to go out there and kick it around. I mean, do you want me to give the lollygag speech? That's what I feel like at this point. You're lollygagging. That's what it looks like. That's what it resembles. So now what do you do? And honestly, Mike Hazen owned it. He was on with you yesterday, and he put the onus on himself. Maybe he has to restore belief in the clubhouse by revamping the bullpen.
Yeah.
But what do you do in late May? To his own admission, nobody's giving you quality arms until you get closer to the trade deadline.
Yeah. And we'll get deeper into that. We'll play that cut too, because that's sort of a nuanced conundrum you end up in if your bullpen is falling apart this relatively early in the season. There's just not a lot of other teams around baseball that have a good reliever that are like, yeah, we're done, we'll trade, because everybody's kind of still in it with the new rules.
Real quick, AJ Puck, he ain't walking through that bullpen door anytime soon. So if everyone's waiting for AJ Puck to return, no idea what this is.
Get ready for a lot of that on the show today.
So, Paul, he looks like he's Amish according to Wolf, so we play the Amish Paradise.
It's 5 seconds of Amish Paradise. If you mention AJ Puck, just be aware of that.
This should be a Wolf-free show. Can I just say that right now? It's addition by subtraction.
You say that when you come on as a guest, too.
Well, exactly. Wolf-free show. Wolf's not here right now. He's like Aaron Rodgers. He's putting the voluntary into voluntary off-season workouts. Where is the guy right now?
He's actually in Amish Paradise right now.
Right, he is.
He should write the song.
He's in a horse and buggy right now.
All right, we come back. We are out here at Cardinals headquarters, so we'll get into the main storylines going into the 2025 Cardinals season. All of that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living." Wouldn't that be nice? DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. Drive out a 1,000 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP. Or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $1667 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland from Turf Monsters. And Mike, one of our coworkers here at the radio station, just had their entire backyard done by Turf Monsters. Raves about your work. What makes your company so special?
Well, thank you, Dan, and thank you for the referral. We definitely appreciate it. What makes us special is we're a one-stop shop. We can turn your yard from nothing into whatever you want. We provide custom landscaping, custom barbecue pits, custom pergolas, whatever you need, we can do. We take great pride in our reputation, and we definitely stand behind our work.
And we all know in the summer times in Arizona, crazy hot. What about people who need some shade in their backyard? What can you do for them?
We got a few options. We can do any kind of custom pergola you need, slated, solid. We can do tree installation, plant installation. There's always ways to get you shade.
There you go. Schedule your free estimate at turfmonsters.com or give them a call at 623-323-3900 for Turf Monsters.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs now.
All right, we're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf. And, Paulie, we're going to talk Cardinals here, but should point out that just happened during the break. Gambo just posted on X that Jordan Lawler has been optioned to AAA Reno, and Ildemaro Vargas is being called up. Now, I will say the team hasn't officially announced that yet, but Gambo's not, he's right. So there you go.
Not a shock. Yeah. Anyone who's been watching Jordan Lawler, not a shock. That probably happened moments after yesterday's loss.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the guy. Obviously, he could still have a great major league career, but we'll get into this a little bit more in a little bit. But it wasn't working right now.
And look, for Torey Lovello and Mike Hazen to preserve their standing in the clubhouse, it had to happen.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't allow that to continue.
Yeah,
if in a world in professional sports where you earn your job, you just can't have someone struggling that badly and continue to get playing time.
Yeah, it's a tough spot because he's a high-end prospect for a reason, but there's just not really room for him right now, and then he's getting thrown in there every couple days, and he's 0 for 19, and now he's making errors. And
any team in any sport, guess what? When you're struggling, the best way to motivate in professional sports is job security. That's how you send a message through a locker room or a clubhouse.
Yeah. So we'll get more into that as that story, becomes official throughout the day. But we're out here at Cardinals, Paulie. So let's talk about some of these biggest storylines in your mind heading into this season. I've got a few as well.
Here we go, Lou. Come off the ball.
All right, who's going? Who's going first?
No, you go ahead.
All right. Well, I'll just go overarching. The biggest one to me, and I think a lot of people are probably on board with this, is the moves they made in free agency and even in the draft, but specifically free agency. Showed me this team feels like it is time to go for it right now. Collectively, front office, coaching staff, players, it's time to go for it now. Whatever that ultimately ends up looking like, however that ultimately plays out, to me there is a different feeling around here than there was last year or the year before, even at this time of the season.
James Conner confirmed that yesterday. I asked him, and that was on the heels of what Kelvin Beachum Jr. told Tyler Drake. Yeah, the time is now. It's no longer about building or reloading. It's about competing.
Mm-hmm.
This team, in the eyes of Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon, is built football tough, built from the inside out. You saw in the investments in the defensive front, and for good reason. Josh Sweat was sitting right here the day after he signed. He came into the media rounds, and I was talking to him. And I said, your pass defense, even with a couple of rookies in that secondary, who might that sound like this year, the Arizona Cardinals, your pass defense was ranked number 1 in the NFL, the Philadelphia Eagles. Why do you think that is? Do you think there's a cause and effect between the front seven?
There's some logic to what you're saying,
and the back end?
Yeah.
So, look, when you look at a Cardinals defense, Luke, the last year was bottom 5 in completion percentage allowed and quarterbacks with time to throw. I think the big question, not just the investment, not just saying, all right, we're deadly serious about competing right now. It's not about quantity anymore. It's about quality.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, I think the big intriguing aspect, and I tried to drill down a little bit with Jonathan Gannon about this, and I got nowhere. But it's along the lines of, okay, if the last 2 years Jonathan Gannon and Nick Ross had to scheme everything up, they had to be exotic and creative and unique with all these, fronts and who's coming from where and when.
Yeah.
If now it's just about dudes and we can rush 4 and we can affect the quarterback, I think that's where this defense really elevates.
I could not agree more. Wolf and I have talked about this even before they were putting this effort into the defense. I want this to be a defense-first team. I'm not saying that's what Monty Ossenfort is trying for, but to me, that's the recipe. When people get down on the offense or they get down on Kyler Murray and they're like, you got to make Kyler Murray better. Well, look, I mean, you put him in a new offense. He speaks so highly of Drew Petzing. I mean, he's working on his own thing over there. But the fastest way to make any quarterback better is to make your defense so good that anything good your offense does really hits home a lot harder. When you score 21 points or whatever in a half, you win because your defense is so good. And I'm not saying the Cardinals are there yet, but, man, they took some serious steps to get there. And to your point, Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rawlis, we've seen what they can do with a good defense in Philadelphia. It's not like a hypothetical. If you give them the pieces, they're going to have one of the better defenses in the NFL.
So it's defense, it's the run game, and it's thou shalt not turn over the ball.
Yeah.
And when the Cardinals came out of the bye last year and they went 2-5 down the stretch, the 2 games they won, it was positive turnover ratio. The 5 games they lost the turnover battle. There's a reason why when they went after Jacoby Brissett, they specifically targeted him with a historically low interception rate. That's where you want Kyler.
Yeah.
I don't care about any of these stinking rankings. Is he 11th in the NFL and all these power polls and all the lists? And all, who cares? It's all about wins and losses going into year 7 for Kyler. And the biggest pathway is just don't turn the ball over. I don't really care about throwing for 300 yards. You have a run game that's been top 5 in the NFL each of the last 2 years, number 2 in yards per carry. You've bolstered the defense. You've built up your weapons and the offensive line. Just don't give the ball away, and you're going to be in virtually every single game. I think the Cardinals proved that last year.
Yeah. And the point on Kyler Murray and the stats, I think you speak for most of the fan base when you say that. I don't care about his stats this year. All I care about is wins and losses. I truly do. The James Conner cut that you referenced, we have it right here talking, and this is from yesterday. James Conner was speaking to the media, said, yeah, the time is now.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's just, it's just, why not be right now? The time is now. We got a talented roster right now. We added talented players to it, so I'm ready. We ain't doing this forever. I sure enough ain't, doing it forever. So sooner the better. We'll put it like that.
Paulie, I mean, you see it every year. I probably see it every week. Players are always going to go into a season, even 2 seasons ago, and be like, well, yeah, I'm trying to win now. Like, I'm not, how long is my career? I'm not sitting here trying to set things up for 4 years from now. The players are always in win now mode. But there is a different feeling when everybody's kind of locked in of and it logically makes sense. They have built things up over the last couple of years. Again, if you don't think that they're going to have a good year, fine. That's fine. We haven't seen it yet. But the idea that they're going for it now when they weren't really going for it 2 years ago, because it wouldn't have been really responsible to go for it 2 years. It didn't make any sense, right? The fact that they're doing it now, I'm really interested to see how that trickles down into the locker room this year.
And when we were out on the field yesterday for OTAs, your eye immediately went to the defensive line. Gone are the days where you had to rely in a pinch on Phil Hoskins and Naquan Jones and Kyrie's Tonga and Ben Stilley. No, you're out there and you're realizing, okay, look at Darius Robinson, who, by the way, ridiculous. I mean, just for I'm almost ashamed of myself.
It's always a good way to start the show.
For extrapolating from a stinking sled drill in May, but he looked quicker than everyone. He's put on a ridiculous amount of muscle mass. Even he said, I didn't like my game film from the end of last year. So now you add Darius Robinson. If indeed he has that breakout year and he's totally capable, Walter Nolan, Dalvin Tomlinson, Calais Campbell, Justin Jones, Bilal Nichols, Dante Stills, LJ Collier, that's 8.
Yeah.
8 legit dudes.
You probably have too many, really.
And look what happened to the L.A. Rams a year ago when their defensive front came into form. When Jared Verse ended up being NFL Rookie of the Year. When Braden Fisk had 7 sacks in the last 8 games because he shook off sort of that rookie slow start. When they hit home runs on Kobe Turner and Byron Young. All right? Stinking Rams are over there. Oh, we rebuilt our defensive line in 2 years. Well, guess who else might have just done that?
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals.
That's it. I always think of Sam Darnold. And he's just, I picture him getting sacked 9 times by the Rams in the playoffs, going to the NFC West where he'll play the Rams twice a year, and now potentially the Cardinals are going to be that way at some point. And by the way, the 49ers are in this division too.
Okay, now, Sam Darnold, this is the most intriguing storyline in the entire division. What you just said, you take that guy who was seeing ghosts again, getting sacked 9 times, got absolutely pummeled and plundered by the Lions in Week 18, right?
Yeah.
Now put him behind that janky Seattle Seahawks offensive line.
In this division.
Think of how many sacks Geno Smith, with his escapability and athleticism, saved John Schneider last year.
Yeah.
And Schneider only invested 1 first-round pick in his offensive line. That's Gray Zabel. You needed an extreme makeover of your offensive line. So like what the Cardinals did to the defensive line, you're going to stick mainly with that offensive line and put Sam Darnold behind it? Good luck.
That's going to be fun to watch from our perspective, at least. All right, when we come back, Diamondbacks are they're in the middle of a tough spot right now. How do they turn things around? We're going to ask their pre- and post-game host, Steve Zinsmeister, will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Seeing ghosts.
Seeing ghosts. That's not good. And you heard what he said? They're going to keep bringing it. I would too.
Cardinals organize team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really, really.
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes. There's none of this.
Let's take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? Yeah, I do too. Go to a lot of concerts, even more sporting events, obviously. Well, why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. It makes a lot of sense. So learn more at Chime.com because the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Plus, with Chime, you get fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit, and you get much, much more as well. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Humane World for Animals, the end of animal cruelty.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our John Gambadoro, Jordan Lawler has been sent down to AAA Reno. Lawler was 0 for 19 since making his return to the big leagues. Eldemaro Vargas will take Lawler's spot on the roster. The D-backs are off today before starting a 3-game series at home against the Washington Nationals tomorrow. And the NBA Finals could be set after tonight. The Pacers look to close out the Knicks in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. We have that one for you at 5 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Dine and donate during the month of May at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. $1 off each purchase will benefit the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do the Arizona Diamondbacks go from here? Is it too late for them to be saved? The Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, we're back. Wolf and Luke, Paul Calvisi in for Wolf today. We're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. And the Diamondbacks are, mercifully, I think we can all agree, off today. But we're going to talk D-backs right now. And Steve Zinsmeister, D-backs broadcaster, pre- and post-game host, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Steve, what's going on, man?
I'm assuming that if my good friend Paul Calvisi is on the show today, that means that Ron Wolfley has fully abandoned us for the hill country. Am I correct?
Yes, you are 100% right.
He's putting the voluntary into voluntary workouts in the NFL these days. That's the way that works over there. Don't act nice, Steve, like we're going to spare you the hard questions either, okay? Luke is just ridiculously bereft of any information on the D-backs as to what the heck is going on.
Yeah.
So we got to outsource this.
I'm not the only one.
Like, for example,
Wait, what's bereft mean? I got to look.
Let me start this right here. When Torey Lovello 2 games ago says we're playing 30% confused baseball, can you please translate that? What does he mean by that exactly?
Yeah, I think that was probably the quote of the week, or at least in the past couple of days from Torey Lovello. Quite an admission there. He's also kind of given us the breakdown on focus and how much he thinks his team is being able to focus during games. And, it's all about playing 9 full innings, right? Which, rarely does a team play 9 perfect innings in a baseball game, but that's what you're always striving for. And from what he's been saying, he thinks that this team is playing, like somewhere between 60 and 70% of the time focused baseball. So I think that's just a different iteration of phrasing the level of focus for this team right now. But to say that your team is confused and playing confused, I think a lot of that is probably defense, something that Torey prides the coaching staff and this organization on is how well they play defense. And they have, for the most part, in the month of May, but then this past series, not so much. So I think that's a big part of it. Obviously, pitching out of the bullpen is a big issue with it. And then offensively, they've disappeared at times, particularly the past, 14 or so innings of baseball. And so I think that all kind of contributes to that confused moniker that you hear there.
Talking to Steve Zinsmeister. Steve, we're, 56 games into the season. It's the end of May. There's still a lot of baseball left. I was not laughing, but just kind of like, when people would say, hey, they're going to fire Torey Lovello or they're going to do this or that, they're going to do something significant. Last week when they would say that, I'd be like, yeah, they're not going to do that at this point in the season. I'm not saying they're going to do it now, but it really feels like over the last 48 hours, something changed. Those 2 losses to the Pirates. You can lose to Paul Skeens, but you can't lose 10-1, and you can't lose 9-6 the night before. Do you feel like things have changed at all, even just this week with that Pirates series?
Yeah, I think there's definitely a different energy, at least in the building from what I've observed. I don't know what that means in terms of moves. Obviously, I heard in your update there that Gambo's reporting about Jordan Lawler and some transactions that might happen over the next 24 to 48 hours. I totally get that. But I think 2 things can be true at the same time. I think players need to play better, but that also the manager can be accountable for the player's performance. I think both of those things can coexist. And in terms of Torey, I mean, his energy has changed in the past 2 days in particular that I've been around him. More intensity, a distaste for the status quo. He's been meeting in closed-door meetings with his players individually, not necessarily all of them, but having conversations. And from what he's told me about those talks, part of it is him wanting to get his message across, but another part of it is him trying to find answers from his players and trying to pick their brains on what's going wrong right now. So it's kind of a two-way thing there. And I've heard him say, do your job, probably like 5 to 10 times in the last 48 hours. And it's not like I've never heard him say that before, but all of a sudden he's become very Belichickian. And I feel like that's probably got to be the message that he's trying to instill in these guys right now. But yeah, there is a different energy around the building because of the deflating ways that those losses have happened. I don't think any of us look around and say, like, this is it, we're done. There's been bad teams in the month of May that have made it to the World Series before. So, I mean, nobody's saying it's over. But I think that's the way that these have happened, and they continue to find ways to set records that are not necessarily good.
You want Belichick? Go listen to Zach Gallen.
Yeah, no kidding.
In his post-game scrum with reporters, he was mumbling like Belichick. I mean, it was speaking
Everybody's
of Gallen,
turning into Belichick
okay,
right now.
so check this out. You want Zach Gallen. It wasn't just yesterday. In his last 4 starts, Steve, he has allowed 19 earned in 21 and a third, 11 walks. How? Why? Please diagnose what's going on here.
Yeah, how about this, Paulie? Zach Gallen, as of right now, has the second highest ERA in the game of baseball among qualified pitchers, only better than Kyle Freeland, who pitches half of his home games at elevation at Coors Field. So, yeah, Zach Gallen, you diagnosed it pretty well there. It's the walks, and in particular, it's walks at the beginning of an inning. Yesterday, he threw 3 of them. He had 3 walks to lead off an inning. All 3 of those guys ended up coming across to score in different ways. And what that tells me is that Zach Gallen isn't trusting his stuff in the zone, which is particularly troubling against a team like the Pirates that, although they played great offensively for the past 15 innings or so against the Diamondbacks, that's not a good offensive team. It's not a good offensive lineup. And so those are the types of squads that you really want to try your stuff in the zone if you can. And I feel like Gallen nibbled around the edges a little bit early in some of those innings. Did a fine job in other areas, but once you walk the first guy to start an inning, that's really going to complicate your day. So I think those are the big issues he faces right now. It's still clear to me that, I mean, he's a capable pitcher. It's not like he forgot how to throw, but yeah, right now he's the one in the rotation that everybody's got their eyes on.
Talking to Steve Zinsmeister. Steve, that report that you referenced that Jordan Lawler is getting sent down today, just your thoughts on how this went. I mean, when they called him up, everybody was like, oh, you got to call him up. Look at what he's doing in the minors. He's tearing up Reno. You have to call this guy up. And then they called him up, and there wasn't really a place to play him with any level of consistency where he could work through a slump. And now all of a sudden he's going back down, it sounds like, and you could see it yesterday because he also made a couple errors in the field. But he's going down 0 for 19. So this is still their top prospect. It's still one of the top prospects in baseball. How do they handle this now going forward so the next time he comes up, he's good to go and there's a spot for him to play?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I did see the reporting from Gambo here today. I think that this organization, the front office and the coaching staff, I think they had a plan in place to get him pretty consistent playing time, and I think a lot of it went out the window pretty quickly. If you remember, they played San Francisco, and they lost that Game 2 of that series. They were planning on playing Lawler in that Wednesday Game 3, and Ketel Marte basically came to Torrey and said, I'm playing today because we're going to win this series. And they did, by the way. And then Colorado happened, and they lose the second game of that series 14-12, and Lawler goes 0 for 4, I think it was, in that game. And so all of a sudden, you're like, all right, we have to beat Colorado, so he's not going to play on Sunday. We're going to play our starters. Then you go to L.A., where, you know, you're playing the toughest team in your division and in the National League, so they wanted to play their starters there. So it just kind of had this cascading effect, and then you go to St. Louis, and you lose the first game there, and then the second, and they just started backing themselves into a corner where it's like, all right, where are we going to fit Lawler in and sit somebody else and feel like that's justifiable where we're losing games right now? And, you know, the games where he did play, he, quite frankly, didn't hit very well. And the game just hasn't slowed down for him at the plate. Defensively, he looked very, very good at multiple positions to start his call-up. And then yesterday he had the 2 big errors, one of which cost them several runs. Yeah. So, they're going to send him back down to Reno. I don't know the plan necessarily. I haven't talked with anybody about this behind the scenes. But, My guess is that they're going to try to rely on Vargas for some stability off the bench for a little bit, and Lawler's going to have to go down and hopefully rake again in Reno, and then we'll try this thing again at some point later on in the season.
Real quick, D-backs putting the bull in the bullpen. We get it. They got booed at home, the bullpen. Pittsburgh had been 0-29 when trailing after 7 innings. Ugh. I don't want numbers. I just want the vibe. How much do you think the lack of a bullpen is destroying this team from the inside out, just demoralizing them based on what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, it's tough because, on paper in spring training, I looked at this group and I felt like it was one of the more talented bullpens that the Diamondbacks have had in a long time. They had continuity with guys like Ginkel and Thompson and what they've accomplished in the last few years. And then they had new additions from last year like Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck. And then they were throwing in some veterans as well, like Kendall Graveman, and I felt really, really good about it. But then, injuries kind of derailed things. J. Mart loses his velocity. Thankfully, he's back, but we're still a ways away from A.J. Puck. Yeah, I think that, especially for Torrey in the conversations I've had with him, he feels like he has veteran options to go to, but they're just not performing right now. And I think, from my perspective, my opinion is, who are you going to trust at this point? I know Shelby Miller's been pretty darn good. He may be the only guy right now that you really trust to get like 3 straight outs, and you feel pretty good about that. So I don't know. I don't know where they're going to go with the bullpen. I know that a lot of people are clamoring for them to make a trade, but I don't know who's going to make a trade this early in the season with them. And also, too, do we know that this bullpen is fixable via one player being added to the mix? I think that, what it has to be from within. It has to be guys getting better. They have good pitchers in this bullpen, just a lot of them not pitching well right now.
Yeah. Steve, it's always great to catch up with you, man. You're doing a great job over there. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
It means a lot coming from 2 great pre- and post-game hosts like yourselves. So It's good to have this reunion.
All right, Paul's sending you a check right now. Thank you, Steve.
I'm not buying that. No. That's a Pyrrhic compliment. I'm not buying that. As soon as the mic goes off, he's saying something differently about both of us. Not buying that.
All right, we come back over to basketball. 3 dream trade scenarios are being floated out there for the Phoenix Suns today. So are any of them actually a good fit for the Suns? We'll get you the names next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You can't take Ryan Nelson out of the rotation. He's got one more start against the Nationals before they've got to decide whether to go 6-man rotation or pull somebody out. But Ryan Nelson is proving that he's worthy of being one of your 5 starters.
Yeah, if Ryan Nelson does this again against the Washington Nationals, selling everybody on how you're a better baseball team doing it like this is going to be a really difficult sell. And I don't know how they're going to explain it. I don't know how they're going to spin it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6814. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6814. 800-575-6814.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calvisi here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Arizona sports.
We're going to think differently. We're going to be unified in our approach on a daily basis.
Suns, a new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
Well, it's no secret this is a huge offseason for the Phoenix Suns. Lots of change. We may not know right away if it was good change or bad change, but Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf today. They really can't get it wrong. No pressure, but you have to get this right.
It's funny you said that because I was about to ask. I put it to you, Luke. What is your confidence level that the Suns get it right? What is your confidence level in the current front office that when they go out there and forget about rebuild, they want to reset, they want to reload, they want to compete. So the degree of difficulty is extreme. And guess what? There's a lot of sharks in those waters, a lot of really experienced general managers and decision makers around the rest of the NBA. And with a guy who has less than 2 years in the league, your de facto decision maker, at least we think, unless it's truly the owner. Either way, he's not very experienced.
Got 2 years in the league.
Doesn't have a successful track record so far.
Yeah.
I mean, what is your confidence level that they go out and they get it right?
Well, first of all, I think that question was leading the witness, the way you set it up. But you didn't have to lead me there because how can you be confident right now? I mean, at best, the best you can say is it's unknown. You know, maybe Brian Gregory is a natural at this. Maybe he's just going to be amazing at this job, but that's like playing the lottery to try and develop an income, right? I mean, that's sort of what you're doing right now. He may end up being great. Even if he ends up being great, though, it's probably going to take more than a month for him to be great. And the first 2 items on his to-do list are hire a head coach that you can't fire. He's got to be amazing, and he's got to be somebody nobody else really knew about yet because he hasn't been hired yet. And then you have to most likely trade Kevin Durant and get a good return because you're trading one of the greatest players in NBA history. Now, before we get into KD trade scenarios, do want to play this cut. Eddie Johnson on with Bickley and Murata yesterday said, He talked about the possibility that KD could still stay after all this.
What?
I happen to believe that KD does not want to leave. And so you should like that. Like, despite all the stuff he's heard, he still, does not want to leave. Like, that's what you want. Like, you want players to not want to leave or be on the periphery, I don't know. I think that he could be won over. And I would like to believe a new coach comes in here, he's going to have a conversation with him.
So
okay.
that's an interesting
hold up
comment right there.
Okay, hold up for a minute. When I hear that, you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing the Suns front office talking to the rest of the league.
Makes sense. Get the message out there.
We don't have to trade Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Oh, he still wants to be here. You don't have all the leverage, because what's the worst case scenario in this is when other teams know you have to trade. There's one thing wanting to trade. It's another thing having to trade. And when other teams know you have to trade a player, guess what?
You're going to get leverage.
You're going to get pennies on the dollar.
Yeah. And that's the one thing you can't do. I mean, I agree with you. If you're the Suns, you're trying to get that message out, and that might be what that is right there. And I'm not saying Eddie Johnson's trying to get the message out, but maybe that's just what he's hearing because other people are trying to get the message out. I don't know. But I'm going to take Eddie at face value right there with what he said for just a second. If your intentions internally are still to try to compete next year, if you're thinking you can do that, the only way you can do that is by keeping Kevin Durant. Now, I don't know that you can compete next year even with him because you didn't really compete this year and the West has gotten better. But if you think you're going to get better next year by bringing in draft picks for Kevin Durant, you're going to be worse next year. It might be the right thing to do, but you're going to be worse next year. The one thing you cannot do is you cannot trade Kevin Durant away for a discount. You can't do that. And I don't mean like you have to get back what you traded to get him a couple years ago. That was a couple years ago. Like, he's got a couple more years now, even though he doesn't really look any worse. But you're not going to get that back, what you gave up for him. But you cannot trade him away for a discount just for the sake of trading him away.
Before you fix a problem, what do you have to do? You have to diagnose the problem. All right? I put this question to Wolf. He gave me some nonsense and noise about culture, and then we got into a big argument last month.
He was probably focused on barbecue that we were ordering.
So how do you view the issues? To me, it's a necessity to move Kevin Durant. It might even be a necessity to trade Devin Booker if the offer is right.
That's a whole different conversation.
To me, you need an engine rebuild. You don't go in there and just pull the plugs or flush out the radiator, okay? This engine has bad compression. It's not running well. A little tune-up isn't going to do jack.
I agree.
You're not built for the postseason. You're the softest team in the league. You saw it when the Suns did make the playoffs under Frank Vogel and got swept by Minnesota. They got punked physically.
Yeah.
You're not equipped for postseason basketball. And you have serious defensive deficiencies. Some of the worst defense in the league. And two defensive gurus did nothing in Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer. So to me, you need an engine rebuild.
This is why this goes back to your original question at the start of the segment, is do you trust the front office to get this right? Because I agree with everything you just said in the sense that you need to trade KD for this to work, almost certainly. But you can't, to stick with your analogy, like you need an engine rebuild, but you can't just take the engine out and leave it on the road and push your car down the street. Like you do have to get something back for Kevin Durant, something good. There's a story on Bleacher Report today. They went through three dream trade scenarios for every team in the NBA, okay? And there's Kevin Durant's on a lot of teams' lists, as you would expect. They have Devin Booker on Houston's lists. They have Royce O'Neal on Denver's list. But the three names they put out there for the Suns, three dream trade scenarios, three players they really need to try and get back. Paul George, Jaden McDaniels of the T-Wolves, and Jabari Smith of the Houston Rockets. We've talked about the Paul George thing. It just makes zero sense to me.
Please no.
Yeah,
please no. I mean, do you want another Bradley Beal? Just stop.
Seriously.
Stop.
And one that Devin Booker doesn't seem to like either. Like, there's not a lot of players in the league the Book doesn't seem to like, but why would you bring one in who that one makes zero sense to me.
Zero.
Jaden McDaniels is interesting. He's a really good defensive player from Minnesota. He's younger. Jabari Smith of those three makes the most sense to me because of who he potentially is, but also because of the team he's on with the Houston Rockets.
He's a big. He checks a lot of boxes, what you need. Okay, and
should be gettable in a trade.
And he doesn't have 15 seasons under his belt like Paul George.
He hasn't done podcasts about how much he doesn't like Devin Booker.
So, okay, that's a start. But once again, what is your confidence level that if this team goes Planet Orange cones and starts to rebuild and goes into construction zone mode, that they're going to get it right? And honestly, from everything just me reading the tea leaves and trying to discern what is said, I don't think they're going to blow it up. I really don't. Because remember, Luke, it's akin to calling the owner's baby ugly. This is his roster.
Yeah.
He is a believer. You even heard him at the press conference. So many people thought this was going to work. Well, maybe if we tweak a little thing, pull the plugs, put in a new radiator, we'll get some new brakes on this thing, and all of a sudden maybe it'll run straight down the road. I'm really curious, A, if they have the ability, the capability to blow it up and rebuild it, but B, do they have the desire, the true desire to do that?
That's a good point. It's a whole nother conversation, and you have to factor in the conference they're in right now, too. You can't, we kind of got it right. Isn't that cool? That's better than you expected. Kind of getting it right will get you 30 wins next year. You need to get it right, big picture. And I assume they know that. They have to know that. But again, your original question, do you have confidence they're going to get it done right now? It would be ridiculous to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, they definitely got it. Why would you doubt Brian Gregory? Doesn't mean he can't, but I don't know why you would sit here and definitively think he will right now.
Brian Windhorst just recently gave it a 2% chance the Suns will run it back. If that's a prop bet, I'm going the over. It's way beyond 2%.
2%. All right, when we come back. Tough times for the D-backs right now. How much has Torey Lovello's leash shortened over just the last 48 hours? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot.
These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 five-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our John Gambadoro, Jordan Lawler has been sent down to AAA Reno. Lawler was 0 for 19 since making his return to the big leagues. Ildemaro Vargas will take Lawler's spot on the team. The D-backs are off today before starting a 3-game series at home against the Washington Nationals tomorrow. And the NBA Finals could be set after tonight. The Pacers look to close out the Knicks in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What changes are coming to the struggling Diamondbacks? We'll discuss tomorrow morning beginning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center in Tempe. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf today. We're going to talk to a couple Cardinals players in the second half of the show today.
That's a double ding. Who we got? Do we know yet?
I mean, I have names. I don't know if these are officially. Want me to just throw them out there?
Sure, why not?
Okay. I'm pretty sure this is who it's going to be. Paris Johnson Jr.
Oh, ding.
Jalen Thompson.
Oh, double ding. Okay,
so
that's good.
We got those guys coming up. We are going to talk to Andrew Schlecht, who covers the Oklahoma City Thunder for The Athletic in the 12 o'clock hour, to get his thoughts on Dave Bliss as a potential head coach for the Phoenix Suns. But right now, Paulie, we got to get back to D-backs and where this seemingly is going. It's tough because it's been. You can look at this so many different ways. Like, this really does test if you're glass half full, glass half empty. I don't know how you can be glass half full right now, but you know what I mean. Just your perspective of, do you look at this and say, hey, it's the end of May. It's not like they are 17-39. They're 27-29. It's not good, but there's still time to turn this around. Or do you look at it, and this is a very fair way to look at it, you've lost now 7 of your last 8. And you've lost 2 in a row to the Pirates, where you've been outscored 19-1 by Pittsburgh in the last game and a half.
Look, if you're going to try and continue to make excuses for this team, rationalize their play, you're falling into the same trap we all did with the Phoenix Suns a year ago.
That's the fear, right? You don't want to see this team have a Phoenix Suns 2024-2025 season in baseball form.
I mean, look at Mike Hazen on with you yesterday, the GM. And I respect Mike Hazen in every way, and he owned it. He owned the bullpen and said it was on him. Try and fix this. I get it. But at the very end, he gave a checklist of what needed to happen yesterday. This is pregame, what needed to happen, what he wanted to happen. And here's how it went. I jotted it down, Luke.
Okay.
Zach Gallen needs to establish a tone and pace for the game, get a lead. Did not happen.
No.
We need to challenge Pittsburgh for 9 straight innings. Didn't happen.
No, didn't happen.
We need to play a clean game defensively. Did not happen.
No. Really the opposite of all these things happened.
We need to establish confidence in how we're playing innings 7 through 9. They didn't check a single box. So right now, there's something fundamentally wrong. Yeah. How can they be so bad defensively? I know they lost Christian Walker a year ago, a Gold Glover. I get it.
Jordan, he wasn't playing 9 positions, though.
Exactly. So there's something fundamentally wrong. And to me, this is just, I surmise, players know players. And when players don't believe in the roster, then this is what happens. And right now, I just think the lack of a bullpen has destroyed this team, at least the team morale, from the inside out.
Yeah. Yeah, you referenced when we had Mike Hazen on yesterday. It was right at the end of the show. We were out there at Chase Field, so we didn't get to react to anything he said to us. So I'm going to play a cut here specifically about Torey, and we asked him, and again, this was going into the game yesterday, which feels like 2 years ago now, but how much of the criticism of Torey Lovullo is warranted in his mind?
When the execution doesn't happen, then it's the easiest place to go is it was his decision that screwed it up. That is not what happens. The players bear responsibility to execute in those situations. And to me, the fact that it's not just the relievers, that it's also our defense, it's that we scored 6 runs in the first 4 innings last night and didn't score again against their middle of their bullpen. Those are all contributing factors to how that game ultimately finished. And when you have to zoom out a little bit and not just fixate on yesterday's game, what are the things we're doing well and what are the things we're not doing well? There's a large pocket of this team that is playing at a level that I am very appreciative of. It goes to the starting pitching. It goes to the 1 through 9 of the lineup. It goes to guys having really good seasons. It goes to the makeup of the club that's inside the walls and how hard they work. There is areas of our team that are not performing to the level that we need them to, and we need to fix that.
He repeatedly praised the starting pitching. Now, this is before Zach Gallen went out yesterday. Yeah. For example, the game before, Corbin Burns, 7 strong innings left with a 4-run lead.
Yep.
What happens? Well, you got a Perdomo throwing error before the Brian Reynolds 3-run jack.
Mm-hmm.
Bad ball. Yesterday, you got Pittsburgh scoring 2 runs in the 5th on Jordan Lawler's throwing error, right? After a leadoff walk. Bad ball. Zach Gallen, 3 leadoff walks. Every one of those guys scored yesterday. Bad ball. And it's not just the bullpen.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's infected the entire brand of ball that this team is playing.
Yeah, and you rattle off a bunch of players right there. You know, I know Jordan Lawler is a rookie, and now he sounds like going back to the minors anyway. But a lot of these players that aren't coming through in key moments this season are guys that you have been able to rely on in the past. Zach Gallen, Ryan Thompson, Geraldo Perdomo, certainly. And you know, look, Jerry's still having a great season this year anyway, but I'm just using him as an example from yesterday. But there are a lot of guys that in key moments this season have made a mistake that you don't expect them to make. And that's kind of where I am on Torey right now. I'm not in the you got to fire this guy because I don't think that'll help. But where I think you measure him now is going forward. I can give, to me, I can look at this and say, he's depending on guys that have not let him down in the past, and they are letting him down. I'm not absolving him, obviously. I mean, they're not playing well. But I'm just saying it's not all him. So if you just fire him, that's not going to help right now. But he needs to now be able to adjust to the fact that some of these guys he's gone to in the past, whether it's Kevin Ginkel or Ryan Thompson or whoever, guys that you've been able to rely on, you can't rely on them right now. So that's the key for me now is how does Torey handle this going forward? Because they are clearly at a crossroads right now. Here's Derek Hall on with Bickley and Murata this morning. He talked about the criticism of Torey Lovullo.
As far as Torrey, I think there's probably every year this time or over the next couple of months, 10 to 15 teams in their markets that are going through the same thing and the same dialogue and same rhetoric. It's normal. I think when a team is underperforming or struggling or not playing up to their capabilities, you're going to look to leadership. You're going to look to the manager. And Torrey's been through this before. It seems like every other year he goes through it. I remember in 23 we were having these conversations, the three of us. That was a season where we were 19 games over 500. And before we blinked, we were 5 games below. And I remember a stretch from July 1st to I think the first week of August, we ended up going 7-24. That was in 2023, and we were all every week saying, "Boy, what is wrong with this team? They've lost it. They can't hold it together." So we're going to go through stretches like that, and that was a year that we ended up going to the playoffs and ultimately went to the World Series. So anything can happen. Are we going to go to the playoffs and World Series? Well, of course we hope so. You never know, and it certainly doesn't look like it at this point, but you can. That's my point. And things turn around quickly. But I'll tell you what, the players do care a lot about Torrey, and the comment, that Vince you made and you and Vic, and it's a good one. It looked like they just weren't playing for their manager or the coaches or the owner or me or the organization or Mike. Sure, but I take it, in a different angle and say maybe they're trying too hard.
We can react to that throughout the show, too, because, that's obviously going to hit a lot of buttons for a lot of D-backs fans. We're up against the break right now. To me, and this is just me personally, now everything's on the table going forward. I wasn't 2 weeks ago. I wasn't like, you got to fire Torrey, and I'm not saying it now. I'm not, because again, I don't think it's a one-person problem, and I do think guys he thought he could depend on haven't come through. I think there's some truth to that. But as the manager and leader of the team, you have to figure out how to adjust right now, because this is clearly, that series against the Pirates was clearly a crossroads moment.
You show me a team in any sport, any team, where different guys at different times take their turn making their one mistake, I'll show you a losing team.
Yeah.
The Cardinals the last year under Cliff Kingsbury were that team. And when ownership made the change, and both the head coach and the GM, what did they cite? Accountability.
Yep.
Players can get too comfortable with the authority. They start taking, latitude, and then the caliber of play suffers. That would be my only question right here, right now, about a long-time manager.
Yeah, that's a fair point, because the stuff that they are struggling with defensively and just the details of the game, that's not just something they should be good at. It's something they have been good at up until this year. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, talk some football. Just how much of a jump could Darius Robinson make in year 2? And how badly do the Cardinals need him to make that jump? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All Pro Shade Concepts is proud to celebrate 20 years of providing shade solutions for homes in Arizona. This year marks our 20th anniversary, 2 decades dedicated to keeping patios cool, private, and protected, earning the trust of thousands of homeowners across the state. All Pro Shade Concepts offers a wide range of high-quality shade products, including custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens. Enjoy free estimates and free installation on all products. When you gotta have shade, their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, reduce dust and wind, and can lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees, and it keeps getting better. All Pro Shade Concepts will donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers for every shade order. You can even nominate a soldier by texting SHOES to 620-620. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like frames. Because you found a classic 70s concert poster. But when you went to get it framed, you realized the frame will cost about 4 times the amount of the poster. Which is actually absurd because no one will be looking at the frame, and if they are, then you severely overestimated how cool this poster is. But then you remember by switching your home and auto to Progressive, you could save hundreds and put it towards a classic 70s concert poster in an absurdly overpriced frame. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs now.
All right, welcome back to the show. We are live from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf today. And, Paulie, you were talking before the show, I think actually even briefly on the show, about how different Darius Robinson looks this season. Now, I haven't seen him in person yet. I mean, we've all seen some video, I guess, on social media, but you've seen him in person. The jump from year 1 to year 2, you say, at least looks-wise, he's personifying it.
Just like Marvin Harrison Jr., I think they both went over to Yelda Froholt and they said, can you hook me up with some more protein? I think that's what happened because, yes, he's been winning the offseason. Yes, he put on muscle mass, and he was already a large dude. And then to see him out there just in the sled drills and working with the bags and to see the explosion, and you're reminded of what he looked like in camp.
Yeah.
What he looked like before the stinking calf injury.
There's a reason there were expectations for him last year, but they mostly came from camp.
I mean, jacking up starting offensive linemen in this Colts joint practice. So there was that guy, and then there was the guy who came back from injury. And it wasn't the same guy.
Yeah.
And remember, Luke, he was on the injury report every single week. Even when he came back from injury, he was still on the injury report. So I think it's easy to surmise he was never quite 100% the entirety of the regular season.
He was asked yesterday, he spoke to the media, Darius Robinson did, and he was asked a lot of questions. He's a very good quote. I mean, he was a good quote last year, even just going into his rookie year. But he was asked specifically, what does that year 1 to year 2 jump look like to you?
Man, I don't know. I just know it's going to be something crazy. Last year was like the hardest year of my life, but then it was the best year of my life in the same year. So I definitely felt the lowest, but I've also felt the highest, and I'm ready to get back to that highest point, and I know what it takes, a lot of hard work. So I'm just super excited for this year.
So think about it. There was what happened on the field with the injury, and then there's what happened off the field. He lost his mother. Young man. He's only been playing football for what, 5 or 6 years total. He was a basketball player, played football the last 2 years in high school. Oh, my goodness, look
Quick
at this
study.
guy. Boom, ends up in the SEC, had chances to transfer from Mizzou. He stays. All the charity work he did in college, and then he comes to the Cardinals, has a great training camp, and then in the span of 2 months, loses his regular season, his rookie year to injury, and then he loses his mom.
Yeah.
And so he was in a tough spot mentally and physically last year.
If ever there were a guy that you could say, hey, I think we can cut this guy some slack on his rookie season, too, given what he was going through off the field, Darius Robinson is that guy. He was a guy that we talked to in this building last year at this time. He had just been drafted, and Wolf and I sat down with him and talked to him a couple times. But I remember talking to him, and Wolf and I looked at each other when he left, and we're like, that dude, he gets it. Like, he gets it not just about football, he gets it about life. And to your point, Paulie, how quickly he learned to not only play football, but to be elite at it in high school and college and be a first-round pick in the NFL. He's an easy guy to root for. The other part of that quote right there, and I thought that was a very real quote of, it was the worst year of my life, but it was also the best year because he did get drafted in the NFL. I mean, that's a lot that you're going through, and you're not really getting to play because you're hurt too.
And when you talk to these players that Monty and JG have brought in, they're all ball. These guys are deadly serious about football, and Darius Robinson is that guy. All you had to do, the moment he got drafted and the breakdown he gave on his film work,
quote
that was
on
ridiculous, okay?
He went minute by minute throughout the entire week.
He loves football. There's a reason why he looks like the Incredible Hulk right now, because he's been living in the building in the offseason. But, Luke, don't forget, the Cardinals in training camp last year were a week into pads. And you would walk into the locker room after practice, and I had veteran defensive linemen, just unprompted, unprovoked. Yo, Paulie Pencilneck. That kid right there could be the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year. And they were pointing at Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
That's how impressive he was in camp. And he was never quite the same after the injury. So what's coming this year? What do you have in Walter Nolan III, Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson? I mean, by the time the stinking Seahawks, come to town for the Thursday night game in primetime week 4, I would not be shocked if your starting D-line is Dalvin Tomlinson, Walter Nolan III, and Darius Robinson.
That's that trio right there with the other pieces they have that they can rotate through is the best case scenario. I mean, and I understand we're asking for Walter Nolan to be an impact player as a rookie. He was a first-round pick. We're asking for Darius Robinson to be an impact player it is year 2, but he didn't really play a ton in year 1, but he's a first-round pick. Like, those guys have that upside for a reason, and you know what Dalvin Tomlinson is. They just need him to be him. If what you just said right there happens, this is a defense you have to look out for because everything else slides right into place at that point.
Let's say you put 6 guys in uniform, maybe 7 dress. I don't know. Are you running a 4-3 this year? What exactly are you doing? Why do you have 8 legitimate defensive linemen on your roster as we speak? Don't know. I do know this. These guys are going to come in a rotation. They're going to come in waves. I mean, they're going to be frothing at the mouth. They're going to be climbing over each other to get game reps. Walter Nolan III was an every down defensive lineman at Ole Miss. That's not the way it's going to work in the NFL. So guess what? His motor, his explosiveness should be even greater at this level. Darius Robinson is going to have to compete for time with all the veterans. So when those guys get their series, when they get their snaps, look out, right? And then if Will Johnson can be that guy, another talent in terms of a first rounder, I took a quick look. As a rookie, Patrick Surtain started 15 games. Sauce Gardner started all 17 games as a rookie. Derek Stingley Jr., now he was hampered by injury, but every game that he's played in 3 years, he has started. Devin Witherspoon, the 5th pick overall 2 years ago, 2-time All-Pro.
Yeah.
There's no reason Will Johnson can't come in, and if he's healthy, and he says he's healthy, he can't be cornerback 1 from day 1.
The Will Johnson, that pick, and I don't need to gush about the fact that they got him at 47 again, but we were talking about this with Kellen Olson. I believe this was off the air yesterday, and we were just talking about the Tyrese Halliburton pick. Maybe it was on the air. I don't know. Everything's a blur. But Tyrese Halliburton and how, hey, this guy fell right to the Suns. And it was at pick 10, not pick 47. But here you go. Here's a break that the league gave you. This guy fell in your lap, and they didn't take him. It feels like, and it's not as extreme because Tyrese Halliburton's already one of the best players in the NBA, but in the moment, that draft for the Cardinals this past April almost felt like the exact opposite. Here's Will Johnson. He just fell into your lap, and they took him. And to your point, that position is a position where you can thrive as a rookie. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to develop for 3 years to be a good corner. The question with him is health. If he's healthy, they shouldn't have gotten him in the second round.
And then the 3 words, perfect scheme fit. Jonathan Gannon has said it over and over again. He's not just a really talented corner. He fits what they want to do perfectly. So if he can come in and Max Melton is able to take a year 1 to year 2 jump, and he really finished strong in December and January, I thought he made a lot of strides because he went from being primarily a man cover corner to having to play all these, intricate zones. And we can talk to Jalen Thompson about that a little bit later. Because you talk to some of those rookies, what would they do in the team meeting room? They would pull up a chair and make sure they were within listening distance of Budda Baker and Jalen Thompson.
It's a pretty good duo to have.
Because that's the kind of knowledge you had to glean from those guys.
Yeah, and it's a great position to be in, too, for the Cardinals because to have an elite defense, you need Darius Robinson to take that jump this year. If, for whatever reason, he doesn't take that jump, though, you still have a lot of pieces. You look at the guys that are making the jump from year 1 to year 2, he's not the one they need to make the jump. That's Marv, that's Isaiah Adams. I mean, you could probably name off a couple guys, but man, if he does make the jump, then you're a contender in this division.
And the other thing I'll throw out that I think we're sleeping on is Josh Sweat. And I know he's not out here, and I know he's the big fish in free agency. I get it, but you know what? When you talk about underrated players, I still go to Josh Sweat because what did Vic Fangio do in the Super Bowl? He unleashed him. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly how Jonathan Gannon is going to use Josh Sweat. And instead of having 17 players with at least 1 sack, what if you had 1 player with nearly 17 sacks?
That would work.
What does that do for this defense?
All right, when we come back, the Diamondbacks are reportedly sending down Jordan Lawler. So where does he go next, and where does this team go next? It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Feel some football with Arizona Sports. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kilblifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works, trucks and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, Jordan Lawler has been sent down to AAA Reno. Lawler was 0 for 19 since making his return to the big leagues. Ildemaro Vargas will take Lawler's spot on the D-backs roster. The Snakes are off today before starting a 3-game series at home against the Washington Nationals tomorrow. And the NBA Finals could be set after tonight. The Pacers look to close out the Knicks in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What changes are coming to the struggling Diamondbacks? We'll discuss tomorrow morning beginning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Well, we can answer that question partially now. Gambo posted this earlier in the show that Jordan Lawler has been optioned to AAA Reno and Ildemaro Vargas is being called up. That, I don't have an official press release yet. Doesn't mean it's not true. I mean, I fully believe what Gambo's reporting there. That just the team hasn't made it official yet. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf. So we reacted this very briefly when it happened. We were talking about something else, so we had like 10 seconds. But now that we have some time to let this breathe, that call-up didn't go very well. Like, it just really didn't. It seemed like it would. Jordan Lawler has all the tools to be a great major league player. He is a great minor league player. I don't think that his overall stock or future, I don't think it drops at all. I just think a lot of things went wrong. He got called up at a time where suddenly I feel like they thought they were going to have more playing time to offer him. They didn't. Then he struggled out of the gate, and when you're not playing regularly and you're a young player, it just snowballs because, hey, I had a bad game and it was Tuesday. Maybe I'll get in the lineup on Saturday, and you could tell it snowballed on him because he never had a hit. He went 0 for 19.
Look, this demotion had to happen.
Yeah.
For the health of the team, the health of the clubhouse.
I would say the health of him, too.
Is his mental health. It had to happen. In fact, you can argue it probably should have happened a few games ago. And based on yesterday, 2 more errors, you would have been better off if it would have happened earlier. It's unfortunate. It's disappointing. But once again, you're Mike Hazen, you're Torey Lovello. When the best players aren't playing, you risk losing the clubhouse. You risk losing the locker room. And I'm not so sure that didn't tie into some of the listless effort you got the last guy. Like, what's going on? Just the confusion over who's playing and why. What are we even doing here? For example, Eduardo Rodriguez is coming back in over Ryan Nelson. That has potential risk to blow up as well.
It's funny when that game ended yesterday. Among other
Eduardo,
things. Yes, that guy. When that happened yesterday, when the game ended, among other things that I think we were all thinking, one of the thoughts I had was like, I think Ryan Nelson just got a spot in the rotation now. And he had nothing to do with the game yesterday, but it's just like that at some point there's got to be that moment where as a team you're like, all right, enough's enough. Like this is ridiculous. We're a better team than this. You got to streamline it. Unfortunately, Jordan Lawler is part of that. It's got to get sent down for all the reasons you just said. He's 0 for 19. He made 2 big errors yesterday. You want him to be a great player in the future. You can't have him up here struggling like this right now, and he's not helping you win. But also, along those same lines, that same line of thinking would be like, hey, who's giving us a chance to win right now? Ryan Nelson. He's got to be in the rotation now.
If you're winning, you can survive and you can handle the rookie struggling. Yeah. But when you're on a bender like this and you've lost 7 out of 8, and the Pirates come in and, they park their pirate ship in your pool and they hoist the colors, right? The Jolly Roger is flying out on the pool deck. You got to do something, and you can't afford to have that caliber of play because, once again, if you're going to snap out of this and you're going to snap the players back into a brand of ball where they don't look, quote, 30% confused, then you better hold guys accountable.
Yeah.
Their job security better be a factor. Jobs better be on the line. And for Jordan Lawler, it was.
And you got to be clear. I mean, if guys look confused, is that on them? Yeah. But let's, to your point, make things clear. Let's not leave anything to doubt. Is Jordan Lawler giving you a chance to win right now? No, he's not helping. He isn't. And that's why I would go back to the Ryan Nelson thing. Is he? Yeah. So I'm guessing guys in that room are like, we're trying to win now, right? Get him in the rotation. Also, this still bothers me, Paulie. Since that loss to the Rockies on May 17th, you realize the Rockies' record is 1-10.
Oh.
Since that, it's not like the Rockies were figuring things out. They just beat the Diamondbacks. So this is Torey Lovello after the game yesterday. He was asked about Lawler because it sure felt like during that game he was getting sent down. You're not getting hits, and then the 2 errors, that one of them was pretty costly. It could have even been worse. He did, ironically, almost hit a home run in his last at-bat. It just went foul. But Lovello, after the game yesterday, Lawler hadn't been sent down yet, but they asked him about him.
In some ways, yes. I feel like, that's where I tell you guys when you ask me the question, why isn't he here? Why isn't he here? Why isn't he here? There's a very specific criteria that we follow and we believe in. When you get here, we want you to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And sometimes we get a little ahead of ourselves. So potentially that I don't want to take anything away from the month that he had in Reno. He was a phenomenal player. He deserved that opportunity to get called up. But we got some decisions to make.
When Torey says yesterday in his post-game presser, after you lose 2 out of 3 to the Pirates, you've lost 7 out of 8, and his quote was, "We've had a bad week of work." Mm-hmm. Yeah, there needs to be repercussions. You don't just run it back. You don't just keep sending the same lineup out there game after game when it's not working. Once again, the accountability, especially when players aren't playing up to their capabilities. How do you snap them back into form? To me, in professional sports, this is the only effective way.
Yeah.
Job security.
Yeah.
It's the only way you motivate. There's no rah-rah speech. There's nothing else you can really do that's going to motivate or effectively penetrate the mindset of a male professional athlete.
It's funny you're saying that because when they called him up, Wolf it's a similar thought, but it's kind of from a different direction. We were trying to figure out why then that they called him up. And look, everybody was clamoring for them to call him up, but then they actually did call him up, and we're like, okay, so is he getting called up because he's doing so well in Reno, or is he getting called up because somebody at the major league level is hurt and we don't know it, and so he's going to get playing time? And Wolf threw out the idea that maybe you called him up to maybe snap some guys into that focus that you're talking about. Hey, if you need an extra day off or whatever, you feel like that, or you're not running it out to first base and you're pinch hitting or whatever, this guy right here could take your job. But it didn't work out that way. And so now, to your point, and I agree with this, you can't, if you kept him up any longer, I don't think it would have been fair to him, and it wouldn't have helped the situation. I do want to play this cut because you were talking about it earlier. This is from Tuesday after the game, and I'm going to let you set it up. It was Torey Lovello asking why he never considered putting Brian Reynolds on. And this is the game from 2 days ago. It's not so much about the game, but it's what he said.
Yeah, this is the game that got out of hand, right? When Pittsburgh rallied from the 6-0, 6-2 deficit. They had 7 runs in the 8th. Here comes Brian Reynolds. He's 3 for 3. Why are you not intentionally walking him? And here's what Torrey had to say.
No. We liked that matchup. Didn't work out. I mean, how can I tell you how much I liked it right now? You had a 3-run home run that was a difference in the game. But no, I think I haven't had a lot of good luck putting runners on over the past couple of days. They all seem to come around and score on me. So I felt like if Beeks had gone out and executed and done a good job and thrown pitches the way he wanted to, that we could have got something on the ground and maybe turned a double play. That was my focus at that point.
So everyone can bag on the manager, but the manager didn't get behind 3-1 in the count against a guy who was 3 for 3, and then you're forced to come in because you didn't want to put any more base runners on, and then boom, that's the ball game. Once again, where is the manager at this point with this bullpen supposed to turn?
Yeah.
Who's reliable? Who can he go to and really have confidence in getting it out? At what matchups does he possibly consider to be foolproof at this point?
That's the scary part here with this team. It would be so easy if Torrey was just a bad manager. Okay, get him out, bring somebody else in, move somebody else up in the organization. He's proven in the past he's a very good manager in this league. Again, not absolving him of what's going on with this situation right now, but there's no way to look at this team and say it's one guy. If it was, that would be fixable pretty easily. Yeah. But, man, it is everybody that he seemingly turns to right now is not coming through in a big moment. That's a problem.
Yeah. To me, simply put, I don't think the team has lost faith in the manager.
I don't think so.
They've lost faith in the bullpen. And once again,
so have I.
Win is a loss more than a loss when it's supposed to be a win and your bullpen coughs it up.
Oh, what if that happens like a dozen times in the first couple months of the season?
That's the hangover, quote unquote, that Torrey talked about yesterday. The hangover of the bullpen jacking it up.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch a little bit early because we got a guest coming up at noon. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Cattell Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. You can drive out a 570 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Toyota's Summer Starts Here national sales event is going on now. Choose from the best-selling Toyotas like Camry, 4Runner, RAV4, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noonish on a Thursday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. We're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf, who is on vacation.
He's like in Amish country. He's wearing his cowboy hat right now, thinking he's John Dutton from Yellowstone out on the cattle ranch. Are you kidding me?
You're so right. He's just staring out over land right now like, yep, everything looks right. Rick is here with Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick, what's up?
What's up, guys? Paul, thanks for picking up Wolf's slack.
Not the first time.
I didn't come here to pick up anybody's slack, okay? I'm here. I'm competing for a job. Wolf's out at this point.
I'm just going to move on to the first topic after that. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost 10-1 to the lowly Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday. Here's Torey Lovello after the game.
Yeah, probably in the 7th inning, I think everybody looked like they saw a ghost, and I don't blame them. I think we were all frustrated, and we got to flush it. We got to get through it. Thankfully, we have an off day tomorrow. I think there was a little bit of a hangover from being 6 outs away from finishing out a game last night that we couldn't finish out. But we got to flush this. We got to come out here Friday with a new sense of urgency and a new sense of focus.
Do you guys think the D-backs can turn this thing around?
I think that they can, but I'll say this next month for sure will define their season, and maybe the next week, because Torey said it right there. You got to flush it. Now, if they do, it's fine. There's a long season ahead of you. If that lingers, that hangover, as they called it, for more, a hangover shouldn't linger for more than one day. So if that lingers, they got a day off today. They got a series against the Nationals coming up. And at the end of this month stretch I'm talking about, they play the Blue Jays, Rockies, White Sox, and Marlins. Their chance to get this right is coming up. The flip side is if they don't, then I think you might start to see some changes.
Nothing's going to change unless they get mentally tougher at this point. I mean, it's the 4-letter S word. Soft. I mean, it's, are you kidding me? Hangover? And they saw a ghost? What are you, Sam Darnold? I mean, I get it. Paul Skeens is throwing 102, and he's one of the best in the league, and he's really hard to hit, and the starting pitchers are whining about the defense, and I got to get extra outs. And, and the offense is like, oh, geez, we scored 6 runs. Isn't that enough? Can't we go for our last 29 in the game or whatever it was? If this is the mentality of this team, it does remind me of the Phoenix Suns. It really does.
Which is not a good thing right now.
I don't want to hear the hangover word ever again this season. It's time to get mentally tougher. Baseball's hard. Life is hard. Deal with it. And that's something they did really well the last 2 years.
Yeah.
There were stretches where we played bad baseball, but they never gave in. They never gave up.
Do you think Skeen's teammates call him like Polly Pirate or Polly Pitching Machine? Or are they just
Polly Pitching Machine's really good.
Yeah, well, he is a machine.
He's way beyond that. He's rookie of the year. By the way, do you realize that was his first win in 6 starts? That's how bad the Pirates are.
Because they don't have any bats.
That's how bad the Pirates are. That was his first win in 6 starts. He never gets any offense.
I didn't think they actually owned bats that they used and carried up to the plate until Tuesday night. I was like, hey, where'd they get these? Oh, there's 9 runs.
All right, sticking with the D-backs, a lot of blame for the struggles has been directed at Torey Lovello. Here's Mike Hazen from the show yesterday.
When the execution doesn't happen, then it's the easiest place to go is it was his decision that screwed it up. That is not what happens. The players bear responsibility to execute in those situations. And to me, the fact that it's not just the relievers, that it's also our defense, it's that we scored 6 runs in the first 4 innings last night and didn't score again against their middle of their bullpen. Those are all contributing factors to how that game ultimately finished. And when you have to zoom out a little bit and not just fixate on yesterday's game, what are the things we're doing well and what are the things we're not doing well? There's a large pocket of this team that is playing at a level that I am very appreciative of. It goes to the starting pitching. It goes to the 1 through 9 of the lineup. It goes to guys having really good seasons. It goes to the makeup of the club that's inside the walls and how hard they work. There is areas of our team that are not performing to the level that we need them to, and we need to fix that.
This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com, which asks, should Torey Lovello be on the hot seat, yes or no?
I don't know what category this falls in, Rick, so I'll just give you my answer on where I am with this. I do think there's a lot to what Mike Hazen just said. Now, you can't put all the blame on the players. I don't think he was necessarily trying to do that. But I'll go back to what I said earlier. Torey Lovello's not doing a whole lot different right now than he did when they went to the World Series. He is counting on guys that have come through for him in the past. To me, the question now is, that's not working. So how do you evolve and change going forward? If it's me, he's not on the hot seat right now. But like I said, the next month really it shows a lot. I mean, I have a lot of confidence that he can get this right. But at the same time, they just lost 2 or 3 to the Pirates. Like something definitely looks broken right now. And now is when it falls on the manager to fix it.
To me, it goes way beyond the manager right now, so it's a definitive no. And by the way, the lineups are a collaborative decision between the GM and the manager in this organization, right? Always has been.
Yeah.
These two are tied at the hip. There's a reason why he's been a long-time manager for Mike Hazen. So I don't see any change being feasible or realistic. Not to mention you have to pay him out the rest of this year and next year. That's not happening. Not after the Jordan Montgomery debacle. Not happening.
I remember asking Mike Hazen the question point blank in 2023: Is Torey is he on the hot seat? Is he about to go? And he gave a similar-ish answer, and then they went to the World Series 2 months later. So baseball, it's a long season. I get the frustration. I'm frustrated. If it doesn't get better, I think that's a conversation, but I still think there's time for it to get better. But again, the last couple of days have shown us that if they just go down the path they're on, it's not going to get better.
All right. I voted no because you guys said no, and honestly, these results surprised me based off of Twitter. Yes is at 62%, and no is at 38%. Okay. So I would have expected it to be like 80-20 based off of Twitter, but...
Well, nobody's going to jump on Twitter and be like, keep the manager. You know what I mean? You only go on Twitter if you're upset about that. Or
exactly. Well, I mean, I've gone on Twitter to say keep the manager before.
Well, you're one of the 20% then.
Could I draw an analogy real quick between the D-backs releasing Madison Bumgarner early in 2023 and that team doing what? eventually going to the World Series.
Yeah.
The move that needed to be made was a player who wasn't performing.
Yeah.
I think you need to take a hard look at this roster and make some hard decisions on players, some highly paid, one of whom who's coming back and is going to be inserted back into the rotation. And I think
could you be talking about?
maybe that's how you recapture the belief in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
That's the accountability you need.
I mean,
job security.
Like a guy like Erod, I know he hasn't really actually made a ton of starts for the Diamondbacks, but it can't be every fifth day is just an automatic loss. Like that's you don't have time for that now. You have to make up ground. You have to beat good teams to make up for your losses to the Pirates and Rockies.
All right, you guys are out at Cardinals OTAs, and apparently Darius Robinson looks massive. Here he is yesterday deciding why he decided to bulk up.
One, just dealing with the injury. You know, when you hurt, you be in the weight room more than anybody already. And then just thinking about the year two, like the jump, knowing I'm going to play a lot more, knowing what my role can be. So I just want to make sure my body was ready and just continue to grow and, you know, be able to earn a role with this team.
How important will Darius Robinson be to the Arizona Cardinals this season?
I think it's just one of those things where if he does take the next step, this defense has a chance to be elite. If he doesn't, they went out and added so many players that I think they can still be okay, but you don't want a first-round pick to be a question mark after year two. Year one, with everything he was dealing with, he's not behind schedule as far as I'm concerned, considering everything he had to deal with that was out of his control. But, you know, they do need him now.
After seeing him yesterday, the D&D Rob stands for dang. Look at that dude. I mean, and even his quickness out on the field, he finally looked like the guy we saw in training camp again.
Yeah.
And I know he's going against the sled and he's hitting the bags and all that, but you can tell how much more explosive he looks than the next 9 guys in line.
Well, that's something then.
And remember, this is a Cardinals pass defense that needs some help. They need to affect the quarterback. They were 29th in completion percentage allowed, and a lot of that was because you weren't getting to the quarterback. And what's the quickest way to get to the quarterback? From the inside out, A to B, and that's straight through the A gap.
Biggest upside of anybody on that defensive line? Is that Darius Robinson in your mind?
Without seeing Walter Nolan III,
Yeah.
I'd say absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, we'll talk a little basketball. Would Oklahoma City Thunder assistant Dave Bliss be a good fit for the Phoenix Suns? He is one of the 5 finalists. He's still coaching because the Thunder are going to the NBA Finals. We're going to talk to Andrew Schlecht, Thunder reporter for The Athletic. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You know what I love? Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach. That's right. They're professional, they're efficient, they're on time, they're reliable. It's one of the reasons why they love to support and hire our veterans. And they do it proudly, my friends. Not only that, too, Moving Team 6, they believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. This is a company that is built on a family, the Lee family, as in Tim Lee, who owns and operates the company with his sons Garrett and JT right here in North Phoenix. It's built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com. And that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Tyler Childers on the road, live in concert in Phoenix. Performing at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, June 8th. Tyler Childers. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit tylerchildersmusic.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our John Gambadoro, Jordan Lawler has been sent down to AAA Reno. Lawler was just 0 for 19 since making his return to the big leagues. Ildemaro Vargas will take Lawler's spot on the roster. The D-backs are off today before starting a 3-game series at home against the Washington Nationals tomorrow. And the NBA Finals could be set after tonight. The Pacers look to close out the Knicks in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
What we just tried and did over the last 2.5 years has not been as successful as we hoped.
Arizona Sports, Suns, a new horizon.
We got to do stuff different and change to be better.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
So let's hit rewind as I grab the steering wheel here for a moment.
Do it.
Last month I was on with Wolf and all this. In fact, inevitably there's breaking news whenever Paulie Pencilneck fills in, and boom, at that day, that morning, Mike Budenholzer was relieved of his duties. So we started talking and speculating who's next and all that. And here's the dramatic reenactment. Luke, I want you to ask me, like Wolf did, who I would like as the next Suns head coach.
All right. Do you want me to ask it in Wolf's voice?
Absolutely.
Right.
Sure.
Paulie, who do you even want to be the Suns' next head coach, right?
I don't care. That's what I said.
Perfect.
Because to me, head coach is like 7th on the to-do list at this point. Have they not proven that this group of players, this roster, is beyond the depths of any head coach, whether it's Monty Williams, whether it's Frank Vogel, whether it's Mike Budenholzer. These are proven, effective NBA coaches. And until you tell me that you have a different crew in that locker room who's ready to be coached, who's ready to accept these defensive principles that some of the best defensive minds in the game have tried to institute, I'm not a believer that this group is going to buy into any head coach just based on the recent track record. And so with that in mind, we can go through these names, and that's great, and I get it. They're going to go the opposite because that's the way it works in sports. Instead of the proven title-winning head coach, you're going to go with a first-time, younger guy, and, for no other reason, just the expenses. You've got so much money out there to former head coaches.
You are paying like 9 head coaches, it feels like right now.
So, that line item alone mandates perhaps that you're going to go with someone who's a first-time head coach, but you've gone through a bunch of these names already, and in a moment, maybe we'll hear more about Dave Bliss. But from the interviews you've done so far, from insiders, Johnny Bryant, Jordan Ott, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, what has stood out? Who has stood out?
Well, I will say this real quick. This is the point where Wolf would jump in and tell you to eat your salad and make some joke about you being on the sidelines or in the locker room.
Yeah, he'll give me a hard time about taking too long to eat my meal. When Wolf, every time he sits down for a meal, he looks like a bear coming out of hibernation.
That's true. I almost never see Wolf eat. Like, he just doesn't eat. But if there is barbecue, and not like I'm over here eating slowly, like, oh, this is delicious. Like, there's barbecue. You just eat through it like a bear coming out of hibernation.
Take your eyes off his plate for 1 minute. You look back again, it's gone.
He's like, what? All right, so the names that are out there for people, the 5 finalists, for anybody that either didn't hear it or kind of got lost in the shuffle of that stretch of like 2 hours on Tuesday where the names kept changing. It's Johnny Bryant, Jordan Ott, Chris Quinn, Sean Sweeney, and Dave Bliss. Doing this exercise where we've been talking to reporters or radio broadcasters or TV broadcasters in the cities that these teams play on that cover these teams has been helpful, at least from my perspective, because you can read about these guys, you can ask people about them, behind the scenes or whatever, but to hear what people that are covering them constantly are saying is helpful in the sense that this is a unique coaching search. The Suns flat out said we're not looking for a guy with head coaching experience. It almost seems like that's a negative to them right now. Johnny Bryant is interesting to me. Chris Quinn is probably still my favorite of these 5. Dave Bliss is interesting, though, in the sense that I'd like to know how much he has impacted Oklahoma City's defense, because and they really haven't been able to talk to him because he's still coaching. They're going to the NBA Finals. So to me, I feel like he's the wild card. Sean Sweeney is compelling as well. Look, it's easy to say Jordan Ott is my least favorite of the guys on the list, and he is. but it's not that like I have some inside information where I've secretly been on the coaching staff in Cleveland and I know he will never be good. It just feels like he's only on the list right now because of the Michigan State ties. And we talked to Chris Fedor, who covers the Cavs, yesterday, and he flat out said, look, he said good things about Jordan Ott because he could give us a perspective that wasn't just, oh, this guy coached at Michigan State. But he did say Johnny Bryant, who's also in Cleveland and is on this list, is probably more ready right now to be a head coach. So I think a lot of people will be confused if it's Ott, is kind of what I would say. I don't know that you can have a definitive reaction one way or the other when they hire the guy, though, because this is the long game that they're playing at this point.
Has Jordan Ott ever received another NBA head coaching interview?
Not that I know of.
So the Michigan State ties are pivotal, are critical, are essential. He spent 5 years as a Michigan State video coordinator.
Yes.
5 years.
Yes.
Let's go back to Dave Bliss for a minute.
Yes.
If you're telling me that Dave Bliss is the defensive coordinator for OKC, you're hired.
So, yeah,
you're hired.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you see last night? Minnesota at halftime had 12 made field goals and 14 turnovers.
Yeah.
So if you're responsible for the defense in OKC, and I get it, they got a lot of dudes, and they have 2 all-NBA defensive players, if not more. I know Lou Dort and Caruso and how many other guys could. So I get it, but if you're the guy coordinating that and you're the guy generating the buy-in on the defensive end of the floor for Oklahoma City, guess what? Welcome to Phoenix.
Yeah.
He's my guy.
It. I mean, if they can tell me definitively, not tell me, but if they can tell the Thunder, if they are able to tell the Suns definitively, or he's able to convey that, or if that's the actual case, then yeah. I mean, how much of it is that you have Lou Dort and you have all these other guys that are great defensive players? The Suns don't have that right now. But again, it goes back to the original question. Are you expecting to win next year? Because if not, then if defense is important to you, and he is Oklahoma City's defensive mastermind, you're hoping that you will bring in the players and he will develop them into it. Like, what could he do with a Ryan Dunn? What could he do with somebody you may draft or go out if you prioritize defense this offseason? What could he do when you go get Mikal Bridges in a year? Because you better. You want to make everybody feel better, find a way to get Mikal Bridges in a year when he's a free agent. But if he's that guy, if Chris Quinn really is Eric Spoelstra's right-hand man, as we heard when we talked to the Miami Heat broadcaster, that we were radio host in Miami, when we were talking to Brendan Tobin last week, and he essentially said, if Eric Spoelstra were to leave, Chris Quinn would be the guy that steps in. If he's really that guy, if he's held in that high of regard by Eric Spoelstra, then it's him. To me, it's one of those two. But if it's Johnny Bryant or Sean Sweeney, I'm intrigued by the upside. If it's Ott, the only reason it just can't be Ott. Like, if they want to bring him and Bryant over and he's like Bryant's assistant, then I'm interested in that, because when we talked to Chris Fedor yesterday, he said one of the things with Ott is he's really good with player development. And when we asked him who's more ready, he did say Johnny Bryant is just more ready experience-wise, but he also said it also comes down to what you specifically want from your guy. You also have to factor in that there's 2 Cleveland Cavalier assistants on this list, and wouldn't it be nice to take something from Dan Gilbert in Cleveland?
Now that's an intriguing storyline. Yeah, now that gets a little salacious and sensational. Yeah, if you can win and do so at Dan Gilbert's expense, yeah, that's a double ding for ownership. Matt Ishbia.
I don't think they'd be upset if they got to do that.
Here's the thing. Look, Mark Stein just reported, in the last 24, 48 hours, Sean Sweeney and Chris Quinn have both made strong impressions.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. And Chris Quinn, a lot to like. He's been around Spoelstra and Pat Riley for 15 years, both a player and a coach. If that Heat culture is something they desire and they covet, then sure, Chris Quinn could be the guy.
Yeah.
But if it ends up being Jordan Ott, I'll say this. I think it'll be announced late on a Friday. It's going to be a Friday news dump if it ends up being Jordan Ott. I'm just saying that.
The biggest thing with Ott, too, is if you are the Michigan State guy as labeled by the fan base and you step in, you better win 50 games next year with a lineup that isn't going to probably be built to win 50 games. So that's going to be tough for him. All right, when we come back, how much better can the Cardinals' offense be in 2025, considering they really didn't add much on that side of the ball on paper? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really?
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes. There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
I was out of town, and my wife had a business meeting she had to go to, so we hired the next-door neighbor to be the babysitter. She had them out by the pool, and my daughter got hungry, so she took my daughter inside to get a sandwich and left Rex out by the pool by himself. And when she came back out, Rex was face down in the pool. She started screaming, the babysitter, and my next door neighbor on the other side heard the screaming, came over, got Rex out of the pool. By the time 911 came, they tried to resuscitate him. He never did regain consciousness. These drowning incidents, they happen very quickly and they're silent. Keep constant eye-to-eye contact with the children around the pool. Many people think it can't happen to me, and it does. It can happen to anybody. It happened to me.
Fulton Homes remembers Rex and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the GMC Sierra 1500 is a top pick. What makes this the ideal moment to drive one home?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, tech-packed, and built for any job. And Memorial Month means some of our best savings of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
So visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. Liberty, GMC, AZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell Groom's Cake Ice Cream is renewing its vows on the frozen aisle. Milk chocolate ice cream with chocolate cake pieces, chocolate-coated strawberry hearts, swirls of strawberry sauce, and chocolate icing. See you at the reception.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Fry's food stores and all Walgreens.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs now.
All right, we're back here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf. We are going to talk to Paris Johnson Jr. He'll join us in this room in a little bit, sometime this hour. And Jalen Thompson will join us at some point next hour. Paulie, the offseason, I thought the Cardinals were aggressive more so than they've been the last few years. Aggressive in a very noticeable way. I mean, they were still out there making moves because they were overhauling the culture and the roster the last couple of years. But aggressive in a way that people nationally are taking notice this offseason. But it was mostly on the defensive side of the ball, which I love. That's what I wanted. But it doesn't change the fact that in terms of on paper adding things to the offense, they really haven't done much. So where does the belief come from that the offense will be better than it was last year?
Yeah, how many mock drafts had the Cardinals going receiver in round 1 or round 2, right?
Lots, yeah.
How many free agent lists had the Cardinals going after a receiver or maybe a veteran interior offensive lineman? Maybe, just maybe, one of those two or both happens between now and camp. Maybe you get a week into camp and you realize, okay, you know what? This player isn't what we thought he was now that we're in full pads. I mean, it's hard to tell, especially line of scrimmage right now. But where does this It's been top 5, top 10 each of the last couple of years. Number 2 in yards per carry each of the last 2 years. How did they get better? One guy, Trey Benson. Mm-hmm. And what we saw to Trey Benson in those last 3 or 4 games before he went down for injury, right? The kind of offseason he's had, according to James Conner yesterday. But more importantly to me, was him channeling his inner James Conner. A dude who has the size, has the strength, and has the speed, if all of a sudden he has the mentality and the mindset of a James Conner, the whole cram it vertical and let's go, then you truly do have a 1-2 punch in the backfield. So that's the run game. As for the passing game, and remember, the Cardinals were top 5 in chunk runs, explosive runs a year ago. They were bottom 3rd in explosive pass plays.
Yeah.
So in that aspect of this offense, it needs to get better, I think, to be an elite offense, to be a playoff caliber team. How do you do that? Well, to me, it's not necessarily adding the speed guy, take the top off, stretch the defense. That'd be great, but we've been there and done that. I mean, you got to be able to play. You can't bring in Andy Isabella or J.J. Nelson, these 4-3, 4-2-8 guys if they can't play. To me, what's more critical to this offense in the pass game, you need another third down option beyond Trey McBride.
Yeah.
When it's third and you got to have it, you got to have more than number 85.
Yeah.
That's key.
Yeah.
So whether it's Marvin Harrison Jr., whether it's getting more out of Greg Dortch in the last 2 games, I think you found something with Greg Dortch. He was conspicuously silent quite a bit and not targeted very much and didn't get many receiver reps through the middle of the season. Whether it's Zay Jones, whose season just never got on track after the suspension to start last year. Whatever it is, you got to find another viable option for Kyler Murray on third, and you got to have it.
I like the way you said that, because it's not like, well, they need a 1,000-yard receiver to step in here. They don't, but what they need, they do need. You know what I mean? Like, what you're saying is, okay, you got to have somebody step up in big moments on third down or whatever. You got to give Kyler these options. You're not looking for some crazy statistical machine, so you're not asking, let's say, Zay Jones or Greg Dortch to be a 1,000-yard receiver. But they do need it. Somebody does have to take that job and run with it.
And by the way, who did I erroneously leave out? The guy who's got his hand up in the back of the room. What about me, Calvisi? Michael Wilson. Mm-hmm. The guy who said, you know what? I can be your third down target dude. He just didn't get a lot of opportunities last year. Now, was that on him? Was he not getting separation? Did the play calling, was he a third or fourth option and never got to that point? I don't know. Was he not a priority in the game plan? I have no idea. Is he even capable of being that guy? Undetermined.
Yeah.
We've seen flashes. The best thing about Michael Wilson I saw was his rookie year. He made a lot of really good contested catches. And usually on third down when you got to get to the sticks,
that's what you need.
That's going to be a physical contested catch. He has shown the ability to do that.
The other thing I would say, too, and I'm going to play this cut from Jonathan Gannon, they did take 4 offensive players in the first 3 rounds of the draft last year. They did invest in the offense. It's not like they forgot that they have an offense, but they invested in it early in the draft last year. And to that end, maybe continuity is the biggest thing working in the offense's favor. This is Jonathan Gannon yesterday who said, actually, right now the offense is ahead of the defense.
How the rules are set up, I always think the offense is ahead of the defense right now. I don't know. We start from, ground zero, I would say. So we're going through all the steps that we need to go through, and they're kind of all at OTA 1 right now.
The biggest potential jump for me, Paulie, is it's basically a trio of second-year players. You mentioned Trey Benson. And I almost feel like people forgot about him because we're also caught up in the, hey, go draft Cam Scatterbo. But Trey Benson, LaDainian Tomlinson's words are still ringing in my ear from last year. He's like, I didn't want everybody to know about him before our fantasy draft because I think he's going to be the best running back in this draft. That's LaDainian Tomlinson who knows something about running backs.
Wow.
Him taking a step, obviously Marvin Harrison Jr. taking a step, but also Isaiah Adams. And I've said this to Wolf, I'll say it to you. I wonder why they weren't so aggressive adding interior offensive line help this offseason. I know they drafted Hayden Conner in the 6th round, but I wonder why they weren't so aggressive is because internally they feel like Isaiah Adams is going to be that guy. He still has to do it. He still has to do it for 17 games at the NFL level, but my antenna's up on that one.
So you know what I did yesterday? I'm right on the same page with you on Isaiah Adams. So we saw him out there. He's at a distance, right? I'm like, okay, Is he put on weight? I'm sorry, Isaiah Adams, for scrutinizing your lower body, but have you been in the squat rack? What can I see from over here? Let me zoom in on my phone. What do we got here? And then you know what I did? I went back in and I grabbed last year's final flip card from week 18.
Okay.
And I checked his height and his weight.
Yeah.
And I compared it to the height and weight they put out on the roster yesterday.
Yeah.
Identical. So I don't know if he's put on any weight or not, but I do know what he told us at the end of last year, I think it was the exit interviews after the season ended, that he wasn't just on a maintenance weightlifting program like most players are during the season.
Yeah.
He was on a strength building program.
Okay.
Because they identified, you know what? He's got the skills. He has the mentality. He has the football IQ. He might have been a little light in the keister. Get in the squat rack. Have a Zach Allen offseason like Zach Allen did.
Allen, not Zach Gallen.
Zach Allen, right, who unfortunately now plays for the Broncos, but he went from year 1 to year 2. He put on 15 or 20 really good pounds, and it really elevated his game. So to your point, what do they know that we don't know about Isaiah Adams? And maybe that's the reason why they did not target a veteran free agent at that position.
Yeah, and I'm not an offensive line expert, but he did look stronger just in his play by the end of the like physically stronger. And I tell you who is an offensive line expert, Paulie, is Paris Johnson Jr., and he's going to join us in here next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Bunker to Bunkers Golf Tour is kicking off their summer swing at Verado Golf Club's Founders Course on Saturday morning, June 21st. Benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation, Bunker to Bunkers two-person scramble is loaded with breakfast, team competitions, a huge raffle, awards, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say two birds with one stone. We say two damages with one deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in one storm, you only pay one deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our one deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our John Gambadoro, Jordan Lawler has been sent to AAA Reno. Lawler was 0 for 19 since making his return to the big leagues. Ildemaro Vargas will take Lawler's spot on the roster. The D-backs are off today before starting a 3-game series at home against the Washington Nationals tomorrow. The NBA Finals could be set after tonight. The Pacers look to close out the Knicks in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5 on ESPN 620 AM. And Cardinals OTAs are currently going on. Joining the Wolf and Luke show next is Cardinals offensive lineman Paris Johnson Jr. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs now.
All right, it is Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf. As a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. And we are pleased to be joined out here right now at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center by Paris Johnson Jr. Paris, thank you for the time, man. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Doing good.
See, now, Luke, this is Monday through Saturday, Paris.
Okay.
Sunday, Paris, is a totally different dude. As your local sideline reporter, okay, I keep my distance from Sunday, Paris.
That's probably good.
Tell everyone, I mean, how different a person, a mentality are you on game day?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a whole different mindset. I'm in a whole different mode. I start that day just starting to talk to God about the mindset that I want to have, that, you know, I want to be like, might be kind of choice word, I'm like bad word, kind of like a terrorist on the field that day. You know what I mean? But to glorify God in a way. So I walk around with that swagger, with the mentality to kill, because I think it's a part of the purpose of why I'm in the NFL, why I'm on the Cardinals, and why I have a chance, you know, to start on the line. You know what I mean? So that whole day, it's not a whole lot of talking, but just kind of in that mode until I end up in the family section at some point. Then I start to chill out a little bit, you know?
You know, if I didn't know already, your rookie year at Pittsburgh, you were trying to take T.J. Watt out of bounds.
Oh, yeah, to the sideline.
And he knew he was going out of bounds, and then he just dropped. And then all of a sudden it was on. And you guys are rooting and tooting you to go, right? And that right there, I'm like, oh, boy. Okay, here we go. Yeah, Cardinals have a baller here. You're taking on T.J. Watt.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's times like that are fun. Like, you love going against the best. And I have so much respect for his game and his prestige and all the things he's done. But, again, those are the guys that you want to even more, you know, to dominate. Because how many guys in the league are going to have the confidence to try him? So me as a young guy, I'm like, oh, I want him to come out here chill today because I'm going to get in his face today because I don't care. Because we're both in the same league.
Yeah. Sure.
You know what I mean? So it's times like that are fun, and I look forward to making a lot more of those moments for fans this year.
We're talking to Paris Johnson Jr. Paris, every time I've talked to you, it's been Monday through Saturday, Paris. You're pretty mellow, laid-back guy. Did you have to refine what you just talked about at some point in your career where you went into that other mode on Sundays, or is that just natural for you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been doing that since I was a kid, since I was 5 playing the game. It's always been my mindset, but I say it hit a whole nother level in high school, and I feel like I'm at, and as soon as I got to Ohio State, for game days you play at noon, we're up at 5 in the morning, coaches are starting to bang down the doors, tossing water bottles in people's faces, chug the ball. 5 in the morning, so it was like kind of that wild dog mindset from 5 in the morning. You know what I mean? So here, I gotta wake up till 7. So, I get a little bit more sleep, but it's still that wild dog mindset. The second my alarm goes off, it's a whole different mode.
Yeah.
I gotta carry that to it. So hopefully it's not. That kind of ability has to be adjusted when we play at night.
Yeah.
Or I'll just wear myself out, being hyped from 8 o'clock. Kickoff's not till 7. You know what I mean? So I gotta chill.
Is it true you have never played the same offensive line position in back-to-back years?
Since high school.
Wow. So what is that going to do for your game now that you're able to build on last year and this year at the same spot, left tackle?
Oh, that's exciting. It allows my off-season training to be a lot more consistent. You know what I mean? So, and it allows me to just refine just what I have to do. I mean, I know what I have to do because I had to do it last year, but now it allows me to understand more of the offense. Now I get to focus on what are the guards looking at. Now let's start to look at more of the rotation, on the defensive side. Now let's look at these tendencies because now I can think beyond just what I have to do. You know what I mean? With a whole nother year under my belt in the same spot.
We're talking to Paris Johnson Jr. Paris, at least from an outside perspective, you seemed like a leader on this team as a rookie, which I'm guessing probably isn't easy to do, to step in as a rookie with a bunch of grown men that have been playing for a while. But now that you go into year 3, and like he just said, you get to play the same position, have to focus on switching positions. How do you feel like that has evolved for you as far as being a leader now at the NFL level?
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I think that's what you want. When you have a chance to come to the NFL, to be the left tackle, going into your second year in the same position, that's kind of what you want. And I feel like it's been earned over time. But I think it's awesome to be able to be the guy that people that are now coming into the team, or they got traded here, whether they got signed here, to come to me if they have questions, advice about things, even going down to how we do the warm-ups, the warm-up before team warm-ups. So I kind of love that, and I start to pray every morning that I do that the right way, because I know I have a chance, to be an influencer, and I want to do it the right way to put more people in position to have success, because that's how the Cardinals get better,
Paris Johnson Jr. is our guest. So as a right tackle, as a rookie, you went against, and I called this up, Aaron Donald twice, Nick Bosa twice, Montez Sweat twice, T.J. Watt, Trey Hendrickson, Micah Parsons, Myles Garrett, Justin Madubuike, Jonathan Grenard, Kayvon Thibodeau, Hassan Reddick. You played every single snap of your rookie year. How are you better now than you were then? And where do you see your upside this year? Like, how do you assess your own game, and how tough are you on your own film?
Yeah, I feel like I love to watch my old film, but at the same time, I feel like each year I'm a whole different player. So watching mechanics I used my first year, that was a win. I might not, that's not going to be the same thing that I carry into this year. And it's the same just going into last year. I spent a lot of this off season just starting to train whole different stuff. You know what I mean? In terms of because my whole plan this off season was to be more consistent. And consistency starts with being able to understand your process with your stance and your drive and your plan that you have, because as soon as you start to recognize your process, then you take the reps, and then you start to own it, and then it becomes just kind of natural. You know what I mean? So I want to create less plays that are a win. I want to explain this right way so I don't confuse people, but I want all my plays on film. I want to have pure intent for each win that I have. So that way, if something does not go my way, I'm not trying to think, do I have to do this or this? Restart the process. Not a win. Ooh, my outside hand kind of got him right there. Cool. I don't care about that. I want my outside hand's going to go right there. Boom, got it. Do it again. Okay, outside hand's going to do this. Inside clamp. Boom, boom. You know what I mean? Everything to have a reason.
Yeah.
Well, think of what DJ Humphries used to say. If the edge rushers in the NFL are the biggest combination in sports of size and speed, and I have to stop them while moving backwards, what does that make me as a tackle, right? Just the challenge, look.
We're talking to Paris Johnson Jr. And Paris, Paul and I were just talking about this before you came in here. you look at what the Cardinals did in the offseason, it's like, man, they added this guy and this guy and this guy. Well, they were mostly all on defense. So we played the cut from Jonathan Gannon where he's like, the offense is actually ahead of the defense right now, though, because these guys all know each other. From your perspective, how much does it help to have that continuity, especially because you got some young guys still on offense, to just have guys you've played with now for a year or two, and they've played together now?
I was just saying, on the offensive side of the ball, it's a high level of accountability.
Okay.
You know, it's been the same group for the most part for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, so I feel like just the conversation and the accountability, and I think the intensity of the conversation in the huddle. You know, it's short. It's not long talks because these are all my guys. So I'm like, hey, boom, let's go. Let's do this. It's short. It's quick. It's intense, and it's all love.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's understood because of time spent in the huddle for the past 3 years. We'll go into this third year, and time outside of the huddle, you know, for these past 3 off seasons. So I feel like it allows the offense to have high level of accountability and execution.
Like that trust is there. You
for
guys
sure.
just kind of know what's coming up. Yeah. Okay.
So if you want to know about a defensive lineman, ask an offensive lineman. When you look over on that side of the ball now and you see 8 legit dudes in the defensive line room, what are they building? What is the potential over there on that side of the ball?
Oh, that's so exciting. I love the guys we have. I mean, the interior guys are some freaks. Some freaks on the inside. But, you know, but personally, what I love, you know, what the defensive end room the most, because I'll be going against them. I like guys that offer, you know, not everybody just does this.
Right.
I love how open and like the variety of the tendencies of the guys we have in the room. That reflects the entire NFL to me, you know. So I know that if I'm going against Sweat, this is what's made him his money and his success all day long. And thank God I get to go against that guy here all the time. So when I go against the guy that does that same move, but not, and it's great, it's elite, but not as elite as him, as he's perfected it. It's like I'm back here at the health center. Boom, 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 boom. Fun. You know, Birch is going to bring his own game. With D-Rob's going to bring his own game. So when you have all those guys in the building, you don't have to try to manufacture those looks, you know?
Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense. Paris, it's always great catching up with you, man. Thank you so much for this.
I appreciate you guys.
All right.
Thank you.
D-Rob looks pretty good, doesn't he?
Oh, that guy does all his push-ups and all his sit-ups. He doesn't miss one. That's all I got to say.
He's been winning the offseason. No doubt. All right.
That's Paris Johnson Jr. joining us right there. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. We come back, we'll get into the D-backs bullpen and how they maybe can fix it. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Does Kevin Durant want to stay in the West? Does he want to go back east? What he wants matters in this situation.
Absolutely it does.
Teams will think the Suns are desperate, and teams will try to take advantage of a rookie general manager.
And that's
the way it works.
That's another consideration, too, that leads me back to the very real possibility of a similar-looking roster next year. And maybe not around the periphery, but the core of it.
What if the core is the problem?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Bay Zononians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information right now. Listen, Aria is led by Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe is super cool, man. Has a wide hawk. I call it the wide hawk. He shaves the sides of his head right there down to a point. This is what I had earlier, but with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-on-4. I've got the wide hawk also and the All-on-4. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com. And that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Purchase a special event ticket pack for Women's Night on Friday, May 30th to receive an exclusive D-Backs cap with your game ticket. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com/women.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Diamondbacks option Jordan Lawler to AAA Reno after tough MLB stretch. Diamondbacks execs Derek Hall and Mike Hazen stand behind manager Torey Lovello. And Diamondbacks expected to call up ex-Mets reliever Jeff Brigham. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi.
All right, thanks to Paris Johnson Jr. for joining us last segment. Always great to catch up with him. You can talk to him for 2 seconds and understand why he is a leader on this team, Paulie.
I'll tell you, I had to shake off his handshake. I mean, I think I'm on the injured list right now after that handshake. It's like Adrian Peterson-esque. I mean, like, boom. I'm like, wait a minute. Are you game day, Paris? All of a sudden with that handshake? Like, wow, okay, hello.
Paulie's questionable for tomorrow's show.
It might be.
Maybe even downgraded to doubtful after that
It's just, my goodness. So, no, he looks great. I mean, that's remarkable. He hasn't played the same position 2 years in a row since high school.
I couldn't believe that when you said that.
So what does his offseason look like when he doesn't have to learn all new footwork and all new position? What do I do on this play? If he can just seamlessly go from last year to this year, what does that do for his game? I mean, honestly, as a franchise left tackle, I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, that's the foundation you use to hit the next level, is when, okay, wait, I'm looking around. I don't have to relearn something. I don't have to switch. I don't have to undo things. I can just focus on what I want to do to take my game to the next level, and that is a really good thought for the Cardinals if their left tackle continues to evolve the way he already has in the first 2 years. Back to baseball, back to the Diamondbacks. I was thinking about this earlier when we were talking, Paulie. I got to see it, obviously. I think we're all at the point now where we have to see it. But you can list off the things that are holding the Diamondbacks back right now, and you can list them all off, and you can talk me into all of them being fixable during the season or getting better during the season, except the bullpen. That's one where I'm not saying I'm not saying there's no way, but you tell me, hey, Torrey's got to adapt and do this. He's okay. You got to tell me the defense has got to be better. Yeah, the defense will be better because the defense traditionally with this team is better. You tell me that Corbin Carroll, who really hasn't been hitting over the last month, certainly the way he was the first part of the season, that he's going to start hitting again. Yeah, I have no doubt. Ketel Marte's going to be in the lineup more. Sure. The bullpen, though, you're not talking about one person or two. You're talking about 5-6 people need to basically everybody except Shelby Miller and Justin Martinez needs to change something.
What did we hear Torey Lovullo say after Tuesday's game? Yeah, I haven't had a lot of luck running virtually anyone out there, running out a reliever that's going to get anyone out and keeping guys off the bases. In other words, I've tried everything, and nothing is working right now. And you know what? I would agree with you for the most part. A month ago, I would have said, yeah, you fix the bullpen, you fix this team.
Yeah.
But the base running has been suspect. The defense has been suspect all year.
I'm just saying that stuff can get fixed. I don't know if the bullpen can.
And I agree. There's a much greater degree of difficulty to fix the bullpen. But at some point, a team is who they show you are.
Yeah.
And, you got to believe it's sort of like the Suns. I think we were all in denial 3/4 of last season. And then finally the last month or two, we said, wait a minute, this really is who the Suns are.
Yeah.
They're not going to break out of this funk. This isn't a funk.
I'm going to take this, and I said this to Wolf before the season even started. I will take this much harder than I took the Suns collapse because I had, and still do, although I'm starting to wonder, higher expectations for this Diamondbacks team this season than I had for the Suns last season. And I still thought the Suns would be a lot better than they were. Yeah. But the Diamondbacks, I had who knows what the ceiling is expectations. And if this is the ceiling, this is depressing.
All right, so if you're asking me how, where, what do you do to fix the D-backs bullpen? Calvisi Consulting, the Paulie Pine-Tar division, advises the following.
Okay.
Get defined roles for everyone.
Step one.
Okay, you're handling the 7th, you're handling the 8th, you're handling the 9th. When different guys have different roles at different times, you're asking for chaos. Who was the reliever who told you during spring training?
Ryan Thompson.
And what did he say? That's the key for everyone. Mentally, you go into your job that day and okay, I got the 7th inning today.
Yep.
I got the 8th inning today. I can look ahead. What's the lineup going to look like? I'm sitting in the bullpen. I'm anticipating where am I going to be in their lineup. All right, I'm used to this situation. Baseball players love routine. You start messing with things day to day, week to week, all of a sudden you're risking that chaos, and that is what has happened. Some of it beyond the D-backs' control because of injury. But if you can restore order to the bullpen, and I mean order as in who's 7, 8, and 9, that's the first step in restoring efficiency.
I know Rick has that cut. Rick, I want you to, if you can play the Hazen cut from yesterday talking about the external options for the bullpen right now, because there's not a quick fix here right now, but this is what Mike Hazen told us on the show yesterday.
The external options are going to be on the waiver wire. They're going to be released players, and that's just the way it goes. And we sign guys, and we send them to Reno, and hopefully get them rehabbed a little bit and built up a little bit. Then you get a nice run out of them when they come up here. Or there's guys that are in Reno currently, younger arms, that need to come up here and have an opportunity to come up here and pitch. That's what's afforded to you probably for the next 4 weeks. I think at that point, there could be some teams that would be willing. The challenge with pitching is not only you have to have teams that would be fully out of it to trade off of their back end of their bullpen, which is what we would be going after. We're not going after the front side of somebody's bullpen. But traditionally, pitching doesn't go until the deadline. Teams wait because they know that's when they're going to get their best price. So, yeah, we have to figure this out. We have to figure this out inside right now, and the thought of waiting for Puck to get back is going to fix everything. Waiting for the deadline to come to fix everything. That's not the way this is going to work. We are not going to be afforded that opportunity to wait until July to fix this issue. This needs to get fixed immediately.
See, to me, he's talking to the clubhouse right there.
I agree.
You guys are sitting around waiting for me to do something. No, it's not happening. It's not coming soon. The change in here is internal.
Yeah.
The change is on this roster already.
And It has to be. I mean, if you think about it, we had Steve Zinsmeister on earlier. I thought this was a great point where he was just like, I'm not sure this bullpen's one guy away from being fixed. And I just you're right. Like at a certain point, this is your team. You can't go out and get 6 relievers. You can't do that. It's not possible. Now, I'm not saying if you couldn't go out and get Ryan Helsley's the name everybody always uses, and that made a lot of sense at the start of the season. Now the Cardinals are in position where they probably just want to keep him because they're a playoff contender. But you could go out there and get just the right guy. I don't know that he fixes everything. I like your idea actually more, Paulie, of give everybody defined roles. And I'm hoping the return of Justin Martinez does that because they're in this weird spot. They don't need a closer right now. They need the entire rest of the bullpen. So,
right.
Yes, there's that cut from Ryan Thompson where he said that before the season. This team also showed us in 2023 that they need roles in the bullpen. The bullpen the first half of that season wasn't good. They were winning despite the bullpen. Then they got Paul Sewald and everybody slotted into place and they took off and they went to the World Series. I don't hate the idea of Torey sitting down with the bullpen and saying, look, I know we haven't named a closer. We're naming one. And internally, I'm naming the 8th inning guy and the 7th inning guy. We have to change something right now.
What we saw yesterday and what you saw the latter half of the loss on Tuesday, that's not the Arizona Diamondbacks. Can we all agree on that?
That's why it's so alarming.
That's a shell of its former self. So if we're going to psychoanalyze this team, and there's nothing more subjective than psychoanalyzing, so my opinion, thanks for asking, is that this team does not believe in its bullpen. Players know players. And they know they're not equipped in innings 7 through 9. And that's just a recipe to lose games, to lose series. Doesn't matter who you're going against. And when you're going against Paul Skeens and you get behind, you're done. Yeah. We're hosed. This ain't happening. And you tune out, you zone out, and that's why you get the quote, 30% confused baseball. Guys aren't locked in. Guys aren't focused. Because to me, they don't believe in the bullpen. It's akin to a football team going into a game without a quarterback. No quarterback, no chance.
If we call you polypsychologist, do we have to pronounce the P for it to work? Polypsychologists?
Yeah, I think I'll refrain from going that route. Thank you.
Oh,
yeah, I'll buzzer myself on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I've already hit the over on the over-under.
Okay. All right, when we come back, we'll get back to football. How much do the Cardinals plan on relying on Trey Benson this season? What could he do for the offense? We'll talk about that next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. When you choose Presidential Pools and Spas, you're choosing peace of mind. Their industry-leading 5-year warranty ensures your investment is protected. Plus, you'll enjoy exclusive presidential perks with every pool sold, adding extra value to your purchase. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has been the Valley's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified, hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau, and are proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Their cabinet is packed with awards, Basinonians, including Best of Our Valley 2024 and multiple Pool of the Year titles. Their team is made up of a lifetime of Arizona residents who grew up around pools and around water, and that's what's in their DNA. Go to presidentialpools.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. Drive out a 1,000 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP. Or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our own John Gambadoro, Jordan Lawler has been sent down to AAA Reno. Lawler was 0 for 19 since making his return to the big leagues. Ildemaro Vargas will take Lawler's spot on the roster. The D-backs are off today before starting a 3-game series at home against the Washington Nationals tomorrow. And the NBA Finals could be set after tonight. The Pacers look to close out the Knicks in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5 on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
All right, final hour of the show. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi is in for Wolf today. Paulie, how's it going so far? 3 hours in. Nobody's come in and been like, hey, aren't you Wolf? You didn't ask Paris Johnson Jr. what his weight's at this year.
That's right.
Wolf's probably so mad that he missed the opportunity to do that.
That's right. Basinonians, so far so good. I think you did a killer low-key Wolf impersonation earlier, so that was well done by you. Looking forward to Jalen Thompson. We have questions for Jalen Thompson coming up, including how exactly did the Arizona Cardinals unlock Budda Baker for a career year last year? We want answers. Buddha.
You're right. There's some really good questions to ask him, because
Yep.
we could ask him about Will Johnson in
Yep.
the corners too. But that one you just threw out there, remember that, because that's the best
Yeah.
one. Sticking Cardinals right now and looking a little deeper into one specific part of the offense, because James Conner just spoke yesterday, but about the running back room. And you and I were talking about this earlier, and Trey Benson, I think, kind of gets forgotten because they didn't ask him to do a ton last year. He was a rookie last year. He was evolving. I do think he looked more decisive on some of his plays later in the season. But also, everybody's looking around and saying, hey, is there a way the Cardinals could get Cam Scatterbo in the 3rd or 4th round or whatever? You lose maybe sight of the fact that you do have Trey Benson. This is James Conner yesterday. He was asked what has stood out about Trey Benson so far this offseason.
Focus, just everything, his approach to it worked unbelievable in this offseason. He just showed up every single day. We working out together, and he wants it. He wants it bad because he knows the type of player he can be, and we all know that. And so, he's been working his butt off. It's been awesome to see. He's super, super dedicated.
Were you guys working together outside of the facility or just here?
Here every day, through the whole off season and whatnot. We've pretty much been here. Besides the time off, throughout like March and whatnot, when you go away to reset a little bit. But he's been working extremely hard.
I hope Trey Benson appreciates what he has in a workout partner.
Just going to say that. He's got the best guy you could have to learn from.
2 reasons. One, remember what we say about James Conner. He's not just a team captain. He is a mindset. His physicality, Mr. Cram-It vertical himself, he is a mindset. Number 2, here's a guy who used to spend his off seasons training with Aaron Donald, his former teammate at the University of Pittsburgh. And so let's just say those are some pretty intense off-season workouts. And if Trey Benson is learning best practices, if you will, from a James Conner and how to get ready for a season. Remember, this is a kid, Trey Benson, who after he was drafted, he came into these studios. I think it was on Cardinals Cover 2, the podcast, and they asked him about the 4.39 he ran. He said, oh, that was terrible. My worst 40 I've run in a long time. I can't believe that was the 40 I ran at the combine. They're like, whoa, what? At 225? He thought he was going to run much closer to a 4.3 flat.
Yeah.
So if he's that guy, and then the mentality, at least I think we all agree, he was a different running back his last 2 or 3 games.
Yes.
He was refusing to go down. He was not going down in first contact.
He wasn't like kind of hesitating, or he was just, I'm going here, I'm cutting this way. Like it was obvious.
One
watching.
cut, north and south, stoked that thing, which is who? James Conner. And we know Conner's stats over the last couple of years. His yards after contact is right up there with Derrick Henry, right up there with Saquon Barkley. He's one of the league leaders in breaking tackles. If Trey Benson can channel some of that, look out. Because in a 17-game season and as physical as James Conner runs the football, you need RB2. It's almost like RB2 in a 17-game season in the sort of offense the Cardinals are running. It's almost like the 12th starter.
Yeah.
It's a mandatory necessity to have that second running back these days.
And, you look at James Conner, and for all he's done in this league, he never had a 1,000-yard season until 2023, and he's had one in 2023 and 2024 now. His 2,000-yard seasons are his 2 most recent seasons, so it's not like he's slowing down. This stat, though, this threw me off a little bit when I saw this earlier this week, and I watched every second of every Cardinals game last year, multiple times, a lot of them. And I'm sure you knew this, Paulie, but I hadn't, I guess, just seen it. The fact that James Conner never carried the ball more than 21 times in a game last year and only carried it 20 or more times twice all season and was still as productive as he is, there's room for Trey Benson to carve out a real role while James Conner's still getting you 1,000-yard seasons. There really is.
No doubt. And you know what's the best part of his game, and I think it's maybe one of the reasons that they don't give him 20-plus carries all that often, is just how hard he runs the ball, how he refuses to go down on first contact. That's my favorite running back because that's how we get the yards per carry up, and that's what an offensive line likes to grade themselves on, judge themselves on, is yards per carry, and James Conner has been one of the league leaders in that ever since he's been in a Cardinals uniform because that's how hard he runs the ball. Now, this year, I don't know. Are you running the ball with even greater regularity? And if you do, are you bringing Trey Benson in? There's a reason they invested a third-round pick in him last year. I mean, the future is Trey Benson in a lot of ways, and it's that four-letter word, the number 30 for James Conner, his age, which is another motivating factor. And he talked a little bit about that yesterday as well. That's been fuel to the fire this offseason. But if they can keep those two guys as a 1-2 punch, guess what? There's going to be some physical run games in the NFC West.
That cut you're talking about with how James Conner approaches the offseason at his age, this is what he said yesterday.
You know, I'm just a guy that likes to process. You know, I like to work. I love practice. You know, I feel like when you practice hard, the games become easy. So I like getting the reps, you know. We communicate, though. You know, they take care of me for sure. But I just love the process, and I feel like I need it to be at my best. So.
That said, do you enjoy it? Are you excited about OTAs getting going today?
Absolutely. I just, you know, there's nothing better, man. You know, I dedicated my life to the game, and being here at the facility around the guys, man, just working on football. You know, it's a dream come true, so I love the process.
Not shocking that James Conner likes OTAs. I think a lot of guys on this team, you know, like it. You do see guys around the league where it's just like, I'm not going to that. I'm not showing up. And it's funny because the coach can never say, like, you have to, because they're technically voluntary, although do you want to play in the league? Like, you're volunteering to play in the league, right? But when James Conner says, like, yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this. I'm excited. I like this. I believe it. I mean, I've heard him say it in the past, too, and just the way he carries himself. Like, he just wants to go out there and hit somebody.
Well, go back to his college days when he beat cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. Think about his appreciation for the game. Think of the old Tom Rinaldi story, which was a remarkable story. Tom Rinaldi covered James Conner at Pitt, and he was really with him step by step through the whole process. The chemotherapy, everything, got close with James Conner's family, and James Conner told him something. Once he was out of remission and he was declared football ready, James Conner turned to Tom Rinaldi and said, you know what? It's a great story. I'm going to be a better player. And when Rinaldi came, was the last year or the year before, and James Conner had a ridiculous game, he came off the field at State Farm Stadium. He looked at Rinaldi and he said, hey, Tom, better player.
Yeah.
That's someone who's driven.
Yeah, those are the moments that make sports great, right? He overcame something so much bigger than sports, but he wanted to make sure, and he has, that he then took it and ran with it in the sports world.
Here's the other thing. Remember Jacoby Brissett when he had his introductory press conference a couple of months ago, and he said, oh, yeah, and he was talking about this guy and that guy, and he said, oh, and James Conner? Mm-hmm. I was on the sideline week 15 when New England was in town. He's like, he paused, he goes, that dude is aging backwards. It's a great quote.
He's Benjamin Button. His stats are getting better each year. And when you consider the way he runs, that makes even less sense. You would expect it to be this tiny running back who just avoids contact. He and Derrick Henry seem to be aging backwards.
And I don't know how to explain it or why it is. There is nothing that fires up an NFL sideline, and I've seen it for 20 years now, Luke, okay? Like a running back breaking tackles, a running back cramming it vertical, feeding it to a defense, running through arm tackles, running over dudes in the open field. Guys will jump off the bench as they watch the Jumbotron and throw their fist in the air. There's just something about that. So when James Conner is in that sort of form, the Cardinals are a different team. They are a really nasty, physical team, and it feeds off the guy. Once again, he's not just a player, he is a mindset.
You're demoralizing the other team when you can do. You're literally taking the morale from their sidelines and just putting it on your sidelines, basically. We come back to baseball. How exactly do the Arizona Diamondbacks flush this Pirates series and stop letting games carry over like it sure seemed to yesterday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Last year, J.J. Redick, I just had a feeling J.J. Redick was going to be a really good coach in it. Like, he understood how to be a good coach in today's modern NBA. And I do think that is the advantage of going with guys like this, as opposed to somebody who won a championship even like 4 years ago.
Right.
Is that in order to be on this list, you have to kind of understand how modern coaching works in today's NBA. I do think there is an advantage to these guys, given that they're assistants and not head coaches who might be stuck in one way of doing things.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports. the local sports leader.
All right, brothers, Ron Wolfley here. When it comes to getting a great night's sleep, there's only one name I trust, and that's Brooklyn Bedding. As someone who knows the importance of rest and recovery, I can tell you that Brooklyn Bedding delivers the comfort and support you need to wake up feeling refreshed and ready to tackle the day. Whether you like a firm mattress or something a bit softer, Brooklyn Bedding has a wide range of options to suit your needs. Brooklyn Bedding expertly designs and engineers all of their mattresses in their very own state-of-the-art factory and have sleep experts ready to help you find the perfect fit. And the best part? You can try their mattresses risk-free with a 120-night trial, and the shipping is always free. Get ready to sleep like a champion. So why wait? Visit brooklynbedding.com or stop by one of their 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Tyler Childers on the road, live in concert in Phoenix. Performing at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, June 8th. Tyler Childers. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit tylerchildersmusic.com.
It's been a commitment to America for over 120 years now. The Ford Motor Company, and this Memorial Day, it is Ford employee pricing for everyone. Yep, Paul Calvise here. It is the Ford Memorial Day sales event going on right now at our Desert Ford dealers from America. For America. We pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Let me tell you, my grandfather worked at Ford Motor. We've enjoyed employee pricing over the years. Wait till you see the savings at our Desert Ford dealers, like that 2024 Ford F-150 truck, Weekend Warrior or work truck. Ford has the powertrain fit for the job, and right now, military and first responders get employee pricing plus $1,000 in military and first responder bonus cash on top of all other public offers. Yep, just another way Ford is saying thank you to those who take care of us. But employee pricing won't last forever. Don't miss the Ford Memorial Day sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday morning. We'll find out if the NBA Finals matchup is set and if the network execs are trembling in fear. We start at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Loof.
Yeah, Paul?
You're not going to ask me how to solve the D-backs bullpen again, are you?
No, we haven't come up with a definitive issue, or we've come up with an issue. We haven't come up with a definitive solution.
I mean, you want me to resolve climate change or like the national debt or something?
Yeah,
I mean, my goodness, all right?
You want to start like something easier like those?
I came in here to fill in for Wolf, and then all of a sudden you're tasking me with what? Fixing the D-backs bullpen?
Yeah, fix it.
Okay. We'll get on it.
Until it's fixed, we got to fix it. And you can work on the other stuff too.
Once Calvisi Consulting figures it out, just wait till you see our invoice on that one.
Well, that's not going to help with the national debt then, if you're going to be charging us all that money.
Paul will also be retiring if that happens.
You're darn tootin'.
All right, I'm not going to ask you how to fix the bullpen, not directly, but it may come up in this conversation. I want to start with this. Mike Hazen was on our show yesterday. It was right at the end of the show. It was going into D-backs Pirates. That was a real game yesterday. We didn't all hallucinate and imagine that 10-1 loss to Pittsburgh.
You mean Pittsburgh scoring 19 straight runs in the 2 games before the Tim Tawa leadoff homer in the 9th? That really happened?
Yes. This was 9 runs into that 19-run stretch, okay? This was after the 9 runs on Tuesday, but before the 10 runs on Wednesday.
Okay.
And we asked him, okay, how do you flush it and move forward and just win today's game? Even though this was yesterday's game, so we need to reapply it going forward. But how do you win now going forward?
Well, the key today is to go out there and have a good game against a very good starting pitcher and have Zach Gallen go out there and establish a tone and a pace for this ball game where we have a lead like we have the last 2 nights and come out, challenge them for 9 straight innings and play a clean game defensively. We do that, we're going to have a very good chance to win this game, even though we're facing one of the best pitchers in all of baseball today. But we have a very good team that is very capable of doing that. And we're not going to catch the 3 teams in front of us today or tomorrow or the next day. We have to win today's game and then Friday and just focus on that one day at a time and start to build some confidence in how we're playing innings 7 through 9. I believe that is an issue that we are probably challenged with, and that confidence doesn't just come with 1 win or 1 game. It comes when you start to have winning streaks and you start to feel good about things, and then some things start to bounce your way here and there, and all of a sudden you're like, well, we shouldn't even have won that game, but we did, and that's where I think that this starts to turn a little bit for us.
Okay. That was your interview with Mike Hazen, the GM, yesterday. Before the game. That was the checklist. Wants and needs.
Yes.
So, Rick, if you can dispense with the snark for a minute, okay, and your free opinions over there, and you can get the buzzer ready. Let's just go through those line item by line item, okay? The GM wanted Zach Gallen to establish tone and pace for the game.
Oh, okay.
How'd that work out?
Oh, okay.
He wanted the team to take a lead.
That makes sense.
How'd that? All right. He said, quote, we want to challenge Pittsburgh for 9 straight innings.
Yeah, okay.
How'd that? Yeah. We want to play a clean game defensively. Did that?
No.
That didn't. No. Okay. And then finally he said, we want to establish some confidence in how we're playing in innings 7 through 9. So that was
there
an
was
0
the
for
Tim
6.
Tawa homer.
What do they call the 0 for 6 in baseball? They call that anything? Oh, when you go 0 for 6? I don't know.
I was going to make a Jordan Lawler joke, but I just don't even want to because I like Jordan Lawler.
Come on.
Rick's got a good point. I think they did win the 9th inning, didn't they, with that Tawa home run?
Big win in the 9th inning with the Tawa home run.
You got to look for the positives.
It was the 9th inning when the pirate ship finally undocked from the pool and pulled out after flying the Jolly Roger.
Mean, if they had done that, then they probably would have, blown the lead or, given up 10 runs in an inning. It was just a homer, and then they got back and finished the game out.
Good times right now is what we're saying.
So what is the most pressing question right here, right now? If you are the GM, Mike Hazen, and you talk to him every week, he's here on the day off. He's been there. I don't know how much he slept last night. What do you think? What do you think's on the notepad right now?
Much happier we talked to him before that game than right after that game, because I'm guessing he wasn't real pleased right after that game. Those didn't sound like suggestions that he was throwing out there. Those 5 things, and they came through 6 things, and they came through on none of them. Look, the most pressing thing to me now is you have to stop the bleeding from Tuesday night going forward. If you had asked me 3 or 4 days ago, I would have said the bullpen. You got to fix the bullpen, and ultimately that's what you have to do. But I now firmly believe that this series coming up, and specifically this month coming up, I know that a month sounds like a long time with what's going on right now, but just bear with me for a second. This series coming up, I think you have to win the series because you've got Merrill Kelly, Brandon Pfaadt, and I'm assuming Ryan Nelson pitching Sunday. Those guys are all pitching well right now. If you lose this series, if you lose tomorrow, as long as you keep losing without a win, it's going to feel like a carryover from Tuesday night's meltdown, especially because they looked like a team yesterday that was still carrying over Tuesday night's meltdown. So I think you got to just stop the bleeding first. But I also do think the next 30 days, let's say what's today, May 29th, their last game against the Miami Marlins is June 29th. So, yeah, exactly a month. Their stretch coming up, they got Atlanta, they got San Diego mixed in here, but there's a stretch coming up where they play the Blue Jays, Rockies, White Sox, Marlins, 12 straight games to end this stretch I'm talking about. That gives you an opportunity to get going, but it also really puts the pressure on you that if you don't get going, then I think you're going to have to answer some real tough questions.
So you mentioned the starting pitching, and that's interesting because the GM himself in your interview mentioned starting pitching multiple times as being good enough, being better than you need to win games, to be a winning ball club. And that's true, with the exception of Zach Gallen in his last 4 starts. He's allowed 19 earned and 21 in the third. Ugh. The 11 walks are, we talked to Steve Zinsmeister about that, right? 3 leadoff walks in yesterday's game. All of them scored. So that is correctable. That is a controllable. We'll see if he can get past that. But you do have the starting pitching. And that's what makes this team, you want to zoom out big time? That's what makes this team equipped for the postseason.
That's the most maddening part.
You have the horses to be a formidable postseason viable threat, just like they were in 2023.
Yeah.
You have those guys at the top of the rotation. The question is, do you have the depth and do you have the ability to navigate 162 in a loaded National League to even make the playoffs? That's the bigger question.
If you think the Suns having the season they had was frustrating, and it was, I can't even imagine if the Diamondbacks don't make the playoffs. I mean, it's very imaginable right now with the way things are going, but if they don't make the playoffs with a team that is so much stronger on paper for a postseason series, for a postseason run than they are over the course of 162 games, you give me D-backs against, pick a team, whatever, in the National League, or just any playoff team right now, best of 3, best of 5, best of 7, here we go. I like their chances, even right now when everything's a mess. But you tell me they have to make the playoffs over the course of 162 games, Paul, they're just so inconsistent right now that they may have this team that's built for the postseason that doesn't even get to the postseason.
All right, so at what point is this the D-backs team that we're going to see all year? Because in hindsight, would you agree that we kicked that can down the road and we were in denial about the Suns until we basically got to March?
Yeah.
I mean, how many times do we say after another Suns loss, well, if only they pick up the defensive intensity, if only they eliminate all the turnovers, if only they actually stop playing iso ball and they use the point guards that are on the roster and they move the basketball, and all these if-onlys fill in the blank. And now we're in the same spot with the D-backs.
Yeah.
If only they pick up the defense. If only they don't have some of the brain-dead base running. If only they hit the cutoff man. If only the bullpen wasn't a complete liability. If only they would stop with the bad at-bats and actually work the count and get more pitches out of the opponent's starter. All these things, though, are becoming the norm, not the exception.
I can tell you when the moment hit for me with the Suns was the February 1st, February 3rd, back-to-back in Portland against the Trailblazers, where it was like, okay, and the Suns had actually been winning a little bit right then, but they lost those 2 games to the Blazers. You're like, okay, something is potentially really wrong. I don't feel that way quite yet, although those 2 games against the Pirates felt like that. I don't feel that way about the D-backs yet, but at a certain point, you don't play an infinite number of games. It is only it's a 6-month season. You do have to start winning them again.
And I do think when Mike Hazen was talking to you, he was talking to the clubhouse when he said AJ Puck ain't walking through that door anytime soon. Big-time relievers aren't going to be had at this point. We still have 2 months until the trade deadline, so you guys in that clubhouse right now better figure it out.
Figure it out. Stop holding your breath and figure it out. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk football with Cardinals safety Jalen Thompson. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. the Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx, save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving.
Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner. No, stop. This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to our John Gambadoro, Jordan Lawler has been sent down to AAA Reno. Lawler was 0 for 19 since making his return to the big leagues. Ildemardo Vargas will take Lawler's spot on the roster. The D-backs are off today before starting a 3-game set at home against the Washington Nationals tomorrow. And Cardinals OTAs are going on right now. Safety Jalen Thompson will join the Wolf and Luke show next. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
coverage of Cardinals OTAs. Brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
We're out here at the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. I want to remind you that a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. And we are pleased to be joined right now in the studio by Jalen Thompson. Jalen, what's going on, man? How's the offseason treating you?
Man, it's amazing, man. Good to be back going to work and working with the coaches and working with the new guys, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do guys need name tags out there? Hello, my name is. You know what I mean? You got a lot of new dudes on defense.
A lot of new dudes, man. It's good to have those new guys, though. You know what I mean? It's always good to figure out the new identity of the new year. You know what I mean, of our defense, and try to figure some stuff out.
So if this defensive front is new and improved, and it really looks like it is, what does that do for a defensive secondary?
That's ball production right there. That's chances to get your hands on interceptions, tip balls and all that. So it's just opportunities to be ball hawks back there as a secondary. You know what I mean?
When you're, it's the off season, you're going through free agency, you're going through the draft. You already know your role. You know you're on the team. You don't have to worry about that stuff. But you're watching to see what your team does, and you see them go out and add Josh Sweat and Dalvin Tomlinson, all these guys in free agency, and then you see the draft, and it's just defense.
Exactly.
What are you thinking when you're watching that?
This is going to be a defensive-led team, in my opinion. I kind of just think that it's one of those things where, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, we were kind of in a lot of games last year with the defense, and we could have won those games if we had a little more, I feel like. So this year it should be a little bit different. Like you said, we got the D-line, some new guys in the D-line. We got some new guys in the DB room that's all ready to go. They're intentional. They come to practice. They're consistent. And, I think that should be good for us.
Yeah.
We're on board with Jalen Thompson. Here's a stat. He is one of just 5 NFL DBs over the last 4 years to have 400-plus tackles. The other DBs, Budda Baker, Derwin James, Kevin Byard, Julian Love.
Pretty good group.
Do you feel like you're underrated?
100%. 100%. It's been like that pretty much my whole life playing football, though. You know what I mean? So it's nothing new to me. I kind of enjoy being underrated. You know what I mean? It's a chance for me to go out there and prove everybody wrong.
Nick Rollis, playing for him on this defense, playing, like you said, this could be a defensive-led team. Well, you got a head coach that's a defensive mind. You got Nick Rollis that, I know the guy's young, but man, like we joke on the show, we don't want to say his name because we don't want any other team to even just hear who he is. How have you seen him evolve as a coach?
Man, just the play calling. I feel like just him being a leader as a coach has evolved. And yeah, like you said, he has JG that he's looking going underneath and looking at as the leader as well, and I feel like he's growing as well. You know what I mean? Like you say, he's a young coach, so we're all growing together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're all growing together, and it's opportunities out there, man. That's it. It's opportunities out there for coach staff, for defensive players, for just the whole team.
So if Nick Rollis, as a defensive coordinator and the play caller, doesn't have to dial up a pass rush, right? He doesn't have to get exotic and bring all these different – if he can just rush 4 and drop 7, what does that do for this unit?
I think it's huge, you know what I mean? I think that, like you said, if we can get 4 guys rushing the QB and drop 7 back, I think, like you said, it's more ball production. I think that's a testament to our D-line showing what they can do with just 4 rushing the QB. And, that's the biggest thing for us this year as DB, especially for me, is just ball production.
Some of the innovative schemes that he came up with along with Jonathan Gannon, did you guys see other teams replicate those towards the end of the year? I mean, the
100%.
NFL, it's a copycat league, right?
100%. Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams start taking some of the stuff that we were doing. And that's, like I said, just a testament to our coaches, them understanding the game and them understanding what the offenses are going to do. Obviously, the defenses and the other defenses in the league are going to copycat from us. You know what I mean?
It's interesting. It's a compliment, isn't it?
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
Stop stealing our ideas. Kind of shows something. We're talking to Jalen Thompson. Jalen, the cornerback room that you are watching, I'm sure, like a hawk. I'm sure you and Budda both are. But you already had some young, talented players with Garrett Williams and Max Melton and Star Thomas. And then you had Will Johnson, and none of us can figure out why you were able to get Will Johnson. But either way, you got Will Johnson.
Yeah.
What are you expecting from that group this year?
Like I said, ball production. Those guys go out there and they work hard every single day. And like I said, they're looking at me and Buddha and some of the older guys on the team, and they're just replicating after us and doing what we do. So I feel like we got those guys pretty dialed in and locked in, and they already are those types of players anyways, intentional, consistent every single time they step on the field.
I mean, Luke, do you understand just how fortunate you are to be sitting next to Jalen Thompson? Because all these young DBs, they're always vying for a seat next to Buddha and JT.
They're all lining up outside the window right now.
In these meeting rooms, Rabbit talks about it, right? Starling Thomas talks about it. They're like trying to scramble to get and sit next to the two guys in the head of the class. So if they're sitting around you and they're trying to learn through osmosis, what is it that they glean from you and Buddha? What do you think they learn the most?
Just it's okay to ask questions. We may have a play that we know 100%, but I may want to know what the offense is doing on a certain down or something like that, and questions are good to ask. So that's one of the biggest things that me and Buddha are doing in the meeting room is always asking questions to PT and just making sure that we got every little detail dialed in, and I feel like they're taking a hold of that, and they're starting to ask questions, and they're not afraid. As a rookie, you kind of don't want to ask questions. You kind of just want to sit in the back and watch. So those guys see us asking the questions, and we already know what to do. They're going to feel comfortable to be able to ask those questions as well.
It feels like Rabbit is a big talker. Is that the way it is behind the scenes?
Yeah, Rabbit talks a lot. He's funny. He's probably one of the funniest DBs in the room, actually.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good then. If you're going to talk, you got to be funny.
100%. 100%.
Well, he admitted at the end of the year it was a radical scheme change from what they ran at Texas Tech to what the Cardinals run. I mean, it was a big learning curve for him. So when you play for Jonathan Gannon and his area of expertise is defensive back, is there a higher standard for you guys in that room than maybe other position groups?
I guess you can say so, but I feel like we hold that standard to ourselves all the time, just with coach holding us to that standard or not. You feel me? We're DBs. We feel like we're the best group in the room, you know what I mean? Group in the building, you know what I mean? So we got to hold ourselves to that standard, and that's how we're going to win some games this year, putting the team on our back and going out there and playing as hard as we can and making plays.
We're talking to Jalen Thompson. Jalen, you mentioned how some of these young guys come in and they're already intentional about doing things the right way. We talked to Will Hernandez, I think it was last year, and he told us, like, look, these new guys come in, rookies or whatever, they come in, they either realize they fit in right away or they realize they need to figure it out and fit in the right way. Do you still see that this year?
100%. You'll always see that, I feel like, every year, you know what I mean? Guys just trying to figure it out. That's just guys trying to figure it out, rookies trying to figure it out. But, with some of the DBs that we have, and I've really just focused on our room a lot, some of the DBs that we have, like I said, they're just intentional, they're consistent, and that's a testament to JG and the guys that they bring in. They're exactly like how we are, how me and Buddha are, and how Garrett Williams is, how Rabbit is. We're all a family, and I feel like they bring in the guys that mesh as well together.
All right, let's talk about Buddha. How did this defense unlock Buddha Baker for a career year? What was it about the scheme last year that allowed him to be such a seek and destroy defensive back?
They just kind of feel like they kind of just let him play free. You know what I mean? Let him play free and let him do his thing. That's when Buddha, I feel like, is the best player that he is. You know what I mean? When he's playing free, there's no thinking. He could just go out there and be the ball player that he is.
This is going to sound like such a basic, obvious question, but I want to ask it to you because you're going to know the answer. How much do you and Buddha make each other better? Because we always talk about like how much you help the other guys, but you guys have played together now for a while.
I feel like the chemistry is just there now. We hang out outside of the building. We know each other in and out. So when we get on the field, it's just natural. You know what I mean? We look at each other every single snap. Even if we don't have to talk to each other, we're still looking at each other, making sure that everybody on both sides knows exactly what to do. So, and it's not even, I don't even think we have to try at that anymore. It's something that's just naturally there now, playing with him for 7 years now. And yeah, you know what I mean? We just got that chemistry, I feel like.
Has it really been 7 years?
Yeah, going on 7 right now.
That is
going
amazing. Is Buddha really still in his 20s? He dropped that in the press conference. He's still really only in his 20s. That is amazing. All right, how big a deal is it you're going to have a new green dot out there? A new player calling the defense. How big a deal is that for the other 10 guys?
I don't think it's that big of a deal. The guys that we have calling the green dot, those are guys that are ready, that are big-time leaders, that communicate. not just on the football field, but off the football field as well, in the meeting rooms, and do all the little stuff and always talking. So those guys with the green dots should have the green dots. You know what I mean?
And I wanted to ask you about Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yes.
We saw him sleeveless, like, whoa.
Yeah.
I mean, what does that do for a receiver when you're that big and now you're that strong, that muscular as well?
I feel like it makes route running a little bit easier. I feel like it makes going for that jump ball a lot easier, you know what I mean? So just contested catches, I feel like when you're a lot bigger and stronger, you're going to go up and get those. Kind of like a Larry Fitzgerald, you know what I mean? Big, strong, and can go up for that ball at all times.
Jalen, it's always great talking to you, man. Thank you so much for the time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, JT.
Thank you.
Jalen Thompson joining us right there. When we come back, 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns head coaching job, or maybe now it's up to 6 again. I don't know. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Paul Calvisi in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if I am ever hurt in an accident, I am calling Sweet James. That's right, I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered them $60,000. Now that might seem like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were awarded $745,000 instead. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes, but the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION for a free consultation, and don't wait, because waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. You can drive out a 570 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
Is your toilet clogged or no hot water? No worry. Are you spending too much on bottled water? No worry. Did your AC or heating break overnight or on a weekend? No worry. Collins Comfort Masters can help with all your heating, plumbing, and water treatment needs. All of our work is backed by our No Worry Guarantee. You'll get quality craftsmanship done right the first time. We take that so seriously, we put it in our phone number, 480-NO-WORRY. We have industry-leading warranties, like part and compressor warranties of at least 10 years, some even 15 and others lifetime. Plus, Collins Comfort is an official Lennox dealer, so you're going to get great pricing on an excellent cooling system. Get your house ready for the summer heat. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment now. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs. Collins Comfort Masters.
When the new head coach comes in, the one thing he's going to have is someone who has sat in that seat. Not at this level, but has sat in that seat.
Arizona sports. Suns. A new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, I want to make sure I thank all the guests today. Jalen Thompson was great last segment. If you missed that,
really good.
Go back and listen to it on the podcast. He's very insightful and from a very unique perspective, Paulie, because he sees all these young corners and they're asking him and Buddha what to do, and he plays opposite Buddha, and he and Buddha play off each other, and he is. You asked him this. Do you feel like you're underrated? He's one of the most underrated defenders in the NFL, and he has been for a while now.
You know, look, Buddha gets a lot of the headlines, obviously, in the spotlight, rightfully so, but yeah, the two of them are unbelievable as a tandem. And look what Philadelphia did last year with two rookie corners.
Mm-hmm.
If you have those two guys at safety and you have the defensive front, if you have the pass rush, and you see his eyes get real big when we asked him about what happens if you can rush 4 and drop 7, what did he say? Oh, ball hawking.
Yep.
That's where you can start take chances. When you drop 7, all of a sudden you can break on the ball.
Yeah, I mean, that quarterback, you've seen it. We saw it in the Super Bowl. We saw Patrick Mahomes under duress, and he didn't even handle it all that well. Thanks to Paris Johnson Jr., who joined us earlier as well. Steve Zinsmeister joined us to talk D-backs earlier in the show. All right, Paulie, I'm going to just throw this post out there, and we will figure out what to make of it on the air, okay?
Oh, boy.
This is from Mark J. Spears, covering, of course, the NBA. He posted within the last hour, Suns associate head coach and former NBA head coach David Fizdale is expected to be a part of a third round of interviews for the Suns head coaching job. The former Grizzlies and Knicks head coach has the support of some key Suns players as well, sources said. So that would be 6 finalists if David Fizdale is on the list.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. I got 3 reactions.
Okay.
Number one, if Fizdale is a serious head coaching candidate going forward, where was he as the interim head coach when the season was falling apart after the All-Star break?
Yeah.
Why wasn't he given serious consideration in March and April to try and you missed
That's
the
a
play
really
in,
good question.
The play in by what, a game or 2? I mean, if he could be a catalyst for change and he'd be a difference maker as a head coach, why not do what the Denver Nuggets did, right? Why not do what other teams at the very end of the season and make that change? Why did you, if Coach Bud was canned 12 hours after the final triple zeros of Game 82.
Was it even 12 hours? Felt like 12 seconds.
Why? Okay, so that's number one. Number two, are they continually adding names to the finalist list to buy time for the OKC Thunder to get done with now the NBA Finals so they can pursue Dave Bliss?
They figure you got another 2 weeks now. You got to wait on him. So.
They're like, wait a minute, we got to add names to this list because we're going to have to fill another 2 weeks because guess what? The NBA Finals aren't even going to start Game 1 until next Friday.
Yeah.
So that, and then number three, and you tell me if I'm out of line in raising this possibility. Does an inexperienced Suns front office know what they're looking at? Because if you really know, whatever your field of expertise is, if you know, we're here at Cards HQ. If you know something, then guess what? You know it when you see it.
Yeah.
And so if they're having the inability to discern between candidate A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, then do they truly know what they're looking at? And that does give me pause as to, and it makes me wonder if you can identify the best candidate in this now group of a half dozen as it keeps growing. in trying to, maybe they need to outsource this. What do they have, hiring firms out there? Maybe they need to bring in a hiring
random firm down the street.
That's what ASU likes to do from time to time. Just bring in a hiring firm.
Bring in whoever decided to hire Kenny Dillingham. How's that? You just do that.
Go get a headhunter.
All good and concerning points you just made. The last one especially, because it's like, this would be like if it was March Madness, right? Okay, the field's down to 64. Here we go. All right, we got through the first round. Now we're down to 59. Like, wait, what? You're supposed to cut this in half.
You know what? We should have turned this into a bracket sheet. The Suns head coaching search. It could have been like the Sweet 16. How many did they have when they started? At least 16, right? We should have had a mini bracket sheet, and we should have just done an office pool.
We've trimmed it down from 16 into the next round. There will be 15. Like, wait, you basically just cut one guy out at this point.
All right, who has had more head coaching candidates? The Bears, who had like 19 interviews, or the Phoenix Suns? I'd love an answer to that.
I mean, I don't care as long as you get it. I care right now because it's like, wait, what's going on? None of us are going to care in 6 months if you got it right.
No, if you got it right, doesn't matter.
But, to your point, specifically on Fizdale, how is it change? If you come out and say, man, we're going to make big changes, look out, like big changes. Like, I'm in. Luke Lipinski is in. What Matt Ishbia said, we got to make big changes. But if your big changes are, well, we moved this guy from that end of the table to over here, now he's the GM, and then we moved James Jones to that side of the table. Okay, well, so you must be really making a big change at coach then, right? Yeah, we're going to move David Fizdale from, a row back to he gets this chair now at next to games. Like, so then where are the big changes? And it's not
great point.
It's
You're
not
right.
even a knock on David Fizdale, who I know players like him, and I'm not saying he can't be a good coach somewhere. But to your point, then why didn't you go to him mid-season? Because you clearly needed to go to somebody mid-season, and the only reason that we were all like, they can't do that mid-season is like, do you feel like you have a guy right there? Do you really feel like you have a guy standing right there? Well, if David Fizdale was standing right there and you feel like he's the guy, you could have gone to him.
I mean, if Rick wasn't sitting on his hands right now going through his fantasy baseball team, he'd get the cut from Matt Ishbia from the press conference to Luke's point, talking about promising big changes, right? Again, how can you have big changes when you promote from within? You did that with the GM. Are you going to do that with the head coach? There couldn't be anything less resembling big changes, big changes, than promoting from within? Someone who's survived, the last 2? Or is it 3 head coaches? How long hasn't Fizdale's been around?
Since the segment started, I think it's been 6. I don't know.
So you can't tell. How was he even a finalist? If you're promising big changes, how can he even be a finalist?
The only thing, and maybe this is something we dive into tomorrow because we've only got a minute left, but I do wonder what
Thank goodness, because I'm exasperated.
I wonder what that last line of that post meant, though, where he said the former Grizzlies and Knicks head coach has the support of some key Suns players as well, sources said.
Okay. So now, have Durant and Booker and Beal and whoever else gone to Ishbia? And are they stumping?
It seems
for
like
Fizdale?
Somebody did, right? I mean, I don't even know who's on the team next year outside of Devin Booker.
Because think about it. If you're one of those players, any player, you're always going to opt for your comfort zone. The known versus the unknown. Oh, boy.
But if you were ever not going to, it would be right now.
But once again, do you want the boss you know? Or do you want the new boss who could be,
you might
type
hate him.
A? All of a sudden, he could be a lot more demanding.
Yeah.
And based on what we saw last season, that was a Suns team that just preferred to skate through the regular season.
Well, with this additional confusion, we will now wrap up the show. Thanks to Rick and Jamal back there at the station. Cody Fincher out here helping us. Thanks to Paul Calvisi for filling in for Wolf. I'm Luke. Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You can't take Ryan Nelson out of the rotation. He's got one more start against the Nationals before they've got to decide whether to go 6-man rotation or pull somebody out. But Ryan Nelson is proving that he's worthy of being one of your 5 starters.
Yeah, if Ryan Nelson does this again against the Washington Nationals, selling everybody on how you're a better baseball team doing it like this is going to be a really difficult sell. And I don't know how they're going to explain it. I don't know how they're going to spin it.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZP plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number Everything Smart Bed sale. Every smart bed and base are on sale during our Memorial Day event. Up to 50% off, plus free home delivery. Limited time, exclusively to Sleep Number store near you. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After struggling offensively since joining the Diamondbacks this season, top prospect Jordan Lawler is reportedly being sent back to AAA Reno. Our John Gambadoro reports that veteran infielder Ildemaro Vargas will replace him on the big league roster. Additionally, Gambo's reporting that right-handed pitcher Jeff Brigham will join the big league roster. The corresponding move is not yet known. Diamondbacks start a new series with the Nationals tomorrow night. And in the NBA playoffs, the Indiana Pacers have the chance to advance to the finals and join the Thunder. They are up 3-1 on the Knicks. Tip-off is at 5, and you can listen to the game on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How are we doing today?
Doing good.
Again, our thanks to the Arizona Cardinals for hosting us yesterday. You just got done listening to Wolf and Luke. Paul Calvisi filling in for Wolf, but they're out there, Cardinals OTAs. We were out there yesterday. We were able to get some work done during the D-backs game. We recorded interviews with Jonathan Gannon and Trey Benson. We're going to play back both of those today. I encourage everybody to hang around for the Jonathan Gannon interview.
Trey McBride yesterday?
Trey McBride yesterday. He was great, fantastic. 2:30 is when you will hear from Jonathan Gannon and what he has to say about the state of the Cardinals. You're definitely going to want to stay around for that. But it was fun. Had a good day out there. It was fun.
Yeah, I haven't been out in the Tempe facility in a while, so it was good to be back there. We usually do all our stuff when we're at Cardinals camp over in Glendale. So nice to be back in the Tempe facility. Brings back a lot of memories.
It does. It does bring back an awful lot of memories. We've got a lot to get in today. We've got a busy show on this Thursday, and our top story of the day is not much of a surprise, but here it is anyway.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The Arizona Diamondbacks have optioned Jordan Lawler back down to Reno after a tumultuous stretch called up with the big league club. You reported that earlier today.
Yes.
Let's talk about it for a few minutes because he's the top prospect in the system. It was a big deal when he was coming. We were all excited about it, and it clearly was not working for anybody.
Don't believe the team has announced this yet, but I am reporting that he is being optioned to AAA Reno, and then Ildemaro Vargas is going to take his spot in the lineup. Now, I will start with this because a lot of people are asking me, wait a second, Ildemaro Vargas, he opted out. He's not with the Diamondbacks anymore. Yes, Vargas did opt out of his minor league contract to become a free agent. The Diamondbacks signed him back as a free agent yesterday to a major league contract. So that's how it works. I know a lot of people are like, wait a second, I kept reading that Vargas was gone. Yes, he did opt out of his minor league contract. The Diamondbacks signed him back as a free agent to a major league contract. The bigger story is Jordan Lawler being optioned to AAA has not been announced yet, but I am reporting that that's going to be the case. Burnsy 0 for 19. Couple of tough errors yesterday. One big one that opened the floodgates to a big rally by the Pirates. The bottom line was the 9 strikeouts and the 19 at-bats. This was not the plan, but we said when the plan was he's going to play 3-4 times a week. Could be 5, and try to get him in there at second, at short, at third, maybe DA. But they said plans are open to change.
Sure.
And the fact is that he could not hit. Jordan Lawler really struggled with breaking balls, wasn't hitting anything. 0 for 19, not even putting the ball in play, 9 strikeouts, needs to get him sent back. He's still only 22 years old. People are like, oh, this is his value. Don't worry about his value. You're not worried about that. Get him back to the minors. Let him work on some things. Kid's got a lot to learn. He's got a lot to work on. These are good life lessons for baseball players. Fail and then work your way back. Not everybody succeeds right away. So this was, sure, a failure for Jordan Lawler.
Yeah.
They called him up. They were hoping that he'd be able to stay up. He didn't last more than 3 weeks. and he's down back in the minor leagues now.
This is Troy Lavello from yesterday after the game, after the loss to the Pirates, in which Lawler, you mentioned the errors yesterday, including the big one that really opened the floodgates for that awful inning that Zach Gallen had. Troy Lavello hinted as much after yesterday's game.
In some ways, yes. I feel like, that's where I tell you guys when you ask me the question, why isn't he here? Why isn't he here? Why isn't he here? There's a very specific criteria that we follow and we believe in. When you get here, we want you to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And sometimes we get a little ahead of ourselves. So potentially that I don't want to take anything away from the month that he had in Reno. He was a phenomenal player. He deserved that opportunity to get called up. But we got some decisions to make.
Here's the thing for me, and I asked you this question yesterday, scale of 1 to 10, 10 being you have no faith in him at all, and 1 being no, everything's fine, he's still the best prospect in the Diamondback system. Where has this latest 0 for 19 kind of left you in terms of? And I
was low on it. I was very low.
I was like a 2 or a 3.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I'm not a 1. I'm not no, everything's fine. He's going to be great. He's still the best prospect in the system, and he's going to be a great professional Major League Baseball player. I'm not going to sit here and say that. I'm mildly concerned that Jordan Lawler could be one of those guys that isn't going to be everything that everybody thought he was going to be. I'd be lying to you and everybody listening if I said I'm not a little concerned that maybe he's not going to be that guy.
I understand. And you've got every right to feel that way, and so do other people. He just went 0 for 19 with 9 strikeouts. Like, he struck out half his at-bats. And he didn't look very good in those at-bats, and he wasn't putting the ball in play, and he was, not working the counts. I mean, this organization takes a lot of pride in working the counts, working them. Try to get yourself into a good hitter's position, and he wasn't doing that. Now, I still think the talent is there, that he'll go back and he'll rake in the minors, and he'll get another opportunity, and he'll learn from this. This is a good learning experience. Hey, you weren't ready. It was a small sample size, just 19 at-bats, but he didn't do well enough in those 19 at-bats to warrant staying here.
But I'll tell you this, the next time he comes up, whenever the next time is, and there is going to be a next time, I think there will be a much healthier dose of skepticism about Jordan Lawler than there was this time around. Like, when he came up this time around, it was, here he comes. Look at what he's doing down in Reno, and he's going to be great.
But you said it then, too. You said, we can't expect him to come save the day.
No, we can't. But I think we thought that whatever it was that was not right with him, the first big league call-up he got a couple years ago had been fixed with how he had performed down in Reno. I think the next time he gets called up, there's going to be a lot more skepticism, a lot more wait and see about Jordan Lawler. Let's not presume because he was great in Reno, he's going to be great here, because he hasn't been. In 2 stints up in the major leagues, he not only has not been great, he hasn't been good. Like, he's been just non-effective in every way a guy can be.
Yes.
And so I think we all really need to be cautious the next time he gets called up before we know what he's going to do. As far as Vargas goes, it is interesting because he's got like 450 big league at-bats. He is very much a Diamondback and Torey Lavello favorite when it comes to being that versatile infield guy who could play a bunch of positions. Like, in some ways, I'm surprised he didn't get a big league job out of spring training because he's just always been their guy for that.
He lost it to Hampson.
Right.
It was between him and Garrett Hampson.
Because Hampson could play outfield.
Yeah.
A little bit. Part of it was because if they needed a guy to get a couple of games in the outfield, Vargas couldn't do that, and Hampson could.
And Hampson had the same thing. I can opt out of this deal and become a free agent, and they didn't want him to because he played well in spring training. So they're like, we want to keep Hampson. You kept Hampson, but then he didn't play well. Vargas is a guy, I will say this, Ildemaro Vargas is a guy that they've always liked. They've just always liked him. He's versatile. He can play a lot of different positions. He battles. He's just a guy that they have a lot of faith in. So for them, it was easy. Send Lawler back, sign him to a major league contract, get him on the roster, let him be the super utility guy.
Is there anything else it's an off day for the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
Is there anything else we should be keeping an eye on?
Yeah, keep your eye on this. There's going to be some changes to the bullpen over the next couple of weeks, and rightfully so. One of the first moves I expect, they've got a guy named Jeff Brigham, has pitched in the major leagues a little bit. He's in the minors right now. I'm expecting that he is going to be called up. Could be today or tomorrow, but I'm expecting that he's going to be called up very, very soon. So I expect that. I don't know what the corresponding move would be. But I do think that, is it McGuff gets sent down? Could they send down Ginkel, who's really struggled? But I'm expecting that Jeff Brigham, who signed with the Diamondbacks in December, and that's what they're going to do. Like, they're going to patchwork this thing until they can fix it, right? They're going to patchwork it until guys get right. So you're going to see them going through. Who was the minor leaguer we talked about the other day?
Christian Montes de Oca.
Montes de Oca. He'll be up. Once you send a guy down, there's a 15-day period you've got to wait before you bring him back up. Once that period is over, he'll be brought back up. So expect Dioka to be time it out from whenever they sent him down, count out 15 days, he'll be back.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm raising my hand. We calling me? Okay. Are they actually going to pitch him this time? Just asking for a friend.
Yes.
I'm just asking for a friend. Are you going to pitch him this time? I'm just curious.
When did he get sent down to the minors? So I think there's a 15
6 days ago.
Okay, so in 9 days.
I'm just guessing. Was that the day?
I think it was like 5 or 6 days. I don't know.
I heard you click-clacking on the keyboard over there. I assumed that you were looking it up. No?
I'm a lot slower at looking things up than other people. Like, if I gave it to the kids.
I didn't mean to throw you. I didn't mean to throw you for a loop over there.
I know. Let me see.
6 days ago. It was 6 days ago.
Oh, so you were right.
Yeah, it was I'm horseshoes, hand grenades, and my guesses usually are pretty close. So I get it there.
In 9 days, he'll be called up.
Okay.
I expect that Montes de Oca will be called up from the Reno Aces to pitch. In the meantime, I'm expecting that that Jeff Brigham will have a spot and an opportunity to try to help this bullpen out.
5.23 ERA in 20 minor league innings for the Diamondbacks.
Opponent's
this year.
batting average is really good, and he strikes out a lot of guys. He's got a good curveball. But listen, I'm not expecting him to be the savior. They're going to give some guys chances.
He's an arm.
They're going to give some guys chances.
You know what he is? He's different. That's what he is. He's different than what we've seen. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, sticking with the Arizona Diamondbacks before we hear from Jonathan Gannon, how long of a leash does Torey Lovello have left in Arizona? Derek Hall addressed that this morning. You'll hear what he had to say about Torey's job status next on the Burns and Gambo show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, plumbing, and electric. And we know the temperatures have been going up. And there's some of you out there do not have your AC unit tuned up yet. So you're taking a gamble. It's your gamble, but you say, I don't want to spend the $129 to have my unit tuned up and ready to go for the summer. It's your prerogative. You could do that. Or you could call Christian Brothers and say, hey, you know what? I want to get my AC unit tuned up for $129 because it's the right thing to do to make sure my unit gets a little TLC, a little love for your AC unit. Get it tuned up with Christian Brothers. They've been in the Valley since 1976. They take care of my AC units and do a great job. I had my units tuned up just about a month ago, because once the weather was starting to change, I wanted to get my AC units tuned up. And I do it every year because it's well worth it. Helps your units get through the summer. And it's going to make your units run more efficiently, like a car. If it's running more efficiently, it's going to save you money. You're going to make that money back in no time. Call Christian Brothers now at 602-222-3535 and schedule your tune-up for $129. Condenser coils clean, condensate drain line flush, all for $129. That's 602-222-3535.
On Saturday, May 31st, take home the Geraldo Perdomo City Connect 2.0 bobblehead, courtesy of Chaz Roberts. Buy your tickets at dbacks.com.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen. And this is Sarah Beth. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Barbecue season is back. Hey, it's Ellen.
And this is Sarah Beth.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that zesty barbecue sauce. I love that it was a little sweet, a little tangy, and with the mac and cheese,
I feel like I tasted the brown sugar bacon first. It was the absolute best combination. Pro tip, 3 sandwiches are always better than 1.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Is thinning hair or receding hairline making you self-conscious? Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday morning. We'll find out if the NBA Finals matchup is set and if the network execs are trembling in fear. We start at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So if you're watching on the YouTube feed at arizonasports.com or just YouTube in general, you can watch the show on YouTube, subscribe to Arizona Sports. You'll notice the empty seat over there. Like 10 seconds before the segment started. I gotta take this. I gotta take this. I gotta go. I gotta take this.
Talking with the NBA Network execs, I assume, about the firestorm to come?
I don't know. And I truly, when I say this, I don't know. My little spidey sense is telling me if it has anything to do with that Mark J. Spears tweet about David Fizdale and whether he is in fact.
It's your favorite news of the day, I'm sure. You personally.
Oh my God. It's like, you know what? Let's just make them all finalists. Why not?
Can we group back in the other remaining 3?
Let's not actually weed anybody out for the Suns head coaching job. Let's just give them all a third interview because we can't figure out who.
Can we bring Tom Izzo into the mix? Is it too late to do that?
Stop. That's not funny. That's not funny.
What do you mean?
That's not funny.
I think it's hilarious. At least right now.
That would just be, oh God, really? I mean, he's a great coach. But that's not funny. Don't do that.
What about Jason Richardson? You want that instead?
Stop.
Sorry.
Stop.
Right, I'll turn this off now.
Yeah, turn that off.
Then they can use their pick and they can draft his son, Jace.
Let's play this Derek Hall cut instead today on Bickley and Marotta because the president and CEO of the Arizona Diamondbacks said, I understand the criticism of Torrey. I really do. But this team has not given up on him.
As far as Torrey, I think there's probably every year this time or over the next couple of months, 10 to 15 teams in their markets that are going through the same thing and the same dialogue and same rhetoric. It's normal. I think when a team is underperforming or struggling or not playing up to their capabilities, you're going to look to leadership. You're going to look to the manager. And Torrey's been through this before. You know, it seems like every other year he goes through it. I remember in 23, we were having these conversations, the three of us. You know, that was a season where we were 19 games over 500, and before we blinked, we were 5 games below. And I remember a stretch from July 1st to I think the first week of August, we ended up going 7-24. That was in 2023, and we were all every week saying, "Boy, what is wrong with this team? They've lost it. They can't hold it together." So we're going to go through stretches like that, and that was a year that we ended up going to the playoffs and ultimately went to the World Series. So anything can happen. Are we going to go to the playoffs and World Series? Well, of course we hope so. You know, you never know, and it certainly doesn't look like it at this point, but you can. That's my point. And things turn around quickly. But I'll tell you what, the players do care a lot about Torrey. And the comment, that Vince, you made, and you and Vic, and it's a good one. It looked like they just weren't playing for their manager or their coaches or the owner or me or the organization or Mike. Sure, but I'd take it, in a different angle and say maybe they're trying too hard.
Yeah, that last part, I'm not sure about that, but that was a very strong defense of Troy Lovello and kind of a run through the history of the times that they have stood by him before and how it's sort of paid off, right? Like the second half of last year, they stood behind him, and not that we're going to let him go last year because they went to the World Series, but that stretch, I remember that stretch in July in 2023, it was awful. I mean, it was awful. It was terrible baseball, and for them to rally and make the postseason was a minor miracle. For now, Mike Hazen's comments yesterday, Derek Hall's comments today, they are very much sticking by Torey Lovello, and it doesn't seem like they're giving any kind of indication that change could be coming.
They think that the belief is that the problem is all the bullpen, and they're not going to blame Torey Lovello for that. The makeup of the bullpen is just no good. Guys have really failed, and that's the problem. Like, if the bullpen wasn't as bad as it is, the Diamondbacks would have 6 or 7 more wins, and it'd be a game out of first place, and nobody would be talking about Torey Lovello. Now, can we question his bullpen decisions? Obviously. Obviously we can. Starting pitching, for the most part, has been pretty good. Gallen's had some struggles, but Burns has been great, and Kelly's been great, and Fod has been great, and Ryan Nelson's been great when he pitches. The offense has been good. Like, their offense has been really good. So they feel like they have a top 5 pitching staff and a really good offense, and that the problem with this baseball team is the bullpen. Now, it is the biggest problem. It's the biggest issue by far.
But it's not the only one.
It's not the only one, but if you weighted it, it'd probably be like 90% bullpen issues. Because as we've talked about, you take away 5 or 6 of those blown saves, they're in a good spot.
Yeah. This one, okay. The bullpen decisions, look, that's the hand Torey's been dealt. You put the guys in, you trust the guys. Like, this guy pitches the 8th, this guy pitches the 7th. At the end of the day, Ryan Thompson has to do his job. Kevin Kinkle has to do his job. Jalen Beeks has to do his job. And I'm not going to get all that bent out of shape in terms of the decisions Torey makes with who's pitching the 7th or the 8th. I know a lot of fans jump on him about that. I'll tell you, the thing I'm going to continue to watch more than anything is their lackadaisical attitude on defense. Yesterday they were zombies on the field yesterday. There is no doubt that they were not ready to play that baseball game yesterday because they were still thinking about what happened the night before.
Right. You're 100%
when
right.
They blew that game in the 8th
No doubt
inning.
in my mind, you're right.
They were zombies out there because they were still thinking about, and that is on Torey. Okay, that is
not get them motivated, not get them.
That is on Torey to get them past that. All right, that's if Torey's got this amazing connection with the players. That's got to be on him to get that.
Did he leave Ginkel in too long the other day? Sure. Should he have walked Reynolds 3-1 count? Probably. You can absolutely question these decisions that are being made. But the bottom line is this bullpen sucks.
You can. To me, this is much more about if they don't play a sharper brand of baseball, a smarter, more concentrated.
They're not
brand
going
of baseball,
anywhere.
That's on Torey. Okay, that part you can fix.
The
that
defense,
part you need
the
to
base
have
running.
control over.
Yeah.
The bullpen, Kevin Ginkel is a trusted and valued member of this bullpen. I'm not going to blame them for trusting Kevin Ginkel in a moment like that. But, guys throwing balls away, not hitting the cutoff man, sliding when they shouldn't be sliding in the outfield to cut off balls, that is on Torey. That to me is what he's responsible for. Excuse us. Do you anything you need to share? Are we good? Or
when we talk some Suns a little bit,
okay.
we'll have some stuff.
I had wondered if this Fizdale tweet that's out there. I wondered if that's what you were running out of.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Suns coaching stuff in a little bit. Just gonna gather the information here
when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Yesterday we were at a Cardinals headquarters and we had the opportunity to have a great, long, in-depth conversation with the head coach of the Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon. You will hear that in its entirety next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Rook! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Feel some football with Arizona Sports. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kilblifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Join Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Michelob Ultra in support of the Dine and Donate promotion during Brain Tumor Awareness Month. For the entire month of May, just visit any of the 18 Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers locations. Purchase a special menu item like their signature burger or enjoy the super light beer Michelob Ultra. And $1 will go to the Ivy Brain Tumor Center's fight against brain cancer. You dine, they donate. Now through May 31st. Visit coldbeers.com for more details.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. One client suffered neck, arm, and back injuries after a car ran a red light, and the insurance company offered them nothing for their injuries. Sweet James stepped in, recovered $600,000 for their client and the medical care needed. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone. Call Sweet James, where you pay nothing until they win your case. 809-million, 809-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After struggling offensively since joining the Diamondbacks this season, top prospect Jordan Lawler is reportedly being sent back to AAA Reno. Our John Gambadoro reports that veteran infielder Ildemaro Vargas will replace him on the big league roster. Additionally, Gambo's reporting that bullpen help is on the way in the form of right-handed pitcher Jeff Brigham, who will be joining the big league roster. Corresponding move for that addition is not yet known. Diamondbacks will start a new series with the Nationals tomorrow night. And in the NBA playoffs, the Indiana Pacers have the chance to advance to the finals and meet up with the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're up 3-1 on the Knicks. Tip-off for the Game 5 is at 5, and you can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. And coming up next, Burns and Gambo's conversation with head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon, as OTAs have just gotten underway. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Burns and Gambo talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Welcome back. It is the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader and the flagship home of the Arizona Cardinals. And joining us right now as we are here from Cardinals headquarters out in Tempe. OTAs are underway, and it is great to catch up with the head coach of the Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon, here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He does his weekly things with us Mondays during the football season, but we got him here in the offseason too. How you doing, Coach?
I'm excellent. I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Good news is
How
we've talked about a future replacement for me, and somebody wants to step right in and take that job right there. We're good.
And you might have to school me up for like 32 years before I can get on the mic.
I think you'll be just fine. I think
Burnsy, you might be rolling solo for a long time before I can get prepped up and ready to go.
Seriously,
up to speed.
the door could not be more open for you to come in and co-host a show with me. One day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, one lifetime, dude. Whatever you want.
You got a good personality. You'd be good at this stuff.
I'm not made for TV and radio.
No.
Not good looking, bad voice. Like it just doesn't work. You guys got good voices.
Has it stopped him?
Right,
Has it stopped him?
Right. I'm good looking and I have a good voice, so it does work.
Yeah,
it does work.
You're like, check.
All right. Want to talk some football?
Let's talk some football, man.
Just voluntaries.
Yeah.
How's the turnout?
Good, really good. Yeah, we got some guys in and out that I told the media today. I said they know it's voluntary. They know what they need to do to get ready to play. They know that they're all competing for their roles. And the communication has been great. So it's really pleased with where we're at right now. And everybody's working hard, man.
What's the difference between this and like training camp? What do you hope to accomplish in these sessions?
I think we're just this is really, to me, a stepping stone going into training camp. So, we evaluate everything. Obviously, we're looking for guys to improve, make mistakes, fix their mistakes, get better, develop routines, get, I would say 101, 201 with our systems and how we do things. But 301, 401, the master's class really starts in training camp, and you're really ramping up, competing for your role. Roles start to get defined, get ready to go play a game. But right now, I'm really pleased with where we're at. It's just one day on the grass, but it was good.
For you, and I was in on your media session earlier, if a guy's not going to be here, it's just kind of just let me know you're not going to be here.
Correct.
Mostly,
Correct.
I mean, within reason.
I always say, obviously, I want everybody here, but, life does happen. Guys are in different stages of where they're at. And I trust everybody to do what's best for them as it relates to being the best they can be for the team come training camp.
You've got a lot of guys who have been here a while. You've got a lot of guys who have not been here a while. Does everybody start one level, same spot moving forward, or other guys, like in terms of how you teach, what you're coaching?
Yeah.
Like, does everything ground zero start from the beginning, or are you starting guys somewhere later on the curve?
It's kind of the cool thing about coaching now. We start ground zero. That's a great point. And certain guys, you always, if I always say about like position coaches, like you have really elite mental guys, and you got guys that are maybe not behind, just haven't heard it, this and that. And you got to coach to everybody in the room. So that elite guy is getting things, because if you just coach to this level with a guy that's never heard anything, this guy's not getting any better. So you got to kind of feel the room where it's at. You got to have a little bit of joie de vivre, which doesn't mean how I use the phrase. I think it means joy of life. What I mean is like instincts. You got to have some instincts when you're coaching in the room to make sure that everybody is progressing. But everybody's at different stages of their career. Their learning curves are all different. But we start day one, ground zero. Hey, this is how we do things from a team standpoint, from a unit, all three phases, from the position rooms. It all starts from ground zero, and we give everybody everything.
When you look at what you may change offensively, defensively, year by year, is it minimal? Do you change a lot? Yeah. Your offensive playbook, your defensive schemes, how much do you change in the offseason?
Changes. It does, and I think it's predicated on who you have. who you lining up with, and then who you're playing, But, that's why I love the offseason because we got a couple new coaches from college, and I think they were like wide-eyed with the amount of time that they are afforded to study and learn and grow and poke holes in things and brainstorm and be creative. And then we take it all together. The coordinators kind of take it all together, and we got brainstorming meetings, we got decision-making meetings, all that stuff. But I think that you never, it's not, since we've been here, here's the here's the playbooks. That's what it is. We are not like that. We try to adapt and adjust and make it fit our guys that's unique to us. And then the second piece of that is when your game planning is what's unique to the opponent you're playing. So that's how we do things here, and I think it keeps the players engaged, because it's not. Now certain things they hear multiple times from me and from the coordinators, but there's we put some new sauce on everything.
You have been steadfast in your belief that Kyler Murray's an elite quarterback. We've been waiting 7-8 years to try to get him over the hump, get him that first playoff win that he doesn't have. What does he need to do differently? I mean, outside of the surroundings and the team being better and all of that stuff, I get that. What jump do you want to see him make?
I think play to his level consistently.
Yep.
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
And because when he plays to his level, it's elite. I firmly believe that.
But it's not enough right now, right?
No, I think it is enough when he plays to his level. I think what I'm looking for him of 17 games plus however many more is, can you play at that level all the time? And it takes physical stamina, it takes mental stamina, it takes competitive stamina, I call it, which he has all that. So he has another go at it this year, and I want to see it. And
where is he? How close is he? Is he missing it by 3, 4, 5, 6 games?
I think he's pretty close.
You think he's really close to being consistent?
I do.
Week in, week out.
I do.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show for OTAs. Along those lines, looking at your roster from the outside looking in, a lot of year one guys going into year two, and you've talked a lot about making that jump and the leap that guys are going to make. Are you on that scale? Are they all ready to make that jump? I mean, are there different guys who are closer to making the bigger jump? And you don't need to name names unless you want to, but you know what I mean? Like, are they all at the same spot in their curve, or are they in different locations?
That's a good question. They're in different locations, all of them, because they all have a different first year. You know what I mean? But I think that the continuity in all three phases, and then the ability to take what they did last year, learn and grow from it to take the next steps that are needed for them to become the players that they want to be, to hit their ceiling, I would say. I think they're all right there. When opportunity knocks, you got to seize it. You know what I mean? Because everybody's going to be, D-Rob's going to be different than Trey Benson's going to be different than Zay Weaver's going to be different from Tip. You know, they all have different roles on a team. But when that opportunity comes, you got to seize it. And I think our guys are excited about that and ready to take the jump.
Based off of your roster, are there guys that you need to be more ready to make that jump into year two?
Yeah, I think all of them.
Okay.
I think we need all of them to make that jump. And why I say that is if you have a jersey on game day, you have to serve a purpose and you have to help the team win. So what I'm talking, it doesn't matter, Marvin playing 65 plays, Max Melton playing, a game, Max Melton playing, let's call it 35 a game. Like, if he's going to play more, he's got to be ready to take the jump. If D-Rob's going to play more, if Zay Weaver, if Tip's going to, all those guys, right? I'm listing off the guys, Isaiah Adams, probably he's competing to be a full-time starter at guard, not just plug and play he's got to make the jump if we want to go where we want to go. So I'm counting on all of them, and they need to, all of them.
I'm not sure what the future was for Sean Murphy-Bunting even this year with you guys. But without him, I do know you got a very, very young cornerback room. I think everybody's under the age of 25. A lot of talent there, though. I think Max is going to be great. I really do. I like Max. Do you need to go out and get a veteran wide receiver? Would you like to have some more experience in that room?
Yeah, honestly, Gambo, no. We'll turn over every stone, though, to help our team. I feel really good about where that room is at with the guys that are coming back and the new guys added. I've never been afraid to play young guys that are a little more inexperienced than other guys. Does experience help you? Yes, it does. You know what I mean? But the way to get experience is time on task on the job. And what you see is if guys are truly trying to maximize themselves as football players, that can happen very quickly. And just because they're only a year in or 2 years in or 3 years in doesn't mean that they can't take a huge jump because they're getting clock.
Cooper DeJean with Philly landed in a great situation. Veteran defense, great pass rush, really helped him have a good year. How much will the additions you guys have made on that front seven help your cornerbacks and safeties?
It'll help. It'll help. They go hand in hand. Rush and cover go hand in hand. So if you can cover people up, put color on color, the rush has a chance to get there. If the rush can beat their guys and win one-on-ones, then the corners don't have to, the DBs don't have to cover as long. So they really go hand in hand. You need all three levels of the defense to play high-quality football for you if you're going to be an elite defense. That's just what you need.
We had a real good feeling you were going to get one of those top two free agents out of Philly. You ended up with Sweat.
Yeah.
Tell me what you liked about him.
Joshua.
Tell me, when did you know you were going to get him?
I think when Monty called me and said we got Sweat.
Oh no, come on,
you know
tell
what I
me.
mean? No, I swear. Like free agency is like, I think like people, I don't know how people think it goes. I don't know about that, but like you literally do not know who you're going to get until they say I'm committed and they sign the deal.
Did you have a good feeling?
I didn't have any.
You didn't have any feeling.
Any feeling. Like,
what did you love about him?
I mean, I think he can affect the passer and he plays around extremely well. He's very smart, team first guy. He's tough as nails, and I think he's got good ball in him. A lot of good ball in him. And what he's shown, he fits our style, our brand of ball, which is cool. I know the person that he is, obviously being with for 2 years with him, and I think he's going to help the entire team and the entire defense.
Along those lines with free agency, I'm just curious. It looked like the defensive line room was done and set, and you were good. And here comes Calais Campbell.
Yeah.
Tell me about that moment you got the call from Monty that you
was
found
awesome.
out he was coming back.
He was on our radar for a while, and we had talked about him, and it was kind of one of those guys that we didn't know he was going to be available.
Yeah.
And when he was available, we talked about the pros and cons of adding him, and there's too many pros not to do it. You know what I mean? And just obviously the person that he is, he's already been here. A lot of guys have a history with him. Going against him last year, the first thing I looked at is you look at a guy that's a little bit older, 18 years in the league. I said, let's see what he did against us. Like, can he still play? You know what I mean? And it was like, geez, this guy can still play. Like, this guy's like train wrecking the game, kind of like sign him up. You know what I mean? So, and there was a lot of people that wanted him. So Monty and his staff did a really good job to sign him up, and he's going to help us a lot.
Do you want your name before or after mine when we do the show together? Totally up to you. So you want it to be the Burns and Gannon
I'm like
show?
Robin. Yeah, I'm like
Burns
Robin. You're Batman.
It's the Burns and Gambo show, the Burns and Gannon show. It's it rolls, right?
He's the driver.
Yeah, he's the driver.
You'll be the color. I mean, you will add all the personality to the show. I'm just going to be the boring. I get us in and out of the breaks guy.
He's
That's
good at
what I do. I'm really good at it. That's all
you
I
guys
do.
are a good tag team. That'd be tough shoes to step into, man. It's like taking over after like a legend. Like, it's hard to do, man.
We'll switch for a day.
You might not want that job.
coach the team.
You might not want that job.
And you do the show one day.
Well, I'm not a legend, so it'd be easier for you, but it would be hard for me.
Okay.
All right, so we'll catch up with you during training camp. Yes, and then we'll talk to you Mondays after
playlist.
Give me a playlist,
I'll
man.
give you 5 songs.
It'll be jamming out.
I'll give you 5 great songs.
Jonathan Gannon, our guest here on the
guys.
Burns and Gambo Show. Thanks, Coach. Good luck this year.
All right.
Goofing around with Jonathan Gannon yesterday. As a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, who stood out on the first day of Cardinals OTAs? Who wasn't there on the first day of Cardinals OTAs? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calvy's here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing, plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash, and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months, plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer, and local matters. Check out these all-electric options. Drive out a 1,000 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Again, our thanks to Jonathan Gannon for joining us yesterday. We recorded that interview when we were out at Cardinals OTAs. Trey Benson, Cardinals running back, will join us later today, same fashion. We recorded that interview yesterday during the D-backs game as well. Lauren has not been recorded. This is live radio. She has the Twitter. I'm sure she's sitting right there. Live radio. And she's got our poll question of the day. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right. We're asking Jordan Lawler. He's reportedly being sent back down to AAA Reno. So when will he make his return to the big leagues? Is it yes, he will return in July? Yes, he will return in August? Yes, he will return in September? Or nope, we'll see him in 2026?
Wow. All right.
I had no idea, so we're just guessing.
It's just
right?
I was just gonna say this is just a guess. Just a best guess scenario.
Because if somebody gets injured,
that's what I'm thinking.
He's gonna get called up.
I don't.
Suarez is down. Catel's down. Somebody's injured. He'll probably get a call up if he's playing well in Reno.
Don't want to speak that into existence, but I also, I'll say August. I'll say August for that reason alone. Just on the idea that maybe somebody's down for a few weeks and they need him to come up and then he would play every day, and we'll see if that makes a difference for him. It's a guess. August.
Wow. I really don't know, but I'll go late July.
All right.
I'll go late July.
And we have tied number one answers at 36%. Yes, we'll see him in September, or no, we won't see him, we'll have to wait till 2026. Those are leading the way with 36% of the vote, 19% going with yes, we'll see him again in August, and 10% going with yes in July.
Yeah, I think almost you could have asked, like, will we see him this year at some point or next year at some point? Like, and I think if that were I would have for sure said we'll see him again next year or this year. We'll for sure see him at some point this year. But again, it is, and now we watch to see how he does when he's back in Reno. You know, and if he starts putting up eye-popping numbers again...
Do we watch it? He was putting up eye-popping numbers before he got called up.
Well, I watch it because what if he's not putting up eye-popping numbers? I think he will, but what if he doesn't?
Okay, so you're in case he's not.
In case he starts not putting up eye-popping numbers because he's frustrated that he's not here, or he feels like that his big league career is stalled out a little bit because the two promotions haven't worked out well. Is he taking that with him to Reno, or is he flushing that?
It's good. Okay,
that's
good.
That's
I like
why
that.
I'm watching his numbers down
So you're
in Reno.
looking not that if he's going to hit 310, but if he hits 210.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's
fair.
that. There's that. Jonathan Gannon told us yesterday, and you just heard it today, that when it comes to guys not being at OTAs, like, he's fine. He gets it. He understands life happens sometimes. And so it was with a great deal of interest that I sent you the list kind of after the first day of OTAs, the guys who weren't there for the Cardinals, according to those who were witnessing, Tyler Drake and Deo Mackey and others. Missing players on the first day of OTAs included guys like B.J. Ojulari and Josh Sweat and Kelvin Beachum, Jonah Williams. Although Jonah Williams was there, he was working on the side. Bilal Nichols, Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson. Some of them are new big-name free agents who signed contracts in the offseason. Some of them are guys like B.J. Ojulari and Jonah Williams who are coming off of injuries, right, who might want to slow play this thing a little bit. Jonathan Gannon didn't. He said it's voluntary.
Voluntary.
It's like
can't force him to be here.
It seemed like it was all that upset. I just want to know. I just want to know if you're not going to be here. That's it. That's
right,
fine.
Right.
And they've got a mandatory minicamp coming up in a few weeks, and all the guys I presume will be at that one.
Because that list, you don't really hold it against Calais Campbell for not being there, or Tomlinson, or Beachum or Sweat. Like, you don't hold it against those guys for not being there. They're veterans. They know what they're doing. Now, if you had like a super young guy that was in his first year or two and he's not there, you might be like, oh, okay. Why are you not here?
Yeah, shouldn't you be here? If Marvin Harrison weren't there, hey, dude, shouldn't you be there?
Right.
Don't you think
like,
you should
how
be
much
around for
do
this?
you care about this stuff?
Yeah, so I'm not like we talk all the time about whether the Cardinals are going to add a veteran corner or a veteran wide receiver. And part of the reason I imagine some of these guys haven't signed now is they don't want to go to OTAs. They're like, I'd rather take a job when camp starts. Well, I don't need to show up for the stuff in June. I'm good. I'm fine.
Froholt's probably on some Viking ship raiding different countries right now, pillaging through people's gold and silver.
That's probably exactly
what
he
can't reach him.
is doing right now.
Can't reach him right now. He's on a Viking ship. He's on his way from Denmark to London to go pillage some counties and steal some gold and silver.
Some coastal village somewhere in the Scandinavians, right? Where he's just, sure.
Make a sacrifice for Odin and, all that stuff.
What's the biggest storyline for you with OTAs?
I like the Sean Murphy Bunting one. I do. I think it's interesting. Because it doesn't seem like they're in a rush to go get a veteran cornerback. It seems like from the people we spoke with yesterday, including Jonathan Gannon,
just now,
they like the young guys. They're not afraid to play the young guys, and the guys that are out there may not be better than what they have. And that's something that we talk about quite a bit. Like, people have asked us so much on the wide receivers. Why aren't they getting Keenan Allen? Why aren't they getting Amari Cooper? Why aren't they getting Gabe Davis? Well, they actually probably think that the guys that they have are better. Now, I mean, out of all of those guys, if they were going to sign one, I would say it's probably Keenan Allen over Amari Cooper or Gabe Davis. I think it would be more likely Keenan Allen. But again, I think you would have to wait till the end and see what happens. And they like their guys. Like, they like their guys, and they're comfortable with their guys.
This is Gannon yesterday. I'm putting Sean Murphy Bunting on the non-football injury list.
I'm sure you guys saw we put Sean on NFI. So happened in the offseason, had to have surgery to get it fixed. So he won't be able to play this year. It's a tough break for him, a tough break for us. But we'll move forward, and so will he.
And here's the thing with that. He later confirmed it was a knee injury. He wouldn't say specifically, but that he did have surgery on it, and he was going to be out for the year. This was, even if Sean Murphy-Bunting wasn't out for the year, I think the cornerback room and the pecking order was always going to be a top story for this team in the offseason and in training camp. I think now it just accentuates it even more. It like shines a brighter spotlight on it for sure. I also think, and Tyler Drake did a good job of pointing this out on his story today on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi, there are like legitimate position battles to watch. Like inside linebacker is a legitimate position battle to watch. Okay, Mack Wilson Sr., he's going to be one of them. Is Akeem Davis-Gaither going to be one? Is Cody Simon going to come in and earn the job as a rookie? I mean, the guy who wears the green dot, it's a big deal. Is it going to be Owen Papo? Is it who that to me is legit. Who your starting right guard is very much a legitimate. Is it Isaiah Adams? Is he ready?
I think they like him a lot.
Go out and get Will Hernandez if he's healthy enough. Is he ready to start? Like, I think those two positions become very much a battle to watch when camp goes around.
I know you've kept your eye on this Will Hernandez situation for a long time. I'll do some digging real soon to see, what if there's any update on his status and how he's doing, if he's getting healthy, because I know that's a guy that you've been kind of focusing on, that if he gets healthy, he'd be worth bringing back, and I don't disagree with you at all. If he can get healthy and prove he's healthy. In the meantime, I do think that they like Isaiah Adams a lot, and we talk about guys trying to make that jump, make that leap to the next year. He would be a guy that you would count on to try to do it.
I appreciate you looking into that for me. Thank you.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Gambo. When we come back, he says the Arizona Diamondbacks have been Major League Baseball's biggest disappointment so far in 2025. Why? We're going to ask the guy who said it, so stay tuned for that next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There are a lot of guys that in key moments this season have made a mistake that you don't expect them to make. And that's kind of where I am on Torrey right now. I'm not in the you got to fire this guy because I don't think that'll help. But where I think you measure him now is going forward. He needs to now be able to adjust to the fact that some of these guys he's gone to in the past, whether it's Kevin Ginkel or Ryan Thompson or whoever, you can't rely on him right now. So that's the key for me now is how does Torrey handle this going forward?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Oh, the sale must go on, my Krug brothers. That's right, the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding has been extended. 25% off everything in-store and online. The sale ends Tuesday, June 3rd. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever, and that's only at Brooklyn Bedding.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system up to $2,500 because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hello, this is Jan at Toyota.
Hi, Jan. Is now a good time to get a new Toyota for summer?
It is. We like to say your summer starts here at your Toyota dealer.
Yeah, I'm a pet sitter and business is way up as people enjoy their new Toyotas.
Right, your summer starts here.
Oh, that's the Walker's pet parrot, Mr. Knowles.
That's me.
They packed up their new Corolla and took a trip to a national park.
Well, through June 2nd, everyone can join in on the summer fun with a great selection of Camrys, 4Runners, and more.
Yeah, the Johnsons strapped a canoe onto their new Grand Highlander and went out to the lake.
Shh, quiet, Lou.
And Mark and Sarah loaded their gear into their Tundra and went scuba diving.
Oh, no, stop. Sebastian, Goldie is not dinner. Fish for dinner. No, stop. This is bad.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Good luck.
Right, your summer starts here.
That's right, Mr. Knowles. Summer starts here at your Toyota dealer with a new Toyota, but it all ends June 2nd. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Toyota, let's go places.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After struggling offensively since joining the Diamondbacks this season, top prospect Jordan Lawler is reportedly being sent back to AAA Reno. Our John Gambadoro reports that veteran infielder Ildemaro Vargas will replace him on the big league roster. And in the NBA playoffs, the Indiana Pacers have the chance to advance to the finals tonight and meet up with the Thunder. They are up 3-1 on the New York Knicks. Game 5 from Madison Square Garden is tonight. Tip-off is at 5, and you can listen to the game on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Arizona Diamondbacks show signs of a turnaround this weekend against the Washington Nationals? We'll get into that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I'll take words I never expected to hear on a Thursday for 400, Ken. Welcome back to the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Our next guest very much caught our attention on Tuesday when we all got together after the Memorial Day weekend. ESPN.com did kind of a writer's roundtable, an MLB Memorial Day standings check. And we had Jesse Rogers on at the beginning of the season when the D-backs played the Cubs. So when the question was asked, which team is the biggest disappointment, and Jesse wrote, I'm going to throw a curveball to this question and pick the Arizona Diamondbacks, we kind of decided we needed to get Jesse on the phone and talk about what was going on. And instead, he's joining us on the air link right now on the Burns and Gambo Show. Jesse, welcome back to the program. We appreciate your time. You ready to talk about the biggest disappointment in baseball so far this year?
Well, at least in the National League, right? The Orioles were too easy of an answer. But in the National League, you know, here's the thing. I'm a big Diamondbacks guy. It's like expecting a lot out of your children and they come up short. Like you have a lot of affinity for your kids, but when they come up short, you got to call them out.
Yeah,
I've liked the Diamondbacks since they sort of elevated to prominence the last few years, and they've really blown some chances this year. Obviously, I highlighted the bullpen. I think you guys have certainly done that on a daily basis. So it's all relative, their disappointment to me. there's obviously other teams that are worse records, but expectation-wise, they've underachieved.
Anything about any of your children you want to tell us and get off your chest?
Nothing I can say on the air, or at least nothing I haven't said to their face.
Okay. It all starts with the bullpen. It really does. It all starts with the bullpen. Ginkel and Mantiply, their failures, Thompson's failure, Puck being out, J-Mart having a dead arm. I mean, 11 blown saves and plenty of other games in which they had a lead and they blown late that didn't count as a blown save. If they win 5 or 6 of those games, we're talking about them being a game behind the Dodgers. So just opinion-wise, because you're not trading for any elite closers right now, do you think it's fixable?
It's difficult. And again, I don't know who to blame because these are arms that were there in the World Series. Maybe they stuck with them too long, but they're only a year removed from like 3 ERAs for some of these guys. I mean, I saw these guys up close in the World Series, Ryan Thompson and a few of the other guys. And I mean, Justin Martinez is a good arm, but he was hurt, obviously. Now you're getting him back. You're getting Graveman back. So I think it can get better. It can get better, especially if Martinez and Graveman perform well. You can't wait for other injured guys necessarily that are gonna save the day. So it has to start with those good, fresh arms, so to speak. I don't know if you can rely on those guys that were pitching you in the World Series a couple years ago. It does feel like some of them are having some issues that may not be fixable. I know Mantiply was sent down. It's kind of crazy to see those same names that were so good have lofty 5-6 ERAs. And I'm not sure all of them are fixable, but there is maybe some hope there if you start with J-Mart and Kendall Graveman, who I know is a little bit of a wild card coming back from his injury. So maybe there's some light at the end of the tunnel, but I'm not sure it's completely fixable in the next month or two. We'll see. Maybe the deadline will help.
In that regard, then, do you think this is something that has been talked about a lot on the station the last couple of days? Does Torey Lovullo need to change basically his level of trust for guys that he has trusted during that World Series run? And specifically thinking about Kevin Ginkel and Ryan Thompson, who were just essential members of the bullpen that got them to the World Series. Are those two guys that you think Torey needs to downshift his trust on a little bit because they are no longer trustworthy?
Yeah, that is a good question. I think the answer is yes. And you have to admit, I'm sure you guys have been critical of everything there. It is a difficult proposition for a manager. You've relied on guys. They're off to bad starts. How long do you rely on them?
Right.
2 months is a pretty good sample size. It's a pretty good sample size. So I like the word downshift. There's always a chance to earn your way back into the circle of trust. But the short answer to your question is yes, you have to downshift and look elsewhere if there is elsewhere. I mean, Mike Hazen might come on with you and say, hey, guys, these are our arms. We don't have that much help at AAA. But you've got to try something else. It becomes where the known can be worse than the unknown. And so, yeah, I think downshift is a good way of putting it. I would say yes to that question.
Yeah, I reported earlier they're bringing up Jeff Brigham. They're going to just try different guys. They signed him to a minor league contract in December. He'll be called up. Ginkel will go down. That's one move. But here's the other thing I think could happen here is I think when Eduardo Rodriguez is ready, even though everybody believes that Ryan Nelson is a better option for them as a starter than Eduardo Rodriguez, Ryan Nelson may be the answer to a lot of their bullpen woes. He could be the guy that can come in if they're getting 7 innings out of one of their starters, he could take the 8th and the 9th, or he could take the 7th and the 8th. So I think even though Nelson's better suited to be a starter, I bet you he ends up in the bullpen.
I like that idea. I mean, you take away, actually, ironically, the team I cover a lot in Chicago, the Cubs, you take away Nelson's 2 appearances against the Cubs, and the numbers are pretty good. Now, again, we can't pick and choose and cherry pick and all that very often. But in that case, maybe the Cubs just had his number. 2 appearances. Everything else has been pretty good for Nelson now, both starting a little bit and in the bullpen. So I like where you're going with that. You sometimes have to think outside the box. And with Rodriguez getting healthy, that's not a bad idea at all.
Jesse Rogers is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, MLB insider for ESPN.com, and we just got the feed put on here in the studio. Gambo, please take note of the Italia hat that Jeff Rogers is wearing. I'm guessing he might have done that just for you based off of his last appearance. I'm not sure.
I speak Italian with Morosi when he comes on. Tu parli Italiano?
I have the best story. First of all, no Italian.
Okay.
Okay, and let me just add something. I'm Jewish. Okay, that there's a reason for me telling you that story.
Okay.
I just got this hat 2 weeks ago in Italy. I was in Vatican Square when they elected the Chicago Pope.
How great is
just
that?
by chance.
How great
by
is
chance.
that? Wow.
Planned the trip 6 months ago to see my daughter there, and so I watched the smoke come out the whole 9 yards. And so, even as a Jew, it was very emotional to see the new Pope.
Is your daughter studying abroad?
She was studying abroad in Florence, but we went to Rome first. And then this is my souvenir. This hat.
I love it.
And,
I love it. Florence is beautiful.
I tried to meet the Pope because I said I'm from Chicago. He
didn't work.
Didn't take my entrance, whatever they call it.
Didn't work. Jesse is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. So overall, 30,000-foot view. And you're right. We talk about this team every day, all the time, because it has been a letdown so far. There's still a lot of season left. How strongly can we lean on that right now in these tough times? Or is that an unreliable crutch to lean on for the D-backs?
No, it's definitely not unreliable. 2/3 left. Tough division, of course, but 3 wild cards, plenty of time. We saw it 2 years ago. Maybe 86 wins doesn't get you into the World Series like it did then. But the point is, there is time. There's such a good comparison to make to the team in my backyard. The Cubs and Diamondbacks are built in very similar fashion, at least offensively. They have slug. They have some speed, though the Cubs are stealing a little bit more bases this year than Arizona. But their OPSs are next to each other. PCA is a star. Corbin Carroll's a star. PCA emerging star. My point is, the Cubs are scoring 5.9 runs per game. That overshadows any pitching problems.
Yeah.
So in some ways, if you can sort of lean on your offense even more, that's a way to survive a bit. Now, you're scoring 5 runs a game. You probably need to increase it to overcome these bullpen woes.
Jesse, you do know that the Diamondbacks have lost games in which they've scored, 14?
12 runs.
12 runs, 11.
Twice,
They were up 6-2 the other day and then lost the game. So I don't know about that run thing. We've had a problem here in Arizona. They've scored runs. The bullpen can't hold the lead to save their lives. But the good news is you can get bullpen help, right? This isn't like I need a guy that's going to hit 40 home runs and driving 100 runs at the deadline. Bullpen help is always available.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is if you can somehow survive because your offense is so good, that's great. And maybe they are kind of surviving. I mean, with that bullpen, you could be really, 10 games under 500. So they are surviving in some ways. But here's the thing. It's going to be a seller's market. If one team's looking for a reliever, about a dozen teams are going to be looking for a reliever. You might get one good one, depending on what Mike Hazen wants to give up and et cetera, et cetera. You're not going to fix everything in July. You might fix one spot, the 7th inning or whatever the case may be, because not every Marlin can be traded. You know what I mean? There's only about 4 teams right now, and there's only one Felix Bautista in Baltimore, and there's going to be a lot of teams after him. So you got to try to fix it from within, and then get that one guy to help you, whether it be from the right or left side. But one path is to just slug your way to the playoffs. The Cubs are kind of doing it. I don't know if the Diamondbacks can do it because 5 runs a game is pretty good. To ask them to score another half run a game, that's tough. And even then, if your bullpen isn't fixed, like you guys said, you might have problems. So there's a few avenues there, but you probably got to fix it from within.
Jesse, we enjoy your work. We appreciate your time. Thanks for spending a few minutes with us on this Thursday. I'm sure we'll catch up with you again at some point later on in the season, all right?
You got it, guys.
Enjoy that hat. Enjoy that hat.
You got it.
That's a good hat. I like it.
Jesse Rogers, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. We didn't have the video feed in here at first, and so when I saw it, I'm like, oh, yeah, it's the guy. Got to point that out for Gambo. When we come back here on this Thursday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show, we turn our attention back to the Arizona Cardinals as Calais Campbell is with the Cards. Darius Robinson is back with the Cards. How do these two forces on the defensive line go hand in hand? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey! What? Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com. And that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1409 per $1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Tyler Childers on the road, live in concert in Phoenix. Performing at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater, June 8th. Tyler Childers. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit tylerchildersmusic.com.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Burns and Gambo talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Super excited, first time putting your helmet on since the 49ers game, going through stretch, seeing all our new teammates, and it's a new year, new goal, so just super excited to be out there.
It's in some, you tell me if I'm wrong on this, and I know you will.
Okay. All right.
You like that setup?
Yeah, yes. Tell me if I'm wrong, and I know you will.
I know you will. Does it almost feel like Darius Robinson is a forgotten guy on this football team? To a certain, just because last year was so uneven for him.
And then, okay, so yeah, the first thing you think about is Sweat, Tomlinson, Calais. The next thing you think about is Nolan.
Or Will Johnson.
Or Will Johnson, secondary.
Yep. No, I know. I guess I was just thinking defense in general.
Okay.
But yeah, if you want to just go front seven guys. Front seven, yeah.
And it's almost out of sight, out of mind.
A little bit. For
him. A little bit. I love there was a story about Calais Campbell that I really got a kick out of today that I was reading. Where was it? I can't remember where it was. And it was like how Calais is embracing his 18th season.
Mm-hmm.
And during the meeting, Darius Robinson heard Campbell called Mr. 110. And so at first he's thinking of the number of games he's started. Has he started 110 games? And he's like, that's a low number for a guy that's played 20 years. And then he found out it was sacks, that Calais has 110 and a half career sacks. He's like, I said, dang, I only got 1 sack. So I said, yeah, I got a lot of work to do.
Here's Darius Robinson on Calais.
Nah, he's legendary. I remember we were talking about pass rush one day, and they were talking about welcome Mr. 110. And I started thinking, because I remember early in the year, Buddha hit like 100 game starts. So I was like, wait, it can't be starts because he's way older than Buddha. And they're talking about sacks. And I said, dang, I only got 1 sack. So I said, yeah, I got a lot of work to do. And then, but nah, he's been great. It's legendary. Like, it's like, just want to learn as much as I can from him and understand like he was here like in the beginning and to be able to come back. So it just shows the standard of like what I envision for myself. So it's awesome to have a great leader, to be able to look up to.
There are guys that get motivated by something like that. You put a leader like Calais Campbell in, we would, there are guys that like lead, and they lead by example, and they take other guys under their wings, and they do that. And I can see Calais taking Darius Robinson under his wing.
Mm-hmm.
I can see Calais saying, okay, young man, follow me. I'm not going to play a whole lot. You don't have to worry about me. Like, I'm going to play 35 snaps a game, but let's work on you. Let me see if I can have an impact on you. Because I think what happens with a lot of the older guys as they come towards the end of their career is you start to think about your legacy, and you want to leave that behind. You want guys to talk about you 5 years down the road when you're retired and say, oh, that guy had a major impact on my career. That guy meant so much to me. Calais Campbell, my second year in the league, I was with Calais Campbell, and I learned so much, and I did so much. And you always ask guys about what it was like. We talked to Trey McBride about guys he looked up to yesterday. So I think that this is a really good thing for Darius Robinson, that Calais Campbell is in that room.
But I also think, and this was also pointed out in the story, and we pointed this out when Calais, was on with us and when he signed with the Cardinals, Calais knows his limitations at his age. Like, yes, he's going to be a great presence for the younger guys, specifically Darius Robinson, but because he only wants to play 30, 35, maybe 40 plays a game, right? There's also going to be that opportunity for Darius Robinson to be able to step into that and play and contribute. Calais Campbell knows that at his age, after about the 35th snap or so, he starts losing effectiveness. Yeah. He's done, and he's like, I can play more, but I'm not going to be very good if I play more. And I think within that,
it's like me after 3 hours.
It's like usually around 4:30 every afternoon during a commercial break, Gambo will say to me off air, "Good night, everyone." I'm like, no. Come on, 6 segments to go.
I'm like Calais.
Power through. You are.
I'm good for 35 snaps. You're trying to make me play 50. That's what they're doing to me here.
Seriously, we are so mean to you around here, making you work and, earn your paycheck. It's awful, the things we make you do around here. Really.
Just saying, it might be at my best if we just did a 2-hour show.
Look at you stumping for that. Darius Robinson, I'll go back to the original.
Go ahead.
It was a rough year for him last year.
Yes.
He lost his mom. He had the calf injury, which I suspect was far more serious than anybody ever let on. He missed so much time. And even when he came back, he wasn't really impacting games. And he acknowledged yesterday, he was very honest about it. He was very blunt. It was a really hard year. And he said, I came in here in August and I was hot and I was ready to go. And then I got hurt. And then the thing happened with my mom and she passed away and I had to process all that. And when I came back, I was cold. I need to find that heat again. I'm looking for that heat again. I forget about him sometimes just because of Sweat and Tomlinson and Calais and the new guys that they've added. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, they've got a first-round pick on that defensive line from a year ago who was the talk of camp until about a week before the opener.
And now
everybody was talking about
Darius Robinson. A little bit of an afterthought, almost like let's talk about Sweat, let's talk about Tomlinson. Hey, how about Calais? How about Nolan? And yeah, it was like, hey, Darius is here too.
Yeah,
he's got a chance to do something. But there is a time like, okay, your first year you don't do anything. Second year, you want to show some progress. You want to show now. You get through your second year, and take B.J. Ojulari for instance, right? We haven't seen B.J. Ojulari pop,
no,
and we've been waiting for him to pop for a long time.
Yes, sir.
So, like, okay, after a while, you're like, okay, we don't talk about B.J. Ojulari anymore.
Hardly ever.
They drafted B.J. Ojulari in the second round, 2023.
In the 40s somewhere, if I remember right. Yeah.
Yeah, 41st overall
41st, thank you.
out of LSU. And he's been in the league, that first year he's in the league. He played in 17 games. He had 4 sacks. And then last year, obviously, he didn't play. And now you're like, okay, next is your third year. And it's like, you have to really pop right now. Like, you don't get this. You don't get 5 years in this league to kind of prove yourself.
If you don't pop in year 2, you do very much. And it's not his fault. He got hurt, blew out his knee in training camp. But if you don't pop, yes, very much. B.J. Ojulari is a wild card, X factor, no idea what you're going to get. And if Darius Robinson, has another year where he doesn't contribute for whatever reason, he's going to be that guy going into year 3. Like, you just don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know whether he's I know this. I know we just spoke with Jonathan Gannon yesterday. We just played back the interview about an hour ago. And we asked him about year 1 to year 2 jumps and whether he's confident that they're all going to make the jump. And he's like, yeah. Yesterday, specifically, he was asked about Darius Robinson and whether he needed more time. Jonathan Gannon was very blunt and very short in his answer, quote, he'll make that jump, close quote. So Gannon's expectation is that Darius Robinson is going to be just as ready to make the year 1 to year 2 jump as Max Melton is, as Marvin Harrison Jr. is, as Trey Benson, who's going to join us later on today, is. He's confident that despite all that missed time, Darius Robinson's in just as good a spot as the rest of those guys are.
Yeah. Yeah, and the thing that helps a little bit, too, is like, you're going to be rotating guys in and out. And we know we've talked about Calais playing 35 snaps, so there's plenty of snaps to go around. There's plenty of – now, again – Darius Robinson at a young age, if he starts popping and playing well, he'll get more snaps.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, did one of Kevin Durant's trade suitors just get bounced from the playoffs last night? And is another one going to get bounced tonight? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really?
Really, really. So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes. There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
These Memorial Day savings from Sanderson Ford go through June 2nd. Just want you to know that. They go through June 2nd. We just passed Memorial Day. But if you're looking for Platinum 70th anniversary sale, Memorial Day savings right now at Sanderson Ford, you could get a brand new 2024 Ford Escape for $24,900. It's a demo unit. You can get a Ford Bronco Sport for $25,900, 2024. How about a Ford F-150 STX for $42,900? Or a 2024 Ford Bronco Big Ben, $41,900. The savings are tremendous. I even saw a brand new Ford Expedition XLT for $64,000. Great savings right now at Sanderson Ford. 51st Avenue in Glendale, America's most awarded Ford dealership. They've also got the Lincoln dealership just east of the I-17 on Bell Road if you're looking for a new Lincoln. Go online at sandersonford.com for more information.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement. But you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This May, All Pro Shade Concepts is proud to celebrate 20 years of providing shade solutions. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, reduce dust and wind, and can lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A couple of Diamondbacks moves on the horizon per our own John Gambadoro. First and foremost, top prospect Jordan Lawler is reportedly being sent back to AAA Reno. Veteran infielder Ildemaro Vargas is set to replace him on the big league roster. In addition, a shakeup in the bullpen. Right-hander Jeff Brigham is going to join the big league club for the first time this season. Kevin Ginkel will be sent down to AAA Reno in his spot. Diamondbacks will start a new series with the Washington Nationals tomorrow night at Chase Field. And in the NBA playoffs, the Indiana Pacers have the chance to advance to the finals tonight. They're up 3-1 on the Knicks. Tip-off is at 5, and you can listen to the game on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf, that Wolf, at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Arizona Cardinals find more explosive plays on offense in 2025? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, just real quick before we get into Suns conversation with the T-Wolves getting humiliated last night and what it means for Kevin Durant. Back to the Arizona Diamondbacks for just a moment because Gambo tweeted it out. Mitch just mentioned it in the What's Trending Now. Not only Jordan Lawler, as you had reported him being sent down to AAA, Kevin Ginkel.
Yeah,
getting sent down to AAA as well. I mean, a major part of Torey Lovello's bullpen over the last couple of years, who's got some stuff he needs to figure out.
Yeah, we reported earlier this morning that Jeff Brigham would be who signed a minor league contract with the Diamondbacks was going to be called up. So we mentioned that early this morning, and then I just got word a few minutes ago it is Kevin Ginkel getting sent down. So Ginkel being sent down, Brigham coming up. That's one roster move, and there will be others as they try to figure out this bullpen. There will be other moves that are made to try to get some fresher arms in here, give some guys a chance, and see if somebody pops. Ginkel's a guy they've got to get right. They just have to get him right.
They have to.
I mean, they just can't afford to have him work on stuff in the major leagues. So Ginkel is the one that's getting sent down. I knew Brigham was coming up earlier, and I just got word that it is Ginkel being sent down.
It's crazy. I looked at Ginkel's game logs after he had the rough outing 2 nights ago against the Pirates. And I mean, we can say this about anybody probably in baseball. It is 2 outings where he has given up 10 earned runs. The rest of the time he's been all right, mostly fine, sometimes very effective. But against the Pirates, he gave up 5, and against the Dodgers in that disastrous Friday night game where they gave up, 6 in the ninth, and he was responsible for a bunch of them. He's given up 10 earned runs in 2 outings, and the rest of the time he's been mostly serviceable. But he's got stuff he's got to work on.
He's got to work on his fastball command. He hasn't trusted his fastball command. And this is my discussions with them recently is just the slider. He's relying way too much on the slider because he doesn't trust his fastball.
Yeah, and guys are sitting on it. Yeah. Brian Windhorst yesterday on NBA Today on Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant, I'm like 98% sure he's not going to be a Sun next year. How it works out, though, I'm about 1% sure. There's going to be a number of teams interested, but some of it is going to depend on whether they see Durant as a player they keep on a 1-year contract or if they want to get him and give him a contract extension, which I suspect he's going to want.
I love that. I love that cut. I'm 98% sure he's gone. I'm 99% unsure how it's going to happen. I mean, he's gone. I just don't know what it's going to look like or
Me
where.
too. What I think is going to happen is you'll see Kevin Durant traded sometime before the draft. I think it'll be sometime before the NBA draft that you'll see Kevin Durant is traded. So when is what's the date of the draft?
It's June. I hate to say it. I'm on vacation. Well, actually, I'm not going to apologize for being on vacation.
Don't apologize for being on vacation.
I am on vacation during the NBA draft. I believe it is June 26th. Is when the NBA draft is.
All right.
I'll be on Mission Beach.
Just living your best life.
Absolutely. Hanging out with my granddaughter.
Don't even check Twitter.
Take it.
Don't even do it.
Brother, you don't have to worry about that with me. You're the one we have to worry about when you're on vacation with that. You don't have to worry about me checking out. I am checked out.
I am guaranteeing you this time that
vacation.
I am not going to work from vacation. Guarantee.
God, you say this
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
You say this, and every year you're full of just such crap when you do.
Not one breaking story from me when I'm away.
Okay, you're wrong.
Well, you watch.
Okay.
You watch.
Okay. So anyway, there's that. The draft is June 26th.
I expect Kevin Durant to be traded right around that time.
Look,
around that time.
The Minnesota Timberwolves got humiliated and ousted by Oklahoma City. That puts them, I don't know if they're in the front of the line. I don't even know what the line looks like, but I got to think they're at least in the conversation as a team, especially given Anthony Edwards' love and affection for Kevin Durant and how close they are.
Right.
I got to think that puts him in the conversation for KD.
I think I like the roster. The guy you want on that roster, the guy I would want, if you're looking at, okay, who do you want on that roster? Because I've said to you, I like their roster.
Mm-hmm.
I want Jaden McDaniels. Okay, I want Jaden McDaniels. He's 24 years old. He's a versatile 6'9", versatile power forward. Plays a lot, can score for you, can rebound the basketball a little bit, block some shots. I want Jaden McDaniels. You want Kevin Durant? Give me Jaden McDaniels. Now, I don't know if they're going to want to trade Jaden McDaniels. I think they view him as just a valuable. He played all 82 games and started all 82 games this year.
Yeah.
He averages 31 minutes a game for them. So I love Jaden McDaniels. Naz Reid, Dante DiVincenzo, some of the young guys, Dillingham, Shannon. Do you want any of the young guys? Do you want their draft pick? So you've got to kind of figure this out if you want to talk to Minnesota about a trade for Durant. What do you want back? Naz Reid has the ability to opt in. He could be a free agent.
Mm-hmm.
He could opt in. You make a trade, and then you re-sign him to another deal. I like Naz Reid. You like Naz Reid. I don't know that I want him to be the focal point of my trade for Kevin Durant. I think he's a nice piece, and DiVincenzo's a throw-in, but I'm trying to get McDaniels out of them. I'm trying to get McDaniels. That's the guy I want.
I like Naz Reid a lot. The focal point to a deal with Minnesota, I mean, it's you wonder what the focal point is going to be. Is it going to be Julius Randle to match salaries? Is it going to be a sign and trade with Naz Reid to match salaries? Is it going to be, I like Jaden McDaniels too. I think they do have a lot of good young assets there. And I would think that back-to-back Western Conference Finals where they come up, butkus, that they might be willing to do something kind of bold to try to get there. I mean, what was it that I don't have the cut, but Chris Finch, after the game last night, basically said, hey, when you're in a window of going for it, you got to go for it.
It's a great cut. I have it right here. Bear with me about a couple seconds. He said, the league is so hard right now. Obviously, health factors into it. roster construction, being able to afford the tax, all these things come into play at some point. That's why you've got to go for it now. You really do, whenever you're in the moment. Here's Finch saying, we got to go for it. Like, we got Anthony Edwards. We got Gobert. We got, Conley's 38. Their problem could be point guard. Now, I don't know that the Dillingham kid is ready. He was taken 8th overall, but there's some feeling that he's not that good. Rob Dillingham.
They moved up to get him, too, didn't they? They traded an asset, a valuable asset, if I remember right.
I think they traded the future 2031.
31 unprotected pick,
yes,
I believe.
Because the Suns and Timberwolves are the only two teams that traded those picks.
I mean, that's an awful lot to give up for a guy only to move him a year later. But then again, you lose back-to-back Western Conference Finals. It was funny, on a completely unrelated note, a lot of people were giving Anthony Edwards a lot of grief because he mocked the Suns 3 years ago.
For getting blown out.
For getting blown out against the Dallas Mavericks. And he's like, man, this is unwatchable. This is terrible. This is pathetic. I can't believe this
was last night.
And it's like, dude, if the shoe fits, as you guys did last night.
Yeah.
He scored 9 points in the first quarter of that game.
I shut it off and went to go watch some Netflix show that I had one more episode to watch.
Totally. We did exactly the same thing.
I'm done with this.
I turned it on. I was driving home. I got home, I turned it on, I saw what the score was at halftime. I'm like, okay, never mind. We're going to watch the series finale of the Pit. I do not need to watch this game. There's no point in watching this game. But yeah, people are like, dude, you called out the Suns a few years ago for what they did against Dallas?
Yeah.
And that's the egg you're going to lay?
You know? Be careful what you say sometimes. It comes back to haunt you.
I do, look, Minnesota, I think the Knicks might be in the same boat now. If they're, tonight, Eastern Conference Finals, the Pacers can eliminate New York with a win. If New York is bounced and Minnesota is bounced, you might be able to say the same level of desperation applies to them as would apply to Minnesota. In New York, you've got to do better than this, is Kevin Durant. Now, that's a totally different trade package. You're talking about New York, you're talking about older players, veteran players, right? You're talking about maybe Mikal. I don't know. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up. OG Anunoby, somewhere along that lines. They don't have a lot of young talent in New York. It's mostly veteran talent. So it becomes a very different trade, I think, if you're dealing with the Knicks, unless there's
OG's 27.
Okay, I guess.
But he'll be 28 in July.
Yeah, I guess.
So 28.
I'm thinking young. I'm thinking 23, 24.
Okay.
You know what I mean? OG's an established NBA player. Rob Dillingham is not.
Right.
Right. Some of the guys you might get from Houston are not established NBA players. No,
Reed Shepard is not. Cam Whitmore is not established.
Exactly.
Easton's more established.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But they have, best roster to trade with? Houston. I love the Minnesota roster, but if you're not going to get McDaniels, I don't love it half as much. I love it if McDaniels is if Naz Reid is your focal point with Dante DiVincenzo, it's not a good trade.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
I love Jaden McDaniels. I love Jaden. Okay, honestly, right now, if you traded KD and Jaden McDaniels was coming back with another player and draft picks, I could live with that.
Give me Terrence Shannon Jr.
You like Terrence Shannon?
We went to Illinois.
Oh, of course.
But also, I love him, and I've watched every single Timberwolves game for him.
I'm high. Look, I don't want Naz.
He's not that good.
I don't want Naz to be the centerpiece to this either, but
it's okay.
That was like a true knife to the heart.
Seriously.
He's okay.
He's okay. He had 9 points in 3 minutes 2 playoff games ago, but that's just okay.
Check the YouTube feed. Make sure Lauren's bleeding all over the board.
Yeah. I'm not coming to the 4 o'clock reset.
27th pick overall in the draft. Played in 32 games this year, averaged 4 points.
But as another guy in the trade, you could do a lot worse. Don't look at it as the focal point. If you're looking at it as the second name or the third name, you could do a whole lot worse.
Make him the Tamani Kamara of the Portland trade, right? Give me a throw. Throw me in Terrence Shannon Jr. and we'll make it a deal. Okay, done. Okay.
Yeah.
Just ask for it at the end.
I like Nas. I like Nas better than you do, but I agree he can't be the focal point. No. But I do like Nas Reed a lot. I think I enjoy watching him play basketball. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. And Zach Gallen, is that, if you listen closely, is that the sound of a ticking clock you can hear on Zach Gallen and his time with the Diamondbacks? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So what happens when the Ford Memorial Day sales event meets employee pricing? We win big time because we pay what Ford employees pay, plus Memorial Day savings at our Desert Ford dealers. Yes, Paul Calvisi here, and it only happens once a year. Take that 2024 Ford F-150 truck. Right now, get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $3,500 in retail bonus cash and $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and 3.9% financing for 72 months plus $1,000 in trade assist cash on a 2024 Bronco Badlands SUV or a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Badlands SUV when you trade. And Jeep owners get an additional $1,000 in Jeep Conquest cash on top of these great offers. It's employee pricing during the Ford Memorial Day sales event. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer. And local matters. Check out these all-electric options. You can drive out a 570 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Kevin Ginkel optioned to AAA Reno as Diamondbacks call up reliever Jeff Brigham. Trey McBride talks about his short reign as NFL's highest paid tight end. And Diamondbacks optioned Jordan Lawler to AAA Reno after tough MLB stretch. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Pretty displeased, I think. I think just from a clubhouse standpoint, I think we know that we have a lot more talent. We're a better baseball team than we're really playing right now. It's kind of very uncharacteristic of us, really. The last couple weeks. I mean, I get it.
That was Zach Gallen after yesterday's game. Another performance from Zach Gallen over his last 4 starts. He's given up 19 earned runs in 21 and a third.
Yeah, they just
pitched.
changed the Nancy Sinatra song. It's now these cleats are made for walking because he puts those cleats on. Man, there's a lot of walks. It's not these boots are made for walking anymore.
He's been one of the worst in baseball at it.
I just
all
almost
years.
can't believe because I'm such a fan of his, and I think he's such a good pitcher. Not as much of a fan I am as Merrill Kelly. But I like Gallen. I think he's been a terrific Diamondback. I wanted him to be the opening day starter. I think he earned it and deserved it. But you got to find a way to cut down on these walks. These walks are killing him. They're just absolutely killing him. He's got to be better. He's got to have less walks.
Zach Gallen, after the game, on the message to the rest of the pitching staff.
I mean, the messaging probably just comes to me, really. The rest of the guys have been throwing pretty well. So I tip my cap to them. They're keeping us afloat from the pitching side for the most part. So, a lot of it just kind of really falls on me every fifth day just to go out there and just really execute a little bit better.
He went on to say, I'm not giving us a chance to win when I'm out there. We got a lot of talent in this clubhouse, a really good culture. We've had our struggles before in years where we kind of finished on a pretty good note. Here's the line that stood out to me. We've got to get it in gear. I get that it's still a third of the way into the season, so you don't want to overreact, but time is ticking, close quote. And he's certainly right about one thing. And I mean, boy, this is something I just never ever thought I'd even think about Zach Gallen, let alone say about Zach Gallen. Other than the fifth starter, and the uncertainty about the fifth starter, he has been the weak link in the Diamondbacks rotation.
Right.
I mean, 3 good starts against the New York teams, and there are a couple other decent starts in there, decent to good starts. But for the most part, if we're talking about reliability, again, take Eduardo Rodriguez out of the equation.
Yeah.
He's been the most unreliable Diamondback starter this year, and I can't believe, again, I'm even thinking that about Zach Gallen, but it's true.
There is a time in the first, I say, 4 to 6 weeks of a season in which there are outliers. You might have a guy with a really high ERA, and he's pitched in 7 games, and he had 1 bad game, and he gave up 9 runs. You're like, oh, his ERA's high. And okay, but if you take that 1 game, there is a point in the season where you've had enough starts to where you are who you are. And Zach Gallen right now is the second worst ERA in baseball among qualified starters. The second worst at 5.27. He's walked 32 batters on the season. Great stat by the people at Arizona Diamondback Stats and Info. I always love pumping them up. They do such a good job. His walk per 9 inning rate is the 4th worst among qualified starters. Mm-hmm. So he's got the 4th worst walk rate per 9 innings. He's got the 2nd worst ERA. That's not the Zach Gallen we know. What's going on?
No.
What'd you do with the Zach Gallen we've known and loved for all these years?
I mean,
Where are you?
That walk rate is double what it was 2 years ago when he finished 3rd in the Cy Young Award voting. I mean, when he was, 17-9 and one of the best pitchers in baseball. I don't know. What have you done? And, of course, invariably, a lot of this conversation is going to be about the contract and the pressure about the contract and the uncertainty of his future. And is he putting extra pressure on himself? And I don't know. Only Zach can answer that question. I know when he was on with us in spring, and you're right. I really like Zach Gallen too. I don't like watching Zach Gallen struggle. It's uncomfortable. It's weird. It's awkward. I'm just not used to it. Certainly not to this level. But he acknowledged to us that, look, I think about it. I don't think about it when I'm on the field. I don't think about when I'm pitching, but if I were to sit here and say that I'm not thinking at all about my future or my contract or how this is all going to end, I'd be lying to you. Of course I'm thinking about it. I'm just not fixated on it in the middle of an outing or while I'm pitching. And so how much it's weighing on him behind the scenes, I don't know. But I also know this, and I still think on the list of problems for the Diamondbacks, Zach Gallen is still not number 1. I don't even know if Zach Gallen's number 2.
Oh, okay. I like where you're going here.
I think I would put him number 3 on my list right now.
Players or positions?
Just general. Just in general.
Okay. I like this.
I would put the bullpen number 1. I mean, if you want to get more specific, we can. But I think I'd put the bullpen number 1.
Okay.
The defensive inconsistencies number 2, Zach Gallen number 3. In terms of things that I am really worried about right now with the Diamondbacks. I think that would be my top 3.
Bullpen would be 1, and it would be trying to figure out, like, if you said, okay, take the bullpen out of it and just go players on the bullpen and try to figure that out. I mean, is Ginkel 1, Thompson 2, Gallen 3? Is it? I mean, are we okay with J-Mart now? Do we feel better about J-Mart? We taken him off the list?
Too small of a sample size. Hard to know for sure. I'm not that worried about him. I think he's going to be okay.
Okay.
If we're going specific players, And then I'd probably put Ginkel 1. I'd probably put Zach Gallen 2. I'd probably put Ryan Thompson 3. Probably. I'm trying to think what position players I would put on that list. Like
a position player?
Well, yeah, or just players in general. Who else am I worried? Like, I'm not worried about Gabby anymore. He's swinging the bat really well. Naylor's been fine. Suarez has been fine. Perdomo's been great. Cattell's been Cattell.
Alec Thomas has been fine.
Alec, although defensively, he's been a little bit of a... He hasn't been the same dude this year.
He's not the superstar.
He hasn't been the same dude in center field that he's been in the past. Lourdes Gurriel, I'm starting to feel like I've kind of seen enough of Lourdes. Like he has his moments, and they're special, but they don't seem to be coming around as often as we're used to seeing in the past. So I'd express some concern for him.
I don't think the position players, any of them in your top 5. I think the issues are like Ginkel, Thompson, Gallen, Erod, and then, any other bullpen guy you want to throw in there.
Pick another guy in the bullpen. But I wasn't thinking specific players. I was just thinking, if you had 100 Diamondback fans in a room right now and said, what are you worried about? Most of them are going to say the bullpen. And I say, okay, not the bullpen. What are you worried about? The next thing I would be worried about is their lack of defensive intensity on an inning by inning, out by out, game by game basis. It just comes and goes way too much for my liking.
You're probably right, but I think more people would say Gallen.
Probably because he's more tangible.
Face,
Exactly. He's Zach Gallen. Like, we all love Zach Gallen. I think you're probably right, but my list is my list. I would go with the D.
That's your list.
That's my list. Your list?
I might put Gallen too.
Okay.
I got to get Gallen right. I don't. If Gallen's not right, I think it just makes everything, that much harder for them because their strength is their starting pitching. They need to be a top 5 staff.
Yeah. When we come back, despite her protests otherwise, Lauren is contractually obligated to deliver the 4 o'clock reset. And that's exactly what she's going to do next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. No application fee if you apply by May 30th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
NASCAR on Prime lights up Music City.
Here we go, Nashville. See what you got here.
Who's got what it takes to tackle the concrete at Nashville Super Speedway and walk away with NASCAR's coolest trophy?
Let's freaking go!
Stream the NASCAR Cup Series at Nashville Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, where music meets motorsports.
Tasting you up.
Only on Prime.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After struggling offensively since joining the Diamondbacks this season, top prospect Jordan Lawler is being sent back to AAA Reno. Our John Gambadoro reports that veteran infielder Ildemaro Vargas will replace him on the big league roster. Additionally, Gambo is reporting that right-handed pitcher Jeff Brigham will be joining the big league roster. When we learned of the corresponding move, it is Kevin Ginkel who is being sent down to AAA in his place. Diamondbacks will start a new series with the Nationals tomorrow night at Chase Field. In the NBA playoffs, the Indiana Pacers have the chance to advance to the finals tonight. They're up 3-1 on the Knicks. Game 5 is at Madison Square Garden, and it tips off at 5. You can listen to the game on ESPN 620 AM. This report, holy moly, it's brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. Get the freedom to save and the freedom to choose during the Valley Chevy Dealers Memorial Day event going on now. Spectacular offers available now at your Valley Chevy dealers.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, so despite Gambo just rubbing dirt all over Terrence Shannon Jr., Lauren is here with the 4 o'clock reset. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
All right,
What's up?
Let's start with the top story of the day.
Let me introduce you to Terrence Shannon Jr., the young player from Minnesota. We talk about it. 5 minutes can turn into 10 minutes, 15 minutes, playing within himself, understanding his role, playing defense. That's how you get on the court as a young player. You want to know the impact he's having? OKC starters have 15 points. Terrence Shannon Jr. has 9 points off the bench alone.
That's the top story
Let's
of the day.
send him to the Hall of Fame.
That's the top story of the day.
Oh, man.
Lauren's official rebuttal to Gambo. Yeah, he's just all
give
right.
him a 4-year contract extension for $100 million right now.
What's our real top story of the day?
Well, our real top story of the
Okay.
day is Gambo's reporting that the Arizona Diamondbacks have optioned top prospect Jordan Lawler back to Reno. They're calling up infielder Vargas and the reliever Jeff Brigham, as Gambo just added to this, and Kevin Ginkel is sent down.
Ginkel's sent down. My understanding is that he doesn't trust his fastball. He doesn't want to throw it. He doesn't know where it's going. Fastball command is really off. He's working. He's just throwing sliders. He's shaking everything. Just wants to throw the slider, and guys are sitting on that slider because he feels like he can get the slider over the plate, but the fastball command is off. So he's going to go down to the minors and try to figure out how to get the fastball over the plate and paint it where he needs to paint it.
Yeah, so Lawler down, Ginkel down. The Lawler thing, not surprising at all. It's obviously been a struggle for him. And to be fair, it's not like playing time has been consistent for him. It is really interesting because Kevin Ginkel is a trusted Torey Lovello reliever.
Got to get him right.
And they do. And I'm not saying they have to keep him here. It's just desperate times, desperate measures, and sending Kevin Ginkel to Reno, I think, can be viewed upon a little bit as a desperate measure for a desperate time. He's was such an important part to that bullpen in 23 and last year as well. So, but that's what the situation calls for. Got to do it.
Off day for the D-backs today. Tomorrow they start a 3-game series against the Nationals. And in a little bit of NFL news, Wolf and Luke, with Paul Calvisi filling in for Wolf today, they got to talk to Jalen Thompson down at Cardinals OTAs, and they asked him if there is a higher standard for the DB room this year.
I guess you can say so, but I feel like we hold that standard to ourselves all the time, just with coach holding us to that standard or not. You feel me? We're DBs. We feel like we're the best group in the room, you know what I mean? Group in the building, you know what I mean? So we got to hold ourselves to that standard, and that's how we're going to win some games this year, you know, putting the team on our back and going out there and playing as hard as we can and making plays.
DB room, the best for the Arizona Cardinals this season. Do you guys agree?
I think the tight end room is the best.
Really?
Yeah, we're only like 2 or 3 guys in there. It's the best. If the Cardinals have one player that is the best, a top 2 or 3 player at his position in the entire NFL, it's tight end. It's not offensive line. Right now, it's not defensive line, although Sweat's going to be really good. Safety with Buddha, okay. But that, is Buddha a top 2 or 3 best safety right now? Or is he more like 5 or 6?
I'm not saying this just because we're going to replay our interview with him coming up in about 10 minutes from right now. I think you can make an argument the running back room will end up being one of the best in the NFL. Because I think Trey Benson's going to have a year. I think he and James Conner are going to be.
I don't think anybody will put that in the top 10 running back tandems right now until Trey Benson proves himself.
Well, I mean, James Conner, I saw Pro Football Focus. Well, they already put him in number 8 in the NFL. As the 8th best running back.
I said tandem.
I know, you said tandem.
I didn't say running back because I love James Conner, but I said tandems.
I'm projecting ahead. I just think Trey Benson's going to have a year where they will talk about the
Hope you're right.
Like that.
Good kid.
I really do. I think they'll be talking. But best right now? God. It might be the tight end room. I don't know. That's a really good question. No, it really is. That's a good question.
I'll take Trey McBride over any tight end in football right now.
I think the defensive line room has a real chance to.
I'd put them second.
That's a good looking room all of a sudden with all the names that are there.
A lot of handsome men in that room.
A lot of big men in that room.
Yes, a lot of large human beings.
Yep, as long as they can stay healthy, that'll be a good room to watch this year. And in NBA news, the Oklahoma City Thunder have punched their ticket to the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. They beat the T-Wolves 124-94 last night.
Beat the hell out of them.
I tell you what, it's not the small market thing that kills me when it comes to interest in the NBA. It's blowouts like this where it's just like, nope, thank you. I'm not watching this. I got no reason to watch this.
I mean, honestly, I had like one episode left of a Netflix show I wanted to watch. I shut that off.
Yeah, competitive games.
I shut it off.
I will watch no matter who's playing when you're talking about this round of the playoffs or the finals. But if you give me uncompetitive basketball, I mean, Oklahoma City might be that much better than everybody else.
They dusted Ja Morant and the Grizzlies in 4. They took out the Timberwolves in 5. They beat the Nuggets.
That was a 7-game series.
7-game series. So they got tested a little bit there.
Yeah, but even then, Game 7, it was by 32 points. It was a complete humiliation. I hope for the NBA's sake that at least, what was that?
The horse. The horse wasn't doing so well. Jokic was a little.
Oh, he just wanted to go home and see the horse. I hope for the NBA's sake, the series against the Pacers in the finals, it's competitive. Because if it's not, people really won't watch
It's the second youngest roster in the NBA.
Yeah, it's also the youngest roster to make an NBA Finals since 1977. The Portland Trailblazers. The Bill Walton Portland Trailblazers were the last team this young to get to the NBA Finals. Yeah, been a minute.
I saw that this year, yesterday, day before, was the 1-year anniversary of his passing.
Bill's passing.
So shout out to Bill Walton.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Rest
we
in
miss
peace.
him.
Oh, yeah.
We miss
big
him.
time.
Do we ever? God, he was so good.
So much personality in such a large man.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. And then, in just about an hour from now, the Pacers, they take on the New York Knicks. They look to punch their ticket to the NBA Finals. Karl Anthony Towns, a game-time decision.
Yeah, it's over.
If he can't play, it's a big blow to them. I think they'll win tonight. I think the Knicks will win tonight.
Teams have come back from 3-1 before. It's not impossible.
You're at home.
And they do have home games for games 5 and game 7, so they have that going for them. But
I think they win.
3-1 is 3-1. You think they win tonight and lose game 6 in Indiana? Or do you think they force a game 7 and lose there at home?
The games have been close. Even in Indiana, like the games have been. The Knicks did win one in Indiana. I'll say the Knicks win today, and then lose Game 6 in Indiana.
Okay.
All right. And then some ASU news, because Texas State at ASU football Week 3 matchup will be broadcast on TNT.
It's dynamite. TNT.
They are
gonna win the fight.
They are adding college football to their package.
Roster.
Their roster, I guess,
Yeah.
for lack of a better way of putting it. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Are we gonna have a game on Nickelodeon next?
Oh, well, that's the NFL.
More of the slime games.
Yeah. Look, as long as TNT promises to actually send their announcers to the physical location the game is being played at, and they're not calling it remotely.
Oh, yeah.
As long as you pinky promise, hand on the Bible, and swear that you will send your broadcasters, I don't care who broadcasts them, just send your people to call the game and not off of a TV monitor. This isn't 2020 anymore. It's not the pandemic. You can send people to games and have them call the games.
Unless you're cheap.
Well, yeah.
That too.
Like, I could save some money by not sending you to the game and paying you for meals and hotels and rental cars. And
cheap and lame is what that is.
And who would have thought just a few years ago we'd be talking about ASU football being broadcast on TNT? Well, Kenny Dillingham. He joined SportsCenter today and discussed just how different things are now versus a year ago.
People think we're good, which is way different, for one. But, that's the funny thing about this world right now is with the transfer portal and all these other teams changing, you never know how good you are. All you can control is just being the best version of you. But we definitely have a different type of adversity this year, and that adversity is people telling us that we are good, even though, who knows nowadays.
Yeah, it is a different kind of adversity for Kenny and the crew over there.
You got to have that bullseye on your back
100%.
now. Everybody's going to be looking at ASU. Okay, all right.
Look,
you're not so bad. We can take you down.
It's the same challenges the Suns faced after going to the NBA Finals, the same challenges the Diamondbacks faced after going to the World Series. You look at teams through the prism of expectations and high expectations. It's a lot easier for those teams to disappoint you when you have high expectations. And that's something Kenny and the crew is going to have to deal with over there.
Yeah.
We have expectations
I'm looking forward.
now.
Yeah. They're going to be in some
Expectations have never
dogfights.
been higher.
Well, because every team that plays them, what a notch on their belt if they beat ASU.
No doubt.
Everybody's going to be geared up for ASU. This isn't the past when it was mediocrity. Now they're the Big 12 champs. They hang a banner. So everybody's going to want to beat them.
Our teams lately have not done well with expectations. It's been, if you think about it that way, like Arizona sports in general, when there are expectations the last 5 years, God, it's been, right? The best stories have been the surprise stories. The expectation stories are when things go to hell in a handbasket for us around here.
That's so true.
It's the truth, right?
It's so true.
Every time there's been expectations on a team in the last half decade, they have failed to meet them.
And let's hope
Every
that
time.
ASU football can change that
That's why I'm
this
going to
year.
win that bet with you, because there's no expectations on the Suns next year, and they're going to win more games next year than they did this year.
37 wins. Woo!
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention back to the Arizona Cardinals yesterday. We were out at Cardinals headquarters, and we had a conversation with the aforementioned Trey Benson, and he will have that conversation. We'll have it for you next on Burns and Gambo.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat.
Hydrate, Rook.
We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Feel some football with Arizona Sports. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilblifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
A lot of us, we're saving money. We're saving for the future. We know around the corner it's going to come. We're looking at retirement. Want to make sure that we're in good spot. We're putting all this money away, most of it tax deferred. Yeah, tax deferred. Everything's tax deferred, right? Your Roth IRAs, your 401, everything tax deferred. At some point, that tax bill is going to come due. Now, when I tell you about Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, a local company, fiduciary, 5 locations in the Valley, helping me, it's not about just helping you have a good plan and save as much money as you can. It's about having a tax plan, understanding that it's not about how much money you make and how much money you save, but how much of that are you able to keep? That's a big difference. People that work with Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax are able to keep more of their own money because they have a tax plan for you as well. Not just hey, let's save all this money, and now when a tax is due, just pay them. No, find a way to pay as little of the taxes as possible without breaking any rules, of course. And there are things that they can do to help you understand the ramifications of the taxes. That's why I recommend a free portfolio review right now with Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Give them a call at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta announcing huge Memorial Day savings all month long at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your locally owned GM dealer, and Local Matters. Check out these all-electric options. Drive out a 1,000 horsepower GMC Hummer EV pickup and save up to $28,000 off MSRP, or even the Sierra Denali EV at $18,500 off MSRP. Both of these 2024 models are available at a low 0% APR financing rate for 60 months with approved credit. That's right, big discounts or low rates, all at Earnhardt Buick GMC, or take advantage of their full digital shopping options with No Bull Express at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. They'll treat you like family, and that ain't no bull. We are professional grade.
Most new vehicles include a $998 No Bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $1667 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 6/2/25.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilblifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Burns and Gambo talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
It is the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. We're live from Arizona Cardinals headquarters, and we're catching up now with one of our favorite interviews from the last year or so. He's still laughing about it because we're like, we're the guys. Yeah, we're the guys who had him put Jared Verse on the phone. Trey Benson, our guest here on Burns and Gambo. How you doing, Trey? Good to see you.
I'm doing good. Feeling good. Just got a little pump in, so, I'm feeling good.
Worked out with James Conner.
Yeah, we just got done working out.
Yeah. As a veteran who's been in the league for a long time and as a leader, has he taken you under his wings? Is he trying to help you develop into a starting running back?
Oh, for sure. So, the first day I walked in the door, he's been take me on his wing, and we've been getting closer and closer every single day.
That's not always the norm. I remember being here once when John Skelton had come in. He was a quarterback, 5th-round draft pick out of Fordham, and he sat there and go, "What are you learning from the veterans?" He's like, "Nothing. They won't talk to me." There were like 2 quarterbacks there at the time, and it was like nothing. Like neither one of these guys even speak to me. Nobody's doing it. So you've got a unique situation. You've got one of the great running backs in the league right now working with you. What have you learned the most from him?
Really just taking it day by day and just taking it one day at a time. And number one, really taking care of my body. That's probably the number one thing for sure.
Taking care of your body. In what ways? Like, what do you do differently now that you've learned from him that you didn't do when you were in college?
College, I used to be scared of the training room, but now I'm ready to go in the training room. Just prehab really. Working my hand, even though my hamstrings don't hurt, I'm just working my hamstrings, working my quads. Because that's what he do, and ride the bike most of the time. Get your legs warmed up, and got cold tubbing all the time after the workout, sauna. So everything he do, I do like right after the workout.
And you didn't do this in college?
Didn't do it in college at all.
I love the cold tub, man.
I hated it, but now
you
I'm used to
like
it. I like it now. But I'm blaming James Conner that I like it, but it's a good reason.
So do you really like it or no?
No, I like it for sure.
How long you stay in there?
I do 10 minutes straight.
That's okay.
Usually some people are contrast, but I do 10 minutes straight.
10 minutes straight. Feels so good, don't you, when you get out of that thing?
Feel great.
Like a new person.
2 minutes you want to get out, but you got to fight those 2 minutes.
You got to fight it.
Once you get through the first 2 minutes,
your body's got to relax, and you got to breathe. Once you get through that, you're good.
You're good.
How competitive is it with you and James? When you just got done from the weight room with him, how competitive is it with you two?
It's friendly competition. We competitive. We push each other. I won't say it's competitive. We just push each other to the next level. So I'm kind of glad. I'm kind of glad he's my workout partner because he pushed me to the limits that I never thought I had. Sprint wise, we pretty up there. Like we pretty much about the same sprint wise up there together.
Yeah,
we live in the same way. So
and that again, not necessarily competitive, but just sort of he pushes you a little bit, you push back a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. He exactly what I need. Like in putting somebody in the weight room.
Yeah,
so we compete in the weight room, but it's like we just pushing each other and leading each other on and saying encouraging words.
We've talked a lot and we've heard a lot about players making the leap and the jump from year 1 to year 2. Tell me, from your perspective, how much slower things are moving, how much you've learned, how much you know more about this team and you and all of that stuff. Like, how different do you feel physically and mentally going into season number 2?
I feel way more confident than last year around this time. Last year I was pretty timid and, not really confident because I knew something was going through my head and I wanted to learn so much. But year 2 coming around, like, I feel like it's good things about to happen. I'm walking like I already have it. Like I'm walking like this is already gonna be a good year because I feel it in my gut. So I'm just trusting the man upstairs because he giving me that feeling, and I'm just taking it day by day.
Were you kidding yourself a little bit last year? Do you think, looking back on it, like okay, I thought I knew, but I didn't really know, kind of thing?
If I was telling my younger self this last year, I'd just say, just slow down, calm down. You got time, and just learn from the people in front of you.
Yeah.
Was there a game last year because you finished strong? The Bears game, you had that big run, you had the big reception, you had the touchdown. Was there a game last year where you were like, okay, I could play in this league?
Probably the Bears game, but I'd really say the Jets.
The Jets game. What about the Jets game?
That's when it just finally slowed down from out bouncing off tackles like I used to do in college, and I'm like, okay, I can hang with the big boys a little bit. So I feel like the Jets game for sure.
So the Jets game and then the Bears game was a big game too.
Bears,
you had a nice catch, you had a big run. The touchdown. What'd you do with the football from the touchdown?
I got it home right now.
It's at home?
I actually gave it back to the ref, but they got it back for me. I wasn't really thinking.
You gave the ball to the ref?
Yeah, I wasn't really thinking. I scored the touchdown and I just gave the ball to the ref because that's what I'm used to doing. So I didn't really think it was my first touchdown ball. So they got it back for me.
Who got it for you?
I can't remember. I just know they got it back for me for sure.
They're like, hey!
Because after they said, where your ball? I said, I gave it back to the ref.
Oh, my goodness.
So did somebody on your behalf go to the ref? Or
Yeah,
did you go to the ref? Somebody on the team
went to the ref and got the ball from me. I can't remember who.
How pissed would you be right now if nobody got the ball and you're like, I don't even know where my first touchdown is?
Honestly, I don't know. I was just in the moment so much, and
you're just so happy.
Looking back on it, I'd be pissed, but in the moment, I wouldn't be pissed because I was just happy I scored a touchdown.
So is it just in your house in a closet? Do you have it in a frame?
It's in the frame. Like when I went to Oregon, I got my first touchdown ball from Oregon is in the frame. First touchdown ball from Florida State is in the frame, and the Cardinals in the frame too. So
what else do you have framed?
Wow.
Like what else? Because you've had an illustrious, obviously, high school, college career. What do you have on this wall of yours, Trey?
I got 3 ACC trophies, first team, second team, and I got like 5 rings, like from college, high school, and here too. So from the Ricky Premier.
Do you have a signed Jared versus Rams jersey hanging up in your house?
I got 2 Rams jerseys. And the Florida State jersey. So.
From Jared?
Yep. And he got like 3 of my jerseys hanging up in his house.
One of the funnest interviews we ever did was with you, and you put Jared on, and he was talking about he's going to take the paint off your helmet, and you're like, he's going to have to catch me, and we had so much fun with that interview, and it took off nationally. A lot of people got a lot of play out of that. What was it like? You played them twice, you clobbered them the first time, and then they beat you the second game, so it's 1-1 between you guys. What was it like to play against them?
I just felt like practice all over again. We used to do that back in college, but he couldn't hit me in practice, though, so that's the only difference.
And now he can.
Time. He got me this time, but I can't wait to go against him again.
Did he get a good look? Because you didn't play a whole lot in that early game, and the second game I don't think you played in that game, did you? But the first game, did he get a good lick on you?
Yeah, he got it. He got a good one. Coming from the side, because the guy was coming like from right in front of me, then he came from the side and hit me.
Oh.
Then I just heard him talking, then he gonna help me up too. I said, man, whatever.
How bad did it hurt?
It didn't hurt at all. It didn't hurt.
What did he say to you?
And even if it did hurt, I wouldn't tell y'all it hurt.
Right.
Yeah. He might hear the interview and start talking to us. So.
Yeah.
What did he say to you?
He sent it every time, like talking to us in the group chat. He'll send that video every single time.
The video of him
knocking you down?
Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if he get it put up in his house.
Okay, so now you're stronger, you're working out more. If he hit you like that, would you bounce off it?
I'm bouncing off it.
And
I hope he
take it off and tell him more yards.
I hope he hear the interview. I hope he hear it. I can't wait. Like we was on the game yesterday talking. I can't wait to play against him again.
Yeah?
I can't wait.
He's a good player. He's a good player.
His work ethic, I've never seen the work ethic like his ever in life. He's kind of like work ethic wise. He's kind of similar to James. Like they got a great work ethic, and they just make my work ethic want to get better as well. So that's why I say like Jerry, one of my best friends, who like we was with each other throughout college, and he made my work ethic way better.
Do you feel like a lot of people think it might come down to the Rams and the Cardinals?
Oh, for sure.
I mean, you feel that way?
Sure,
like it's like, and you guys talk about that in your text messages
all the time. We be on the phone all the time talking about it. So, and he loved to brag and he loved talking to us all day. So that's what he do. So I hear it all the time.
James signed an extension. He's here. He's getting older, though. You know, the succession plan seems to be you. How is it to be patient? How are you with handling patience? Like, okay, right now James is the number one back. I just got to take advantage of my opportunities, and I can eventually be that guy.
This year I'm looking for to be a 1-2 punch. Even though he's getting older, but he's getting better though. Like stat wise, statistics wise, he's getting better. So hopefully he has a better season last year. Hopefully I just feed off him and continue to help him out this year.
You averaged 4.6 yards per carry, and in the last 10 games it was over 5. Were you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm happy. But I feel like I left a lot more yards out there. Left a couple home run plays out there, and I'm just gradually getting better from those plays.
Okay, in what way? In what way did you leave a home run play out there? Explain it to me.
Like I could have been a little more patient in the hole. Like sometimes I outrun my puller sometimes and outrun them, and then instead of just being patient and slow too fast through, sometimes I used to be fast through instead of slow too fast.
So you run yourself into the tackle.
Sometimes because I'm just as soon as I get the ball, I'm just ready to go instead of being patient and letting the blocks develop.
Do you see it right away on tape? Like when and did you last year, or did it take you a while to even recognize that on Monday when you were watching the tape?
No, I realized it right away.
Okay.
Realized it right away. Like right after the game, right after the game, I see it. But yeah, like I said, coming into year 2, it's slowing down way more, and now I just be more patient than I was last year. Because last year I was a rookie and so excited to be in the game, and just wanted to get the ball and run fast.
So one extra second, one little delay allows a wide receiver or a tight end to make a block to free you up.
And free me up.
Wow. So you felt like you left a few of them on the field.
Left a couple of them on the field.
Well, this year it's not going to happen.
This year is not going to happen at all. I can't wait for this.
You got to break one of those against the Rams.
It's coming.
All right. Well, you tell Jared we said hi. Next time you talk to him, send him a text. Tell him.
Look, when the interview comes, I'm gonna send him the interview for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell him, hey, how you doing, Jared? Good to see you. Good to see you, man.
I'm going to bounce off him. I'm going to bounce off him this time.
Sure. Thanks for coming on, man. We really appreciate it.
I love, every time I see y'all face, be a smile.
Appreciate that, man.
Anytime you want.
Memories.
Yeah, as a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. Thank you, Trey. We appreciate it.
Thank y'all for having me.
Good guy, that Trey Benson. It was fun catching up with him yesterday. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Ryan Nelson, his future, Eduardo Rodriguez, and the state of the bullpen, they're all connected. We're going to connect some dots next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Diamondbacks came out with their worst performance of the year.
Yeah.
Go back-to-back in a game that you should have had won and you lose in crushing fashion, and then to follow it up with just a flat performance in every way might be the most discouraging point of the season.
It was another game that felt like this whole season is an Avalanche going in the wrong direction. Well, Avalanches only go in one direction. We're at the bottom of the Avalanche.
That's how weird it would be if it went in the wrong direction. The top of the mountain. Oh, right, I'm all good.
Oh, my God, get off the top of the mountain. It's coming. Jump!
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union. Never been a better time than right now to sign up for Global Credit Union, because when it comes to banking, when it comes to all of the services that you're looking for out of a bank, whether it's checking accounts, savings accounts, or loans, you will not find it better than you're going to find at Global Credit Union. They are completely devoted to eliminating fees. Everything these days seems to have some sort of a fee attached to it. Service fees and convenience fees and delivery fees. And at Global Credit Union, they are all about eliminating fees that come with banking with them. Global's members enjoy no-fee checking, no-fee savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over your balance. Tomorrow is Friday. Tomorrow might be payday for you. Global Credit Union also offers the ability to access direct deposit funds. So you have direct deposit set up with your employer. You can access that cash up to 3 days in advance when you bank with Global Credit Union. There are so many reasons why they're better. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds, and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Tyler Childers on the road, live in concert in Phoenix, performing at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater June 8th. Tyler Childers. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit tylerchildersmusic.com.
Hi, it's Vince Murata from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovick's Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After struggling offensively since joining the Diamondbacks this season, top prospect Jordan Lawler is reportedly being sent back to AAA Reno. Our John Gambadoro reports that veteran infielder Ildemaro Vargas will replace him on the big league roster. That is not the only roster move that is impending. Right-hander Jeff Brigham is set to join the big league roster in the bullpen, and in his place, Kevin Ginkel being sent down to Reno. In the NBA playoffs, the Indiana Pacers have a chance to advance to the finals tonight. Join the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're up 3-1 on the Knicks. Tip-off is at 5, and you can listen to the game on ESPN 620 AM. We've got pregame coverage happening right now. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. What changes are coming to the struggling Diamondbacks? We'll discuss tomorrow morning beginning at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
It's almost like Dan knew what we were going to talk about here on the Burns and Gambo show, because the changes, we've heard a lot of them already thanks to Gambo over here, who was the first to report Jordan Lawler getting sent down to Reno. And then reported that Kevin Ginkel is getting sent down to Reno as well. And that changes are Ildemaro Vargas has basically been re-signed by the organization, right? And will take Lawler's spot.
Yes, he was he opted out of his contract. He became his minor league contract. He became a free agent.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, when I said Vargas is going to replace Lawler, people were like, well, how? He's not on a team anymore. The Diamondbacks actually signed him back as a free agent and gave him a major league roster.
And then Jeff Brigham, the reliever from Reno, has been a major league reliever in the past. He's just been with Reno for this season. Yep. So he's up and Kevin Ginkel's down, but there could be more. And we had Jesse Rogers on the show earlier from ESPN.com. We were talking about the D-backs. And you sort of hinted at this in the conversation with him.
Yeah.
And it certainly raised some eyebrows, because decision time is coming when it comes to Eduardo Rodriguez and Ryan Nelson.
Right.
And we've both been on record as like, Ryan Nelson's got to stay in the rotation.
He's the better option as a rotation piece, sure.
But
I think I believe that the solution, and again, they have not determined this.
Okay.
But I believe it's open for discussion. I think the best solution is that Ryan Nelson just becomes your bullpen guy. He becomes a reliable guy that when Corbin Burns goes 7 innings, you give Ryan Nelson the ball and say, take me home. When Merrill Kelly goes 7 innings, you give Ryan Nelson the ball and say, take me home. When somebody goes 6, you say, get me to the 9th and give it to J Mart. Who's a better option to start? It's Eduardo Rodriguez or Ryan Nelson? Everybody knows it's Ryan Nelson.
Everybody knows it's Ryan Nelson.
Even they know it's Ryan Nelson. But what's better for the baseball team? What's better for the baseball team, it might very well be Ryan Nelson just needs to be in that bullpen pitching 3 to 4 times a week.
Yeah, well, okay, that's interesting. Because I've thought about this, and I've thought about, especially when you factor in off days and the ability to skip the 5th starter every now and then. I mean, the Diamondbacks have rearranged their rotation.
Corbin Burns.
So basically, you want to keep Corbin Burns regular because Corbin Burns wants to be kept regular, and you respect that part of the relationship. But they bumped Ryan Nelson back a couple of days so they could keep Corbin Burns on schedule. And you think about with off days and whatever, the 5th starter spot doesn't have to be an every 5th day kind of occurrence. You know, you can play with that a little bit. Look, Ryan Nelson is a better option than Eduardo Rodriguez. There's no doubt. But the question of value is a really interesting one, especially in these trying times in the bullpen. If that's what they want to do, if that's what they go with, fine. But you can't keep the door open for Ryan Nelson to be a starter then, in my humble opinion. You've got to commit to him full. Okay, you're a reliever. Not a reliever that we're going to keep stretched out in case we need you to be a starter. We need you just for this year. But if you're going to, because what they've been trying to do is have their cake and eat it too. Like, we're going to have Ryan Nelson in the bullpen, but we're going to keep him stretched out So then in case we need him to be a starter, we can do that too.
One of the worst phrases in my whole life. I've never really understood that.
But you knew exactly what I meant when I
do,
said it, right?
because it's been said for 100 years, and I never really understood the meaning of it.
I'm going with the Gambo theory. Did you know what I meant?
Yes.
You knew what I meant.
You want to have your
even though
cake and eat it too.
But they've been trying to thread this needle of, we're going to use him as a reliever, but we're going to keep him stretched out for a starter.
Yes.
If you're going to make this switch,
you can make it.
You have to commit
Rip the
to
Band-Aid
it.
off.
Completely commit
Rip
to
it
it.
off.
And just say, okay, you're a reliever this year. Yeah, and if they do that,
it's their best option. I hate to
could
say
work.
it. I hate to say it because I think Ryan Nelson's a better starter than Eduardo Rodriguez. But I think the best option is that Ryan Nelson goes to the bullpen because you need somebody that you can trust. And right now, there isn't anybody that you trust. Shelby Miller hadn't even pitched in a while until he pitched the other day in the 9th inning. Like, Ryan Nelson gives you a guy that you say, I have to win this game. We're up 4-2. We have 9 outs to go. You could give the ball to Ryan Nelson and decide whether you want him to get 6 or 9 outs. You could.
Yeah.
And if he's pitching great, you could say, just go get me the final 3. And if he's not, just get me 2. I think, again, I think that everybody knows Ryan Nelson's a better starter than Eduardo Rodriguez. Trust me, everybody in that organization knows that Ryan Nelson's a better starter than Eduardo Rodriguez. The question is, what's the better fit? Where does he fit?
What's the best value?
We talk about basketball players. Hey, sometimes you're better off coming off the bench. It's a better fit for the team if I have this guy coming off the bench. Ryan Nelson may be better suited to help the Diamondbacks as a valuable 2-inning-plus reliever that could go out there 3 to 4 times a week.
But then it's going to become it's easy to say that now. And it really is. It's easy to say that now and feel that way now when we're coming off another bullpen disaster on Tuesday night. Are we going to feel the same way when Eduardo Rodriguez goes 3 2/3 innings and gives up 9 hits and 6 earned runs?
Well, then you give the ball to Shelby Miller,
or
somebody else, and you say, and that'll be your. Eduardo Rodriguez gets blown out in a game like that, you're probably losing by 5 or 6 runs, and you're going to go to low leverage guys. You're not going to give the ball to Ryan Nelson in that situation.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, are we going to miss Ryan Nelson as a starter? And that's
yes, you will.
It's going to be a direct competition the rest of the year to see, do you get more benefit out of Ryan Nelson in the bullpen, or do you get less value of Eduardo Rodriguez as a starter? And by the end of the year, we'll be able to almost like have a tally of times it worked, times it didn't. Times it was good, times it was bad. Times you wish you hadn't taken him out of the rotation, and times you're glad you put him in the bullpen.
And it's not like Eduardo Rodriguez is going to have every start's going to be terrible. There will be starts where he helps you win baseball games.
Sure, of course.
He is what he is. He'll have a good start, 2 bad ones, good start, bad one, good start, 2 bad ones, good start. But I think Ryan Nelson could solidify a lot of the issues in the bullpen.
I'm glad you said that, because it is unfair to categorize every start Eduardo Rodriguez has made this year as a bad one. He got just destroyed by his defense early on in the season, and a lot of it wasn't his fault, but there will be times that we will long for, if this is what happens, that we'll long for Ryan Nelson to be back in that rotation and wish they had never made the move. And it'll happen a few times over the course of the year. But if he can, look, at this point, the bullpen, Derek Hall said it today. We all know it. The bullpen has killed them. And it's such a drain. It's such a drain on the morale for the players, for the fan base, for the front office. Like, it's amazing.
Forget about all of them. What about for me and you?
Well, let's not make this about us.
It's a drain.
It just saps the energy out of everybody in the room, right? Like, it's just the bullpen's the one unit that can do that, where it's just if it's not good, everybody feels
and over
that.
and over again it's done that.
Yeah.
I think there will be a lot of changes down the road, but I would not be shocked if that's a discussion that Nelson just should be in the pen.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what are we watching for at OTAs, and what are we watching for out of Marvin Harrison Jr. going into this offseason? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel
to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content.
From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6814. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6814. 800-575-6814. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement. But you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
This is one of those best guess questions. Just take your best guess, because there's really no other way to, you know what I mean, to kind
Just
of
take a
process
stab
this.
at
Just
it.
take a stab at it. Just take a stab. There's no logic behind what you're choosing. Just take a stab at it. What's the question today?
This is what everybody's taking a stab at. Jordan Lawler's reportedly being sent back down to AAA Reno. So will he make a return to the big leagues this season? Yes, in July. Yes, in August. Yes, in September. Or nope, we'll have to wait till 2026.
So you're basically either predicting that someone's going to get hurt and he's going to get called up, he'll be a September call-up, or you won't see him at all until next year, right? That's kind of basically what this question boils down to. I said August.
I said July.
Yeah, just kind of playing the odds that somebody might get dinged and have to spend a few weeks on the IL. Hopefully nothing serious. Not trying to talk it into existence or anything, but I think if you're playing the odds, that one kind of feels like the odds, right?
It does.
That's how I feel about it. Yeah.
I mean, I would think that the voters would say a September call-up. Like, we're done. Go back to the minors. Finish it. Come up in September when rosters expand.
Like there's a frustration with Jordan
Yes.
Lawler?
Like
go
he
away.
can't help us this year.
go away. Go back to Reno.
He went 0 for 19. He struck out half the times. Like, you can't help us right now.
Yeah.
You need to go get another year under your belt and come back next year at 23 and you'll be okay.
You know, that's interesting. We're gonna talk about Lawler at the top of the 5 o'clock hour, and I'm gonna bring that up about that frustration because that's interesting. Go ahead.
Because to that point, they're even more frustrated than Gambo made them out to be because 36% are going with no, we'll see him back in 2026. He's done for this year. Wow. 33% going with yes, we'll see him in September. 20% going with yes, we'll see him in August. And 11% going with yes in July.
I was this song, We'll See You in September.
When you sing it like that, you always ask us that, and like 90% of the time the answer is no.
The happenings.
Happenings?
I think the happenings. We'll see you in September.
Even if you had sung it close to in key, I've still not heard of the song. I'm sorry.
See you in September from the happenings way back in 1966.
Oh, Gambo was a young man back then.
I can't believe that you're fist pumping 1966. Of course no one else has heard it.
I was actually alive then.
So were my parents.
I believe, according to Wikipedia, it made a prominent...
What are you laughing at, Big Red?
You be nice to
What
Connor.
are you laughing at, Big Red? I see you.
I think it played a prominent role in the movie American Graffiti.
There you go.
Which is noteworthy because it was George Lucas's first major movie performance.
Okay.
That played Star Wars.
Okay, you watched American Graffiti?
Yeah, when I was like 10.
Okay,
but,
go watch it again.
No.
Gambo wants to feel some sense of vindication.
I'm not going to.
There are people out there like, I know that song. I know that song.
Not just to chase down See You in September by the happenings from 1966. No, I'm not going to do it.
I'm going to listen to it on the way home.
I have no doubt you will. You probably were going to anyway. Right? You just Gambo gets in the car and he puts on the oldest music he can find and he just rocks out on his way home. That's what he does. We were out at OTAs yesterday. If you missed our conversation with Jonathan Gannon that we recorded yesterday, we're going to play that for you at 5:15 today. It was really, really good. Every conversation we have with Jonathan Gannon is really good. It's always insightful. That's coming up at 5:15 today. In the meantime, there's no doubt that one of the most scrutinized players in Cardinals camp, these OTAs, during mandatory minicamp, during camp in August, and when the season starts, is going to be Marvin Harrison Jr. There was a story on ProFootballFocus.com today in which they took it's not a guess because they're using numbers and analytics and data and all that, but they chose who they thought was going to be the most improved player at every position this upcoming season.
Yep.
I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the most improved wide receiver in the NFL this year. He was their pick.
Yeah, they had some interesting numbers to me. Said the Cardinals have to find ways to call Harrison's number in different ways. 25.8% of Harrison's targets came on go routes. So they're saying stop all the go routes and try to get him the ball because he's not a burner. He's not a burner. And yet 1 out of every 4 attempts that you throw into him are having him go down the field. Mm-hmm. And it's saying he's not a burner. He doesn't create a lot of separation. He plays with more touch and nuance than the average 6'4" receiver. It says he looks to put on some mass this offseason.
He did.
Could have him be stronger at the catch point and play a little more aggressively. But that was the thing. He said he topped 100 yards twice in his rookie season, but he hauled in just 54.4% of his targets, which is 102nd out of 112 receivers. We, all year long, we kept talking about that. Hey, they're targeting him. He's getting 12 targets a game, 10 targets, 12 targets, 11. He's not making any catches. But it's not like they're not going to him.
No.
They are going to him.
To the point where I felt like they were really, really forcing it. I mean, like Kyler was really forcing it or was being told to really force it. And I don't know what the distinction is there or what the difference is. But it certainly felt like that. Now, Drew Petzing yesterday, the Cardinals offensive coordinator, he met with the media. Interestingly, while we were there, on the other side of the room doing our show from their radio studios there at Cardinals headquarters. He was asked if he still sees Marvin Harrison Jr. as being a stretch the field guy.
Absolutely. I think if you look at his skill set, there's not a lot of things I'm going to tell you he can't do. So stretch the field, play underneath, play in the slot, move around the formation, play outside. I think that's what makes him so dynamic.
They're going to move him around more. Did they move him around more in the second half last year?
Yes and no. I think certainly we started to move him around the formation a little bit more. I think you saw that with some of the motions and positions he was in. But at the end of the day, I don't think it was a drastic shift in how we use him, and was very excited with kind of the way he progressed throughout the season.
But a lot of people think they need to make that drastic shift with him this year. Okay, your first year's, it's in the books, it's good, not great, but it's good. Now they need to unleash to the point of Pro Football Focus. And they're not the only ones saying this, others are too. You have to unleash the full Marvin Harrison Jr. experience and not just have him run a bunch of go routes all the time.
Yeah, and it said, the interesting thing, and this is what's got to get fixed, and I was so, when we talked to Trey McBride yesterday, and I said to him, when did you feel that it clicked with Kyler? And he said when he came back from the injury, the Falcons game. I'm going to look up how many games Trey McBride played with Kyler Murray before that. But he said that's when it clicked. Because they're saying here, there was an evident disconnect between Murray and Harrison. And as the Cardinals quarterback found a stronger connection to tight end Trey McBride. But even Trey McBride, the first year, the connection wasn't great. It took time before Trey McBride and Kyler Murray got the connection. And to Trey McBride's point, it was like that first game, when he came back against the Atlanta Falcons, I had a whole bunch of catches. He trusted me. It was the first time I felt like he trusted me. I wasn't getting all the reps with him. I was getting, more reps with Colt McCoy in the beginning. So it was probably, I don't know, was 15 games in or something, the Atlanta game, by the time the connection between Murray and McBride became good?
The Atlanta game, it was week 10 of the 2023 season.
Okay, now go back to the other season.
Well, Mitch has got it in front of Mitch. Go ahead, give it to me.
I've got the 2022 logs up.
Okay.
He didn't get, so he had 3 targets and 3 receptions against Carolina on October the 2nd of 22. Other than that, he didn't have a target or a reception until November.
How many games did he play that year?
Games that Kyler played, so the New England game was the cutoff. So as far as games where he logged stats, 1, 2, 3, 4 out of, that's close to 10.
Did he play in games? Did he play in those games?
Yeah, he started, before the New England game, it looks like he started 8 games.
Okay, so
before
that counts?
Kyler got hurt. He started 8 games, but to Mitch's point, he registered stats in only 4 of those games.
But he did start 8 games with Kyler Murray.
Yeah, he started.
So the point is there was no connection.
There was.
So are we talking 15 games?
0 targets, 0. There's at least a handful of games where he had 0 targets when Kyler Murray was the starting quarterback. Yeah, there was no connection there at all.
Right.
None.
So if you take those 8 games, and then how many games before the Atlanta game was it?
9.
9, but Murray didn't play in those games.
Murray didn't play in those games because he was hurt.
Yeah, so it was the Atlanta game. It just clicked. So it's probably going to click at some point for Marvin Harrison Jr. this year.
You hope. But I do think like Drew Petzing's a smart guy. I think they're a smart football team. I don't think they can just roll out Marvin Harrison Jr. the way they did last year and get the same results, right? They've got to move him around the formation. They've got to run different routes for him and take advantage of the skill that he's got, because it is a very unique skill set. Coming up on the Burns and Gambo show, when is the next time we will see Jordan Lawler in a Diamondbacks uniform? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Not Memorial Day savings, not Memorial Weekend savings, Memorial Month savings going on at Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time from the comfort of your living room. LibertyGMCAZ.com. The deals that you would think would just be over Memorial Day or Memorial Day weekend going on all month long at Liberty GMC, so you still have time. Deals like $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, the best looking truck on the market. $13,000 off a Hummer EV. You want to go EV? You want to do it in style, and that's exactly what you'll be doing with the Hummer EV at Liberty GMC. There are more, plenty of deals beyond that. Check them out in person in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our clients' portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour.
From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After struggling offensively since joining the Diamondbacks this season, top prospect Jordan Lawler is being sent back to AAA Reno. Our John Gambadoro reports that veteran infielder Ildemaro Vargas will replace him on the big league roster. Additionally, Gambo's reporting that a new face in the bullpen is imminent as well. Right-hander Jeff Brigham, who signed a minor league deal in the offseason. He's going to join the big league roster starting tomorrow. and Kevin Ginkel is being sent down to make room in the bullpen. Diamondbacks start that series with the Nationals tomorrow night. And in the NBA playoffs, the Indiana Pacers have a chance to advance to the finals and meet up with the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're up 3-1 on the Knicks. Tip-off for Game 5 from Madison Square Garden is moments from now, and you can listen to the game on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday morning. We'll find out if the NBA Finals matchup is set and if the network execs are trembling in fear. We start at 6 here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Honestly, after listening to Torey Lovello yesterday after that awful 10-1 loss to the Pittsburgh Pirates, as we welcome you back into the Burns and Gambo show here, we kind of knew it was coming. I mean, it was foretold to us by Torey Lovello after that game, based off of this 36-second comment that he made about Jordan Lawler.
In some ways, yes. I feel like, that's where I tell you guys when you ask me the question, why isn't he here? Why isn't he here? Why isn't he here? There's a very specific criteria that we follow and we believe in. When you get here, we want you to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And sometimes we get a little ahead of ourselves. So potentially that. I don't want to take anything away from the month that he had in Reno. He was a phenomenal player. He deserved that opportunity to get called up. But we got some decisions to make.
We got some decisions to make.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So
I found out this morning he was optioned last night to AAA Reno.
Okay.
I don't know if the Diamondbacks have announced it yet, but so we reported it early this morning.
No.
Jordan Lawler, probably tomorrow. I think these moves will be announced tomorrow. So 0 for 19, 9 strikeouts, huge error yesterday that opened the floodgates at second base. And I don't want to say the kid wasn't given an opportunity. And some people can, and I've seen a lot of people on social media like, hey, you didn't really get a fair shot. Like, you're not playing him every day and you're moving him around all these different positions. And I get it, but like that's the hand he was dealt.
That's baseball.
It's baseball.
Sorry,
like,
man.
Not everything's perfect in life. Hey, we're going to call you up, and you might have to play a couple different positions, but you have to produce.
Uh-huh.
I mean, 0 for 19 with 9 strikeouts. It sticks out like a sore thumb. Couldn't hit a breaking ball. Wasn't putting the ball in play enough. The at-bats, he wasn't battling in the at-bats. He was giving himself away way too early. It just didn't go very well for him. This isn't to say that he's done. He's 22 years old. He's still a top prospect in baseball. If the Diamondbacks said, hey, we're going to trade Jordan Lawler today, every team in baseball would call up and say, what do you want from him?
Of course.
Because he is a top prospect and he may end up being a good player. I agree with what you said. There's got to be some doubts now after 0 for 19 with 9 strikeouts. And, he made some spectacular plays in the field and he made a couple of boneheaded plays in the field.
Mm-hmm.
But the bottom line is this team needs to win baseball games. And they can't develop him in the major leagues. He's got to go back to the minors and work on the things that he failed at here.
There's no doubt to me that not all of the shine, but a little of the shine is off Jordan Lawler right now. I mean, it's such a small sample size, but in 2 different stints with the Arizona Diamondbacks, Jordan Lawler is 4 for 50 in his 2 separate stints with the Diamondbacks. And so it doesn't mean...
Is that an 080 batting average?
That is an 080 batting average, yes,
I can't even figure that out with math on the fly.
Well
50 and 50 is 100.
That one was pretty easy. Yeah, let's not pat yourself on the back too hard on that one. That one was fairly easy math on the fly.
If I told my parents that, they wouldn't be able to figure it out.
Well, you know what? I hold you to higher standards than your parents. So
they wouldn't have known.
Get used to that. I hold you to higher standards than your parents.
Okay.
Got a problem with that?
Nobody's ever held me to higher standards before.
Get used to it.
It's the first time.
I hold you to higher standards.
080 batting average.
It's the Burns and Gambo show. We got higher standards here than maybe you faced at home when you were a kid growing up. I asked you the question earlier, and I don't know the answer to this. The poll question is, when do you think Jordan Lawler will be back? And you had suggested, or somebody had suggested, that maybe there's a segment of the Diamondbacks fan base who's like, man, Keep him down there until September.
Right.
You know, I don't
Can't help this year.
He can't help this year. Keep him down there. He's not going to bring anything to the table. Are we frustrated with Jordan Lawler? Do you think Diamondback fans are angry, for lack of a better word, with Jordan Lawler?
He's going to be the last guy. You're not going to blame Jordan Lawler. You gave a kid an opportunity. He didn't take advantage of it.
Not for the team success or the lack of team success. Are people upset at Jordan Lawler for not being Jordan Lawler? You know, for not being, hey, dude, you're the fourth best prospect in Major League Baseball according to MLB.
Do better.
Do better. I'm not, but I wonder if fans are. Because, and while I'm not upset with him for not being Jordan Lawler, I would also say that the next time he does come up, I'm not nearly gonna be as excited as I was this last time, or as I was the first time. I mean, there's no way I'm gonna be able. Oh, goody! Can't wait to see Jordan Lawler and what he does in his call up. Some of that has been lost in that 4 for 50 over 2 different appearances.
So, if we went back to the week before he got called up to the big leagues, the amount of people that were pushing for him to get called up.
I was going to say begging.
Demanding for him to get called up. Begging for him to get called up were through the roof.
Yes.
Everybody and their mother wanted this kid to get called up and play. Everybody wanted him to play.
No doubt.
And, where he played, I don't know. But everybody he's raking in AAA. Look what he did. He hit a home run. Everybody would repost the video from Reno. Like, it was everywhere. People were, got to call him up, got to call him up. So how do those people feel now? They called him up. He went 0 for 19. He got sent back down. I don't know. I don't know. I would imagine there's some disappointment because, you're pushing for this guy to get called up because you believe in him, and then he gets called up and he doesn't do the job. So there's got to be some level of disappointment that he didn't get the job done.
And I don't think if he does go back down to Reno and starts putting up great numbers again, which I have very little doubt he will do, I don't think there's going to be that same, got to get him back, call him up, get him in here. I think that will be very muted moving forward. I think it'll be and it doesn't mean he's going to be a bust or a bad player or anything like that. I just think that when you've had a couple of bites of the apple and you haven't produced it even close to the level we expect for that prospect who's that high, it really does lower our expectations for him. And to the point, and I wonder, it's too early to say this, but a couple of more appearances like this in the bigs where this is it.
Yeah.
Things are going to change really quickly.
I don't disagree with that.
Really quickly with how we perceive him, how they perceive him, how they think. It hasn't yet, and I don't even think it will the next time. But a couple more call-ups like this where it's just, he's not that good. We're going to all collectively change our minds on the kid, whether that's fair or not.
If he comes up again and fails again, yeah. I agree. I agree. People will start to doubt his ability to be an everyday piece. Look, before he got called up, what was the projection for Jordan All-Star? For Jordan Lawler, multiple-time All-Star?
Mm-hmm.
Right? One of the best players on your roster year after year?
Yep, absolutely.
Centerpiece at whatever position you put him at? I mean, is that still the thinking? That he's going to be a multiple-time All-Star and a key piece of Diamondback baseball for the next 10 years?
It's still the thinking with me.
Okay. It should be.
And I think it should be the thinking for Major League, for Diamondback fans. I don't think 1 0 for 19 should change our mind on that, especially when he's not playing every day. But you just can't have too many more of these. But and I tell you
then doubts start to creep in.
And from a real practical standpoint here, it would behoove the Diamondbacks, if they start to have their doubts about him, they need to trade him. You know what I mean? If they start looking at him and go, okay, on second thought, he's not going to be everything we thought. Let's trade him now while nobody else knows that about him. You know what I mean?
And teams do that.
And teams do okay, we've seen enough to know he ain't all that. Let's move him while everybody else still thinks he's going to be all that. Again, we're not there yet. We're not even close to there yet. That's just, I'm thinking a few steps ahead, at some point in their self-evaluation, if that's what they think of him, they'd be wise to move him sooner rather than later to maximize the value on the return.
Yeah. I would still think, though, the belief is that he is going to be an everyday player in the Diamondbacks lineup next year. And And that's got to be the goal. That's got to be the goal for them, is that he will be an everyday player for them next season.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we had a great conversation with Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon when we were out at Cardinals OTAs yesterday. If you missed it, you're going to hear it, and you're going to want to hear it if you're a Cardinals fan, next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really?
Really, really.
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes.
There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. If we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
More homes on the market right now. That means buyers have more choices. Sellers are moving out because they're buying other homes, maybe new builds, whatever it is. And we've seen home prices dropping. That's a good thing. The Lund Mortgage team is ready to help you. Yes, you, the person that's renting right now or looking to buy a house. They're looking to help you get pre-approved for a mortgage, and they're going to do it absolutely free. That's right. The Lund Mortgage team is going to help you. It's a buyer's market right now. Don't wait, because eventually it will become a seller's market again. Take advantage of seller concessions. The Lund Mortgage team will help you by getting you pre-approved for a mortgage right now. This is a home, not a stock. You don't want to have to time the market, perfectly. You want to get the house when there's good inventory on houses and when the prices on the houses are dropping. That's now. Pre-approved for a mortgage for free with the Lund Mortgage team. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
NASCAR on Prime lights up Music City.
Here we go, Nashville. See what you got here.
Who's got what it takes to tackle the concrete at Nashville Superspeedway and walk away with NASCAR's coolest trophy?
Let's freaking go!
Stream the NASCAR Cup Series at Nashville Sunday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, where music meets motorsports.
Safety up, safety up.
Only on Prime.
Is your toilet clogged or no hot water? No worry. Are you spending too much on bottled water? No worry. Did your AC or heating break overnight or on a weekend? No worry. Collins Comfort Masters can help with all your heating, plumbing, and water treatment needs. All of our work is backed by our no worry guarantee. You'll get quality craftsmanship done right the first time. We take that so seriously, we put it in our phone number, 480-NO-WORRY. We have industry-leading warranties, like part and compressor warranties of at least 10 years, some even 15 and others lifetime. Plus, Collins Comfort is an official Lennox dealer, so you're going to get great pricing on an excellent cooling system. Get your house ready for the summer heat. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment now. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs. Collins Comfort Masters.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Baysonians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Coverage of Cardinals OTAs brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Burns and Gambo talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Welcome back. It is the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader and the flagship home of the Arizona Cardinals. And joining us right now as we are here from Cardinals headquarters out in Tempe. OTAs are underway, and it is great to catch up with the head coach of the Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon, here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He does his weekly things with us Mondays during the football season, but we got him here in the offseason too. How you doing, Coach?
I'm excellent. I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Good news is
How you guys doing?
we've talked about a future replacement for me, and somebody wants to step right in and take that job right there. We're good.
And you might have to school me up for like 32 years before I can get on the mic.
I think you'll be just fine. I think
Burnsy, you might be rolling solo for a long time before I can get prepped up and ready to go.
Seriously,
up to speed.
the door could not be more open for you to come in and co-host a show with me 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, 1 year, one lifetime, dude. Whatever you want.
You got a good personality. You'd be good at this stuff.
I'm not made for TV and radio.
No.
Not good looking, bad voice. Like it just doesn't work. You guys got good voices.
Has it stopped him? Has it stopped him?
Right. I'm good looking and I have a good voice, so it does work.
Yeah,
it does work.
You're like, check.
All right. Let's talk some football?
Let's talk some football, man.
Just voluntaries.
Yeah.
How's the turnout?
Good. Really good. Yeah. We got some guys in and out that I told the media today, I said they know it's voluntary. They know what they need to do to get ready to play. They know that they're all competing for their roles. And the communication has been great. So it's really pleased with where we're at right now. And everybody's working hard, man.
What's the difference between this and like training camp? What do you hope to accomplish in these sessions?
You know, I think we're just this is really to me a stepping stone going into training camp. So, you know, we evaluate everything. Obviously, we're looking for guys to improve, make mistakes, fix their mistakes, get better, develop routines, get, I would say 101, 201 with our systems and how we do things. But 301, 401, the master's class really starts in training camp, and you're really ramping up, competing for your role. Roles start to get defined, get ready to go play a game. But right now, I'm really pleased with where we're at. It's just 1 day on the grass, but it was good.
For you, and I was in on your media session earlier, if a guy's not going to be here, it's just kind of just let me know you're not going to be here.
Correct.
Mostly, I mean, within reason.
I always say, obviously, I want everybody here, but, life does happen. Guys are in different stages of where they're at. And I trust everybody to do what's best for them as it relates to being the best they can be for the team come training camp.
You've got a lot of guys who have been here a while. You've got a lot of guys who have not been here a while. Does everybody start one level, same spot moving forward, or other guys, like in terms of how you teach, what you're coaching? Yeah. Like, does everything ground zero start from the beginning, or are you starting guys somewhere later on the curve?
It's kind of the cool thing about coaching now. We start ground zero. That's a great point. And certain guys, you always, if I always say about like position coaches, like you have really elite mental guys, and you got guys that are maybe not behind, just haven't heard it, this and that. And you got to coach to everybody in the room. So that elite guy is getting things, because if you just coach to this level with a guy that's never heard anything, this guy's not getting any better. So you got to kind of feel the room where it's at. You got to have a little bit of joie de vivre, which doesn't mean how I use the phrase. I think it means joy of life. What I mean is like instincts. You got to have some instincts when you're coaching in the room to make sure that everybody is progressing. But everybody's at different stages of their career. Their learning curves are all different. But we start day one, ground zero. Hey, this is how we do things from a team standpoint, from a unit, all three phases, from the position rooms. It all starts from ground zero, and we give everybody everything.
When you look at what you may change offensively, defensively, year by year, is it minimal? Do you change a lot? Yeah. Your offensive playbook, your defensive schemes, how much do you change in the offseason?
Changes. It does, and I think it's predicated on who you have. Who you lining up with, and then who you're playing, But, that's why I love the offseason, because we got a couple new coaches from college, and I think they were like wide-eyed with the amount of time that they are afforded to study and learn and grow and poke holes in things and brainstorm and be creative. And then we take it all together. The coordinators kind of take it all together, and we got brainstorming meetings, we got decision-making meetings, all that stuff. But I think that you never, it's not, since we've been here, here's the three-phase, here's the playbooks. That's what it is. We are not like that. We try to adapt and adjust and make it fit our guys that's unique to us. And then the second piece of that is when your game planning is what's unique to the opponent you're playing. So that's how we do things here, and I think it keeps the players engaged, because it's not now certain things they hear multiple times from me and from the coordinators, but there's we put some new sauce on everything.
You have been steadfast in your belief that Kyler Murray's an elite quarterback. We've been waiting 7-8 years to try to get him over the hump, get him that first playoff win that he doesn't have. What does he need to do differently? I mean, outside of the surroundings and the team being better and all of that stuff, I get that. What jump do you want to see him make?
I think play to his level consistently.
Yep.
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
And because when he plays to his level, it's elite. I firmly believe that.
But it's not enough right now, right?
No, I think it is enough when he plays to his level. I think what I'm looking for him of 17 games plus however many more is, can you play at that level all the time? And it takes physical stamina, it takes mental stamina, it takes competitive stamina, I call it, which he has all that. So he has another go at it this year, and I want to see it. And
where is he? How close is he? Is he missing it by 3, 4, 5, 6 games?
I think he's pretty close.
You think he's really close to being?
I do.
Consistent.
I do.
Week in, week out.
I do.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show for OTAs. Along those lines, looking at your roster from the outside looking in, a lot of year one guys going into year two, and you've talked a lot about making that jump and the leap that guys are going to make. Are you on that scale? Are they all ready to make that jump? I mean, are there different guys who are closer to making the bigger jump? And you don't need to name names unless you want to, but you know what I mean? Like, are they all at the same spot in their curve, or are they in different locations?
That's a good question. They're in different locations, all of them, because they all have a different first year. You know what I mean? But I think that the continuity in all three phases, and then the ability to take what they did last year, learn and grow from it to take the next steps that are needed for them to become the players that they want to be, to hit their ceiling, I would say. I think they're all right there. When opportunity knocks, you got to seize it. You know what I mean? Because everybody's going to be, D-Rob's going to be different than Trey Benson's going to be different than Zay Weaver's going to be different from Tip. You know, they all have different roles on a team. But when that opportunity comes, you got to seize it. And I think our guys are excited about that and ready to take the jump.
Based off of your roster, are there guys that you need to be more ready to make that jump into year two?
Yeah, I think all of them.
Okay.
I think we need all of them to make that jump. And why I say that is if you have a jersey on game day, you have to serve a purpose and you have to help the team win. So what I'm talking, it doesn't matter, Marvin playing 65 plays, Max Melton playing, a game, Max Melton playing, let's call it 35 a game. Like, if he's going to play more, he's got to be ready to take the jump. If D-Rob's going to play more, if Zay Weaver, if Tip's going to, all those guys, right? I'm listing off the guys, Isaiah Adams, probably he's competing to be a full-time starter at guard, not just plug and play he's got to make the jump if we want to go where we want to go. So I'm counting on all of them, and they need to, all of them.
I'm not sure what the future was for Sean Murphy-Bunting even this year with you guys. But without him, I do know you got a very, very young cornerback room. I think everybody's under the age of 25. A lot of talent there, though. I think Max is going to be great. I really do. I like Max. Do you need to go out and get a veteran wide receiver? Would you like to have some more experience in that room?
Yeah, honestly, Gambo, no. We'll turn over every stone, though, to help our team. I feel really good about where that room is at with the guys that are coming back and the new guys added. I've never been afraid to play young guys that are a little more inexperienced than other guys. Does experience help you? Yes, it does. You know what I mean? But the way to get experience is time on task on the job. And what you see is if guys are truly trying to maximize themselves as football players, that can happen very quickly. And just because they're only a year in or 2 years in or 3 years in doesn't mean that they can't take a huge jump because they're getting clock.
Cooper DeJean with Philly landed in a great situation. Veteran defense, great pass rush, really helped him have a good year. How much will the additions you guys have made on that front seven help your cornerbacks and safeties?
It'll help. They go hand in hand. Rush and cover go hand in hand. So if you can cover people up, put color on color, the rush has a chance to get there. If the rush can beat their guys and win one-on-ones, then the corners don't have to, the DBs don't have to cover as long. So they really go hand in hand. You need all three levels of the defense to play high-quality football for you if you're going to be an elite defense. That's just what you need.
We had a real good feeling you were going to get one of those top 2 free agents out of Philly. You ended up with Sweat.
Yeah.
Tell me what you liked about him.
Joshua.
Tell me, when did you know you were going to get him?
I think when Monty called me and said we got Sweat.
Oh no, come on,
you know
tell
what I
me.
mean? No, I swear. Like free agency is like, I think like people, I don't know how people think it goes. I don't know about that, but like you literally do not know who you're going to get until they say I'm committed and they sign the deal.
Did you have a good feeling?
I didn't have any.
You didn't have any feeling.
Any feeling. Like,
what did you love about him?
I mean, I think he can affect the passer and he plays the run extremely well. He's very smart, team first guy. He's tough as nails, and I think he's got good ball in him. A lot of good ball in him. And what he's shown, he fits our style, our brand of ball, which is cool. I know the person that he is, obviously being with for 2 years with him, and I think he's going to help the entire team and the entire defense.
Along those lines with free agency, I'm just curious. It looked like the defensive line room was done and set, and you were good. And here comes Calais Campbell.
Yeah.
Tell me about that moment you got the call from Monty that you found out he was coming back.
He was on our radar for a while, and we had talked about him, and it was kind of one of those guys that we didn't know he was going to be available.
Yeah.
And when he was available, we talked about the pros and cons of adding him, and there's too many pros not to do it. You know what I mean? And just obviously the person that he is, he's already been here. A lot of guys have a history with him. Going against him last year, the first thing I looked at is you look at a guy that's a little bit older, 18 years in the league. I said, let's see what he did against us. Like, can he still play? You know what I mean? And it was like, geez, this guy can still play. Like, this guy's like train wrecking the game, kind of like sign him up. You know what I mean? So, and there was a lot of people that wanted him. So Monty and his staff did a really good job to sign him up, and he's going to help us a lot.
Do you want your name before or after mine when we do the show together? Totally up to you. So you want it to be the Burns and Gannon
I'm like
show?
Robin. Yeah, I'm like
Burns
Robin. You're Batman.
It's the Burns and Gambo show, the Burns and Gannon show. It rolls, right?
He's the driver.
Yeah, he's the driver.
You'll be the color. I mean, you will add all the personality to the show.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be the boring. I get us in and out of the breaks guy.
And he's
That's
good at
what
it.
I do. I'm
He's
really good at it.
good at
That's
it.
all
You
I
guys
do.
are a good tag team.
Yeah.
That'd be tough shoes to step into, man. It's like taking over after like a legend. Like, it's hard to do, man.
We'll switch for a day.
You might not want that
I'll
job.
coach the team.
You might not want that job.
And you do the show one day.
Well, I'm not a legend, so it'd be easier for you, but it would be hard for me.
Okay.
All right, so we'll catch up with you during training camp. Yes, and then we'll talk to you
Playlist, I'll
Mondays
get your
after games.
playlist.
Give me the playlist,
I'll
man.
give you 5 songs.
It'll be jamming out.
I'll give
It'll
you
be
5
jamming.
great songs.
Jonathan Gannon, our
Thank you,
guest here on the
guys.
Burns and Gambo Show. Thanks, Coach. Good luck
Thank
this
you.
year.
All right.
And again, Jonathan Gannon joining us. We recorded that yesterday. We played it today, and we appreciate him coming on. And a reminder for you, limited number of season and individual tickets are currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets for more information. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, how much support does Troy Lavello have right now, and how much longer will that support last? That's next on Arizona Sports.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to D-backs play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, it's Vince Murata here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh, yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After struggling offensively since joining the Diamondbacks, top prospect Jordan Lawler is on his way back to AAA Reno. Our John Gambador reports that veteran infielder Ildemaro Vargas will be the one to replace him on the big league roster. But no, that's not all, folks. Gambo's also reporting that right-hander Jeff Brigham is going to be joining the Diamondbacks bullpen, and in his place, Kevin Ginkel is being sent down to AAA. And the NBA playoffs, Indiana Pacers, they have a chance to advance to the finals tonight, meet up with the Oklahoma City Thunder as they vie for their first ever finals appearance. Right now, it is the first quarter, not their first ever finals appearance, the first ever finals win. I got to be more respectful to Reggie Miller and crew. But right now, the Pacers are trailing in New York. It's 27-23 in favor of the Knicks after the first quarter of play. You can listen to the game on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Will the Arizona Diamondbacks show signs of a turnaround this weekend against the Washington Nationals? We'll get into that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
And don't forget, tomorrow. Oh, wait, hold on. Gambo's doing the...
Jamie's crying, Van Halen? Oh,
Tip
yeah. Van Halen was so legendary when I was a kid. So legendary.
They were.
I mean, Eddie Van Halen was dating, like, Valerie Bertinelli. Like,
he was married to Valerie Bertinelli.
Married to Valerie Bertinelli. He was the star of some TV show with...
One Day at a Time.
One Day at a Time. That was a One Day at a Time.
That sitcom, yeah.
They were legendary.
They were. Yes, for those who... I was thinking about this today. For those who don't know, whenever Lauren or Mitch plays a song that we like, we throw a little tip jar into Lauren's. Yeah. And then when we have enough money in the tip jar, we go out and buy pizza.
Yeah, let's do that soon.
I knew that would get your attention. Yeah, let's go get a big Sicilian pie from NYPD Pizza, right? Yeah. We'll do that soon. I promise. Very, very soon. We'll have Troy Lavello on tomorrow at 2:30. Lot to talk to Dory about. Lot to talk to
I
Dory
have to think of some questions. What can we ask him?
Really? You have to think of questions for that one? We're not just going to wing it with Tori? What's going on with it? Let's see.
Yeah.
Jordan Lawler sent down. Kevin Ginkel sent down. Ryan Nelson probably on the verge of being sent to the bullpen.
Zach Gallen walked 3 guys today, and they're not even playing.
Zach Gallen walking 3 guys today, and they don't even have a game
playing.
on
No
the
game.
schedule.
4?
And
he walked 4.
He walked 4.
No, I was counting all the things to discuss.
all the
with
things
Tori.
to discuss. I mean, it's like, and then and we've been doing the Tori Lavello show from day one.
Right.
Okay, we've had a lot of hot seat conversations with Tori Lavello. It's there again. Now, how hot the seat is, certainly compared to 2021 when they had that awful year, 2020 when they had expectations. I mean, heck, even Derek Hall made the point today when he was on Bickley and Murata, even back in 2023, the year they went to the World Series, they had a brutal month of July and into August.
Right,
I mean, they were so bad. They were playing themselves out of everything. And yet they rallied and made the postseason and ultimately went to the World Series. Torrey's, look, you're not around as long as Troy Lavello has been around as manager of this team without being on the hot seat a few times. The testament to him is that he's found a way to survive it almost every single time. Well, not in almost every single time,
and
every single time.
And that's not going to be forever.
No, of course not.
He's not going to manage his team for the next 20 years.
Nope.
But he's got to get over this hump because he's got a good baseball team, and he's a good manager. And he's got a major bullpen problem that is an Achilles heel, and he's having a hard time figuring out who to trust and who to go to. I mean, that 6-2 game, you would have typically went to Justin Martinez, but you couldn't because you used him the day before. Like, you didn't want to have to go to Ginkel there. You would have liked to have gone to J Mart at some point. Instead, it was Ginkel and Beeks, and but you couldn't.
But that was in the 8th inning. I'm guessing you were probably. You were thinking that's not even a safe situation at the time. That's a 6-2 game. You're just trying to protect the lead.
But once Ginkel put a couple of guys on base, like, okay, I got to bring J-Mart in. J-Mart got out of a bases-loaded no-out jam the other day.
Yeah.
So, like, my point would have been, like, Ginkel's struggling. Okay, let's get him out of this game and go to J-Mart.
Derek, president and CEO of the Diamondbacks, when he was on with Bickley and Murata today, said, look, I understand the criticism of Torrey. The team has not given up on him.
As far as Torrey, I think there's probably every year this time or over the next couple of months, 10 to 15 teams in their markets that are going through the same thing and the same dialogue and same rhetoric. It's normal. I think when a team is underperforming or struggling or not playing up to their capabilities, you're going to look to leadership. You're going to look to the manager. And Torrey's been through this before. It seems like every other year he goes through it. I remember in 23, we were having these conversations, the three of us. That was a season where we were 19 games over 500, and before we blinked, we were 5 games below. And I remember a stretch from July 1st to I think the first week of August, we ended up going 7-24. That was in 2023, and we were all every week saying, "Boy, what is wrong with this team? They've lost it. They can't hold it together." So we're going to go through stretches like that, and that was a year that we ended up going to the playoffs and ultimately went to the World Series. So anything can happen. Are we going to go to the playoffs and World Series? Well, of course we hope so. You never know, and it certainly doesn't look like it at this point, but you can. That's my point. And things turn around quickly. But I'll tell you what, the players do care a lot about Torrey, and the comment, that Vince you made and you and Vic, and it's a good one. It looked like they just weren't playing for their manager or their coaches or the owner or me or the organization or Mike. Sure, but I'd take it, in a different angle and say maybe they're trying too hard.
Except yesterday, right? I don't think they would try. I think you were right with what you said about yesterday's game. Look, these players care. They want to win. They're frustrated. I mean, and Mark Gray said it, right? Nothing beats a team down more than a bullpen that can't protect the lead. You work so hard to get a lead 6-2. Your starting pitching was good. Your offense gets runs on the board. You got to nothing deflates a team more than a bullpen that can't protect the lead. And time again, we've seen this bullpen not protect the lead.
Yeah, and that is where, like with Torrey, okay, I the bullpen stuff, he can only deploy the guys that he has. And if he doesn't have guys down there that he trusts or believes in, like there's only so much he can do. Kevin Ginkel, he's in the minors now, but Kevin Ginkel is a valued, trusted member of Torey Lovello's World Series appearing baseball team from just a year and a half ago.
And he earned
it. And so Torey's going to have trust in him. Torey's going to have trust in Ryan Thompson. And maybe Torey needs to realize that now's not the time to trust those guys because of their struggles this year. And that's probably the reason why Kevin Ginkel's down. For me, and I said this earlier, the big thing with Torey lies in the defense. And the thing I worry about with Torey and whether his team has tuned him out or checked out on him a little bit is that normally this organization is as tight as a drum when it comes to how they play defense and playing smart Diamondback baseball. And if they're not doing that, and if they keep not doing that, that's the part where I'm going to start to worry about. Has Torey lost the room? Are they tuning him out? Are they not listening to him anymore? It's not so much hey, did he leave Kevin Ginkel in too long? Or should he have done this in the bullpen? Or should he have done that in the bullpen? It's more just this idea of they're playing a messy, sloppy brand of baseball. Yeah. And that, to me, is more reflective of Torey and whether he's lost the room or not.
And you just won out. Now, you're missing Walker at first, but, Pavin Smith's made some nice plays over there the other day. Marte's been good at second. You don't expect this team to miss the balls. The Goriel play in St. Louis, the Corbin Carroll play the other day, balls getting by guys and rolling to the wall. We've seen twice in the last 4 days that happen.
Yeah,
twice in 4 days.
Yeah, we have.
We saw a baseball hit towards a player, and it should have been cut. He should have, got it, and hit the cutoff guy, and instead the ball goes to the wall. Twice in 4 days.
And the other thing about you talk about yesterday's game, look, they were clearly still processing what had happened the night before when they got their teeth kicked in 10-1.
Had to be.
And that's something Torey's got to be better about too. You can't let the Pittsburgh Pirates beat you twice. You can't let that game beat you twice. They did. They lost the game on Wednesday because of the way they lost the game on Tuesday. And that also, I think, is on Torey. To make sure that doesn't happen. I believe that.
Very capable baseball team of going to win 8 out of 10 and starting to, really get back into this race. But it's got to start soon because even Gallen said it. The time's are ticking, right? Isn't he say something like that?
The clock is ticking. Yes,
clock is ticking. It's time.
When we come back, Trey McBride, he was the NFL's highest paid tight end for 25 days? He talked about it yesterday. We'll tell you what he said next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs Pirates.
Pirates win the finale by a final score of 10-1. They take the series. And for the D-backs, they have now lost 7 of their last 8. The off day could not come at a better time to try and reset the mind and hopefully reset the results.
It's a D-backs day off, then a 3-game series against the Nationals with Game 1 tomorrow night at 6. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Oh, the sale must go on, my Krug brothers. That's right, the Memorial Day sale at Brooklyn Bedding has been extended. 25% off everything in-store and online. The sale ends Tuesday, June 3rd. Don't miss this, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, get to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the extended Memorial Day sale. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever, and that's only at Brooklyn Bedding.
Get the freedom to save with your Valley Chevy dealers. Spectacular offers are available right now. Plus, you'll have the freedom to choose from an extensive lineup that's ready for all the adventure ahead. That includes popular models like the legendary Silverado and versatile Equinox, plus the feature-packed and affordable Chevy Trax. Don't miss out. Memorial Day marks the beginning of summer and a great time to hit the open road in a brand new car, truck, SUV, or EV from your Valley Chevy dealers.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the amazing Memorial Day deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. My friend and general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, and SUV now below employee price. Or get low financing on a 2024 Ford F-150 STX truck. Get 4.9% APR for 84 months. That's 7 years. Plus, get $3,500 in Ford retail bonus cash towards your purchase. And to thank military and first responders for their service, they're offering an additional $1,000 Ford cash reward towards new purchases. All offers require approved credit. Memorial Day deals all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available in select models. AXZT plans ineligible. Financing is $1,409 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Grammy-nominated singer-songwriter Tyler Childers on the road, live in concert in Phoenix, performing at Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater June 8th. Tyler Childers. Get tickets now at livenation.com. For more, visit tylerchildersmusic.com.
At Farm Bureau Financial Services, we don't say 2 birds with 1 stone. We say 2 damages with 1 deductible. With us, if your home and auto are both damaged in 1 storm, you only pay 1 deductible. And we should probably stop using stones for that sort of thing anyway. Talk to a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent about our 1 deductible advantage at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. 6 minutes to go in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the NBA's playoffs. The Knicks in front of your typical star-studded crowd.
And Towns is playing.
There at the Garden. There he is.
Now, you know what happens. Knicks win this one. All the pressure's on the Pacers in the next game.
Yes.
All the pressure's on the Pacers.
Absolutely.
Because if the Knicks win this one and then they go to Indiana, they win. I know the road teams are winning a lot. I still wouldn't want to play a Game 7 in front of that crowd in the Garden if I'm the road team.
No, not at all. And it's honestly, it's the same pressure that New York was facing against Boston in Game 6, where it's like, okay, win this game in the Garden and close it out, because you do not want to go back to Boston with a Game 7. You just don't. And so the pressure is going to be on Indiana if New York ends up winning this game. We'll see. But I'm sure, given how non-competitive some of the West games would be, I'm sure the league would love a series that could go to 7. If they could get this one to go to 7, they'd be very, very happy with it, because they got to figure that they might not get the greatest ratings in the NBA Finals. So I agree with you. All the pressure's on Indiana.
The Pacers are so lacking star players, though, aren't they?
They are.
Like, they're a good team, and I like that. I think that's a good basketball team. But they're not, and that's what I think people like about them, is they're not loaded with stars. Good players.
I like them because they play with a really good, crisp pace. Man, I mean, they play. And it's hard to defend, and it's hard to stop, but they don't have a lot of stars. They don't. And if it's Indiana versus Oklahoma City in the NBA Finals, it's probably going to be a ratings disaster, but we'll see.
Nick's starting to blow them out now, up 14 in the second quarter.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what comes on with this game, but that's what's on tonight. Other than that, locally, no Diamondbacks game tonight, obviously. No Mercury game on tonight. I think they've got a really good matchup tomorrow. The Merc do. I think they're playing Minnesota, and I believe that's two of the top here. That game is here, right? Yeah, it's two of the top teams in the league.
Okay.
So that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. In the meantime, good conversations today about the Arizona Cardinals. Jonathan Gannon, we recorded that conversation yesterday, played it today. We were at a Cardinals OTAs. Trey Benson, it was great catching up with him. He says he's always got a smile on his face every time he sees us because we're the Jared Verse guys, right? Like we're the ones who had that conversation with him back in the day. No doubt. And then yesterday we had Trey McBride on the show, and he was the highest paid tight end in NFL history for about 3 weeks or so. Here's what he said about that.
I think it was great, that I had the title at one point, and that was obviously a huge milestone for me and everything, just to, be the highest paid at my position at the time, and I thought that was really cool. Obviously, George is much deserving of that, and I'm very excited for him. Obviously, I would love for someone to jump him, and everyone just keep jumping each other, and the tight ends make a ton of money.
Sure.
So that's what I'm pulling for, but obviously very excited for George.
Well, it's not unreasonable to think he's got another big contract left in him after this one. This is the one's not very long.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like he could very easily be the NFL's highest paid tight end again, depending on how this goes.
He's a great player. He's a terrific person. Just a terrific person. He's a great player. So happy to see him doing the things that he's doing. I think he's going to be, you know how this works. I mean, when you become one of those top tight ends, those guys usually hang around with that title of either the first, second, or third best for a long time.
Look at Kelsey
for a long
and
time.
Kittle and like it's just basically flip-flop spots for the better part of the last 6 or 7 years.
Sharp with Denver. Remember how good Sharp was with that?
Sure.
Mark Bavaro with the Giants. Like, when you get a great tight end, those guys they're not usually great for 2 years and then they're not. Trey McBride is going to be one of the top tight ends for the next 7 to 10 years.
You would think. You know what else is on tonight? And it's on right now. On the NFL Network, they're replaying the Cardinals-Steelers Super Bowl. Do you know I have never watched this game back beginning to end? And it's been nearly 20 years. I don't know. I mean, some people do. Some people just want to, even though it was sheer pain and misery, they want to, what happened and what went wrong and things like that. Where I believe we're coming up to the part where Kurt Warner throws the interception on the goal line to James Harrison. I think, yes, we are coming up to that. As a matter of fact, it's 3 minutes and 42 seconds to go in the second quarter.
Can you fast forward
The
it?
Cardinals are driving. I think we're coming up to the part.
Oh, he just got sacked.
He just got sacked by
Harrison?
No, it was, I can't remember who.
Woodley. Lamar
Woodley.
Woodley.
Was Lamar Woodley.
Lamar Woodley.
I've never watched this game beginning to end since it happened. And you're right. Why would you?
I don't ever really go back and watch any games that I've watched. Even like when my teams have won, I don't go back and watch them.
Oh. I went back in, the 2001 World Series, I've rewatched certain games of that a few times. Certainly
I would watch games 3, 4, and 5, but I wouldn't watch, the other 4.
I'm sure you wouldn't. I wouldn't watch Game 6
Oh,
because
that
Andy
was so
Pettit was
bad.
tipping his pitches.
He
and
was.
The Diamondbacks knew exactly
Yeah.
what was coming, and they destroyed him. That's going to do it for us. I believe the Big Red Rage is next. Is that thumbs up? Yes, it is. Stay tuned for the Big Red Rage. It's going to do it for us. We're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow, 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
I really hope it is Chris Quinn. I'm intrigued by Mike and Nori. I don't know much about Sean Sweeney other than people speak well about him. Jordan Ott might be a great coach, but the Michigan State thing is a no-go for me.
That's something for him to overcome.
It is.
If he gets this job.
Yeah, and I've heard good things about Johnny Bryant. So, I don't know. Most of the guys on this list, it looks like they're looking in the right places.
Don't forget that Dave Bliss is on the list.
Oh, my goodness.
Was that supposed to be Hall & Oates?
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to